Chapter 1. The Dragon Origin Continent, the Ancient Wilderness State. Linglong Sect by the Bamboo Grove. Saint Sun, is this truly appropriate? Indeed, having 5 of us together seems a bit excessive. The 5 young disciples, each as enchanting as a fallen flower or a shy swan, blushed deeply, their gazes cast downward in bashfulness. Yet their eyes occasionally darted towards the garments held by Bulang. They were undeniably revealing, provoking a profound sense of embarrassment. Ahem, fear not. This attire is called a bikini. Once adorned, it will undoubtedly showcase your exquisite figures. Draped in a flowing white robe, with a 3-foot azure sword resting upon his back, Bulang resembled a celestial being. He held in his hands the self-crafted bikini, ready to have the young disciples don it. All right, let's try it on, but do not mock us, Saint Sun. The 5 disciples each grasped the bikini and turned to retreat into the depths of the bamboo grove. Watching their departing figures, Bulang's lips curled into a subtle smile. This time, it should activate the system. Originally hailing from Blue Star, an unforeseen incident had brought him to the Tianyuan continent, where he assumed the identity of the Saint Sun of the Linglong Sect. From the memories of his predecessor, he learned that he possessed 7 extraordinarily talented sisters, each residing on different peaks of the Linglong Sect. However, they were not biological siblings. He was an abandoned infant, later nurtured to adulthood by his 7 sisters. As he pondered, the 5 young disciples emerged from the depths of the bamboo grove, bashfully concealing their bodies with their hands. Saint Sun, this attire is too. Chu Wan's cheeks flushed crimson as she averted her gaze, unable to meet Bulang's eyes. Indeed, when you step out, you will surely captivate a multitude of cultivators. Bulang observed the slightly entranced, ethereal maidens, their beauty undeniable, especially when clad in modern bikinis. The effect was simply explosive. Saint Sun, we have no desire to display ourselves to those wretched men. Precisely. If we are to wear it, it must be in front of the Saint Sun. The 5 young disciples spoke in unison, filling Bulang with immense satisfaction. Yet, he maintained the facade of a noble gentleman, responding, "Such words bear truth. Those male cultivators are indeed fervent. As you are just beginning your journey in cultivation, you must exercise utmost caution." Bulang spoke with righteous authority, though his gaze covertly lingered on Chu Wan's figure, truly a sight to behold. At that moment, a prompt echoed in his mind. Creation system initiating. Activation successful. Host, Bulang. Realm, initial stage of Golden Core. Experience points, 100, 002, 0000. Cultivation method, Han Yuan decision. Skills, swordsmanship, early understanding. Alchemy, untouched. Array formation, untouched. Arts, untouched. Creation points, 5 can be used to enhance experience or purchase items in the store. Store unlocked. Host receives first-time free rewards, divine comprehension and divine talent. Upon hearing the sound of the system booting up, Bulang couldn't help but smile, having finally acquired 5 creative points after half a month of arduous research on bikinis. As he reveled in his joy, an irate roar echoed from the horizon. "Bulang, you little rascal, what vile deeds are you up to?" In the sky appeared a young lady clad in a white dress, her exquisite visage marred by frost, wielding a sword of gentle wind. Upon seeing the attire of the outer sect disciples, she clenched her teeth in fury. Was it even clothing? What difference did it make to being utterly unclothed? When Bulang looked up, he recognized it was his 3rd sister, Qing, whose mastery of swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level, her sword intent refined to perfection. "Sister, I haven't done anything. I was merely worried the junior sisters might freeze, so I crafted 2 garments." The 5 junior sisters, upon witnessing the return of their peak master, hurriedly knelt and timidly spoke. "Master, the Holy Sun merely made 2 outfits for us to try." Hearing their words, Qing's chest heaved with rage, her gaze upon Bulang, capable of igniting flames on such a fine day, who claimed it was cold. Such a blatant lie. Qing wished she could slap him into oblivion. Ding. Main quest issued. Monitoring the conservative thoughts of Qing in the transformation realm. The host may have her don a bikini outfit, rewarding 1,000 creative points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Bulang resolutely chose to disregard it this moment, suggesting his 3rd sister wear bikini would likely lead to his untimely demise. This matter required a gradual approach, a slow and steady strategy. Day in and day out, you're preoccupied with flirting with junior sisters while concocting such sordid creations. I hereby impose a penalty. You shall enter seclusion for cultivation. Only when you have mastered the 10,000 swords returning to origin can you emerge. Gu Qing produced a tome of techniques and flung it into his hands. Yun Bulang gazed at the book, murmuring, "After enduring 9 years of compulsory education, I now must endure the hardships of cultivation. What are you complaining about?" Gu Qing glared at his mumbled grievances, her ire bubbling over. Their sisterhood had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. The previous sect master had fallen victim to treachery, leaving them powerless for revenge and placing their hopes upon Yun Bulang. Yet he squandered his days flirting with junior sisters and dabbling in nonsensical pursuits. Nothing. As Yun Bulang flipped through the tome of 10,000 swords returning to origin, a sudden clarity washed over him. It was as if a mere glance would suffice for comprehension. "Sister, if I can grasp the essence of the 10,000 swords returning to origin, may I not avoid seclusion?" Of course, in Gu Qing's view, for him to truly comprehend the technique, it would require at least 2 months a sufficient period for him to focus and diligently cultivate. "I have already grasped the 10,000 swords returning to origin." Upon hearing his proclamation, Gu Qing's eyes flashed with anger. Was she a fool? Could one truly comprehend a technique with just a glance? "I see you have a penchant for trouble." Before Gu Qing could finish her sentence, Yun Bulang had already drawn the 3-foot azure blade from his back. He wielded the azure-edged sword, the essence of the blade emanating from his very being. Wisps of sword intent swirled around him, causing the grass beneath to rustle softly. The sword intent severed the verdant ground, and Yun Bulang soared into the void. Behind him, ethereal images of celestial swords materialized one after another. Gu Qing gazed at the spectacle before her, her eyes wide and her cherry lips slightly parted. She held her breath, her heart racing with exhilaration. This was a sign of the successful culmination of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. The little junior sister, kneeling on the ground, looked at Yun Bulang in the void, her eyes brimming with admiration. The saint's innate talent was truly unparalleled throughout the ages. The celestial swords behind Yun Bulang transformed from illusion to reality as he deftly maneuvered the azure-edged sword. The swords coalescing behind him shot towards a distant peak in an instant. Boom! A deep rumble echoed as the mountain was blasted open, a gaping hole forming. Stones cascaded down and dust swirled into the air. Hiss! The little junior sister gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of the mountain's devastation. The saint's power was indeed terrifying. Gu Qing was filled with astonishment, her entire being trembling. The Linglong Sect was about to unveil a prodigious talent of unparalleled potential. If Yun Bulang diligently pursued his training, he might one day dominate an era. The thought filled Gu Qing's gaze with fervent excitement. "Sister, I have already mastered the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Can I forego seclusion?" Yun Bulang sheathed his 3-foot azure-edged sword, a smile gracing his lips. His divine comprehension truly was remarkable, allowing him to grasp concepts effortlessly. "Well, that's satisfactory. You may have a fortnight's respite," Gu Qing replied. Though internally shaken, she maintained an air of nonchalance. "Huh? Just 2 weeks? Could it be extended?" Yun Bulang lamented. His brow furrowed. 2 weeks was hardly sufficient for his leisure. "Enough chatter, resume your training immediately." Gu Qing's authoritative voice brooked no argument, and Yun Bulang could only acquiesce with a nod. Gu Qing, satisfied, resolved to seek out her elder sister, determined to have Yun Bulang learn the way of the sword under her guidance. She envisioned him becoming the sovereign of swordsmanship under her tutelage, and the thought filled her with inexplicable excitement. After Gu Qing departed, the little junior sister stood, gazing at the saint with an overwhelming desire to rush to him. "Saint, when will you teach us swordsmanship?" Chu Wan shyly inquired. Her skills paled in comparison to the saint's, as if she were from a different realm altogether. Cultivate the way of the sword. Do you understand what the essence of swordsmanship truly is?" Yun Bulang gently lifted his gaze, slightly inclining towards the sky, adopting the demeanor of an extraordinary sage. The 5 junior sisters furrowed their brows, their expressions tinged with confusion. Wasn't the purpose of practicing swordsmanship simply to become stronger? What more could there be? A decayed wood cannot be carved. Yun Bulang slightly shook his head, expressing his disappointment. "Saint's son, our junior sisters are rather dull. Could you enlighten us?" "Indeed, Saint's son, are you not preparing to don a Lolita outfit? We could secretly assist you in wearing it." They were unfamiliar with the term Lolita, but from the saint's son's words, they understood it to be a type of garment. In the junior sister's perception, it might be akin to another style of bikini. Since you are so eager to learn, this saint's son shall enlighten you. You must remember this well." The 5 junior sisters concentrated, ready to absorb the profound truths of swordsmanship. Yun Bulang slowly began. If the practice of swordsmanship is not for the sake of display, it would be utterly meaningless. Chu Wan listened in confusion. What could display possibly mean? Why had they never heard of it before? Saint Sun, forgive our ignorance, what does display entail? Yun Bulang sighed and shook his head, appearing exasperated. Display is a pinnacle of swordsmanship, capable of slaying countless deities and demons. Hiss! The group widened their eyes, utterly astonished. So, display was such an extraordinary concept, capable of annihilating thousands. Could it be that the Saint Sun's power had reached such heights? Next, this Saint Sun shall teach you a technique. Whether you grasp the essence of the sword will depend on your innate talent. Yun Bulang prepared to demonstrate with his 3-foot azure blade. Elder Xiao arrived at the bamboo grove. What are you doing, Saint Sun? Elder Xiao's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the attire of the disciples. Though she did not comprehend the garment, its revealing nature made her wonder if something inappropriate was about to occur in the bamboo grove. Saint Sun, you must not engage in indecent acts here. If the peak master discovers this, he will surely flay your skin. Upon hearing Elder Xiao's words, Yun Bulang felt a wave of frustration. This old woman, despite her age, still harbored such impure thoughts. Elder, the Saint Sun is teaching us swordsmanship. At this moment, Chu Wan interjected, offering clarification. Hearing this, Elder Xiao's lips twitched involuntarily. Practicing swordsmanship in such attire was indeed quite unconventional. Yun Bulang drew his 3-foot azure blade and made a slight slash through the air before sheathing it. All the myriad intentions of my sword reside within that single stroke. How much you can comprehend will rely on your own abilities. The 5 junior sisters diligently sensed the sword intent in the air, staring at one another with wide eyes. Nearby, Elder Xiao nearly burst into laughter. A mere casual slash could evoke countless sword intents. It was simply a ruse to deceive the naive young girls. I have attained enlightenment. At that moment, Chu Wan wore an expression of sudden realization. Having never encountered sword intent before, she had remarkably reached a beginner's level. Yun Bulang was momentarily taken aback. He had simply made a casual slash in the air. Could it be that Chu Wan was the fabled child of fortune? Was it true that being in his presence allowed one to master any technique? Indeed, quite impressive. This child is truly worthy of guidance. Upon finishing his words, Yun Bulang turned to Elder Xiao and inquired, May I ask, Elder Xiao, how has your comprehension progressed? The smile on Elder Xiao's face abruptly faded. What comprehension could she possibly claim? What could one discern from simply sweeping a hand through the air? Cough, cough, this old woman has gleaned the vastness of the sword path from the sun's sword intent, and it seems I am on the precipice of a breakthrough. Though she held a higher rank than Yun Bulang, her status paled in comparison. After all, if even a disciple could claim such understanding while she could not, it would render her inferior to a mere junior. Elder Xiao was left with no choice but to fabricate her words, playing along with the sun's charade. Had she known, she would never have ventured into the bamboo grove. Son, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Elder Xiao was eager to depart. Who knew what other antics the son might concoct? Very well. Yun Bulang nodded slightly, and, once the elder had departed, began to guide his junior sister in her cultivation with meticulous care. As the morning slipped away quietly, Yun Bulang bid farewell to his junior sister, preparing to stroll through the Tower of Beasts. The Tower of Beasts, a training ground for the Linglong Sect, comprised 8 levels. Each level housed corresponding beasts, designed to immerse disciples in the trials of life and death. The tower was overseen by the second sister, who diligently monitored every movement within, ready to intervene at critical moments. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the Linglong Sect, seated beside Qing, was a woman clad in black, her form accentuated by a perfectly fitted attire that showcased her alluring silhouette. Her complexion was immaculate, and her demeanor exuded an air of aloof elegance. This woman was none other than Yanran, the sect leader of Linglong and Yun Bulang's elder sister. Sister, do you truly mean what you say? Upon hearing her sister's report, a look of profound emotion crossed Yanran's face. Her voice, reminiscent of a perfectly crafted enchantress, carried a unique allure. Indeed, that rascal Yun Bulang was able to comprehend the technique with merely a glance. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Prior to this, he had never studied the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique. A faint smile broke through Li Yanran's icy demeanor. If your words hold true, with this little wretch Yun Bulang, our Linglong Sect shall flourish. A flicker of excitement danced in Li Yanran's eyes. To grasp a technique with a mere glance was a talent she had never encountered before. Precisely when the time comes for the former sect leader's demise, we shall exact our revenge. Qing's eyes blazed with fury as she spoke. This matter requires patience until Bulang matures. Our immediate concern is how to motivate him to diligently cultivate. At this point, Qing was overwhelmed with frustration. The name Bulang was originally intended to encourage him to develop modestly, to refrain from reckless behavior. Little did they know, he had grown to soar beyond expectations. How about we have the Grand Elder disguise himself as an assassin, specifically to instill fear in Bulang, so he may comprehend the perils of the cultivation world. At this moment, Qing proposed that the Grand Elder take action. It would be quite challenging for Bulang to diligently pursue his cultivation without an awareness of the dangers that lurk within the realm. This method is feasible, but he must not be harmed. A mere fright will suffice. Tomorrow, the elders of the Tianyuan sacred sect will bring their disciples to visit, she continued. When they brought Bulang back, they had arranged a betrothal with the Tianyuan sacred sect. This matter was kept from Bulang, as they wished to surprise him. Tomorrow, the elders and disciples of the Tianyuan sacred sect would come to assess Bulang and evaluate his strength. Rest assured, I shall handle this with utmost discretion, Qing proclaimed before turning to leave, preparing to seek out the Grand Elder. At Linglong Sect, on the peak of 10,000 beasts, Bulang made his way towards the Tower of 10,000 Beasts, where a considerable number of disciples had gathered. Salutations, Holy Son. The disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Peak inquired, their faces reflecting a mixture of reverence and curiosity. Holy Son, what brings you to our humble abode? Have you come to challenge the tower as well? Dear brothers and sisters, the Holy Son replied, I have come specifically to observe the progress of your cultivation. Bulang gazed upon the gathered disciples, relishing the treatment akin to that of an emperor, his heart brimming with contentment. Why engage in the tediousness of conflict? This, indeed, is the essence of life. The disciples, upon hearing Bulang's words, were moved to the brink of tears, astonished that the Holy Son could spare time to express concern for them. As the crowd began to engage in conversation with Bulang, Wang Feifei had already taken notice of him. This little rascal, perpetually indulging in leisure. Wang Feifei, with her sun-kissed skin and a physique that could tempt the very heavens, exuded an aura of maturity. Her flowing locks cascaded over her shoulders, accompanied by a demon beast of the nascent soul realm. The master of the beast peak cultivated beast taming, and each disciple here had the opportunity to forge a bond with a beast companion. Linglong, after a prolonged absence, you appear even more radiant than before. Bulang gazed at the petite girl before him. Despite her seemingly harmless appearance, she was accompanied by a formidable beast, a large bear. Truly a violent little girl in every sense. Saint Sun, you are so annoying, always teasing me, Linglong exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she fidgeted. Just as Bulang was about to playfully provoke her, a sudden cough interrupted the moment. Upon seeing the peak master approach, the numerous disciples quickly parted to create a clear path. You little rascal, have you come to my myriad beast peak to challenge the tower? Upon hearing these words, Bulang's expression subtly shifted, and he replied with feigned charm, No, I merely wish to visit because I miss my second sister dearly. To suggest that he venture into the beast tower? Absolutely not. Such matters of combat should be left to others. His role was to indulge in leisure. Yet, since he had arrived at the beast tower, it was imperative that he attempt the challenge, allowing his junior sister to witness his prowess. Wang Feifei was resolute in her decision to put Bulang in his place. If he continued to indulge in frivolity, how could he cultivate? How would he lead the Linglong Sect to glory? As soon as these words were uttered, several junior sisters began to chime in excitedly. Saint Sun, let us behold your prowess against the demonic beasts. The strength of the Saint Sun would undoubtedly see him through the beast tower. The crowd urged him, while Bulang maintained a facade of calm, though he was already contemplating an escape. Ahem, dear junior brothers and sisters, while I too wish to challenge the tower, I find myself burdened by a certain predicament. Wang Feifei was not swayed by his feeble excuses and retorted, What predicament could you possibly have that you cannot share? Upon hearing this, Bulang offered an awkward smile and approached his second sister, whispering, I will confide this matter to you in secret. Wang Feifei leaned in slightly, eager to discover the nature of his supposed dilemma. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, one remarking, I believe the Saint Sun is far too powerful. He might just obliterate the beast tower. It was conceivable that a single strike from him could bring the tower to ruin. While the crowd speculated, Bulang quietly confessed, second sister, the beast tower is far too terrifying. I fear the pain. At this, Wang Feifei's chest heaved with frustration, wishing she could slap him into submission. Was this the sort of sentiment one would expect from a cultivator? Shouldn't he be proclaiming grandiose ambitions? Though vexed, Wang Feifei refrained from voicing her irritation, for he was, after all, the holy son of their sect and deserved a modicum of respect. If you choose not to go, my pet shall ensure you are thoroughly entertained. Yun Bulang's expression shifted dramatically. His sister's foolish bird was notoriously ferocious. Ahem, then I shall take the plunge. My sister must come to my rescue. Wang Feifei, suppressing her irritation, nodded slightly. With the assurance from his second sister, Yun Bulang felt considerably more at ease. He then turned to his junior sisters and said, "Since you all wish to witness my endeavor in the 10,000 Beasts Tower, let us proceed." His strength would allow him to venture through 2 levels without issue. When the time came, he could easily concoct an excuse to evade any scrutiny, preserving his faade effortlessly. "The Holy Son is formidable," cheered the disciples, eager to witness the splendor of their esteemed Holy Son. Yun Bulang arrived before the towering edifice of the 10,000 Beasts Tower. Gazing upon the obsidian structure that loomed before him, at the heart of the tower resided a mirror, smooth as freshly fallen snow, reflecting every movement within its depths. Yun Bulang pushed open the iron tower and stepped inside. A faint smile graced Wang Feifei's lips. At present, Bulang's prowess should suffice to overcome the 3rd level. As time progresses, the strength of the demonic beast will only continue to escalate. Yun Bulang wielded a Qing Feng sword, surrounded by the dim light within the tower. At that moment, a foundational stage tiger emerged, its gaze fixed intently upon Yun Bulang, exuding a predatory glare. A mere foundational stage beast dared to act with such audacity before me. Yun Bulang gripped the Qi Feng sword tightly in his hand. In the instant the tiger lunged towards him, he struck with a single, lethal blow. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,000 experience points. At that moment, the sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Yun Bulang was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover that slaying a demon beast could yield experience points, a delightful surprise indeed. The prowess of the Holy Son is remarkable. Whereas I struggle for half a day against foundation-building demon beasts, the Holy Son effortlessly dispatches them. The disciples of the Beast Peak, witnessing Yun Bulang's effortless annihilation of a foundation-building demon beast, couldn't help but exhibit a glimmer of envy. When would they too possess such formidable strength as the Holy Son? As Yun Bulang ascended to the 2nd tier, he encountered a beast of formidable prowess, a creature that embodied the essence of an immortal cultivator. Before him stood a ravenous wolf, saliva dripping from its maw. The beast's gaze was piercing and intent, fixated upon him. To it, he represented a delectable feast. Yun Bulang observed the hungry wolf in the early stages of the golden core, a sinister smile gracing his lips. In his eyes, this was nothing short of valuable experience. Yun Bulang, wielding the azure blade, charged forth without hesitation. In an instant, as the ravenous wolf lunged toward him, he leaped into the air. The sharp fangs of the beast glistened, eager to rend Yun Bulang into fragments. Yun Bulo wielded his sword with a swift motion, the essence of his blade radiating around him. With a swift slash, he cleaved through the abdomen of the monstrous beast, which let out a mournful wail. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 experience points." Yun Bulang smiled slightly as he continued to layer his efforts, poised to directly advance to the mid-stage of the golden core. He approached the 3rd level, effortlessly vanquishing the mid-stage golden core beast. At that moment, he successfully broke through and proceeded to the 4th level. Outside, the disciples watched in awe as Yun Bulang dispatched the beast with a single stroke of his sword, rendering them speechless. The Saint Son's power is formidable. To annihilate a mid-stage golden core beast with but one strike, they exclaimed. We, as cultivators, should aspire to emulate the Saint Son. Many disciples nodded in agreement, while Wang Feifei had already prepared herself to intervene if necessary. Within the 4th level, the beasts were equivalent to those at the late stage of the golden core. Inside the tower of 10,000 beasts, Yun Bulang faced the late-stage golden core beast without an ounce of trepidation. Instead, a fierce glint shone in his eyes. Eliminating this late-stage golden core beast could very well lead to his own immediate breakthrough. Yun Bulang radiated a profound sword intent. With a phantom of an immortal sword materializing behind him, he wielded his Qing Feng sword, the essence of his sword intent reaching its zenith as he charged forward. Though his body had yet to arrive, the spectral swords behind him surged forth with fervor. Whoosh, whoosh. The illusory swords transformed into tangible entities, fiercely piercing the body of the earth mammoth. Wang Feifei, witnessing his audacious advance rather than retreat, felt her heart leap to her throat. Should she detect any imminent peril threatening Yun Bulang's life, she would instantly rush to his aid. The onslaught of myriad swords descended mercilessly upon the monstrous beast. In the midst of the earth mammoth's assault, Yun Bulang delivered a decisive strike to its throat. The colossal creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 experience points. Bulang furrowed his brow, realizing that a mere 10,000 experience points could not propel him forward. It seemed he needed to press on. Meanwhile, Wang Feifei outside was momentarily taken aback. She had initially intended to rush to his aid, only to discover that Bulang had courageously forged ahead. This exceeded her expectations. The disciples who were spectating were left in awe as they witnessed the son of the saint effortlessly slay a late-stage gold core beast. They were particularly stirred by his technique, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, which ignited their fervor. The power of the son was indeed formidable. Should he turn his attention towards them, he could dispatch them in an instant without breaking a sweat. As the crowd remained in shock, Bulang did not linger. Continuing his advance, he swiftly dealt with 2 late-stage gold core beasts on the 5th level. This little rascal possesses such strength? At that moment, Wang Feifei gazed at the precious mirror, her body trembling slightly. She had anticipated that Bulang could at most defeat a mid-stage gold core beast. Yet the unfolding events were beyond her imagination. Bulang went on to annihilate beasts at an astonishing pace, traversing the 6th, 7th, and finally the 8th level. Here, he faced beasts at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Wang Feifei was now quaking with uncertainty. Having reached the 8th level, could he truly make it through? Though she had repeatedly considered rushing to save Bulang, each time her understanding was reshaped anew. She believed that he would not be able to surpass the nascent soul beasts, yet a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. What if he truly could prevail? Bulang stood on the 8th floor, gazing at the Yuan-ing realm demon beasts, a faint smile playing on his lips. Having now reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, he speculated that by vanquishing a demon beast of the Yuan-ing realm, he might very well achieve a direct breakthrough. The azure sword in Bulang's hand was already thirsting for action. He gazed at the mighty demon bull and, without hesitation, took the initiative to strike. The demon beast of the nascent soul realm possessed a certain degree of intelligence. Upon witnessing a mere golden core cultivator daring to attack, it was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, it erupted in fury, unleashing a thunderous roar as it charged forward. With a single stroke, Bulang cleaved downward, subsequently coalescing the essence of a sword, which emitted a resonant hum. The formidable sword intense soared into the heavens, akin to an unparalleled deity of war. Bulang unleashed his full power, the ethereal shadow of the sword of immortality surging forth with fervor. The mighty demon bull, its crimson eyes ablaze with rage, could hardly believe that a mere golden core practitioner could inflict harm upon it. Such an affront was truly a deep humiliation. The demonic energy emanating from the bull exuded a terrifying presence, compelling Bulang to take a slight step back. This ancient beast was undeniably tough and resilient. Bulang, in a fit of anger, recalled the red fabric within the ring. He wondered if bullfighting would be permissible in this otherworldly realm. Bulang, without further contemplation, took out a piece of crimson cloth, resolved to give it a try. After all, with his second sister watching over him outside, there was little risk involved. What if it actually worked? As the vibrant fabric fluttered before the formidable demon bull, anticipation filled the air. Bulang discovered that the formidable demon bull was utterly enraged, its eyes seemingly capable of spewing fire. Indeed, it is effective. Bulang smiled broadly, conceiving a brilliant idea. The disciples outside, perplexed by his actions, could not comprehend the purpose of the fabric he had produced. Could it be a divine artifact? To my eyes, it appeared to be mere cloth. Nonsense. For what he held in his hands must surely be a treasure. The multitude of disciples engaged in animated chatter. Yet Wang Feifei understood that it was simply a piece of red fabric. What on earth could this little rascal be planning? Wang Feifei murmured to herself, equally bewildered by his intentions. Within the tower of 10,000 beasts, Bulang brandished the red fabric and commenced his bullfighting display. He waved the cloth before the powerful demon bull, swaying it from side to side. The mighty beast could no longer restrain itself and charged recklessly forward. This was precisely the effect Bulang sought. As the demon bull barreled towards him, he deftly evaded its path. The bull's speed was such that it could not halt its momentum, crashing directly into the solid wall. Its 2 horns became ensnared within the wall, rendering it unable to extricate itself for the time being. This was no ordinary barrier. It had been fortified by the esteemed elders of the sect, ensuring its impenetrability. Bulang, with a mischievous smile, approached the formidable bull demon from behind. Gripping the azure-edged sword tightly, a torrent of sword intent erupted from his being. At that moment, the bull demon suddenly felt an unsettling tension, but it was already too late. The azure sword pierced through the formidable body of the mighty demon bull. Despite its coarse exterior and thick flesh, he could hardly believe that even the most well-guarded of defenses could withstand such an assault. A pained cry escaped the mighty demon bull as it collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The onlookers outside were left utterly astonished. This display was truly remarkable. The saint child had undeniably redefined their understanding of combat. It was astonishing to discover that such methods could indeed be employed against demon beasts. Wang Feifei couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. This little rascal was truly one of a kind. Yet, more than anything, her heart raced with exhilaration. The surprise brought to Bulang was truly monumental. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50,000 experience points. At this moment, Bulang opened the system panel. Host, Bulang Realm. Peak of Golden Core Experience Points. 9,000,010,000. Cultivation Method. Hunyuan Decision. All swords return to origin skills. Swordsmanship, Initial Understanding, Alchemy, Untouched, Formation, Untouched. Arts, Untouched, Creation Points. 5 can be used to enhance experience or purchase resources in the shop. Unlocked upon seeing that he only needed 10,000 experience points to break through to the nascent soul realm. He decided to exit the beast tower first, and then utilize his creation points for the breakthrough. As he emerged from the beast tower, the gathered disciples rushed towards him. Saint's son, you are incredible. Even the nascent soul beasts are no match for you. Your strength is truly terrifying. The junior brothers and sisters spoke in awe. But Bulang humbly insisted on maintaining a low profile. At that moment, Wang Feifei approached, striving to calm her emotions. Although Bulang's act of slaying the beast was somewhat peculiar, his ability to annihilate a nascent soul beast had indeed demonstrated his prowess. You little rascal. What realm are you at now? Despite Bulang's unexpected performance, she could not afford to show him any favor lest he become complacent. I am currently at the peak of the Golden Core realm and will soon break through to the nascent soul. Upon hearing this, Wang Feifei's cheeks flushed with astonishment. Just a month ago, Bulang had emerged from seclusion at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, and now he had reached its peak. This was indeed surprising. Considering Bulang's tendency to indulge in leisure, if he were to diligently cultivate, it would not take long for him to ascend to the transformation realm. Upon witnessing the astonishment etched upon his second sister's face, Bulang could not help but exclaim inwardly, delightful. Indeed, you are but a step away from the nascent soul realm. Henceforth, retreat into seclusion for your cultivation and emerge only after transcending to the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, Bulang's lips twitched involuntarily. Had he known earlier, he would have claimed to be in the mid-stage of the Golden Core system. How much experience can be acquired from a single creation point? In the recesses of his mind, Bulang pondered. To avoid secluding himself for cultivation, he resolved to take advantage of an opportunity. One creation point could yield 30,000 experience points. Would he like to use it? The system's mechanical voice sounded, and Bulang promptly consented. One creation point was precisely what he needed to transcend to the nascent soul stage. Usage successful. Upon the conclusion of the system's announcement, Bulang suddenly sensed that his dantian was coalescing a nascent soul. Second sister, I am about to break through to the nascent soul stage. What? Wang Feifei, momentarily taken aback, watched as Bulang soared into the void. He realized that the nascent soul forming within him required a substantial amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Holy Sun, what is happening? The surrounding spiritual energy was inexplicably dissipating at an alarming rate. Being practitioners, they were particularly sensitive to the spiritual energy of the world. My heavens! Look at the area surrounding the Holy Sun. Upon hearing Linglong's exclamation, the crowd hastily turned their gazes to the void. What in the world is this? They beheld the aura of spiritual energy around Bulang, akin to a relentless river, surging furiously into him. What kind of nascent soul is he cultivating? Wang Feifei's expression changed dramatically. There were two types of breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage. One was the ordinary nascent soul, while the other was the creation nascent soul. Those with extraordinary talents could nurture a creation nascent soul. Could this little rascal be nurturing a creation nascent soul? Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Feifei immediately understood the situation. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. The Linglong Sect was about to unveil an unparalleled genius. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, sounds of breaking air resounded as 6 extraordinarily graceful sisters arrived, accompanied by numerous elders. Among these 6 sisters were those as cold as ice and others with alluring figures, each movement exuding an enchanting aura. There were also adorable little Lolas and gentle maidens. Second sister, what is happening? Li Yanran approached Wang Feifei, gazing upwards at Yun Bulang in the void. Eldest sister, that little rascal Yun Bulang is breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Li Yanran was slightly taken aback. Then spoke, it must be a creation nascent soul, though I wonder what kind of creation it is. Regardless of the creation, with Bulang around, the Linglong Sect shall thrive for a millennium. Wang Feifei spoke slowly, her gaze lingering on Yun Bulang in the void, revealing a hint of envy. Among the seven sisters, only the eldest had nurtured a creation nascent soul. The spiritual energy continued to plummet. One disciple, quaking, remarked, the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles is surging uncontrollably into Yun Bulang's body, showing no signs of abating. Outside the Linglong Sect, numerous disciples from various sects found themselves in dire straits. Those who had intended to break through to the golden core stage faced failure due to the depletion of spiritual energy. Damn it. Which beast is so ravenously absorbing spiritual energy? I am a solitary cultivator, striving to break through to the nascent soul realm. Yet, to my dismay, there are those who seek to usurp my spiritual essence, and my heart seethes with resentment. Outside the Linglong Sect, the anguished cries of various cultivators echo like wails of tormented spirits. Yun Bulang, as the unseen manipulator, remained utterly oblivious, and even if aware, he exhibited no concern whatsoever. He gazed at the nascent primordial infant gradually forming within his dantian, yet showed no inclination towards success. Instead, he was fervently consuming spiritual energy. If this continued, he would drain the surrounding spiritual essence completely. What could possibly account for the resplendent hues of my primordial infant? Yun Bulang gazed at the condensed yuaning, radiating 7 hues of light, his mind in a state of perplexity. Sister, it's been half an hour already. Will nothing happen to Bulang? Du Qing's face was etched with concern. Others had birthed their yuaning without such prolonged intervals. The more formidable the yuaning, the longer its gestation. Everyone, please be patient and wait a little longer. Li Yanran too was anxious, yet all they could do was await the outcome. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, and a tempest arose, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The grass swayed violently against the wind, bowing away from Yun Bulang, while branches snapped and bamboo groves rustled ominously. What is happening? It feels as though something is pressing down on me. I feel it too. Numerous disciples bent low, struggling to breathe under the oppressive force. The 7 sisters wore solemn expressions, acutely aware of the pressure emanating from the heavens and earth. Fortunately, their strength allowed them to withstand it, albeit barely. With a resounding crash, vibrant beams of light cascaded from above, illuminating Yun Bulang's form. A cry resonated through the sky as a phoenix materialized in the air. Not only that, but a golden dragon also emerged, spiraling in tandem with the phoenix. A magnificent display of dragon and phoenix in harmony. This celestial phenomenon persisted until Yun Bulang gradually opened his eyes, at which point the extraordinary event ceased. Li Yanran gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. He possessed the sacred infant physique. No wonder she was so taken aback. It was said that those endowed with the sacred infant physique were destined to be children of fate, should they achieve greatness in the future. Stirring the winds and clouds would be trivial. However, the ramifications of such a secret being unveiled before he had fully matured were unfathomable. Each individual possessed a unique constitution, and ordinary people lacked the qualifications for cultivation. Most individuals were of common constitution. To pursue cultivation, one must undergo the torturous process of marrow cleansing through the Qing, enduring immense suffering to fundamentally transform oneself. Yet, even after such tribulations, one's cultivation would likely stagnate at the foundation establishment stage, unable to ascend further. In contrast, the sacred infant physique was a different matter altogether. Cultivation was akin to taking a shortcut, while others would need to ascend the same staircase step by step. Those with the sacred infant physique could simply leap forward with the lightest touch of their toes, creating a qualitative difference. Yet, this extraordinary gift also attracted perilous threats. Li Yanran's expression shifted, and she addressed those around her with gravity. What transpired today must not reach another's ears, otherwise, the consequences shall be dire. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Wang Feifei furrowed her brow and quietly remarked to Li Yanran, such a constitution invites deadly danger. He must be expedited in his growth. Li Yanran slowly spoke, her heart still reeling. This little rascal lacks ambition, spending his days in frivolity. It is you who have spoiled him. Wang Feifei said with a stern expression, do not pretend to be so blameless. You lavished affection upon him in his youth, often refraining from punishment even when he erred, which has fostered his fearless disposition. Qing interjected with a hint of sarcasm. This fault does not lie solely with one individual, if we were to trace it back. All 7 of us share the blame. Now is not the time for disputes, but rather a moment to devise a strategy for his cultivation, Yanran reprimanded, stepping forward. Her words held the most weight, and both Wang Feifei and Qing obediently fell silent. Bulang remained blissfully unaware that he had already captured the attention of 7 elder sisters. Having successfully transcended to the Yuanying realm, a smile stretched across his face, nearly reaching the back of his ears. He mused that perhaps, upon witnessing his breakthrough, a few of his sisters might grant him an extended holiday of 1.5 years. The thought was utterly delightful. His arduous efforts to achieve this breakthrough would not be in vain, and he might even have the opportunity to wander the world with his junior sister. The sensation of breaking through was indeed unlike anything he had experienced before. His body was infused with an exhilarating power. Indeed, each ascension brought forth a unique understanding. At that moment, Bulang, with a bashful grin illuminating his face, declared, "Elder sister, I have successfully reached the Yuanying realm," though he refrained from voicing the subsequent thoughts. His exuberant demeanor made it evident to Wang Feifei what he intended to convey. This lad was perpetually engaged in play, undeniably spoiled by their indulgence, resulting in his current carefree attitude. Despite his ascension to the Yuanying realm, there were matters that the second elder sister felt compelled to address. Wang Feifei feigned a cough, stating that the path of cultivation is an unending journey, and given his exceptional talent, he should seize the moment wisely. Upon hearing this, Bulang's joyful expression instantly faded, replaced by a sense of disillusionment. There was an undeniable feeling of being deceived. Wasn't it promised that as long as he surpassed his cultivation, he would be granted a respite? This woman indeed turned her back more swiftly than one could flip a page in a book. He had just leapt forward, breaking through 2 levels. Yet these sisters showed no signs of praise, and instead, there seemed to be an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. Wang Feifei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fully aware that this mischievous lad was singularly focused on play, she cast a pleading glance towards Yanran, who stepped forward and spoke. "Your second sister is right. We must seize this limited time to elevate your cultivation further. We are all doing this for your own good. You must understand that outside powerful individuals can extinguish your life with the mere flick of a finger, far easier than squashing an ant." Her words rang true. Moreover, with his newfound saint-infant physique and the recent celestial phenomenon, the strong undoubtedly sensed his presence. Failing to elevate his cultivation in a timely manner could indeed be perilous. They could not remain by his side at all times, so to ensure his safety, it was imperative that he first grow stronger. Bulang heard several elder sisters chanting like a mantra, their voices echoing in his mind, causing his head to throb. Suddenly, he found himself yearning for the comfort of his bed. He had thought he could evade the rigors of cultivation, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. His eyes darted around, and a bold idea flickered through his mind. With a spirit undaunted by the prospect of danger, he put forth a condition. "It is not impossible for me to engage in cultivation," he declared, "but I have one stipulation." Bulang hesitated before speaking. "What conditions?" Yanran inquired. "As long as you diligently cultivate, we can accommodate your requests, provided they are reasonable." The sisters were cautious not to make any overly optimistic promises, for this young man had a penchant for mischief, having caused countless troubles right under their noses since childhood. They had always been the ones to clean up after him. "Let us establish a rule. If my conditions are not met..." Bulang coughed a few times, his gaze fixed on his feet, and in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, he uttered, "I want third sister to wear a bikini." "What did you say?" Qing could not hear him clearly. "I said I want you to wear a bikini." Upon uttering these words, Bulang felt a chill run down his neck as a cold breeze swept in. Under Qing's murderous glare, he could only make a hasty retreat, fearing that lingering for even a moment longer might result in dire consequences. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet. Otherwise, Qing's hand would have surely landed on his face. "The clouds have returned to their abode, and how utterly tedious it is. My poor holiday, alas, has vanished without a trace." Bulang lamented within the confines of his chamber, tormented by the thought of not being able to present a facade of elegance before his junior sister. A sense of discomfort enveloped him, particularly as he pondered the mischievous intentions his 7 elder sisters might be harboring. Yet, the notion of persuading Qing to don a bikini seemed an insurmountable challenge, akin to reaching the heavens. This wretched system truly was a source of exasperation. As night descended, an elderly man with a white beard stealthily approached his dwelling. The grand elder, too, found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament, for a figure of his stature should not be relegated to such menial tasks. However, this young rascal had grown too accustomed to a life of comfort. It was indeed time for him to feel the looming threat of mortality, lest he take his cultivation too lightly. A fleeting shadow danced past the window, prompting Bulang to swiftly leap from his bed. "Who goes there?" he inquired. "A harbinger of your demise," the Grand Elder retorted fiercely. Fearing his performance might lack sufficient finesse, he unleashed his frustration by shattering the nearby table into splinters. Bulang was utterly astonished. To have stealthily infiltrated the sect and navigated through numerous obstacles, his strength must undoubtedly be formidable. If he were to resist at this moment, the consequences could be quite dire. Thud. Bulang, without a moment's hesitation, fell to his knees. "If you desire any valuable possession, take it freely. Just please spare my life." When one's life is at stake, the concept of face holds no value whatsoever. Bulang feigned terror, allowing tears to stream down his face, resembling a cowardly wretch. Yet, unbeknownst to the old man, his other hand discreetly gathered an aura of spiritual energy, coalescing it into his palm. He awaited the moment when this aged adversary would let his guard down, ready to deliver a decisive blow. The elder, witnessing such a lack of fortitude, could not suppress his frown, seething with indignation at the disgraceful surrender of this wretched youth. How infuriating! Such shame brought upon the sect. This audacious brat has driven me to the brink of fury. Despite the turmoil within, the elder maintained an exterior of lethal intent, declaring, "Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." He resolved to unleash a mere fraction of his power to adequately reprimand this insolent child. Extending his arm, he struck forth with an open palm. In that fleeting moment, however, Bulang had already prepared his surprise attack, launching a fist in retaliation. A wretched scream pierced the air, not from Bulang, but from the elder himself. How pitiful for one of his years to endure such a treacherous strike. Should this incident become known, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. Before he could utter another word, a powerful punch struck him squarely in the eye. Had he not shielded his body with spiritual energy, he would have likely lost sight in that eye. Nonetheless, it swelled visibly in a matter of moments. Clutching his injured eye, he exclaimed, "You dared to ambush me. How despicable! Do you not uphold the principles of martial ethics?" Bulang gradually rose from the ground, seizing the opportunity to launch a relentless assault, embodying the principle that deception is an essential strategy in warfare. With a single breath, he struck the supreme elder, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, utterly defenseless. "Ouch, my head. You little rascal, do you not understand that one should not strike the face?" The voice was strikingly familiar, almost reminiscent of a distant memory, as if it had echoed from some forgotten place. Although it felt intimately known at that very moment, he strained to recall its source. When Bulang paused momentarily, it provided his opponent an opportunity to flee. The Grand Elder, fearful of genuinely injuring him, contemplated the wrath of the 7 individuals who might then devour him alive. One of his eyes was severely swollen from the blow, causing everything around him to sway and blur, rendering him utterly incapable of discerning his own position. Ultimately, he had no choice but to leap through the window to escape. Muttering to himself, that little rascal was indeed too ruthless. My poor eye. This mischievous little demon was truly formidable. Had he foreseen such a predicament, he would have never approached, even at the cost of his life. Alas! Now he bore a bruise on his face that would likely take at least 10 days to heal. Yanran, witnessing the Grand Elder in such a distressed state, found it difficult to look on. Nevertheless, she promptly convened an urgent meeting. Was this considered a work-related injury? The Grand Elder sought a justification for his plight. "Fine. Let me retreat where it is more comfortable," Yanran remarked without further comment. Wang Feifei, Qing, and several others arrived shortly thereafter, each choosing to disregard the Grand Elder's disheveled appearance. If you can't manage such a trivial matter without getting yourself into this state, where has all your years of cultivation gone? Qing couldn't help but scoff. Had it not been for your incessant warnings before my departure, urging me to avoid causing him any harm, even a single strand of hair, I would have merely intimidated him. Look at how that little brat struck without mercy. The Grand Elder felt a deep sense of frustration. In a fair fight, he could crush Bulang with a mere fingertip. However, the reality was that he dared not engage. Even the slightest injury to him would not be forgiven by those present. Ultimately, it was a testament to Bulang's prowess. He was several ranks above the Grand Elder. Even if he refrained from striking him, it shouldn't have resulted in such a humiliating defeat. Qing defended Bulang, stating, "That boy resorted to ambush tactics, showing no martial ethics. This cannot continue. We must ensure this young man undergoes rigorous training. His holy infant physique is akin to a ticking time bomb. Should others discover this, he would be utterly unprepared for the consequences of his current cultivation level. Li Yanran declared. Is there a solution? Qing inquired. Do you remember the Yufeng mountain range? Let him go there for trials. Only by confronting the threat of death will he strive to cultivate earnestly, Li Yanran proposed. Qing outright refused. No, that place is perilous, teeming with monstrous beasts. Allowing him to venture there would be far too dangerous. Indeed, even in the absence of beasts, Bulang is delicate and has never faced true hardship. Such a remote and rugged wilderness might be ill-suited for him. Perhaps we should consider an alternative location. Wang Feifei felt a twinge of reluctance. Li Yanran, unable to restrain herself, gently ruffled her hair. Having just proposed this suggestion, the two young ladies reacted as if they had been set ablaze. Yet, their reaction was not entirely unexpected, for Bulang had indeed never faced any hardships. He had followed them throughout his life, never even sweeping the ground once. However, if he were not allowed to confront the perils of death, he would never learn. Just look at his carefree demeanor today. He bears no semblance of a cultivator. Li Yanran was not inherently so severe, but after this breakthrough, it was imperative that Bulang matured rapidly. But no buts, Li Yanran interjected decisively. This matter is settled. If there were lingering concerns, she suggested allowing Qing to accompany him in secret, providing protection without his knowledge. That will have to suffice, Qing conceded. With her unparalleled swordsmanship, having her protect him from the shadows should mitigate any potential issues during this trial. Unless absolutely necessary, observe him discreetly. Do not intervene just because he sustains minor injuries, Li Yanran cautioned, unable to suppress a chuckle. Qing blushed and nodded. Achoo. Bulang lay in bed and sneezed. An unsettling premonition washing over him. The old man who had just entered had attempted to assassinate him, although he spoke with venomous words. It seemed he had no true intention to kill. Could it be yet another devious scheme concocted by those sisters? This was becoming quite the ordeal. Sigh. Bulang let out a long sigh and fell into a deep slumber until dawn. Knock, knock. Holy son, it is time to rise. Came the sound of the junior sister knocking at the door. Bulang felt a throbbing in his head as the sun gently streamed through the window, casting a warm glow. Why had she come to summon him so early today? Typically, he would not rise until the afternoon. However, upon hearing the soft, melodious voice of the young disciple, all traces of his displeasure dissipated like mist. Little junior sister, what brings you here at such an early hour? Bulang managed to rise from his bed, wearing a somewhat playful grin. Holy son, the Peak Master has requested your immediate presence. There are guests arriving, she replied. Her head bowed slightly. Bulang could not help but furrow his brow, yet he hurried over without delay. As he walked, he inquired, what guests are we expecting? They are from the Heavenly Origin Sacred Sect, Wanru replied. What brings them here? Wanru shook her head. I am not entirely certain. By the time they arrived, Li Yanran was already standing at the entrance of the living room. Upon seeing him arrive late, her brow was tightly knitted. Why have you only just come? Dressing and putting on shoes take time, Bulang replied, forcing a smile. Yet, you refuse to practice your techniques diligently. And you cannot even master the most fundamental cleansing methods. Li Yanran sighed deeply, her eyes filled with exasperation. However, what could she do? After all, he was the one she had spoiled. Sister, why did you hastily summon me? Let's discuss it inside, Li Yanran said, guiding him into the living room. Instantly, all eyes in the room were fixated upon him, particularly two pairs of malevolent gazes that were strikingly piercing. Although Bulang appears somewhat carefree, he does not display any cordiality in the face of such malevolent gazes. The Holy Son truly carries an air of great arrogance. We have traveled an arduous distance, only to be made to wait here for half an hour. One wonders what rationale underpins such treatment. The speaker is Feng Hua, the esteemed Grand Elder of the Tianyuan Sacred Sect, who holds a position of significant influence within the sect. Clad in a gray robe, his long, grizzled beard stands upright like a pine tree. Sister, who is this? Bulang could not help but inquire. Look at this astonishing demeanor. As if someone owed him a fortune. This is the Grand Elder of the Tianyuan Sacred Sect. I had forgotten to mention that in your youth. A betrothal was arranged for you. Indeed, the Grand Elder has come specifically to discuss this matter. Li Yanran holds this engagement in considerable regard. A betrothal? Bulang repeated the three words in disbelief. When did this happen? Indeed, sister, I believe it would be wise to reconsider the notion of a childhood betrothal. I feel that matters of the heart should not be forced, especially not a betrothal of such nature. He harbors a strong aversion to such arrangements, as binding two individuals devoid of affection together is nothing short of torment. Moreover, he has no knowledge of the other's appearance. What if she turns out to be both plump and unattractive? Who would he turn to for solace? Buluo, do not speak in such a manner, Li Yanran admonished. It is truly a lack of discretion. Regardless of dissatisfaction, one must not voice such sentiments in front of others. Feng Hua let out a cold snort, suggesting that the heir perceives our Tianyuan sect's saintess as unworthy of you. Yun Bulang could not help but furrow his brow. His intentions were not as misconstrued. He merely championed the freedom of love and marriage. He had no fondness for emotionless unions, yet in the old man's mouth, it had been distorted entirely. This was nothing short of creating trouble for no reason. Indeed, that was precisely his sentiment. Yun Bulang nodded, presenting an appearance of innocence. If the other party insisted on such a belief, then he would comply with their narrative. Feng Hua's nostrils flared in anger. Never had anyone dared to slander the saintess in his presence. It was not that the old man spoke harshly, but one should take a moment to reflect. In terms of strength, you seem lacking. From what I have heard in the outside world, you appear disinterested in cultivation, adopting a carefree demeanor. If you are dissatisfied with this marriage, I shall not force it upon you. Were it not for the sect leader's unwillingness to breach the contract, he would not have graced this place with his presence. This good-for-nothing, lacking in scholarly merit, is unworthy even to hold the saintess's shoes. If not for the backing of her 7 elder sisters, he might have long since vanished without a trace. Feng Hua, mind your words. The pressure emanating from Li Yin and enveloped Feng Hua like a colossal mountain. He recognized his words were overly harsh. Yet he could not endure the sight of the other's idle demeanor. Feng Hua cast a glance at a companion nearby, who immediately understood and stepped forth from the crowd, saying, I have long heard of the saint's son's remarkable talents. Today, they are indeed confirmed. Might I have the opportunity to spar with the saint's son? The speaker was Feng Hua's eldest disciple, a formidable practitioner who frequently accompanied him. Now at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, he was one of his proudest disciples. Very well, since you are so eager for a fight, I shall indulge your desire. This remark dripped with provocation. Yet, with the Yanran standing nearby, there was no room for rebellion. Merely competing would seem rather dull. Let us engage in a wager, proposed Yun Bulang. What wager? If I win this contest, the betrothal shall be annulled, and I will bear all consequences alone. Yun Bulang declared. Agreed. Li Yanran approached him and added, just be mindful to keep it within limits. Do not reveal too much. Yun Bulang nodded slightly, indicating that he was fully aware of the situation. I am Zhang Hang. Please bestow your guidance. Prepare yourself. In an instant, Yun Bulang vanished from sight. Zhang Hang, caught off guard, received a solid strike to his back. Bang! The resounding impact echoed as Zhang Hang fell to the ground, face down, utterly disheveled and helpless. How could this be possible? Feng Hua sprang from his chair in disbelief, watching his beloved disciple utterly defeated, without even a chance to resist. He was left questioning the stark contrast between the saint and the rumors surrounding him. Was there some foul play involved? Yet, regardless of his beliefs, the truth lay before him. The saint exuded an aura of dominance and majesty. Long live the saint. Yun Bulang, a little embarrassed, scratched his head and waved his hand at the younger disciples below, urging them to remain modest. At that moment, a man in blue sitting beside Feng Hua stepped forward, pointing at Yun Bulang and declaring, I have heard that the Holy Son possesses remarkable alchemical skills. Might I have the honor of competing with him? The speaker was Yun Qing, one of Feng Hua's most esteemed disciples, who had been learning the art of alchemy under his guidance since childhood. With the elder brother Yun Qing personally taking the lead, it appeared that their holy son was about to face humiliation. Indeed, from what I know, Yun Bulang is merely a ruffian who has never even kindled a flame, let alone mastered the craft of alchemy. Brother Yun Qing would surely put him in his place. And then we shall see how they weep. The members of the Tianyuan sacred sect were expressions of arrogance, as if they had already glimpsed the purifying hope of victory. Li Yanran felt a surge of anxiety. She was all too aware of Yun Bulang's true capabilities. In terms of alchemy, he was entirely uninvolved. Not only did he lack the skills of an alchemist, but he did not even possess a flame of his own to work with. The Tianyuan sacred sect was clearly intent on making things difficult for him. The Holy Son had just undergone a trial and was somewhat fatigued, making it unwise to engage in further competition, Li Yanran interjected. Yet, they persisted, insisting that it was merely a matter of concocting some elixirs, not a question of fatigue. Did the Holy Son look down upon them, unwilling to compete with my disciple? Feng Hua stroked his beard and inquired with a calm demeanor. Qing, known for his fiery temper, could only suppress his irritation for the moment. You have misunderstood my sister's words. This competition can happen at any time, not necessarily today, he replied. Feng Hua remained silent, leaving the opportunity for discourse to Qing, who pressed on. Peak Master, I merely wish to engage in a friendly exchange with the Holy Sun. I harbor no ulterior motives. Does the esteemed Holy Sun lack the courage for such a challenge? Qing's confrontation was relentless. You old fool. Just because you remain silent. Do you think you can be treated like a soft persimmon, to be squeezed at will? The clouds, drifting lightly, coughed a few times, revealing that this was indeed a contest. Should there be a wager? What do you wish to stake? Should you lose, you must bow your head several times in apology for the grievances you have caused me, and I shall forgive your past transgressions. Qing's expression suddenly turned ashen, resembling someone who had just consumed a dead fly. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that this ineffectual person could hardly be his adversary. Very well, I accept your challenge. Should you lose, you will kneel before me and acknowledge that your Linglong Sect is merely a haven for idlers, Qing declared provocatively. Li Yin unclenched her fists but refrained from intervening. Yun Bulo, revered as the Holy Sun, uttered words that, once spoken, could not be retracted, rendering it impossible for her to undermine his authority at this moment. Prepared was the alchemical furnace, and the two ascended. With a grand gesture, Qing summoned a flicker of flame that ignited at his fingertips. This flame, of inferior quality, required the essence of the gula bird for its capture and refinement, a process fraught with immense difficulty. To possess one's own flame at such a tender age marks one as a prodigy of unparalleled talent across the entire continent. Qing meticulously tossed the herbs into the cauldron, his movement swift yet orderly, fully engrossed in the task at hand, not daring to show the slightest negligence. The flames danced, casting shadows that flickered across the room, raising the temperature considerably. Indeed, he was a prodigy in alchemy, having already reached the early stages of a level 2 alchemist at such a tender age. His future accomplishments were bound to be immeasurable. Qing's prowess surpassed our expectations. Let us witness how the so-called Saint Sun meets his demise. Look at what the Saint Sun is doing, exclaimed one onlooker. There. Bulang slowly opened a tome on alchemy, scrutinizing each word with care. He then reached for a candle nearby. One was insufficient, so he took several more, placing them beneath the cauldron and adhering to the book's instructions, adding them one by one. Qing could hardly bear to watch this display. Although she was not well versed in the art of alchemy, she had seen enough to recognize that this was far from genuine practice. It resembled mere child's play. Sister, perhaps we should let that lad take the stage. This is utterly embarrassing, Qing muttered softly. The competition has already commenced. Withdrawing now would be tantamount to conceding without a fight, which would be even more disgraceful, Yanran replied sternly. There was no choice, regardless of how ineptly he performed. They had no option but to endure the spectacle. They even questioned whether those few candles could sufficiently heat the cauldron. As the seconds ticked by, Qing was nearing the conclusion of his endeavor. Upon retracting the flames and lifting the lid of the cauldron, a fragrant aroma of elixir began to waft through the air. It was a first-grade Xianling pill, to their astonishment. Qing had managed to concoct such a remarkable potion. This elixir could swiftly restore spiritual energy, a truly rare and valuable treasure. The disciples of the Tianyuan sacred sect gaped in astonishment, murmuring among themselves. In stark contrast, Bulang continued his leisurely pace. Were it not for the presence of the alchemical furnace, one might assume he was merely preparing a meal. Bang! A loud explosion echoed. And just when they thought the cauldron had detonated, Bulang rose slowly from his seat. As the cauldron opened, an even richer fragrance of elixir emanated forth. It was a third-grade Xianling pill. Bulang extracted the elixirs from within, muttering in disbelief. Only 5? How remarkably insufficient. Just 5. Qing's eyes nearly leapt from their sockets. He trembled with anxiety, having only produced a single first-grade elixir, yet this young man effortlessly conjured 5 third-grade elixirs. The outcome was unmistakably determined, requiring no further elaboration. Qing felt a searing pain on his face, akin to having received a merciless slap. Wishing fervently to vanish into a crevice of the earth, he descended slowly when suddenly a voice echoed behind him. Halt! Do you intend to leave after your defeat? Have you forgotten the wager we just made? Bulang rose, stretching his limbs. Indeed, he was ill-suited for prolonged sitting. The audacity of this scoundrel was astonishing. After making his statement, he sought to depart unnoticed, truly deluding himself. It was merely my disciple's momentary candor, his words should not be taken seriously, Feng Hua interjected. He had encountered thick-skinned individuals before, but never anyone with such unparalleled audacity. To articulate the concept of being shameless in such an elegant manner was nothing short of disgraceful. Are you implying that spoken words hold no weight? I must inquire, is it a mouth or a backside that resides on your disciple? Bulang responded without a hint of decorum. How dare you use such vulgar language to describe my disciple? Feng Hua seethed, his very insides writhing in agony. Yet as a venerable elder, he could hardly engage in a public exchange of insults. The pent-up frustration was unbearable. I only recognize words spoken as binding. Only those meant for flatulence are emitted from the backside. Bulang's retorts incensed everyone present in the Tianyuan sacred sect, particularly Feng Hua, who nearly succumbed to the sheer indignation. Although Yun is reluctant to express this sentiment, it is imperative to adopt different approaches for various individuals and situations. Since they have chosen to act in bad faith, there is no need for excessive courtesy on his part, with the Yanran seated nearby. Even if Feng Hua's anger caused his lips to twist, he dared not overstep his bounds. However, should the disciple fail to honor the wager, one can only speculate on what might emerge from the mouth of the Holy Sun. Qing. Feng Hua furrowed his brow. Present. A disquieting sensation enveloped Qing. Honor the wager, Feng Hua commanded. Qing's countenance was ashen, yet he dared not defy his master's wishes. He could only grit his teeth and kneel down, bowing his head thrice with great force. Throughout the ordeal, his face was so dark it seemed capable of dripping ink, and he nearly ground his teeth to dust. With his master abandoning the chariot to safeguard his reputation, he had already lost his prestigious standing. Should he fail to display a modicum of awareness, he could very well provoke unforeseen tribulations. A cloud delicately unfurled a red envelope from the expanse of space. Behold, this envelope is intended for you. Qing departed without so much as a glance back, standing amidst the crowd, striving to diminish her presence. Bulang lightly patted the red envelope, indifferent to its contents, contemplating instead the purchase of some medicine for you. Just look at your head, it must be bruised beyond recognition. Hurry back and procure some ointment. Lest you find yourself unable to marry in the future, do not place the blame on me. Pooh. Qing, overwhelmed by fury, felt a surge of blood rise in his throat and fainted on the spot, his eyes rolling back. Senior brother. The disciples of the Tianyuan sacred sect hurriedly carried him away. Throughout the ordeal, Feng Hua remained aloof, his gaze never straying, a gentle smile adorning his face, though his hand trembled slightly around the wine glass. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. My two disciples have always been lackadaisical in their studies, often shirking their training. Now, with the Holy Sun's intervention, they shall have a lasting lesson. Feng Hua raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. The clouds do not obscure the astuteness of this old fox as self-praise. He merely seeks to convey that even the unlearned can possess such prowess, let alone those who toiled diligently in their studies. He feigned ignorance, wearing an innocent expression as he remarked, one ought to cultivate a stronger sense of resilience. The capacity to withstand pressure seems rather feeble. Should one encounter a formidable adversary, a mere stomp might instill fear beyond measure. Cough, cough. Feng Hua coughed several times, this time genuinely, as he choked on his drink. I have heard that the Holy Sun is not fond of cultivation, yet in a world where strength reigns supreme, one must still apply oneself to some extent. Feng Hua subtly insinuated that he was uneducated and unskilled. No matter, the Holy Sun replied, I am endowed with remarkable talent. Anything that catches my eye, I can grasp with little effort. Your dim-witted disciples are simply no match for me, were it not for the serious demeanor he exhibited. Feng Hua would genuinely question the thickness of this fellow's skin. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, he had lost all semblance of dignity. Forget reclaiming his honor. Merely being able to sit here was a testament to his formidable pride, allowing him to disregard the mocking gazes. Feng Hua gradually stood, offering a respectful bow to Li Yanran, stating, as the day grows late, I shall not impose further and will visit again another time. Li Yanran smiled gently, nodded, and replied, take care, do not return too late. Upon hearing these words, Feng Hua's face darkened. In the past, he was the one whom others sought to curry favor with. No host had ever sent him off with anything but a smile. Feng Hua attributed this slight to Bulang and swiftly departed from the Linglong Sect. Once the unpleasant presence had left, Bulang stealthily approached his elder sister. Elder sister, I wish to take a stroll to clear my mind. Li Yanran turned to him. Go ahead, but do not return too late. After receiving the special decree, Bulang wasted no time. eagerly descending the mountain with a few younger siblings in tow. Eldest brother, we are going out to procure some items. Remember to gather here before nightfall. The younger disciples agreed to venture down the mountain for some shopping. Bulang nodded. Go on, go on. He yearned for the freedom of the outside world. Had it not been for the matter concerning the Tianyuan sacred sect, his elder sister would likely never have allowed him to venture out for leisure. Drunken immortal pavilion? Bulang gazed skeptically at the three characters. Wasn't this akin to the ancient pleasure houses? The women here should be more liberated than those in other places. If the tasks assigned by the system could be applied to them, how many creative points could he possibly earn? Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration. Bulang strode in with a swagger, his fist clenched in anticipation. Inside, the atmosphere was abuzz with lively chatter. The courtesans adorned in exquisite silks were a sight to behold, adding to the vibrant scene. Ah, is that not Bulang, the scion of Linglong Sect? What brings you here? Are you also enamored with the enchanting Miss Ruyan, seeking to claim her maidenhood? The words came from Shindashan, a young man of about 25 or 26, possessing a delicate visage yet formidable prowess, making him a standout among his peers. At that moment, he languidly reclined at a grand round table, flanked by companions, indulging in a lavish array of delicacies laid before him. Bulang cast a sidelong glance at him. Frowning slightly, this fellow certainly knew how to indulge himself. Indeed, with an abundance of silver, he had taken it upon himself to spend a little frivolously. Bulang, with a somewhat irritating demeanor, addressed the assembly. Esteemed gentlemen, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your attendance. Today marks the inaugural day for my family's courtesan, Ruyan, to receive guests. I hold this precious gem dear to my heart, and thus, I am offering her at a modest price of 100 taels. With the highest bidder securing the deal, the matron, adorned in vibrant red garments and beaming with delight, was eager to present this lucrative opportunity, yet felt a pang of reluctance. However, due to effective promotion, an unprecedented number of patrons had arrived, doubling the usual turnout. She was confident of fetching a handsome price. At the very least recovering her investment. 150 taels. 180 taels. 200 taels. Observing the escalating bids, the matron's countenance turned a shade reminiscent of a bruised liver. The bidders, clad in opulence, seemed to part with their silver as though it were a matter of life and death, each increment painstakingly contested. 1,000 taels. The matron's expression brightened instantaneously. Who among you has offered 1,000 taels? She clutched her red handkerchief, trembling with excitement. Shindashan raised a hand, signaling, Huagu, Ruyan is mine today. No one shall contest me. 1,001 taels. Bulang interjected coolly. Upon recognizing the challenger as Bulang, Shindashan's demeanor soured instantly. 2,000 taels. 2,001 taels. 3,000 taels. 3,001 taels. Regardless of the escalating shouts, Bulang consistently outbid him by a slender margin. Bang. Shindashan slammed the table in frustration. What is your intention? The highest bidder wins. What is the meaning behind this? Bulang shrugged languidly. I simply adhere to the rules. The matron's heart soared with delight. 3,001 taels. Once. 5,000 taels. Shindashan dramatically widened the gap, inciting a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. 5,000 taels was not merely the price for a night. One could purchase the entire being of a person with such an amount. Shindashan gazed at Bulang with a sense of pride, realizing that sometimes one must recognize one's own limitations regarding capability. 5,001 taels. Bulang continued his bidding. Shindashan clenched his fists tightly, however. 5,000 taels represented his entire fortune, and he could not muster a single extra coin. Yet, that insufferable individual persistently outbid him by a mere tael. Eventually, Bulang secured the head courtesan of Zui Xianlu by the narrowest of margins. Shindashan snorted dismissively, do not say I did not warn you. If you fail to produce such a sum, it will not merely be a matter of regret. This was no ordinary brothel. The intricate web of influences behind it could set off a chain reaction with dire consequences. If Bulang failed to gather the funds, his very exit from this establishment would be in jeopardy. After the final bid was placed, the supervisor approached to collect payment. Esteemed sir, please proceed to settle the account. I have no money. Bulang stood resolutely in place. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. With no money to spare, you still dared to visit a brothel and boldly claim the courtesan. One must commend such audacity, a trait not possessed by everyone. To be penniless yet approach marriage with such nonchalance, only a person of remarkable psychological fortitude could manage that without their legs trembling. I had assumed you were affluent, but it seems you were merely putting on a facade. Why, if you lack such wealth, do you venture out? Shen Dashan's previous ire evaporated, replaced by an unusual excitement. If you bow to me 3 times and loudly declare your error, I shall overlook your transgression and may even consider the price to ensure your safety. What say you? He spoke with a tone of condescension. Should you fail to produce the sum, Yin Bulang's fate would surely be sealed. Not a chance. While I may be devoid of funds, it does not place you in a position to bestow charity upon me. Moreover, that 5,000 taels is likely your entire fortune. Is it not? Though Yun Bulang's words were mere speculation, they struck true. Shen Dashan's smile vanished. He anticipated this lad would continue to struggle at such a critical juncture. Upon hearing that he could not produce the money, the supervisor's smile dissipated, his dark eyes narrowing as he glared at him. Young man, this just is hardly amusing. I'm not jesting. I truly possess no money. Should you doubt my word? See for yourself, Yun Bulang replied, symbolically emptying his pockets. He had but 2 pockets, even turning out the cuffs of his sleeves. Indeed, there was not a single coin to be found. Good heavens! His pockets were cleaner than his face, utterly devoid of anything. The supervisor, feeling played, realized that this vast establishment had been outwitted by this young man. If he did not reclaim authority today, it would render his life's work meaningless. He approached Yun Bulang, suppressing his rage. Either summon your family to pay your ransom, or I shall sever your hands and feet today. Do you think this is a place where you can act with impunity? Yun Bulang, with an innocent expression, declared, I choose neither. I possess no wealth. Nor am I willing to part with my legs and feet, hence I shall select neither option. The supervisor, utterly exasperated, realized that this individual truly had no money and deemed it futile to waste any more time on him. With a thunderous voice, he commanded, Someone, seize this young man. I possess an item that can serve as collateral, and furthermore, I can enhance your business here to a level surpassing its previous state, Yun Bulang casually asserted. The supervisor was astonished by the audacity of this young man, his expression twisting in disbelief. He suspected that if he continued to speak slowly, he might indeed face dire consequences. Raising his hand, the supervisor signaled, and the shadowy figures behind him vanished in an instant. Is that truly the case? He inquired. One must test the waters, otherwise, one risks losing everything. Yun Bulang appeared remarkably at ease, devoid of any hint of anxiety. The supervisor nodded, conceding, very well. But you had better ponder this carefully and refrain from attempting to deceive me with worthless items. Should you dare to play tricks again, I shall remove your head. However, I require a private room. Yun Bulang boldly articulated his demand, completely unfazed by the threat. The supervisor acquiesced, aware that the individuals hidden within this establishment were not to be trifled with. Even if this young man sprouted wings, escape was an impossibility. He had no cause for concern. Prepare a room for him, he instructed. Yun Bulo addressed the courtesan seated in the center, saying, Come in with me. The courtesan paused momentarily, yet she proceeded to follow him inside, her crimson veil still in place. Shen Dashan observed their retreating figures, raised his cup from the table, and downed its contents in one gulp, scoffing at the pretense. Within the room, aside from the supervisor, only the courtesan remained. With a graceful flick of her hand, Yun Bulang conjured a set of exquisite bunny girl attire upon the table, meticulously crafted to minimize fabric usage without compromising on quality. After several modifications, he had achieved a level of satisfaction with the outfit. You should try this on, he urged, presenting the clothing to her. Ru Yin weighed the delicate garment in her hands. Its design and style were utterly novel to her. At the supervisor's prompting, she obediently retreated to the room to don the ensemble. Initially distracted, the supervisor's attention was abruptly captured the moment Ru Yin stepped into view. Though she remained the same person, the transformation wrought by the outfit was nothing short of astonishing. Having worked in this realm for many years, he had encountered countless beauties. Yet today he realized that beyond mere beauty and allure, there was an intoxicating sensation that gripped his heart with an inexplicable urgency. A warm trickle of liquid escaped from his nose, cascading down to his lips and pooling on the floor, leaving him utterly flustered. Ru Yin stood shyly at the center, her modesty preserved while much of her skin was exposed to the cool air, engendering an awkwardness within her. Upon gazing into the bronze mirror, she marveled at her reflection. Her figure appeared even more alluring than before. She remained still, embodying an enchanting presence, her face adorned with an alluring smile that carried a hint of shyness. And her large, innocent eyes sparkled with a captivating innocence. The dark pupils held an unblemished clarity, and once seen in this outfit, one could scarcely look away. It was only when Yun Bulang spoke that the supervisor regained his composure, hastily wiping away the evidence of his flustered state. Look at your lack of composure. Bulang couldn't help but shake his head, amused, for this was merely a bunny girl costume. He had far more provocative options yet to unveil. The supervisor's face flushed crimson, and he cleared his throat several times to mask his embarrassment. Outside, the crowd waited with bated breath for 3 to 5 minutes, until the door to the room slowly creaked open. Quick, look, she's coming out. A voice called out from the throng. Bulang and the supervisor were the first to emerge, and the expression on Shindashan's face was one of immense pride. It appeared that this young man was likely to suffer a grievous fate. Holding a glass of liquor and cradling a beautiful woman in his arms, he sauntered over. Contemplating that given the situation, the young man probably lacked the funds to settle his debts. He mused that it would be wiser for him to admit his fault and call him grandfather. As a senior, he thought it only fitting not to hold a grudge against a junior, and he would gladly cover the costs. His eyes gleamed with arrogance, as if he wished to regard others through his nostrils. Those around him nodded in agreement, although it felt somewhat degrading to call someone grandfather. It was certainly preferable to losing a limb. Life is unpredictable, and a true man must possess the ability to adapt. Some could not bear to watch and quietly advised Bulang, "Young man, you are still so young. Do not take the wrong path. Just apologize to young Master Shin and let him pay for you. Otherwise, if the supervisor truly takes action, it won't end well. Thank you for your kindness. But my legs and feet are not for anyone to take lightly," Bulang replied confidently. However, to Shindashan, this was merely a display of stubbornness, a refusal to concede, resulting in needless suffering. You must understand that the concept of pride is not as simple as you imagine. I have said all that needs to be said. If you are intent on courting disaster, I shall not hinder you, Shindashan chuckled, feeling elated at the thought of the young man soon being left battered and bruised. The supervisor cast him a disapproving glance and stepped back, creating a distance from this oblivious fool to avoid being tainted by his foolishness. He thought to himself, a grown man should use his brain when speaking. Clearing his throat, the supervisor announced in a voice loud enough for all present to hear, effective immediately. I hereby declare that Bulang may enjoy complimentary services here, indefinitely. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The notion of free consumption was beyond their wildest dreams. If only they could partake in such privileges, regardless of the weather, they would surely come every day without fail. One man with a scruffy beard spoke with palpable excitement. A regular patron, he was well aware of the establishment's rules and could hardly contain his envy, wishing he could become Bulang. What did free consumption entail? Free-flowing wine, complimentary meals, and perhaps even free companionship, with the possibility of lodging as well. Such treatment was reserved only for emperors. Shindashan's smile instantly froze, and he turned his head in disbelief, racking his brain for an explanation that eluded him. What treasure has Bulang bestowed upon this brothel to elicit such remarks from the supervisor? Supervisor, have you lost your senses? This young man owes the Zue Xian Lu over 5,000 taels. Not only do you refuse to let him repay his debt, but you also declare that he can indulge in free consumption here. Are you perhaps in collusion with him? Shindashan, unable to contain his ire, felt his face flush crimson. It is no wonder he was so incensed. The Zue Xian Lu does not permit even a single coin shortfall in payment. The patrons here adhere strictly to their rules. If one spends 101 taels, one must pay 101 taels, no exceptions. This explains why the other party had previously escalated the price to 5,001 taels. Though furious, he lacked the courage to voice his grievances, for his status would not sway the other party's resolve. Without the means to settle the debt, no one would extend leniency. He simply could not fathom why this young man was granted the privilege of free consumption. The supervisor cast a sidelong glance at him and spoke in a grave tone. Are you instructing me on my duties? You misunderstand. It is merely that this young man possesses an abundance of cunning. I fear that should he return to settle his accounts, it would be better to eliminate him now, discarding him in the wilderness to feed the wolves, and see who dares to cause trouble here again. Shindashan quickly shook his head, feeling a chill run down his spine. The supervisor's identity was intricate and not that of an ordinary brothel manager. He was not someone to be trifled with. However, it soon became apparent why the supervisor had proclaimed that Bulang could enjoy a lifetime of complimentary service in this establishment. From within emerged a captivating figure clad in a rabbit girl costume, her attire accentuating her enchanting curves, leaving little to the imagination, rendering those present in a daze. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even those accustomed to such establishments had never encountered such a striking beauty. The allure of her fiery physique, clad in the rabbit girl ensemble, rendered her even more irresistible. Despite their unfamiliarity with such attire, it did not diminish their fervor to pursue her. How beautiful! If I could spend a night in dreamlike intoxication with Miss Ru Yin, I would gladly endure any hardship. She is simply exquisite. I have never seen such a flawless figure, a stark contrast to my own wife, akin to the difference between a swan and a toad. This young man is indeed fortunate. What fabric is this, that I have never encountered it before? The crowd erupted in exclamations, some losing control and bleeding from their noses, oblivious to their plight. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as several men collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Ru Yin lingered only for a moment before vanishing, leaving the hearts of those men yearning and restless. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 50 points. 50 points. Yun Bulo was astonished. His efforts in making this journey were not in vain, for he had garnered a considerable bounty. Should he accomplish the remaining tasks, he would be able to create items worthy of exchange in the marketplace, thereby significantly enhancing his fortunes. After Yun Bulang resolved the matters at hand, he swaggered past Shindashan, wearing a rather irritating smile. You must be disappointed. Not only have I preserved my limbs, but I can also indulge in free consumption here for life. Isn't that infuriating? Without awaiting a response, he swiftly made his way toward the exit. Even without glancing back, he could sense the seething anger emanating from behind him, a face contorted in fury. Yun Bulang was unwilling to spare even a fleeting glance. Hastily exiting the Zue Stenlu, if mere glares could slay, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Shindashan glared at him with a fierce intensity, only retracting his gaze once that detestable figure had vanished. Curse it! Not only did I fail to teach that rascal a lesson, but I also allowed him to bask in the limelight. Time is on my side. We shall see what the future holds, Shindashan muttered, seething with indignation. Yun Bulang had just stepped out of the brothel when he spotted his junior sister at the corner, accompanied by 2 men clad in azure robes. Little sister, the world is vast, and our encounter is serendipitous. There lies an inn ahead. Why not join me for a respite? Leave, if you don't depart now. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Qin replied, furrowing her brow. Do not be angry. We can discuss this amicably. I am a disciple of Lingxiu Palace, and I assure you that following me will lead to a life of luxury and indulgence. The man grew increasingly brazen, even attempting to reach for her. Instinctively, Qin recoiled, seeking to navigate around him, but she was swiftly obstructed. What are you afraid of? I am not a villain. Inquire about me. I am renowned for my kindness. As he spoke, his lecherous hand was poised to invade her personal space. Qin's temper flared instantly, disregarding the consequences. She delivered a resounding slap across his face. Shindawe was momentarily stunned. Vile wretch, do not presume that your looks will spare you from my wrath. This slap shall not go unpunished. Come, let us hasten to relieve this tension. The 2 men seized her, attempting to propel her towards the nearby inn. Qin, in a state of panic, struggled fiercely. She was acutely aware of the implications should they succeed in dragging her inside. Release me. Get away. Do not lay your filthy hands upon me. Her voice trembled with terror, revealing her profound fear. However, these depraved men paid her please no heed. Cease your cries. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, it will amount to nothing. Save that energy for later. Shindawe rubbed his hands together, exuding palpable excitement. What a splendid turn of events, for today has indeed favored me. Stop. Yun Bulang advanced with swift determination, delivering a powerful slap infused with spiritual energy that sent his opponent reeling. Bang! Shindawe, caught off guard, was propelled backward, crashing heavily into a nearby stall. He felt several ribs crack under the impact, yet he struggled to rise from the ground, indignation burning within him. How dare you strike me? You must possess the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. Do you even know who I am? Yun Bulang could not help but cast a glance at him, asserting, I care not who you are, even if you were the king of heaven himself. You shall not bully those under my protection. Qin felt a surge of emotion within her heart. Her senior brother was so handsome. His imposing presence instilled a profound sense of security, alleviating any fear of being oppressed. Shindawe, having received a slap, could not tolerate such indignity. Swish. He unsheathed his sword and commanded the 2 individuals behind him, deal with this brat. 3 men brandished their swords and charged forward, emboldened by their numbers and arrogance. However, they soon found themselves sprawled on the ground, their defeat as pitiful as it was complete. Shindawe's arm was twisted and broken before he could even react. Upon witnessing his deformed hand, a shriek erupted, piercing the heavens. What transpired? Shindashan approached with a dark expression. The incident at the brothel had stripped him of his dignity, and witnessing his brother being assaulted ignited a fierce rage within him. "Brother, you finally showed up. This scoundrel has ruined my hand." Shindawe lifted his arm, revealing a severely disfigured wrist, the bones protruding grotesquely. Shindashan looked up and, upon seeing the one who had harmed his brother, realized it was none other than Yun Bulang, with whom he had sparred playfully at the brothel. "You, Yun Bulang, dared to contest me for a woman at the brothel and humiliated me. Now, you have assaulted my brother and an outer disciple. I shall settle this score with you." Shindashan spoke through gritted teeth, seething with an intensity that suggested he longed to flay him alive. "Do you truly believe the members of Lingzhou Palace are easy prey? Today, I shall ensure you experience the might of our sect." Shindashan drew his sword, and in a flash, he was upon Yun Bulang. "Humph." Yun Bulang scoffed disdainfully. "Child's play." To him, the opponent's speed appeared to be slowed, their actions mere trifles. Shindashan seized the moment to thrust his sword, aiming to strike his target, only to find that the person had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? He bellowed in frustration. However, aside from the onlookers, there was no sign of Yun Bulang anywhere. Right here. A sudden sound echoed from above. By the time Shindashan registered the commotion, it was already too late. Crack. Yun Bulang descended from the heavens, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the man who dared to look up at him. The sound of that slap echoed ominously, sending shivers through the onlookers, as if the sharp crack had struck their own faces. Shindashan's cheek swelled rapidly, compressing his already small eyes into mere slits. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he spat into his palm, revealing a pool of blood, within which lay his dislodged front tooth. "You shall pay for this." Shindashan's speech was hampered, the absence of his tooth rendering him somewhat comical. Aware of his predicament, he chose silence and grasped his sword, charging forward once more. Having already suffered 2 humiliations, he knew that he could not leave this place without restoring his honor. A murderous intent ignited within him, but alas, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. He rushed in, only to receive an even greater beating than before, his entire face now swollen beyond recognition. Yun Bulang clenched his fists and declared, "If you lack the strength, do not rush in recklessly. Are you attempting to exhaust me to death?" The onlookers could not resist adding their jibes. Good heavens, such a handsome young man. And now he has been beaten to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. With his front teeth gone, it seems he may struggle to find a bride in the future. A matchmaker with a noticeable birthmark, munching on sunflower seeds, recounted the tale with great enthusiasm. Violence is never the answer. This is the consequence. Children, do not emulate him, understand? An elderly woman admonished her grandson with utmost care. The crowd exchanged remarks, completely disregarding Qinglan's feelings, mercilessly trampling upon his dignity. It felt as though his heart were bleeding, yet his adversary stood right before him, leaving him powerless, unable to retaliate or articulate a rebuttal. Frustration bubbled within him, and he vented his ire upon the innocent bystanders. "Silence. If anyone dares to laugh again, I shall sever their head." Indeed, upon hearing this threat, the crowd obediently fell silent. While the spectacle was entertaining, the cost of involvement would certainly outweigh any amusement derived from it. Yun Bulang gazed at the other's face, swollen and disfigured, mottled with hues of blue and purple, devoid of any unblemished skin to strike. "You might as well save your energy. You are no match for me. Hurry to a pharmacy. Perhaps there is still a chance to salvage that face of yours. Delay further, and it may well be too late." Yun Bulang felt a twinge of remorse, realizing that he might have been excessively harsh, deliberately targeting the face. Shindashan had suffered a great loss. How could he simply walk away? The searing pain on his face left his entire head in a foggy daze. "Just you wait." He pulled an object from his bosom, muttering a few incantations towards the square-shaped item. Before long, a middle-aged man, clad in attire identical to theirs, materialized before Yun Bulang. The middle-aged man's garments were of a deeper hue, adorned with embroidery, a symbol of an elder's status. Unexpectedly, this fellow, unable to hold his own, sought assistance. And Yun Bulang realized his earlier carelessness. A mid-stage nascent soul, only slightly superior to him. Presently, he was at the initial stage of nascent soul. If it came to confrontation, he was not without a fighting chance. The outer sect elder, witnessing his disciple in such a deplorable state, felt a profound embarrassment. Yet, even if he wished to reprimand, he had to deal with this scoundrel first. "Is it you who has injured my disciple?" the outer sect elder inquired sternly. Yun Bulang embraced his chest with both hands, facing the aggressive demeanor of the opponent without a trace of fear. "I did not strike them. They came crashing into my hands," he retorted, his hands still aching from the encounter. This was the very definition of a scoundrel. As perceived by the elder of the outer sect, Yanran felt a pang of worry. After all, the adversary was a dignified elder, and their current position was precarious. Should they truly provoke him, the consequences would be dire. Cautiously, she tugged at Bulang's sleeve and spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. Perhaps we should withdraw. The other side is numerous and has summoned an elder to oversee the situation. We are simply no match for them. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. However, if we fall here today, we may not even know how we met our end. Bulang gently patted her delicate little hand, his touch lingering as he reassured her, do not worry. Regardless of what may transpire, your senior brother will stand protectively in front of you, ensuring that you shall not suffer even the slightest harm. Senior brother, you are truly wonderful. Master brother, you are simply my idol. The two younger disciples gazed at him with adoration. Having already elevated him to the status of their cherished idol, Bulang reveled in the intensity of their gazes, feeling a sense of elation within her heart. The elder clearly possessed a far superior realm than that of the young man. Had I been in his position, I would have long since retreated. Who could argue otherwise? It is indeed a lamentable fate for such a talented individual. This individual is an outer gate elder of Lingxiu Palace, a formidable force at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, not someone to be trifled with. This situation is akin to a fragile egg confronting a solid rock, a path leading to one's own demise. The crowd, drawn by the spectacle, continued to swell. Some, unable to see clearly from below, ascended to the second floor of a nearby tea house for a better view. Elder, this rascal not only assaulted several of our brothers, but also slandered Lingxiu Palace. Claiming that we are all nothing but fools, Shindashan interjected, embellishing the tale. Shindawe quickly nodded in agreement. Master, my elder brother speaks the truth. We have already introduced ourselves, yet this scoundrel disregarded us entirely, growing increasingly ruthless and leaving us in this sorry state. He clutched his injured face, speaking each word with conviction. Having been reduced to such a lamentable condition, if we fail to reclaim our honor today, we shall be the laughingstock of our brothers when the news reaches them. Master, I was not so incensed until he insulted you, claiming that the sword techniques you imparted to me were utterly nonsensical. It was then that I could not contain my indignation and engaged him in debate, only to suffer this fate. There is not a shred of falsehood in my words. My brothers can attest to it. Shindawe cast a meaningful glance at them. The few who had been beaten immediately understood and began to nod in agreement, voicing their grievances. Indeed, we can all testify to this. The outer gate elder, witnessing his disciples so mercilessly beaten and insulted, felt an indignant fury rise within him. How dare you harm my disciples? This is utterly outrageous. Bulang observed the inner sect disciple as he continuously stoked the flames, instantly shifting his focus onto him. Such exquisite acting, coupled with lines delivered with remarkable finesse, clearly indicated that this was not his first attempt at deceiving others. This world ought to bestow upon him an Oscar statuette. Otherwise, it would be an affront to his performance akin to that of a cinematic maestro. Not only shall I harm him, but I shall also render him powerless before your very eyes. Bulang's lips curved slightly, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. The outer sect elder remained utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. He merely sensed a whoosh by his ear, and in the next moment, Shindashan found himself ensnared by another's grasp. His neck was firmly held by Bulang, and he was gradually lifted off the ground. Let me go, Shindashan managed to utter with great difficulty. The dwindling oxygen in his lungs and the looming threat of death instilled a sense of panic within him. He struggled incessantly, but his opponent's grip on his vital point was unyielding, rendering him suspended in midair, utterly defenseless. Stop this at once, the outer sect elder bellowed. Witnessing the situation spiral increasingly out of control, he too began to feel a sense of urgency. The disciple was one he had personally trained. Should he return with a few corpses, his reputation as an elder would be irrevocably tarnished. Bulang turned around with a smile and said, "If you command me to stop, then I would be devoid of dignity, wouldn't I?" With a slight exertion of his strength, a crisp crack resonated, and Shindashan lost consciousness entirely. Bulang discarded him as one would carelessly dispose of refuse, fearful of soiling his hands. Shindashan's lifeless body thudded heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater, his eyes wide open in a final, unyielding gaze, unable to close even in death. The outer sect elder, witnessing this scene, fumed with indignation, his beard bristling in fury. How audacious to slay a disciple before his very eyes. "I shall kill you," he roared. He was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, a full level above Bulang. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his weapon from his waist, a soft sword, and lunged towards Yun Bulang with unrestrained ferocity. Yun Bulang, evading with agility, sought an opening. You are indeed a tad too impatient. In a swift motion, Yun Bulang seized his sword and yanked him forward, delivering several forceful kicks to his abdomen. The outer sect elder was sent flying. With a poof, the elder knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, provoking a flurry of murmurs from the onlookers. Goodness, has this elder diminished in strength? How could he be so easily vanquished by this young man, whose rank is even inferior to his? The outer sect elder was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend how his opponent had executed such a deft maneuver. Listening to the surrounding whispers, he felt his dignity utterly shattered. You wait, I will ensure you pay dearly for this. The outer sect elder swiftly retrieved a square object from his robe, murmuring incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a flash of blue light illuminated the scene, and he returned the object to its place. As time flowed slowly, half an hour passed before a furious roar echoed from the horizon. You little wretch, daring to bully a member of the Spirit Vulture Palace, you seek death. At the forefront stood the palace master of the Spirit Vulture Palace, accompanied by several intersect elders. The onlookers, recognizing the palace master, gasped, "Oh no! The master has arrived. This young man is surely doomed." Even the intersect elders, with their formidable power, could effortlessly crush him. One bystander remarked. The arrivals include the first, second, and third elders of the Spirit Vulture Palace, each capable of dominating any domain. Even royal kin must show deference and address them as elders. The elders, surrounded by spiritual energy, exuded an aura of authority, standing there with an imposing presence, far beyond what the outer sect elder could compare to. All spectators instinctively retreated, clearing a path, fearful that this incident might implicate them. Palace Master Li Shiran emerged from the crowd, his body trembling with rage upon witnessing the situation. The Spirit Vulture Palace had navigated the martial world for many years. Although not among the most powerful sects, it was not one to be so easily trampled upon. Moreover, to be disrespected by a mere young novice, if this matter were not addressed today, what face would he have left? Yun Bulang observed the formidable display across from him. Externally, he appeared calm and unperturbed, yet he had discreetly signaled his master, though he held no fear of his adversaries. He understood the adage that a single fist is no match for four hands. While he possessed the ability to engage opponents beyond his level, he recognized that he was still ill-equipped to contend with the might of a sect leader. Li Shiran waved his sleeve, unleashing an aura of authority that enveloped him. He exuded an air of dignified fury, as if to question, "Do you dare to bully the disciples of my sect?" His power was formidable. And upon the release of his oppressive presence, those of lesser strength found themselves unable to withstand it, collapsing to their knees as if the very stones beneath them had shattered into fragments. Yun Bulang's heart raced in astonishment. This old dog was indeed formidable. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, instinctively recoiled and began to whisper among themselves. With just a hint of pressure, I felt as if all my bones might shatter. This young man was surely facing annihilation. Enough, let us hasten away, or we shall find ourselves unable to leave later. When the city gates are ablaze, the innocent fish in the pond suffer. Quickly, depart. A few individuals struggled to rise from the ground, and only after retreating a distance of 10 paces did they feel their breaths ease. Such terrifying strength was almost beyond belief. This young man, confronting such a formidable adversary, was likely in for an unpleasant fate. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you, so you understand that not everyone in this world is someone you can afford to offend. Li Shiran waved his hand, revealing a gleaming sword of cold light. Just as he was about to strike, 7 beams of light materialized in the sky, followed by the appearance of 7 extraordinarily beautiful women before them. Each one exuded a different charm. Some were noble, others coldly alluring, some were domineering while others were delicately gentle, and yet others petite and charming. 7 women. 7 distinct flavors of allure. Yet, all possessed striking beauty, leaving an indelible impression at first glance. How exquisite! I had never encountered such beautiful women before. The one in red radiated authority, the one in black exuded nobility, the one in green embodied tranquility, the one in white was haughtily aloof. The one in yellow displayed elegance, the one in blue was gentle, and the one in purple seemed detached. Each woman emanated an intoxicating allure. But the air of noble coldness surrounding them, imbued with the resolve of giants from afar, rendered them intimidating and unapproachable. Li Shiran furrowed his brow, quickly regaining his composure. "Who are you to him?" Li Yanran replied in a serious tone. "I am his master." "So, you are indeed his mentor. Your disciple has assaulted one of my sect's disciples. This matter must be addressed." Li Xiaoran tightly gripped the sword in his hand, knowing he must seek justice. Otherwise, how could he continue to guide his disciples and promote his sect's prestige? Li Yanran did not concern herself with right or wrong. She merely smiled calmly and inquired, "What kind of resolution do you seek?" Observing that these were women and that he had the advantage in numbers, Li Xiaoran presumed they would not dare to act against him. Since they had asked what resolution he desired, it implied he had the authority to dictate the matter. Clearing his throat, he placed his hands behind his back, adopting the demeanor of a master. "Since you are inclined to negotiate, I shall not be excessively difficult. This young man has brought about this trouble. In my view, severing his hands would suffice to quell this matter. Surely, they would not risk offending an entire sect for the sake of a single disciple." At his words, an uproar erupted among those present. Severing one's hands? For a cultivator, it was a devastating blow. Even for an ordinary person, it would be catastrophic. What does a pair of hands truly signify? Should these hands be severed, the individual would be rendered utterly incapacitated. Such an act is indeed more malevolent than taking a life. Every onlooker gazed at Bulang with palpable tension. For to lose one's hands at such a tender age would be an insurmountable blow. The disciples of several sects, previously beaten, wore expressions of smug satisfaction, believing that with their leader personally intervening, they would surely have their vengeance served. Li Yanran cast a glance at Qing, who instantly comprehended her unspoken intent. With a swift motion, Qing unsheathed his sword, and in a fleeting moment, he stood before the outer sect elder. Before the elder could even react, Qing had already claimed his life. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable speed and precision. Not even Li Xiaoran, the sect leader, could grasp what had transpired. Qing sheathed his sword and returned to Li Yanran's side. Li Yanran slightly raised her chin and declared, "This is your resolution." A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. This regal and aloof woman truly exuded an air of dominance. Li Xiaoran felt as though he had been struck sharply across the face, the sting searing. Did she intend to incite war between two sects? How dared she kill an outer sect elder before his very eyes, showing him not an ounce of respect? Li Yanran, calm and composed, responded, "Should war be the path chosen, we stand ready to engage." In readiness to engage, the other 6 women echoed in unison. The 7 women stood like steadfast pines, their backs straight, faces devoid of any expression, emanating an unsettling coldness. Li Xiaoran, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not harbor thoughts of war. He was acutely aware of the weight of his own frailty. Once the adversaries had departed, Li Yanran approached and inquired, "Are you injured?" Bulang shook his head, denying the notion. "How could I possibly allow myself to be hurt and cause my master's concern?" Qing prodded him on the forehead with a finger, muttering, "You always shirk the opportunity to practice swordsmanship with me, yet now, after being thoroughly bested, you seek assistance." "Second sister, what do you mean by being thoroughly bested?" Bulang responded, "Though I may not have triumphed, I was not so disgracefully defeated. A true hero does not suffer immediate setbacks." He expressed his aversion to training, finding it dull and tedious, which often left him with a headache. It was akin to the days of academic study, staring at the mathematical problems on the blackboard, which was utterly vexing. The first thought upon waking on a Monday was the anticipation of the upcoming weekend. After enduring 9 years of compulsory education, being subjected to the intricate theories of martial arts felt nearly life-draining. "Enough, you two, cease your criticisms. He has already endured enough," Su Ruofing interjected, unable to contain himself. "Old Fifth, indulge him as you wish. Eventually, you will render him utterly inept," Li Yanran remarked, departing without a backward glance. Bulang affectionately clasped Su Ruofing's arm, charmingly remarking, "You are the best to me, unlike Master, who is always so gruff." Su Ruofing, playfully tugging at his ear, refrained from applying too much force. She cherished this young disciple as if he were her own brother. As they journeyed, Su Ruofing appeared somewhat distracted. On several occasions, Bulang called out to her, yet she remained unresponsive. "Sister 5, do you have something on your mind?" he inquired. "No, stop making wild guesses. I am taking you somewhere," Su Ruofing replied. Gesturing towards the sky, a sword emerged from beneath their feet, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the array testing hall. This hall was opened once a year for the purpose of assessing the talents of prospective disciples. Inside, a square crystal lay in transparency, designed to evaluate one's aptitude for array techniques, categorized into the levels of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The red level, while the lowest, signifies entry-level proficiency. Just as the cultivation of martial arts requires innate talent, So too does the study of arrays. Sister 5, what made you think to bring me here for this test? Yun Bulang gazed at the transparent crystal, perplexed. The hall was devoid of any other presence, and to his knowledge, the recruitment of disciples had concluded over 6 months ago. The crystal would not be activated again until the next recruitment cycle in another 6 months. It's nothing. I merely wish to test your suitability for array cultivation. Su Ruofing replied, her lips curling into a gentle smile, her tone imbued with warmth. Yun Bulang cherished his time with Sister Wu, for no matter what mistakes he made, she would never hold it against him, always gently guiding him, melting his heart in the process. Bulang, place your hand upon the crystal and immerse yourself without distraction. Su Ruofing tenderly instructed as she guided his hand to rest upon the stone. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. The surface felt cool to the touch, tinged with a hint of chill. Following Su Ruofing's guidance, he cleared his mind of all distractions, focusing intently as he melded his consciousness with the crystal. Suddenly, a vibrant crimson hue illuminated the entire hall. The intensity of this color signified that he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results in his future practice of formations. Su Ruofing nodded in satisfaction, yet the subsequent spectacle left her utterly astonished. After the crimson, an orange hue gradually emerged, followed by yellow. Just when she thought it had reached a halt, the colors transitioned seamlessly from yellow to a tranquil green. Su Ruofing's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never before exhibited such a lack of composure. This devilishly exceptional talent, if discovered by outsiders, would make Yun Bulang the object of intense competition. As the green gradually transformed into blue, it then ascended directly to a regal purple. Su Ruofing was taken aback, her mind racing as she swiftly formed seals with her hands, enveloping the entire hall to prevent any outside observers from noticing the anomaly. Until Yun Bulang fully matured, he must remain under her protective wing. Should he be discovered by those with ulterior motives, it might incite dire consequences. Initially, she approached this endeavor with a mere experimental mindset, yet she had inadvertently uncovered a prodigious talent. If he were to study formations under her tutelage, achieving supremacy in the future would be an inevitable outcome. As time ticked away, the testing results showed no signs of concluding. Su Ruofing remained fixated on the crystal, watching as the purple hue slowly transformed into white, eventually shifting into an ethereal state. Her heart raced. She had never experienced such a state of excitement. The reality before her was undeniable, and to claim she was not exhilarated would be a falsehood. She longed to rush to the eldest sister and share this joyous news. White had only appeared in legends, with tales of the last individual to manifest such a color achieving the pinnacle of cultivation, an event that occurred over a millennium ago. Such an opportunity was rare, and to have encountered it today, especially through Yun Bulang, was beyond her expectations. The heavens had bestowed upon her an unforeseen gift. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed throughout the testing hall, piercing the atmosphere with an unsettling resonance. A wave of apprehension washed over Su Ruofing as her gaze darted back to the crystal, where she noticed the once flawless surface had developed fine fissures, spreading like a spider's web across the stone. With a resounding crash, the crystal shattered into countless shards, scattering in every direction. Su Ruofing rushed forward to inspect. "Are you unharmed?" Yun Bulang found the situation somewhat perplexing. He had merely conducted a test, so why was his master so anxious? It was merely a piece of crystal. How could it have shattered? Could it be that it had been in use for too long, and its quality had deteriorated? Su Ruofing tightly grasped his hand, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. "You must heed my words. Today's events must remain a secret from outsiders. Let it be as if nothing transpired." "I understand," Yun Bulang replied, though he did not comprehend the reason behind his master's unease. Nevertheless, he resolutely nodded in agreement. "Master, how do you assess my talent?" he inquired with curiosity. "Your aptitude is satisfactory. You may study formations with me, provided you commit to diligent practice and refrain from frivolous distractions. You shall undoubtedly achieve success." Su Ruofing replied, calming his previously fervent emotions and reverting to his usual gentle tone. "Master, my second sister wishes for me to accompany her in swordsmanship training, but I simply lack the time. Furthermore, I have just returned from a journey and am quite fatigued. I yearn to indulge in some leisure before resuming my cultivation." Yun Bulang, mustering his courage, spoke up. This was only in front of fifth sister. Had it been in the presence of the senior sister, he would not have dared utter a word. However, he was not lying this time. Upon returning from his descent down the mountain, he felt as if all his bones were on the verge of dislocation. All he yearned for was to return to his cozy little bed and drift into dreams. With no other thoughts to occupy his mind, Su Ruofing gently patted his shoulder, Speaking earnestly, Langer, learn the formations from me. I will speak to your second sister on your behalf. But, Langer, Su Ruofing continued, the master wishes to relieve you of a certain matter. I have some history with an individual, and tomorrow is the day we agreed to compete. However, it will not be a direct contest between us, but rather a competition between our respective disciples. Her patience and tenderness were evident. This urgency in calling him over was partly to test the formations. Now that she recognized his extraordinary talent, taking him along to the competition tomorrow would undoubtedly ensure victory. Bulang gazed into Su Ruofing's gentle eyes, stirring an instinctive urge to protect within him. With unwavering determination, he nodded affirmatively, assuring, rest assured, Master Wu, tomorrow I shall certainly leave that individual searching for his teeth. The intricacies of formations diverged from the practice of swordsmanship. Once adeptly employed, annihilating an entire town could become a mere trifle. Su Ruofing deftly conjured an exquisite tower-like object in his hand. Every formation possesses a focal point, which may range from inconspicuous flora to priceless treasures, with judicious application. Any can serve your purpose. With a flick of his wrist, Su Ruofing cast the delicate tower into the air, where it spun gracefully, and soon the surroundings began to shift. Objects autonomously arranged themselves into a pentagram, encircling the two, while the exquisite tower whirled majestically above them, establishing a formidable barrier. This barrier, at a critical juncture, could delay time or safeguard their lives. Moreover, when utilized within this formation, it could achieve a counterattack. Su Ruofing demonstrated personally, plucking a jeweled hairpin from her head and murmuring incantations. The pin, as if drawn by an unseen force, began to rotate in midair. With a swift movement, she stepped outside the formation, elegantly revealing a sword in her hand. Armed with the blade, she thrust it toward the formation, activating the jeweled hairpin within. Had she not been prepared, the pin would have fatally struck her, silently claiming her life. Remember this. Formations differ from swordsmanship. They demand meticulous attention. A flaw in the beginning renders any later perfection futile. 1,000-mile die can be breached by an ant's nest. The clouds drifted lightly, and the words of Master Wu resonated clearly. The following morning, Su Ruofing led him to the designated location, where the other party had been waiting for quite some time. I thought you would not dare to show up, remarked the man in black. Since we made an agreement, I would not renege on it, Su Ruofing replied softly, yet with an undercurrent of severity. The man in black cast a glance at Bulang and burst into laughter. Is this what you refer to as your disciple? What of it? He taunted. What a jest. Not only is his cultivation lacking, but he also appears rather dim-witted. Moreover, I have never seen such a person by your side. Are you suggesting he is here to learn formations? Surely. He must be someone you casually picked up off the street to fill the numbers? The man's laughter was boisterous, causing the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes to deepen. He patted his own disciple and confidently proclaimed, rest assured, with such a fool, there is no need for concern. He can be dispatched with just a few casual moves. Do not worry, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations, the young man declared, pride gleaming in his eyes. He stepped forward slowly, regarding Bulang with a hint of disdain. You dare to compare your skills and formations with mine? Indeed, I do, Bulang countered. Are you aware of the time required to establish a formation? The quickest it can be done? The young man inquired with unwavering confidence. Bulang found himself perplexed. Yesterday, he diligently immersed himself in the study of formations, managing to grasp a semblance of understanding. Some ordinary formations require no time to comprehend. After all, does the formation of a formation necessitate time? Haha. Master, do you see this incompetent fool? He is so ignorant that he doesn't even know the time it takes for a formation to take shape. If we were to compete against him, would it not seem somewhat unfair? Remarked the man in blue. The man in black furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Su Ruofing beside him. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Choose someone knowledgeable in formations. What is this incompetent fool doing here, merely to entertain us? One cannot discern understanding without a contest. Su Ruofing's demeanor was as cold as ice, his expression decidedly grim. Since you yourself are indifferent to the prospect of losing, why should I waste my breath? Disciple, show this young man a lesson. Yes, master. The duo, brimming with confidence, strode forth with an air of determination. Upon reaching the arena, the man in blue produced several spirit stones and commenced the formation. Bulang remained motionless, observing that individual as if engaged in child's play, struggling on the ground, unable to suppress an eye roll. If he were to encounter someone skilled in swordsmanship, a single strike could easily cleave his skull. Allowing him to linger here for so long? Your disciple is so frightened that he can no longer even arrange the formations, the man in black jeered. In contrast, his own disciple acted with reason and evidence, and in a short span of time, a formation was successfully established. Bulang picked up a slender branch and, recalling the few incantations bestowed upon him by Su Ruofeng the previous day, casually drew a curved circle on the ground. The branch emanated a faint, ethereal glow as he tossed it skyward, exclaiming, "Rise." Instantly, a formation was established, and the branch transformed into a humanoid figure that engaged in combat with the man in azure robes. Caught off guard, the azure-clad man was swiftly sent sprawling. "Do not cast blame upon me. I was not prepared," he protested, a hint of resentment in his voice, for his formation was nearly complete. Yet, being forcefully ejected from the circle, he had suffered an indirect defeat. "You were too slow. By the time you are ready, night will have fallen," Bulang retorted mercilessly. "Dismiss." With a flick of his wrist, the branch fell to the ground, causing the formation to dissolve. The victor had been determined. The man in black glared fiercely at his disciple before offering a slight bow to Su Ruofeng, murmuring, "I take my leave." He then departed with his pupil, their earlier arrogance now replaced by palpable humiliation. "Let us go," Su Ruofeng remarked, observing their retreating figures before choosing to continue on without pause. As he made his way back, a gentleman clad in white approached, exuding an air of elegance, standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet. His captivating phoenix eyes flitting curiously over Su Ruofeng. She frowned, clearly unwelcoming. "What brings you here?" The man donned a charming smile, striking a pose he deemed attractive, and explained, "Indeed, there is a matter I must discuss." He was flanked by several inner disciples, all of whom held their heads high, exuding an air of superiority. Su Ruofeng cast him a dismissive glance, unimpressed. "If there is no pressing matter, your presence here is unwelcome." The man's smile vanished instantly, yet, confronted by the icy beauty before him, he found it difficult to muster indignation, aware that Su Ruofeng was unlike the ordinary women of the world. He understood that winning her affection would require considerable effort. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice and said, "I come with a request for the esteemed sect leader. I hope you will acquiesce." "What is it?" Su Ruofeng inquired. The man straightened his attire, stepping closer with utmost respect. "My master wishes to propose marriage to you. I have brought a few modest gifts, and I hope they meet your favor." Su Ruofeng turned her gaze back, her eyes devoid of any emotion, unfazed by his proclamation. Her demeanor mirrored her name, as free and unrestrained as the wind, unencumbered by societal constraints. "Are you finished?" she asked softly. He nodded, awaiting her consent. "Now be gone," she commanded, turning to depart. The man felt his pride shatter, with so many inner disciples observing. If his proposal were to fail, where would he place his dignity? Moreover, he had boasted to his master that success was assured. Should this matter fail, he would be at a loss on how to explain himself to his master. Thus, success is the only acceptable outcome. Failure is simply not an option. "I have journeyed a great distance to arrive here, and this is how you treat your guests?" The man retorted, "We of the Tianchi sect may not be paragons of virtue, but we do not stoop to such rudeness." Su Ruofeng, slightly vexed by his inquiry, demanded, "What is it that you want?" "I wish for you to agree to marry my master." The man, somewhat obstinate, was accompanied by Bulang, who swiftly grasped the situation with just a few exchanged words. It seemed this scoundrel intended to coerce her master into marriage. What audacity! What kind of proposal is made with such an air of superiority? "Master, let us return. Why waste our breath on this rogue?" Bulang suggested softly, feeling a pang of regret for every second squandered in this company. There is no reason to engage with such a person. Su Ruofeng understood his sentiment. Yet the Tianchi sect was not composed of benevolent souls. If this matter was not handled with utmost precision, it could invite scandal. "If you can defeat my disciple, I shall consent to this union," Su Ruofeng stated coolly. Her words, upon utterance, were perceived by the young lord as tacit approval of the marriage. Who could deny the lack of merit in the young lord of the Linglong Sect? Not only would he struggle against his inner disciples, but he might even falter against an ordinary individual. The Tianchi sect is a realm of exceptional talent. Those chosen as inner disciples are the pride of their families, the cream of the crop among their peers. Based on this alone, Bulang was unworthy to stand as a rival to the inner disciples of the Tianchi sect. The young lord glanced at those beside him, smiling faintly, and remarked, "Since the sect master has made her intentions clear, let us proceed with the contest. But do be mindful not to harm the young lord." Laughter erupted from those nearby, revealing their utter disregard for decorum. "Fear not, young lord. After today, we shall all be one family, and I shall exercise restraint. Your words bring me peace of mind. The young lord nodded, then cast a pitying glance at Bulang, expressing his hope for understanding in light of any unintentional offense. Bulang cast a glance at the exceedingly arrogant individual before him, urging him to bring forth his challenge. Indeed, this person possessed a cultivation level that surpassed his own by a significant margin. It was no wonder he exuded such audacity. However, one could hardly blame their haughty demeanor, as the Heavenly Enlightenment sect was among the foremost sects, with many disciples from various families relegated to the outer ranks. The fact that this individual had managed to attain the position of an inner disciple suggested he was no ordinary character. Yet, it was regrettable that his ostentatious nature would likely impede his growth. As he slowly emerged from the throng, he waved his hand, conjuring a gleaming sword into his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he displayed a hint of disdain as he regarded the precious blade with an affectionate gaze. This sword, the Azure Sky Blade, is the first gift bestowed upon me by my master. I am usually reluctant to wield it in combat. However, in light of the esteemed presence of the Saint's son today, I shall reluctantly utilize it. Yet, one must remember that swords are blind to their targets. While I intend to hold back, should the Saint's son suffer any misfortune during our contest, let it not be laid at the feet of our Heavenly Enlightenment sect. Bulang could not help but dig at his ears, finding the incessant chatter quite tedious. Indeed, the individual held a sword in his hand. Yet such a magnificent weapon was wasted on a petty person. The inner disciples, noticing his prolonged hesitation to unsheath his weapon, inquired with suspicion, "Where is your weapon?" Bulang shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Do I really need weapons to deal with you?" The inner sect disciple felt deeply insulted, his body trembling with rage, a dark glimmer flashing in his eyes. He then retorted, "Daring to boast in my presence? I could defeat you with a single move. Don't come crying to your parents when the time comes. Ha ha ha." Bulang stood motionless, his arms crossed over his chest, yet his tone betrayed a hint of impatience. "If you wish to strike, then do so swiftly. What is the purpose of this incessant prattle?" he remarked. "If you are determined to seek your demise, I shall oblige." The inner sect disciple raised his sword, channeling all his spiritual energy into its tip, and lunged forward with remarkable speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air. Bulang stood his ground, and in the fleeting moment when the inner sect disciple charged at him, he subtly raised his arm, fingers curling into a fist, and delivered a powerful blow. With a thunderous crash, the once arrogant disciple soared through the air in a perfect parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The sound of his fall echoed like a thunderclap. The sword fell to the side, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After a few violent coughs, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their pupils dilating in disbelief. No one had anticipated that Bulang could eliminate his opponent with a single strike. Bulang could not help but shake his head, then remarked, "Is this all? There isn't a capable fighter among them." The Holy Son stepped forward to assess the injuries of the inner disciple. Discovering that this disciple's vital organs had been utterly devastated, his spiritual sea shattered, rendering him incapable of further cultivation, nothing more than a mere shell of his former self. This inner disciple hailed from a distinguished lineage, and now reduced to such a state, how could he possibly face his master? After all, it was he who had brought him forth. Any misfortune would inevitably fall upon his shoulders. Reluctantly, he was left with no choice but to part with a precious elixir from his spatial pouch, placing it into the disciple's mouth to temporarily preserve his dantian. As for whether he could cultivate again in the future, that remained a matter of fate. The Holy Son was fraught with anxiety. Yet he understood the irreversibility of the situation. However, he could not allow the true instigator to escape unscathed. "Since we agreed to temper our actions, why did you strike with such lethal intent? Do you not comprehend the significance of a dantian to a cultivator?" he inquired, a look of anguish crossing his face. Yet, his sorrow was not for the disciple's dantian, but rather for the invaluable elixir he had bestowed upon that inferior being. He had refrained from consuming it himself despite his grievous injuries, and now, seeing it given away so freely, how could he not feel the pain? In response to his inquiry, Bulang gazed skyward in silence. "Do not mistake the facts. It was he who first sought to harm me. Since we have agreed to a tacit understanding, why then did he launch such a full-force attack? Do not pretend that he did not intend to take my life. Everyone present understands his intentions far better than I do. Had I not evaded that strike, I would have already met my demise." The Holy Son's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. He was well aware of the implications. However, this matter had been initiated at his behest. No matter the circumstances, He could not permit the destruction of the disciple's dantian, leaving him incapable of cultivation. How could he face his kin thereafter? That is not my concern. Bulang retorted firmly. After all, no one is a fool. It is unreasonable to expect one to remain still with a blade at their throat. His unyielding words left the Holy Son speechless. Bulang believes he is without fault. He merely takes precautions against potential threats. Had that individual not harbored murderous intent towards him, he would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Every occurrence has its cause, which begets its consequence. Since Bulang has already taken action, he has considered the consequences. I have already struck, so what do you intend to do? You have resorted to such merciless measures. Injuring my disciple, do not blame me for being impolite. The Saint's son released that disciple and surged forward with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Bulang stood resolutely like Mount Tai, seemingly frozen in place, causing everyone to believe he was paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to retaliate. However, the reality was quite the opposite. He was subtly channeling his spiritual energy, enveloping his hand with it and preparing meticulously for the encounter. As he saw the Holy Son descending with his sword, Bulang slightly tilted his head and struck towards the Holy Son's chest with a swift palm. He exerted merely a third of his strength, yet it was sufficient to send his opponent flying. The entire process was swift, precise, and ruthless, devoid of any hesitation. Bang! Onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the figure soaring through the air. No one had anticipated that the esteemed Holy Son of the Celestial Enlightenment sect could be so easily dispatched by a single blow, leaving the inner disciples feeling utterly humiliated. While they might have previously dismissed their fellow disciples' defeat as a mere lack of skill, the sight of their Holy Son reduced to such a state was a harsh reality they could hardly bear. The Holy Son's fate was not dissimilar to that of the inner disciple. Though his higher status in the divine Wan golden armor he donned mitigated the impact of Bulang's strike, dispersing the force throughout his body to prevent severe internal injury. Once the inner disciples regained their composure, they rushed forward to assist. Holy Son, are you all right? The Holy Son brusquely shoved aside the one who offered support. His tone far from courteous. Get away. As a revered Holy Son, he was accustomed to being treated with deference. And experiencing such disgrace not once but twice in a single day was intolerable. He could not afford to let this humiliation spread, for it would tarnish his reputation. Clambering awkwardly to his feet, his beady eyes fixed intently on Bulang. He was taken aback to discover that the Holy Son of Linglong Sect was a cunning and treacherous individual, resorting to underhanded tactics. What merit was there in launching a surprise attack? Bulang could hardly contain his anger, wishing he could deliver a sharp slap across that face. And what of yours? How dare you brazenly utter such shameless words? You even have the audacity to claim you were ambushed. Just moments ago, it was this scoundrel who charged forward with his sword, exuding an air of wanting to fight to the death. Now he has transformed into the voice of a victim. Bulang stood calmly, hands behind his back, as if to suggest that those around him were blind. You declare what you will, yet here I remain. When have I ever resorted to hidden weapons? Where lies the notion of ambush? He continued, do not presume that a mere exchange of words can fabricate any rationale. The countenance of the Holy Son shifted repeatedly, though deep down, he understood that Bulang had not indeed ambushed him. Rather, it was his own negligence that had led to this predicament. Yet, to admit such a truth would be to undermine his own dignity. At this moment, several inner disciples quickly grasped the situation and rose to their feet, fabricating lies with their eyes wide open. It is evident that you have employed deceit. Otherwise, how could our Holy Son possibly be vanquished by you? They exclaimed. Indeed, you must have resorted to underhanded tactics. Standing here on your own turf, you act with impunity. Our Holy Son is a full realm above you. Defeating you should be as simple as a mere flick of a finger. Aware of your inferiority, you resort to the actions of a rogue. The crowd's words flowed forth, twisting truth into falsehood with remarkable ease. I cannot help but admire Bulang. I find myself compelled to applaud. Your ability to utter such blatant falsehood surpasses even your skills in practical matters. The Holy Son, unable to contain his frustration, and influenced by those around him who echo Bulang's name, increasingly convinces himself that his defeat is merely a result of his lack of preparation. Enough, cease your words. This is their territory, and even a formidable dragon cannot overpower the local serpent. Even if he resorts to underhanded tactics, you cannot substantiate your claims, the Holy Son declared. Seemingly reprimanding his subordinates, he subtly shifted the blame onto the Linglong Sect, attempting to absolve himself of any fault. Were Bulang not involved? He might have been deceived by the exquisite performances of these individuals. The inner disciples, brimming with a sense of justice, vehemently asserted, "We merely speak the truth." The members of the Linglong Sect are no different. Indeed, such minor sects exhibit a lack of righteousness. The use of ambush tactics, a most despicable method, is the utmost disgrace for us cultivators. Bulang could not help but wave his hand dismissively. You may as well give it a rest. Have you no sense of dignity? How can you utter such words? Are the disciples of the Heavenly Enlightenment Sect all masters of deceit? As soon as he spoke, the face of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Enlightenment Sect shifted from pale to flushed with rage. Bulang gazed at his indomitable expression and remarked, "Facts speak louder than words. Should you remain unconvinced, we shall engage once more." Within the confines of the cloudless realm, a singular sword was drawn, unleashing a profound surge of sword intent that erupted from within. A resonant hum filled the air, causing the verdant grass beneath to bow. As if paying homage to the sovereign of the sword path, the atmosphere thickened with the palpable essence of the blade, prompting the disciples flanking the scene to retreat in trepidation. The Holy Son of the Celestial Enlightenment Sect, caught unawares, felt the searing kiss of the sword intent as it cleaved through his arm, crimson blood cascading forth. He was not a fool. The overwhelming might of this sword intent was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Hold on. Ultimately, confronted by the formidable sword intent of the day, he succumbed to fear, prioritizing the preservation of his life over the judgment of those around him. Bulang stood firm, his sword undulating behind him. Did you not accuse me of ambushing you? Now, I offer you a chance. Let us engage in battle once more. However, this shall not be a mere sparring match. Life and death rest upon fate, and fortune lies in the heavens. Should I be defeated, you are free to slay me, and my Linglong Sect shall harbor no grievances. Conversely, if I triumph, your Chanchi sect must not seek retribution. Do you dare to accept this challenge?" Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere grew tumultuous. The previously boastful Holy Son found himself ensnared in a dilemma regarding a life and death duel. He pressed his hand against his chest, bowing his head in silence. The inner disciples behind him felt utterly humiliated. Finally, he slowly lifted his gaze, as if summoning every ounce of strength, and spoke with great reluctance. "This battle is devoid of meaning, and I am severely wounded. It is not wise to continue. Let us defer this to another day." His statement was a desperate attempt to salvage the remnants of his dignity. The clouds relentlessly pursued, but when would the day arrive? The Son of God, filled with indignation, looked up at him, wishing to rush forward and tear his opponent's mouth apart. However, his current strength compelled him to bow his head in submission. "My injuries are rather severe. I am still uncertain." The disciples of the Linglong Sect could not contain their laughter, having never witnessed such absurdity. Admitting defeat seemed more challenging than facing death itself. I finally understood what a coward looked like. Our Son of God stands with majesty and power, while their son dares not utter a word, a grown man speaking hesitantly, like a timid maiden, faced with the humiliation from those around him. The Son of God felt utterly stripped of dignity and said to his fellow disciples, "Let us depart." Their silhouettes were forlorn as they prepared to leave, heads hung low. The devilish voice, akin to thunder, suddenly resonated behind him. "Do you take this place for a mere whim, where one can arrive and depart at will? You have squandered so much of my time. Surely, some form of compensation for the mental anguish is in order." The Son of Revelation turned around, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do not be so excessive. He had been attempting to remain humble, yet he never anticipated that the other party would be so outrageous, repeatedly crossing the boundaries he had set. Bulang strolled over with his hands clasped behind his back, gesturing towards the pit they had just excavated. "This pit must also be attributed to you," he declared. "After all, it was your actions that created this hole. Even if we were to hire workers, it would incur considerable expense, a cost you must also bear." The saint's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. Bulang waved his hand at him and said, "Do not be anxious. There is more to consider. Look at the place where you are standing. It also incurs a fee. When all these miscellaneous charges are accumulated, it amounts to no less than 100,000 spiritual stones." The Holy Son could no longer contain his anger and bellowed, "Why don't you go and steal it?" Bulang, with an innocent expression, remarked, "It is wrong to take what belongs to others. Haven't your parents taught you this principle?" Meanwhile, the Son of God internally raged, questioning the difference between this and theft. He felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the wall, bewildered by the nonsense his ears had just absorbed. From now on, he resolved that offending anyone would be preferable to incurring the wrath of this unruly scoundrel. Bulang squinted slightly, his voice laced with a hint of menace. "Will you comply or not? I cannot afford to waste time with you. I have numerous matters to attend to." His junior sister awaited him for a fishing expedition in the back mountain, and his obligations had already accumulated to the next week. The Holy Sun fixated on him intently, realizing that arguing was futile and fighting was out of the question. Given the current atmosphere, if he wished to depart smoothly from this place, he would have to obediently surrender the spirit stones he possessed. He opened his spatial pouch, and with a swift motion, a heap of spirit stones appeared on the ground. Most were of the medium grade, though there were a few exquisite ones among them. Bulang gestured towards the nearby inner disciples, admonishing them, "Do not merely stand by. You are also required to present your possessions without concealment. Should anyone dare to attempt to hide anything from me, well..." A swift flash of sword light sliced through the crowd, startling the individuals into hastily surrendering their belongings, not daring to linger even for a moment, fearful that the next beam might sever their necks. In the face of mortality, all trivial matters pale in significance. Under the resentful gazes of his peers, Bulang gathered all the spirit stones into his own spatial realm. Even the smallest fly is still meat. Though the treasures of these inner disciples paled in comparison to those of the Holy Sun, most consisting of inferior spirit stones and a few substandard weapons, he nevertheless seized them all. Even if he had no use for them himself, they would serve well for the disciples of the Linglong Sect. The Holy Son of the Tianqi sect watched in despair as his painstakingly accumulated wealth was plundered before his very eyes, his heart bleeding. His expression akin to that of one mourning the loss of beloved parents, utterly ghastly. He silently vowed that one day he would ensure Bulang met a fate worse than death, for the resentment in his heart was insatiable. Once the items were surrendered, the ring lay empty. All their belongings were here, surely enough to repair that wretched pit. He wondered if they might now be permitted to leave. The Holy Sun barely managed to utter this sentence through gritted teeth, the flames of fury within him roaring uncontrollably. It was merely a small pit of about 1 meter. Yet it had cost them so many spirit stones and weapons. How could he possibly swallow this indignation? Bulang consciously disregarded the resentful gaze, beginning to take stock. Everything seemed rather satisfactory. The Heavenly Enlightenment sect truly lived up to its reputation as a grand sect. After Bulang finished sorting through his belongings, he addressed the few individuals with rather grim expressions. "You may take your leave now. You are welcome to visit again, but next time, do bring something of substance. What use are these meager offerings you present?" His lips barely grazed each other, nearly inciting the ire of those present. Yet, despite their indignation, they could only swallow their frustration. "Be gone, and do not linger here. Your presence is a nuisance. Just looking at you tires my eyes," he declared. The moment those words escaped his lips, the group departed with the urgency of having received a pardon, turning on their heels and vanishing as if pursued by some ferocious beast. Within mere seconds, they had completely disappeared from sight. Once the individuals had retreated in shame, Bulang felt a sense of ennui wash over him. "Master, if there is nothing further, I shall return. My junior sister is waiting for me." Su Ruofing gently grasped his arm and spoke in a soothing tone. "No need to rush. Allow me to take you for a brief assessment." Bulang felt a slight headache. Why must there be yet another test? He felt akin to a mere laboratory mouse, subjected to the whims of the 7 sisters who relentlessly toiled with him, squandering precious time. Yet, upon gazing into his master's resolute eyes, he realized evasion was futile. "Can I go out to play after the test?" Bulang boldly inquired. Su Ruofing gently nodded, her hand resting reassuringly on his shoulder. Yes. Her tenderness was irresistible. And accompanying them were Master Li Yin and second Master Gu Qing, who arrived one after another. The other masters had also gathered at the testing hall prior to his assessment. Gu Qing questioned, "Why the sudden need for a test?" Su Ruofing recounted the recent competition. Having observed it clearly, she believed Bulang's potential surpassed what was evident, with many aspects still unknown to them. Thus, she sought to seize this opportunity to evaluate whether he possessed additional talents. She had already assessed his prior formations, confirming his status as an extraordinary genius. "Bulang, come here," Li Yanran said, her tone icy. Bulang steeled herself and approached, forcing a smile. "Master, what seems to be the matter?" Li Yanran gestured towards the testing stone beside her. Bulang cast a glance, noting the similarity between this and the crystal used for testing formations. However, he heeded his master's advice and obediently placed his hand upon it. In an instant, the crystal emitted an extraordinarily blinding radiance. Fortunately, they had established a barrier in advance, preventing such astonishing talent from being unveiled. Bang, bang, bang. Several beams of dazzling light shot forth, and the surrounding air began to condense, causing a sudden drop in temperature. Yun Buluo seemed oblivious to everything, her eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the barrier they had created shattered, causing a stir among the disciples of the clan. Look, it's the radiant light emanating from the testing hall. It appears our sect is about to give birth to another prodigy. Such brilliance I have only seen in historical texts. Not just a prodigy, but a genius indeed. The crowd murmured, momentarily forgetting their own tasks. Some, filled with curiosity, hastily abandoned their work and rushed toward the hall to witness the extraordinary talent that could create such a commotion. In no time, the area surrounding the hall was thronged with people, forming layers of onlookers, and those unable to find space began to quarrel. Could you move aside? What are you doing with that dense head of yours? I disdain everything about you. What do you need to see? Let me tell you, if I see you again, I shall break your legs. The boys engaged in relentless bickering while the girls gazed enviously at the hall. Upon catching sight of a familiar figure clad in white, the girl at the forefront could not help but be entranced. With flirtatious eyes and an envious expression, she remarked, I knew only my holy son could exude such an aura. Mind your words. What do you mean by your holy son? A nearby senior sister interjected, displeased, for the holy son was someone she too coveted. The girl in purple shot her a disdainful glance and proudly declared, What do you know? The holy son has already promised to accompany me to the riverbank to fish, claiming he would let me savor his culinary skills. What are you doing here? Trying to bask in my glory? What do you mean the holy son promised to take you fishing by the river? The girl in white retorted indignantly. And what of it? The girl in purple replied smugly. He promised me too, the girl in white countered. Like disturbing a beehive, the other girls exchanged glances. Their voices in unison. He also promised me. He certainly agreed to me first. Bulang's agreement with several junior disciples remained unbeknownst to him, for this matter had already thrown the outside world into utter chaos. However, those within were utterly astonished by the remarkable talent he had unveiled. Remaining in a state of disbelief for an extended period, had Bulang not withdrawn his hand, causing the white radiance to vanish, they would have remained frozen in that posture indefinitely. The first to regain her composure was Yanran, a prodigy not only in formation but also in alchemy. Utterly astounded by the revelation, Bulang placed his hands upon 7 distinct crystals, each symbolizing a different martial art. Qing had always recognized his own prowess in swordsmanship. Yet now it seemed that Bulang was nothing short of a genius in the art of swordplay. The techniques of formations and sword techniques, alchemy, and incantations, all had reached a state of consummate mastery. He was indeed a polymath. Such talent, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite a fervent competition among the continents to claim him. Su Ruofeng furrowed his brow and approached his elder sister, asserting that Bulang should study formations with him, as it would surely lead to great achievements. Qing, standing nearby, was displeased, questioning why it should not be Bulang who learned swordsmanship from him, given his exceptional skills. The youngest sister, Miao Xiaomeng, chimed in sweetly, suggesting that he ought to study alchemy like her, for it promised significant rewards, especially in a time when alchemists were highly sought after across the continent. Even the most prominent families revered them as living deities. She believed that learning alchemy from her would be the most fitting choice. None of the 7 mentors were willing to concede, yet Bulang could not be divided into 7 parts, each receiving a fraction of his attention. Bulang cradled his head, overwhelmed by a splitting headache. Masters, could you perhaps lower your voices for a moment? I have something to say. Speak. The 7 masters turned in unison, their faces flushed from the heated argument. Bulang tightened her neck, gazing at their furious, wide-eyed expressions. The words lodged in her throat remained unspoken. Yet, Su Ruofeng, with a gentler demeanor, spoke in a clear and soothing tone, inviting them to voice their demands, assuring them that as long as 5th sister could fulfill them, their wishes would be granted. Bulang dashed to her side, a playful grin gracing his lips. Do you recall what you said before we arrived? Su Ruofeng was taken aback for a moment, then a gentle smile illuminated her face. She knew well that this child was perpetually engrossed in play. She wished he would return earlier and not indulge in such wild distractions. Thank you, Master Wu. With the special pardon in hand, Bulang swiftly vanished from sight. Behind him, the faint sounds of discontent from the other masters lingered in the air. Old 5. You must not indulge him so. Sister 5, that boy stands there basking in your affection, becoming increasingly unruly. Su Ruofeng approached the crystal, her demeanor as tender as ever. Since Bulang is a prodigy, we must nurture his talents carefully. However, one cannot attempt to tackle everything at once. We must proceed step by step. Qing nodded, expressing her thoughts. I believe he should first learn swordsmanship. With self-defense skills, who would dare to lay a hand on him? Miao Xiaomeng disagreed, twirling her two braids. Her voice youthful yet resolute. No, he should study alchemy with me. Once he attains the rank of a divine alchemist, he will be revered as a deity by others. No, he must learn talisman crafting. The masters resumed their spirited debate over Yun Bulang, each unwilling to yield. Meanwhile, Yun Bulang had already ventured far beyond. Lost in a city 100 miles away. As Yun Bulang intended to stroll leisurely, he unexpectedly encountered a woman clad in an exquisite crimson robe, who suddenly lunged into his embrace as he passed by a brothel. The woman, adorned with heavy makeup, emanated an overpowering and unpleasant scent of perfume. Achoo! Yun Bulang sneezed several times, attempting to dislodge the clingy figure from his embrace, yet the person clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. The surrounding women, equally enthralled, surged towards him as if they had discovered a new world. What was their intent? Was it an attempt to ensnare him? Yun Bulang retreated repeatedly, thinking to himself that under the bright daylight, it was unlikely they would dare to resort to such deceit. Young master, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly. Please come in quickly, for the wind and rain outside are quite fierce, and I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. A group of women tumbled into his path, half dragging, half leading him into the brothel, where they chose the largest table. The woman in red, with a delicate demeanor, squeezed out a couple of tears from the corners of her eyes and implored, "Young master, I have a request to make. I wonder if you would be willing to grant it?" Yun Bulang gazed at her with a perplexed expression, his heart racing with alarm. What is the matter? Do you recall the exquisite attire you designed for the courtesan? Honger desires a similar ensemble. If you could graciously acquiesce to her request, she would be most willing to serve you diligently. The sultry tone of the woman in red sent shivers down his spine. Surrounding him were several captivating ladies, their serpentine waists twisting as they perched beside him, their voices dripping with seduction. Shuiyin is also willing, and Emor is eager as well, Yun Bulang remarked. With so many individuals catering to his every need, one could only assume he has little regard for his own life. While beauty is indeed captivating, being surrounded by such an abundance of it is perhaps more than he can bear. Indeed, the exquisite attire you designed for the courtesan last time has significantly elevated her worth. I too desire a gown of such elegance, said the young woman in crimson, her voice laced with allure. Upon learning of his arrival, the supervisor promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare an extravagant feast laden with fine wine and delicacies, filling an entire table. The lavish treatment left those nearby utterly envious. The supervisor personally poured a glass of wine and toasted, "Esteemed sir, might you consider designing a few more garments for us? We are prepared to pay handsomely for your artistry." Yun Bulang contemplated for a moment, realizing that he indeed had several splendid ideas recently. However, he had been preoccupied with testing, which was unfortunate. He thought to himself that perhaps he could seize this opportunity during his free time to design a few pieces and prepare the materials. He was quite determined to create a few simple bikinis that would not only save time, but also convey clarity in design. Within half an hour, he conjured 3 striking designs, each more captivating than the last, employing bold colors and presenting garments unlike anything they had encountered before. The supervisor expressed a willingness to purchase them at a high price, but Yun Bulang resolutely declined. "I intend to auction these 3 outfits. The highest bidder shall claim them. Should you be interested, feel free to partake in the bidding." The rarity of such creations would undoubtedly enhance their value. Allowing the supervisor to place a bid might not guarantee a lucrative sale. However, in the context of an auction, the competition would be fierce, for there were many discerning individuals present. When several bidders vie for the pieces, the potential profit would indeed be substantial. Naturally, the supervisor was reluctant to allow competitors to acquire these exquisite garments, as it would pose a significant disadvantage to their business. Very well, the supervisor acquiesced. "I shall certainly attend, but I wish to discuss a potential transaction with you, young sir. Should you have suitable designs? We are prepared to offer a handsome sum to acquire them, at a price of your choosing." On the surface, Yun Bulang assured me with agreeable words, promising that in the future, whenever there are new products, they would be the first to consider us. What an international jest! Competition breeds pressure. If everyone were to accept this monopoly, the value of what they produce would inevitably diminish. However, in the realm of auctions, the scenario transforms. The intensity of competition among peers directly correlates with the desirability of their creations. After Yun Bulang emerged from the brothel, he made his way to the guild. Upon his arrival, the members of the guild greeted him with warmth and courtesy. "What would you like to auction, young sir?" Yun Bulang presented a set of garments he had meticulously prepared for auction. This ensemble made its debut, leaving the members of the guild perplexed, yet they dutifully recorded it. At that moment, Wang Yijuan happened to witness the scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Have you lost your mind?" I remarked. "How can a man of your stature bring such a ridiculous item for auction?" Cloud, devoid of any turbulence, addressed the union personnel. "When the time comes for the auction, do inform me. Each of these 3 garments has a distinct price, as indicated here. Please do not mistake them." "Understood, sir," came the reply. Observing the indifference of the other party, Wang Yijuan, accompanied by his companions, approached. "I am speaking to you. Are you deaf?" From a distance. Having yet to scrutinize the garment, he now focused intently and realized that what lay before him was hardly clothing. A mere scrap of fabric worn on a person bore no difference from being unclothed. Turning to his friend beside him, Wang Yijuan remarked, "This is the holy son of Linglong Sect, a good-for-nothing with no skills. Now he busies himself with trifles meant for women. I wonder how Master Li would feel upon witnessing this." The man in black beside him chimed in. What feelings could he possibly harbor? Ultimately, he is but a useless being, merely surviving by mingling among women. Their plight is no easier. The two exchanged banter, with Wang Yijuan fearing the other might not hear. Raising his voice as if performing a comedic routine, drawing the attention of those around them. The spectacle bore the essence of a lively performance. In stark contrast, the subject of their mockery wore an expression of serene indifference, seemingly oblivious to their presence, as if they were mere wisps of air. Wang Yijuan's countenance shifted through various shades. His every word failed to provoke the other, leaving him parched and weary. It felt akin to striking against cotton. A sense of frustration with no outlet, much like a flame stifled within, causing an uncomfortable ache within his heart. The clouds drift lazily, and I remain oblivious to the affairs beyond my window. No matter how those 2 rabid dogs bark, I choose to ignore them. Wang Yijuan, initially engrossed in conversation, soon noticed the indifference of his interlocutor and exited with his companions. Yet, he did not stray far, trailing closely behind, as if to convey a silent plea for him not to leave. Yun Bulo turned around, asking, "What? Do you wish to fight?" If so, he was prepared to engage at any moment. Wang Yijuan shared the same sentiment, declaring, "You harmed my elder last time. Now I seek to avenge him. Do you dare to face me in a one-on-one duel?" With a beguiling smile, Yun Bulang exuded an air of confidence, dismissing any fears. Wang Yijuan, however, harbored concerns that he might shy away from this confrontation. Yet, now that he had accepted the challenge, Wang was determined to reclaim all the grievances he had previously endured. Just as he was poised to strike, Yun Bulang raised a hand to halt him. "Wait. What? Are you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" "I, the Holy Sun, value my time immensely. If you wish for a one-on-one duel, there must be a wager." Yun Bulang was unwilling to squander time here without purpose. "What wager? Speak." Wang Yijuan appeared utterly confident, having already gleaned information from various sources. He knew that the esteemed disciple of Linglong, Yun Bulang, possessed an array of skills. While not entirely inept, he was certainly no match for Wang himself. Yun Bulang smiled lightly and said, "It is quite simple. Whoever loses shall kneel and bow 3 times. "Agreed." Wang Yijuan responded without a moment's hesitation. Yun Bulang is truly digging his own grave. Today, he intends to publicly humiliate this reckless young man. With a graceful flick of his wrist, Wang Yijuan summoned a gleaming sword into his hand, a weapon bestowed upon him by his father for self-defense. This sword, crafted from the rarest treasures of the world, would easily dispatch a mere Yun Bulang. Do not accuse me of bullying. We are both sons of our respective sects, and a fair duel is only just. Should you lose, do not return in tears. Wang Yijuan, sword in hand, brimmed with confidence. Yun Bulang regarded him with the disdain reserved for the foolish, urging him to act swiftly and not squander his time. Wang Yijuan let out a cold laugh, filled with contempt, wishing he could view others through his nostrils. He was acutely aware of his own accomplishments. Having traversed numerous paths and vanquished countless demon beasts over the years, his experiences far exceeding the salt one has consumed. To put it bluntly, he deemed Yun Bulang unworthy of being his opponent. With a mere flick of his finger, he could extinguish him. The onlookers soon recognized Wang Yijuan, engaging in spirited discussions nearby. He was none other than the holy son of the Qing sect, having reached the nascent soul stage at such a tender age. It was said that he had once slain a holy beast, a feat that solidified his status as a prodigy among prodigies. Whispers circulated that the holy beast had reached its peak state, making it a formidable challenge even for those at the core formation level. Thus, the encounter between Yun Bulang and Wang Yijuan seemed akin to an egg striking a stone. Yet, some speculated that Yun Bulang, also in the early nascent soul stage, might not be at a complete disadvantage. One individual, unable to contain himself, spoke up in defense of Yun Bulang, only to be met with a chorus of dissent and reasoned rebuttals from the surrounding crowd. I've heard that Yun Bulang's current strength is merely a result of consuming elixirs, impressive in appearance but lacking substance. His prowess is akin to that of a paper tiger. One voice criticized. The murmurs were loud enough for Yun Bulang to overhear, drawing 3 dark lines of annoyance across his forehead. He wondered who had fed these people such distorted tales. Their capacity for turning truth on its head was remarkable. As Wang Yijuan savored the accolades from those around him, a triumphant smile graced his lips. "Prepare yourself," he declared. His form became elusive, flickering with an almost ethereal quality, bolstered by the sword at his side and confidence brimming. However, when he thrust his sword downward, the figure he expected to confront him had vanished without a trace. A sudden chill crept up his spine, and before he could turn to investigate, he felt a forceful kick to his rear, propelling him through the air. Bang! He crashed unceremoniously against a nearby stone pillar, his face hitting the ground first, rendering his once handsome visage almost unrecognizable due to swelling. The spectators gasped in shock at his disheveled state. "How can this be?" they whispered in disbelief. It was unfathomable that Yun Bulang could overpower Wang Yijuan. Despite their skepticism, the reality was undeniable. Wang Yijuan struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily as he clutched his swollen face, his eyes clouded in confusion, still unable to comprehend what had just transpired. His mind was a blank slate until the warmth of blood trickled from his nose, awakening the realization that he had indeed been struck down by this insufferable brat. Unwilling to concede defeat, Wang Yijuan grasped his sword and prepared to fight once more. Smack! Another merciless slap met his face, leaving him utterly bewildered. His already swollen features were now even more grotesque. Well, the nearby child, upon witnessing the scene, was so frightened that he burst into tears. The adult accompanying him swiftly covered his eyes and pulled him away, fearful that something unsightly might taint the child's gaze. Wang Yijuan's face darkened to the point where it seemed as if ink might drip from it. The veins on his forehead throbbed insistently, and his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Infused with spiritual energy, his fist swung heavily towards Yun Bulang. With a resounding slap, another strike landed. This action thoroughly provoked Wang Yijuan. As the saying goes, one should strike not the face, yet this individual targeted him relentlessly. Wang Yijuan dared not advance any further. His opponent's speed always surpassed his by a heartbeat. Retreating, he prepared to escape, but Yun Bulang executed a somersault and appeared right before him. "Have you forgotten something?" Wang Yijuan understood the implication but remained silent, turning to leave. The thought of bowing before this person was more unbearable to him than death itself. Yun Bulang, with a hint of derision, cautioned, "One must honor their wagers. Could it be that you wish to be deemed a petty man? Or do you not possess a mouth upon your face, rendering your words mere nonsense, devoid of consequence?" Wang Yijuan suddenly turned, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his back teeth as he retorted, "Do not push your luck." "Push my luck?" Yun Bulang scoffed, slowly approaching him, meticulously recounting his recent actions. "When you were gnashing at me like a rabid dog, did you ever consider that you were overstepping? A wager is a wager. One must accept the outcome without losing face. Do not compel me to look down upon you. Never shall I, a dignified saint, bow to you." "That is but a fanciful dream," Wang Yijuan declared, invoking the power of his backing. "Surely, you do not wish for a trifling bet to disrupt the delicate peace between our two sects?" He placed a heavy burden upon Yun Bulang, confident that the latter would not dare to incite discord. "Should you fail to uphold your end of the wager, you would offend the entirety of the Qing sect." "What of it?" Yun Bulang asserted with unwavering confidence. Without engaging in unnecessary conversation, Yun Bulang seized his arm and delivered a swift kick to his knee, compelling him to kneel. Wang Yijuan struggled momentarily, only to realize the astonishing strength of his opponent. "Let go of me," he exclaimed. Bang! Yun Bulang not only refrained from releasing him, but also delivered a resounding slap to the back of his head. Due to the force of inertia, Wang Yijuan was propelled forward, crashing heavily onto the ground with a loud thud that reverberated painfully in one's eardrums. In an instant, Wang Yijuan's head began to swell visibly at an alarming rate. Yun Bulang showed no signs of restraint, delivering another resounding slap amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. Bang! The sound reverberated with a crispness that was unmistakable. Spectators instinctively shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Wang Yijuan's mind was a void, consumed by a singular thought: pain. It hurt terribly. Having been pampered and sheltered his entire life, he had never endured such humiliation. Even the slightest demanding task was something his master had spared him from. "Yun Bulang, do not go too far," My master will not let this slide, Wang Yijuan threatened. Despite his battered state, if your master wishes to confront me, let him come in person. But before that, you must bow 3 times to me, Bulang replied. Unafraid of any so-called master, the principle of fair play was paramount, and there was no way he would allow anyone to take advantage of him. Bulang exerted an increased force, bang, crack. With one final blow, the ground fractured beneath him, a gruesome amalgamation of blood and flesh staining the earth. The spot where Wang Yijuan had bowed was now drenched in crimson. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. The brutality of the act was unparalleled. With 3 resounding knocks to the ground, it was likely that Wang Yijuan had sustained irreparable harm. He was, after all, a noble saint, and such a strike could lead to dire consequences. Yet, the wager had been clearly articulated, and once an agreement was reached, one must accept the outcome. Whispers filled the air as the crowd exchanged opinions, each silently resolving never to provoke Bulang again. He was akin to a living embodiment of the king of hell. Those who crossed him would not escape unscathed. The current state of this saint served as a poignant warning. Wang Yijuan had ultimately forgotten how to struggle. His head spinning and his vision becoming obscured. A drop of blood slid from his forehead into his eye, turning the world around him into a sanguine haze. He desperately shook his head to retain some semblance of consciousness and reached to touch the wound on his brow, though he could not see the injury. The swollen area filled him with dread. After Bulang released him, he collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of strength. His fingers, trembling slightly, were raised before his eyes, stained with blood mingled with dirt, as the pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. It was evident that his visage was irrevocably marred. "You dare to strike me?" he stammered, disbelief evident in his trembling fingers. Yet now, burdened by his feeble existence, the prospect of retaliation was a distant thought. Even returning home seemed a daunting challenge. A prestigious son of the sacred, reduced to such a pitiful state in public, if word of this were to spread, what semblance of dignity would he have left? Bulang slightly raised his chin and clapped his hands, declaring, "If you wish to strike, then strike. Must one choose an auspicious day for such matters?" With a fierce determination, Wang Yijuan retorted, "I shall not let you escape." "Any time you wish," Bulang replied before departing. As he beheld the fleeting figure clad in white vanish from sight, Wang Yijuan unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the ground beneath him. "This grievance," he vowed, "would not go unavenged. Bulang, I shall ensure that you meet a fate most unceremonious." Never had he felt such humiliation. This vendetta would be repaid in full. As I meandered along, my spirits were exceptionally high, and I made my way back to the sect with the intention of seeking out my junior sister. After all, I had repeatedly failed to keep my appointments, and I could no longer concoct excuses for my absence. However, just as I stepped through the entrance, I spotted a figure clad in azure not far off. Bulang felt a sudden jolt in his heart, an ominous sensation arising within him. Just as he intended to stealthily enter through the back door, a fleeting silhouette in green turned around, its gaze fixed unwaveringly upon him. Under the scrutiny of those piercing eyes, Bulang found himself devoid of the courage to defy, compelled instead to approach with a forced bravado and with a sheepish smile. He inquired, "Master, is there something you wish to discuss?" Qing, sword in hand and perspiration glistening on his brow, had evidently just completed a rigorous training session. Having specifically come to confront him, "Your talent is commendable, yet it cannot be squandered in idleness. I have come to take you for sword practice." Bulang harbored an immense reluctance within, though he spoke with utmost politeness. "Master, there is no need to rush the sword training. Besides, the day is nearly over. We can commence tomorrow, and I assure you I shall begin my practice then." After a day of wandering outside, the mere thought of engaging in sword cultivation filled him with resistance in every fiber of his being. As he spoke, Bulang subtly edged away, hoping to evade the obligation for yet another day. Qing seized his arm, resolutely dragging him into the sect. "Today you may postpone for tomorrow, and tomorrow for the day after. But today you must practice. Spare me any excuses. Even if the heavens were to fall, you shall come with me." This lad was a master of deceit. While he professed sincerity now, the likelihood of locating him the following day was another matter entirely. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows must there be? From the moment his talent was detected, she had intended to train him. Yet, this fellow seemed adept at vanishing, often absent for days on end. Were it not for the other masters also struggling to find him, she might have suspected he was intentionally evading her. The clouds drifted aimlessly, and with a heavy heart, I followed her, captivated by her graceful azure silhouette. Suddenly, the task assigned by the system flashed through my mind. An inescapable fate loomed ahead. Bulang, with a calm demeanor, slowly spoke. It is indeed possible for me to practice the swordsmanship, but only if Master agrees to a certain request of mine. I promise to dedicate myself to rigorous training. Upon hearing his willingness to devote himself to hard work, Qing's interest was piqued. What is it? She inquired. As long as it lies within her capabilities and can motivate this young man to train diligently, any sacrifice would be worthwhile. Bulang, unlike last time, would not bluntly divulge matters. Instead, he delicately suggested, let us not concern ourselves with the specifics for now. First, we must agree privately. Once we have made our pact, we must remain steadfast. It was essential to establish this precautionary measure to avoid a repeat of the previous unfortunate outcome when the topic was broached too hastily. Qing fell silent, contemplating the inscrutable depths of his gaze, which might harbor mischief. However, having finally managed to persuade him to willingly engage in cultivation together, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. I agree. Qing nodded in affirmation. She led him to the training grounds, an expanse that seemed endless, where all the other students had already returned to rest. With her sword slung over her shoulder, she approached him and said, observe closely, as I demonstrate this sword technique. Grasp as much as you can. This particular swordplay was exceedingly intricate, having taken her nearly a year to master. She did not expect him to comprehend it all at once. Even if he could grasp 70 or 80%, it would suffice to safeguard his life. Bulang nodded slightly, stepping back 2 paces to clear a space for her master. With a swift motion, the sword was unsheathed, emanating an endless glimmer of cold light, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the sky. Even the surrounding flora and trees were stirred by the sword's aura, swirling around Qing like a tempest. Though she wielded a sword, it seemed as if every flower, blade of grass, and tree had become an extension of her very being. Whoosh! Several leaves, imbued with the sword's energy, struck a nearby tree, transforming the delicate foliage into weapons that penetrated deep into the wood. Observing the sword in Qing's hand, it appeared poised to cleave the heavens, each movement executed with remarkable speed. In less than a minute, a complete set of sword techniques had been performed. Qing soared gracefully from the air, gently descending beside him, and placed the sword into his hand, saying, now, replicate the sword technique I just demonstrated. Yun lightly weighed the sword in his hand, sensing that the precious blade was somewhat light, more suited for a female. However, he was not particular. He had committed the entire set of sword techniques he had just witnessed to memory, and even conceived some superior ideas. Bulang, wielding his trusty sword, leapt into the air with extraordinary speed, demonstrating the recently executed sword technique once more. With a resounding crash, a wave of sword energy swept through the surroundings, toppling trees in its wake. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, anything that came into contact with the sword aura was utterly obliterated. The sheer terror of such power, combined with immense explosive force, left Qing astounded. When she had mastered this particular sword technique to its fullest extent, it had taken her nearly a year. Yet this individual grasped it all in the span of just a minute. What an extraordinary genius. This exceeded her wildest expectations. She was aware of Bulang's exceptional talent, but she had not anticipated his ability to comprehend so profoundly. She had assumed it would take at least half a month to grasp even a fraction of the technique. The entire situation caught her off guard. Bulang effortlessly mastered a set of sword techniques, which, after his enhancement, became even more formidable than before. Master, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Shall we proceed as agreed? Qing maintained a composed demeanor, concealing the astonishment in his eyes adeptly. Speak. What would you have me do? With a playful smile, Bulang inquired, do you recall the matter I mentioned to you last time? Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon the image of that outfit flashed through his mind. Without a second thought, he slapped his forehead. Can your mind not conjure anything of value? Why are you perpetually preoccupied with such trivialities? What did your master teach you? Qing's face flushed, a mix of anger and embarrassment washing over him. The more he pondered, the more irate he became. He seized the man's arm and pulled him over, exclaiming, I told you to stop dwelling on useless things. With that, he delivered a resounding slap that nearly left the man's backside bruised. Upon regaining his senses, Bulang exerted great effort to free himself from his master's grasp. However, after merely a few steps, he was swiftly captured once more. The master's strikes were indeed ruthless, a stark contrast to the gentleness exhibited by Fifth Sister. If this continued, he would be rendered incapable of facing anyone the following day. Master, could you perhaps be a tad gentler? If you happen to injure your little disciple, Who will be left to learn the art of swordsmanship from you? Gu Qing's hand faltered in its aggression. Pray tell, from whom have you acquired such mischievous thoughts? Can one truly wear such garments? They are scarcely better than being unclad. Last time, I assumed you were jesting, but now, with your repeated mention, it is imperative that you receive a proper lesson. Bulang, awkwardly concealing his dairy leapt forward a few steps. This is something you promised me. You cannot go back on your word. Regardless, I have learned this sword technique from you. And we must adhere to the agreement we established beforehand. Gu Qing delivered her first slap with considerable force, gradually softening her blows as the encounter progressed. She could hardly bear to strike him. After all, it was a rare encounter with such a prodigious talent, and she felt compelled to nurture him. Yet, his incessant provocations tested her limits. Gu Qing tossed him aside, smoothing the wrinkles on her skirt. This matter cannot be acquiesced to, so please propose an alternative condition. The thought of donning such attire was simply too embarrassing for her. Bulang clutched a wounded heart, incessantly chattering beside him. You are inconsistent. I shall inform the other masters. Go ahead, say whatever you wish. Gu Qing replied resolutely, determined not to don that particular attire under any circumstances. Master, you promised me. I arrived here with joy to learn the art of swordsmanship, yet now you contradict yourself, bruising my pride. I feel utterly despondent. Once a person harbors burdens in their heart, they gradually transform into inner demons, which is detrimental to my cultivation. Bulang, while speaking, observed her expression and noticed a slight softening. Encouraged, he pressed on. After today's events, I fear I may lose faith in my cultivation, and I might be destined to remain at the nascent soul stage, unable to progress further. Bulang appeared dejected, his demeanor lacking vitality. Enough, do not speak further. Gu Qing interjected. The more he spoke, the more anxious she became. Her gaze began to waver, and her previously resolute thoughts began to falter. Such a talented candidate for cultivation, if truly lost under her watch, would not only betray her fellow sisters, but also the entire Linglong Sect. Seeing him deflated like a punctured balloon, she realized that this incident could severely impact his self-esteem, potentially hindering his cultivation. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Gu Qing, despite her many reservations, could no longer afford to hesitate. Steeling herself, she grit her teeth and replied, Very well, I agree. After today's events, if you do not focus on your cultivation, beware of the consequences. The cloud, previously drooping its head, instantly perked up, bouncing joyfully before her, ceaselessly smiling. Rest assured, master. I shall undoubtedly promote the illustrious reputation of the Linglong Sect, and will never bring disgrace upon you. Bulang seized the moment, fearing that she might change her mind. In the room occupied by the two, Bulang retrieved the bikini that had long been prepared. Master here. The smile on Bulang's face was impossible to conceal, as she was on the verge of completing her mission. With a frown, she seized the rewards bestowed by the system and entered the room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Bulang had been waiting outside for quite some time, approximately 3 to 5 minutes, when the door creaked open. Within stood a woman with skin as radiant as snow. Sanjia possessed a physique that epitomized the golden ratio, with fullness in all the right places and slenderness where it was most flattering. Adorned in a bikini, her figure reached new heights of allure. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders, accentuating her captivating collarbone and revealing all her exquisite attributes. The sight stirred an intense reaction within Bulang, who had encountered many beauties, yet Gu Qing was the first to truly captivate his senses. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, Gu Qing instinctively raised her hand. Accustomed to such encounters, Bulang forgot to evade her gesture. In a fleeting moment, Gu Qing swiftly turned and retreated to her room, donning her original attire once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, 1,000 creation points. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, causing Bulang to break into a grin. With these 1,000 creation points, he could undertake numerous ventures, alleviating the perpetual constraint of financial scarcity, especially at critical moments. Earlier, when Sanjia had entered, her expression had been far from pleasant. Should she emerge seeking retribution, the situation could become quite troublesome. However, having successfully completed the task, Bulang chose not to linger, promptly turning and disappearing from view in a flash. The door opened once more, and Gu Qing emerged clad in a garment of deep azure, surveying the now empty room. With a fierce declaration, she muttered, Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped. Had she been delayed even a moment longer, she would have surely exacted her wrath upon him. Bulang had barely stepped out the door when the system issued a new task. Ding! A new mission appeared. to have Sister Qi, Miao Xiaomeng, don a JK uniform. Upon completion, the reward would be a Rolls-Royce. Goodness, a Rolls-Royce was up for grabs. This task was one he simply had to complete. However, despite her delicate and petite appearance, Sister Qi was known for her fiery temper and propensity for explosive reactions. If this matter were mishandled, his carefree existence would be irrevocably lost. One could only wonder if he would even survive this mission. Bulang cautiously approached Miao Xiaomeng's room, knocking twice on the door with no response. Sister Qi was an enthusiastic alchemist. She must still be in the pill-making chamber, he thought. He knocked again tentatively, but the silence within remained unbroken. Seeing that there was no reply, he boldly pushed the door open. The decor of Miao Xiaomeng's room was exceedingly simple, a reflection of her alchemical pursuits. Aside from her craft, little else mattered. The room bore no resemblance to that of a typical young woman, featuring a square table, 2 teapots, and no superfluous adornments. As he traversed the outer room and entered the inner sanctum, he was enveloped in a cloud of mist. Without a second thought, he lifted the curtain, and the sight that met his eyes left him agape, astonishment rendering him speechless. Miao Xiaomeng sat in a bathtub, her bare back partially exposed. A vision that was utterly captivating. Though she paid little heed to her appearance, her skin was exquisite beyond compare, droplets of water clinging to her form, exuding steam that lent her an ethereal quality, as if she were a celestial being bathing. Her hair cascaded gracefully, and one side of her face was flushed from the steam, bearing a hint of youthful roundness, the color of cherries. Upon witnessing an inappropriate scene, Bulang instinctively covered his eyes, intending to make a discreet exit. Should Sister Qi discover his presence, he would surely face dire consequences. Yet, Miao Xiaomeng's prowess was undeniable. Although she spent most of her time refining pills and was not particularly formidable, she was still alert. Who was outside? Miao Xiaomeng, in high spirits after successfully formulating a new elixir, had intended to indulge in a relaxing bath. Little did she expect someone to intrude upon her sanctuary. If she caught the intruder, she would not hesitate to exact a severe punishment. With a splash, Miao Xiaomeng leaped from the water, swiftly donning her garments. Her residence was secluded, and aside from a few attendants responsible for cleaning, it was seldom visited. Without even putting on her shoes, she darted after the figure attempting to flee. "I see you, you shameless scoundrel. Prepare to face the consequences." Just as she was about to strike the intruder, Bulang mustered his courage and turned slowly, awkwardly calling out, "Sister Qi, I truly had no idea you were bathing. Had I known, not even 1,000 dares would have compelled me to enter." His intrusion had been purely accidental, the fault of that troublesome system which had chosen this moment to issue a task. Now, ensnared by Sister Qi, escaping would prove no easy feat. "What did you just witness?" Miao Xiaomeng's expression shifted, contemplating the earlier moment, her heart racing with a mix of emotions. "I merely passed by and thought to check on you, Sister Qi." Bulang felt as though his arm were on the verge of being wrenched off. Yet he forced himself to maintain a smile that stretched painfully across his face. Miao Xiaomeng effortlessly lifted him and tossed him onto the adjacent seat. "What brings you to my abode?" This young man often took the opportunity to sneak down the mountain for leisure, or at the very least, he would engage with the junior disciples in the back hills, leaving even the third sister exasperated. Now, in a most unusual turn of events, he had appeared in her chamber, which could only suggest something amiss. "It has been quite a while since I last saw our master, and I have missed him dearly. I made a special detour to stop by when passing through." Bulang, with a stiff upper lip, dared not utter a single word about the JK outfit, knowing full well the wrath of Seventh Sister. To broach such a subject in her presence would invite dire consequences. Crafting lies can become a curious affair. The more one weaves them, the more one begins to believe in their own fabrications. Yet, the more he spoke, the more inexplicably emboldened he felt. Miao Xiaomeng, however, was not deceived by his fabrications. She seized his ear and demanded, "Do you think I would believe you?" It might be somewhat understandable if he claimed to miss his junior sisters, but to express longing for her, his master, was utterly implausible. This disciple was as indolent as he was dismissive of his masters, often sneaking around to avoid being caught by them during training. Fate had conspired to thrust him into her hands today. She would not let him escape this time. "Since you are here, you shall not depart. I shall take you to a place." "What place?" Bulang was reluctant to go, but the circumstances left him with little choice. "You will know upon arrival. So cease your inquiries." With a swift motion, Miao Xiaomeng enveloped him in shadow, and they vanished from sight. When Bulang opened his eyes once more, He found himself directly in his master's alchemy chamber. A sense of suspicion washed over him as he gazed at Miao Xiaomeng. Could it be that in a fit of anger, she intended to turn him into a medicinal pill? Seventh sister, what brings me to the alchemy chamber? Before Bulang made a blunder, he now feels an overwhelming sense of guilt. With a grand gesture, Miao Xiaomeng conjured a cerulean alchemical furnace in the palm of her hand. The quality of the elixirs produced is not solely dependent on the alchemist. The furnace itself is of paramount importance. Miao Xiaomeng's alchemical furnace was salvaged from the depths of the ocean, crafted from the finest cold iron, and is regarded as a sacred artifact. Should you succeed in concocting a pill today, I shall overlook the misdeeds of your past. However, if you fail to produce anything, do not blame me for my lack of leniency. Miao Xiaomeng set the furnace down heavily upon the ground. Bulang gazed at the azure alchemy furnace, then at the furious visage of seventh sister, and resolutely took a seat, disregarding the reasonableness of the conditions. A person like him, who had never even touched medicinal herbs, could hardly be expected to concoct elixirs. Even an ordinary individual might struggle to distinguish between various herbs. Even for an alchemist, one must commence from the most fundamental level, which is the preparation of medicinal liquids. Through prolonged dedication and experience, one may eventually become an accomplished alchemist. Alchemists are categorized into ranks from 1 to 9. He had only practiced once, and that was under duress. The elixir you produce this time must surpass the 5th rank. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you are stripped of all opportunities this month, stated Miao Xiaomeng, standing beside him with an air of nonchalance. 5th rank? Bulang incredulously extended 5 fingers. Seventh sister, have I lost my mind, or have you lost yours? What kind of absurdity is this? Including the last time. This is merely my second encounter with the alchemy furnace. Miao Xiaomeng paid no heed to his protests. She was determined to apply pressure, for otherwise this lad would remain unmotivated. You have 1 hour to produce the elixir. If you fail, you shall remain here on the mountain. For the splendid world beyond holds no relevance for you, she declared in the most innocent voice, delivering the most crushing words. Bulang's heart was filled with regret, wishing he had never come to seventh sister's place if he had known it would turn out this way. However, he could only resign himself to fate at this moment. If he failed to concoct the elixir, his hopes for a life of freedom would be dashed. Miao Xiaomeng had her own plans. This young man possessed a remarkable talent for alchemy. With proper training, he could undoubtedly become a top-tier alchemist, a figure of prominence on this continent. After all, not everyone is deemed worthy of becoming an alchemist, as the requirements for this role are far more stringent than those for martial artists or spiritual practitioners. During the assessment that day, Bulang exhibited an extraordinarily potent mental acuity. Such a prodigy, if not harnessed for alchemy, might attract divine retribution. Seventh sister, what is this? Bulang grasped 2 objects resembling dogtail grass, struggling to discern any distinction between the 2 medicinal herbs. One was the highly toxic Sangxi grass, while the other was the miraculous Lingxian herb, renowned for its restorative properties. Miao Xiaomeng elucidated beside him, highlighting that although the 2 appeared nearly identical, their effects were worlds apart. A mix-up between the 2 could be fatal. As long as you can concoct a pill of 4th grade or above today, I shall facilitate your recognition as a certified alchemist by the guild, Miao Xiaomeng proclaimed, revealing her intentions. Under the weight of myriad circumstances, Bulang could only nod in acquiescence. Glancing at the candle beside him, he reached out to grasp it. What are you doing? Miao Xiaomeng inquired, puzzled. I lack proficiency in fire magic. If I wish to concoct something, I must rely on this candle, Bulang replied nonchalantly. Miao Xiaomeng was taken aback. It was her first time hearing that one could utilize a candle for the art of alchemy. Wait a moment, she said. Unable to bear the thought of him struggling with just the candle, she ventured into the adjacent room, retrieving a small box no larger than a palm. With great care, she opened the box, revealing a spark of flame no bigger than a marble. This was the nether fire, possessing sentience and ranking 3rd among its kind. Should one manage to harness it for personal use, it would greatly enhance their alchemical prowess. Miao Xiaomeng extended the box toward him. As Bulang stretched his head to take a glance, he beheld the ethereal flames of the nether fire radiating a mesmerizing bluish-green luminescence. When he reached out to touch it, he found no searing heat. The flames seemed to have discovered a new master, leaping gracefully into the palm of his hand and gradually merging with it. Seventh sister, it appears that it has taken a liking to me. As Bulang examined his palm, a colossal fireball floated in midair, exuding an aura of apocalyptic power. Miao Xiaomeng could not help but take a few steps back, hastily urging him to contain it. Do you wish to incinerate your seventh sister? This young man's strength grew more formidable by the day, though his control left much to be desired. The fact that this nether fire bowed to him was likely tied to his extraordinary talent. Bulang casually selected a myriad of medicinal herbs, nonchalantly casting them into the alchemical furnace, a spectacle that appeared rather reckless. With the enhancement of the nether fire, the crafting of qi-enhancing pills became a seamless endeavor for him. A resonant hum echoed as the furnace vibrated throughout its entirety. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the lid of the furnace was lifted. Unable to contain her eagerness, Miao Xiaomeng rushed forward to inspect the contents, and upon doing so, her throat tightened in astonishment. 10 fifth-grade Xianling pills. Miao Xiaomeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? This young man was defying the heavens. An accomplished alchemist capable of producing 2 pills at once was already regarded as possessing extraordinary talent, sought after by numerous esteemed families. The more precious the elixir, the rarer the medicinal ingredients required. To produce such a quantity in one go would significantly reduce costs. If this were to come to the attention of other families, it could very well incite deadly consequences. Bulang observed his master's astonished expression and then cast a glance at the elixirs he had concocted. What could be the matter? Had he erred in any step of the refining process, resulting in such a meager yield? With only 10 elixirs produced in this batch, how long would it take to achieve a lasting success? Upon hearing his query, Miao Xiaomeng nearly choked in disbelief. Should his peers overhear this, they would surely leave him battered and bruised. Despite her own extraordinary talent and years of experience in alchemy, the most she had ever produced in a single session was merely 3 fifth-grade Xianling elixirs. Quickly masking her astonishment, Miao Xiaomeng adopted a demeanor of indifference. You must strive to improve further, she advised. Your technique appears rather unrefined. Practice diligently and resist the urge for immediate results. One should undertake endeavors commensurate with one's capabilities. Bulang nodded, understanding. I see, master. Now, let us proceed to register you at the Alchemist Guild. Follow me, Miao Xiaomeng said, as she deftly dropped a few Xianling pills and led him out of the alchemy chamber. The Alchemist Guild welcomed new aspirants daily, with numerous esteemed families bringing their newly promoted apprentices to register as alchemists. Each individual who entered this realm exuded an air of superiority. For once their alchemist status was officially recognized, they garnered even more admiration than the spirit masters outside. Ah, is that not the renowned alchemist Miao Xiaomeng? What brings you to the Alchemist Guild today? A middle-aged man, imbued with an ethereal aura, stood nearby. Behind him loomed 3 young men, each bearing an expression of extreme pride as they followed their master. The speaker was none other than Qing, Miao Xiaomeng's arch-rival, who, like her, was a 9th-tier alchemist. Their equal standing had led Qing to covertly compete with Miao Xiaomeng for decades. In this land, he aspired to become the first 10th-tier alchemist. Yet the path to advancement grew increasingly arduous, and both had remained stagnant for years. Qing's gaze turned disdainful upon seeing them. How many years has it been since you last graced the Alchemist Guild? Did you bring the Holy Sun along to register as an alchemist? Though, it makes sense, considering your lackluster disciples have yet to surpass the 3rd tier, correct? His assumptions were accurate. Miao Xiaomeng was deeply engrossed in the art of alchemy. Aside from a handful of disciples, she had not taken on many apprentices. Unfortunately, those few disciples remained stuck at the 1st-tier level despite her generous offerings of rare treasures, causing her considerable distress and providing ample fodder for Qing's mockery. Yet fortune favored her, for she possessed an extraordinary alchemical talent in her midst. With newfound confidence, she replied, Indeed, my disciple has just crafted a 5th-tier pill, which is why I brought him here to authenticate his alchemist status. Qing chuckled, patting his eldest disciple with pride. This is my apprentice, Shangguan Rui. He is already capable of refining 5th-tier Xianling pills at merely 18 years of age, showcasing even greater potential. His visit here is merely a matter of convenience, unlike your special trip. The derision in his voice was unmistakable, and it was no wonder this old fellow felt so triumphant. 5th-tier alchemists were not exceedingly rare, but the youth's age gave him a distinct advantage. At just 18, he had the promise of even greater achievements ahead. As Shangguan Rui's master spoke of him, he raised his chin with pride, absorbing the awe and admiration of those around him. An 18-year-old alchemist was indeed a prodigy among prodigies. If my son possessed even half of his talent, it would be as if our ancestors had bestowed their blessings upon us. Do not mention your foolish son. What does it mean to be an 18-year-old alchemist? One could count such talents on the fingers of one hand across the entire continent. Another master alchemist is rising. with such terrifying aptitude for cultivation that he is likely to break through to the 6th rank before the tender age of 20. This could very well result in our youngest 10th rank alchemist in history. The voices of the surrounding crowd escalated, each one louder than the last. The joy radiating from Qing was unabashed. He strode confidently with a steady gait towards Miao Xiaomeng and raised his voice, saying, "It has been a while since we last met. Since both of these young individuals are 5th rank alchemists, why not allow them to engage in a friendly competition? They can learn from each other." Although his apprentice can only concoct 5th rank elixirs, the fact that he can produce 2 at once speaks volumes of his genius, easily overshadowing that saintly figure. Today, he intends to humiliate Miao Xiaomeng in front of everyone, leaving no room for her to maintain her pretentious superiority before him. At this moment, Shangguan Rui also stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, signaling that all may soon be offended. Bulang gazed calmly at the ostentatious individual before him, pondering the extent of their desire for attention. His master had yet to grant approval. Yet this person had already leaped forward. Miao Xiaomeng, unperturbed by the spectacle, seized the opportunity for her apprentice to hone their skills. With a graceful flick of her hand, the alchemical furnace reappeared before the gathered crowd. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, yet none wished to depart, their eyes wide with eagerness, fearful of missing the slightest detail. Observing that Bulang had not even brought his own furnace, Shangguan Rui could not suppress a sneer, questioning whether he was truly a 5th-tier alchemist, mocking him for lacking his own equipment and suggesting that he was merely putting on a fade. Bulang, devoid of any avian companions, merely retrieved a selection of medicinal herbs from his spatial pouch, which had presumably lain within for countless years. Although his speed was not particularly swift, he proceeded with unwavering diligence. Half an hour later, Shangguan Rui was the first to ignite the furnace. The fragrance of the elixir filled the entire chamber, allowing those nearby to witness the unfolding events in their entirety. "Look, it's a 5th-grade Xianling pill. Remarkable, and there are 2 of them," gasped the onlookers. "My heavens! How can such an extraordinary talent exist?" The astonishment rippled through the crowd. Each individual struggled to fathom that a young alchemist could produce 2 pills in a single batch. Shangguan Rui, pride swelling within him, lifted his chin, basking in the adulation of those around him, his countenance radiating satisfaction. Qing approached and patted his shoulder, offering words of encouragement. "Continue to strive, aiming to refine 3 pills. With your innate talent, it is entirely feasible." Hearing his master's affirmation filled him with newfound confidence. "Yes, master." While they engaged in conversation, Bulang also completed his endeavor. The moment the pill furnace was opened, the aroma of the Xiandan swiftly enveloped the scent of the Xianling pill. It was indeed a 5th-grade Xiandan. There exists a hierarchy among pills, as well as distinctions in quality. Those capable of refining 5th-grade pills often struggle to produce even a 1st-grade Xiandan. Yet, this young man had effortlessly created a 5th-grade Xiandan. As its name suggests, the Xiandan preserves the youthful appearance of its user, leaving no trace of time upon their visage, making it the coveted elixir among women. With the emergence of the Xiandan, the outcome was almost predetermined. Qing, skeptical of his ability to concoct such a pill, approached for a closer inspection. Upon seeing the 11 neatly arranged pills, his mind buzzed as if a string had snapped. "How could this be? How is it possible for you to produce 11 pills? Even I, a dignified 9th-grade alchemist, have only managed 5 at most in a single session." Once he had deemed Shangguan Rui a genius, he now felt that comparison rendered him insignificant. Hearing his master's words, Shangguan Rui stepped forward to investigate, his heart sinking as he stammered, "Impossible. You must have practiced alchemy since childhood." His heart raced, unwilling to accept the reality of his defeat. In a desperate bid to salvage his dwindling pride, Qing joined his disciple in denial, asserting, "Rui is correct. He is not only the holy son of your Linglong Sect, but also your carefully nurtured apprentice. All the rare treasures of Linglong have been dedicated to the holy son, so it is only natural that a genius emerges." He firmly believed that relying solely on Yunbu Wang's true prowess would never have allowed him to attain such a remarkable level. It was undoubtedly the contributions of the Linglong Sect that had forcibly elevated his strength to this realm. Miao Xiaomeng's lips curled slightly, her youthful visage adorned with a look of disdain. Who would have thought that a dignified 9th-tier alchemist could be so intolerant of defeat? Is it truly so arduous to acknowledge another's superiority? Qing's expression wavered, his gaze averted, his heart rife with insecurity. Yet, with so many witnesses present, should word of today's events spread, what remnants of his status would remain? Where would his authority lie? We accept our losses with dignity and integrity. Yet my disciple has ascended to the rank of fifth-tier alchemist through her own merit. I wonder if the Holy Sun can claim the same. Qing proclaimed with an air of unwavering confidence. What do you mean by that? Mo Sharon inquired. Qing cleared his throat. My point is quite simple. Since we are here for the guild's certification, there are instruments available for testing talent. Such innate abilities cannot be amassed through postnatal remedies. He recalled having tested his disciple before, yielding a result of superior quality, reaching a light purple state. Given the opportunity, she might even surpass the 10th tier of alchemy. With such extraordinary talent, it was hard to believe she could be outshone by that Holy Sun. Suddenly, the vanishing confidence of Shangguan Rue inexplicably resurfaced. During the talent assessment, his master had once stated that whether a person could transcend the barrier of the 9th tier in alchemy depended on their innate abilities. For those of mediocre talent, no matter how fiercely they practiced in the early stages, they would inevitably stagnate later on, unable to progress further. Stepping forward with unwavering assurance, Shangguan Rue boldly declared, "If none of you harbor any deceit in your hearts, do you dare to join me in testing?" With a playful smile, Bulang exuded confidence, unperturbed by any challenges. Qing's schemes had come to fruition, a grin plastered across his face. If his disciple surpassed him in the talent assessment, it would serve as a victory, proving that the young man's ability to concoct longevity elixirs was merely the result of accumulated natural resources. He hurriedly made his way to the testing hall, a throng of spectators trailing behind him. Shangguan Rue, brimming with self-assurance, placed his hand upon the crystal and began to channel his spiritual energy into it. A flash of white light illuminated the room, revealing that the crystal had gradually transformed into a pale purple hue. The crowd buzzed with excitement. My heavens, a pale purple. He may very well ascend to the rank of a 10th-tier alchemist, murmured the onlookers. I've never heard of this Holy Sun practicing alchemy. Perhaps he has been secretly aided by some elixir from the Linglong Sect, granting him such prowess. It is well known that strength derived from mere potions is akin to a paper tiger, impressive in appearance yet utterly ineffective, a practice deemed most disgraceful. Shangguan Rue, filled with confidence, withdrew his hand and approached Qing, generously stating, "If you lack the confidence, you may choose to forego the test. I shall act as if today's events never occurred. However, in the future, should you cross my path, you must steer clear of me, for I do not tolerate impurities or detritus in my presence." The clouds towered over him, casting a disdainful gaze as they remarked, "With such a diminutive nose and tiny eyes, coupled with that meager spirit, what could you possibly contain within you?" Bulang refrained from engaging in idle chatter and, with a flick of his sleeve, approached the testing crystal. This crystal was larger than that of the Linglong Sect. Without any distractions, Bulang placed his hand upon it with utmost precision. After 3 to 5 seconds, the crystal remained entirely unresponsive. Shangguan Rue erupted into hearty laughter. Could it be that you possess not a shred of talent? Only those utterly devoid of alchemical aptitude would fail to awaken the crystal. He immediately recalled the earlier contest, where all had witnessed Bulang's utter lack of alchemical skill. The recently concocted youth-preserving pill may well have been pre-prepared, a pitiful stratagem employed merely to secure this inconsequential victory. Such contemptible tactics were beneath notice. As his imagination wandered, everything seemed to fall into place. The surrounding crowd, fueled by his incitement, gradually began to believe that Bulang's triumph was solely due to deceit. They mocked him mercilessly, their faces long and drawn. How disgraceful for a son to resort to such underhanded methods. Just look at his opponent, a person with exceptional purple-grade talent like Shangguan Rue. The pressure must be immense. However, that does not excuse such fraudulent antics to attract attention. It is a disgrace to our alchemists. You are mistaken. His disgrace is not ours to bear. After all, he is a boy devoid of any alchemical talent. He cannot be considered an alchemist. Yet, for one of his stature to engage in such conduct is a dishonor to the sect. Were I his master, I would seek a crack in the ground to hide from the shame. Indeed, you speak wisely. As the surrounding crowd chatter grew increasingly unrestrained, a faint yet resonant humming began to fill the air, sharp enough to make one's eardrums ache. Buzzing filled the atmosphere. Every alchemical furnace nearby resonated with a thunderous sound, lifting from their positions and floating in midair as if animated by a joyful spirit. As though they had found their long-lost master. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, yet the crystal emitted a dazzling light, blinding those nearby. Suddenly, amidst the clouds, a darkened furnace appeared, its form obscured by shadows, rendering its original shape unrecognizable. It descended leisurely beside Yun Bulang, and as it made contact, the dark exterior shattered into fragments. Golden patterns emerged, revealing a colossal dragon coiling around the furnace. Gradually, the furnace diminished in size, ultimately resting in the palm of Yun Bulang's hand, merging with his skin and integrating into his very being. Before long, a furnace appeared in the center of his palm, an entity that sought its master, becoming one with him. The moment Yun Bulo withdrew his hand, the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth vanished in an instant, as if everything had returned to its ordinary state. The celestial phenomena resulting from Yun Bulang's test have even startled the president of the Alchemist Guild. With urgency in his stride, he hastened to the testing hall, searching among the crowd for the individual responsible for this extraordinary occurrence. Upon seeing the guild president, Qing, with a somewhat embarrassed demeanor, approached him with his disciple in tow. "President Wang, this is my disciple, Shangguan Rui, who has recently ascended to the rank of a fifth-tier alchemist. I have brought him here to register as an alchemist." At that moment, Shangguan Rui stepped forward, offering a polite nod in an attempt to greet the president. However, to his dismay, the president did not spare him a glance and turned away. After surveying the hall, his gaze finally fixed upon Yun Bulang. "Was it you who was undergoing the test just now?" Yun Bulang nodded with a sense of inevitability. President Wang was visibly excited, his small hands fidgeting restlessly as he interlaced them, saying, "I have a modest request. I wonder if the young brother would be willing to oblige." "What is it?" Yun Bulang inquired. The president immediately responded, "Would you consent to become the honorary elder of our Alchemist Association?" Upon hearing this, the room erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. An honorary elder? What an esteemed position that was. Many had strained themselves in vain to attain such a title. There had been a seventh-tier alchemist once who sought the position, only to be turned away for the simple reason that he was deemed too old and of mediocre talent. Yet here was President Wang, personally extending an invitation to him, an honor of exceptional magnitude. "No, thank you. I am not interested." Yun Bulang was reluctant to entangle himself in additional burdens. With 7 masters already vying for his attention and his training, he found it more than enough to bear. Adding the title of honorary elder would only further encroach upon his scant leisure time. Rather than take offense at his refusal, President Wang responded amiably, "I do not ask this of you without compensation. Should you choose to accept this honorary elder position, I would be delighted to present you with a precious item." The mention of a treasure piqued not only Yun Bulang's interest, but also that of several others present, their ears perking up at the prospect. One could only imagine the extraordinary nature of any treasure that President Wang would deem worthy. On the other hand, Shangguan Rui was seething with frustration. Despite his master's efforts, President Wang had not cast even a glance in their direction, rendering their attempts futile. Even with their thick skins, they could not endure the repeated disregard from President Wang. "Qing, wave your sleeve and command them to leave. We must not linger here in disgrace," he urged, his former prized pupil now a source of irritation. He wished to depart without another moment's delay. Shangguan Rui had no choice but to follow his master, their figures quickly disappearing from the Alchemist Association. Initially intending to register as alchemists, they now hurriedly retreated without even setting foot inside, their urgency palpable. President Wang, however, remained oblivious to their departure, his entire focus devoted to Yun Bulang. "Please, accompany me." Yun Bulang observed the enigmatic demeanor of the man before him, then turned to his master, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did he follow the man into a dimly lit room. They meandered through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a relatively secluded chamber. President Wang produced a box of a deep reddish-brown hue, exquisitely crafted and adorned with golden edges. As he slowly opened the lid, a rich aroma of elixirs wafted forth, enveloping the entire room in its lingering essence. Was this the 10th grade fire spirit pill? A flicker of astonishment passed through Yun Bulang, for 10th grade alchemists were a rarity on this continent, let alone the 10th grade fire spirit pill, which was nearly unparalleled. President Wang nodded slightly, nonchalantly pushing the box towards him, declaring that as long as he was willing to accept the title of honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, the precious item was his. Yet, I am not one to embrace complications. I am accustomed to a carefree existence, unbound by the constraints of others. Yun Bulang expressed his innermost thoughts. President Wang offered a detached smile, seemingly unperturbed by the matter at hand. "Rest assured, as long as you are willing to assume the title of honorary elder, it will merely be a nominal position, free from any burdensome responsibilities. You shall continue as you always have, pursuing your desires freely." President Wang's words were quite charming. Having lived for over half a century, He had never encountered such an extraordinary talent in alchemy. There was a possibility that this individual might one day break through to the 10th tier, or even ascend to greater realms. By securing his allegiance, it would undoubtedly benefit the entire alchemist guild. After all, having one more ally is far preferable to acquiring yet another adversary. Upon hearing the other party's words, Yunbula reluctantly stored the elixir away, remarking that it was merely a title she held as an honorary elder. The affairs of the alchemist guild were beyond her concern. Indeed. President Wang chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. As long as he could maintain a firm grasp on this young individual before him, the other matters could be deliberated at a later time. Bulang closed the box, yet the lingering aroma of the 10th grade elixir clung to him, unmistakable to those with a discerning nose. However, he had already ascended to the esteemed position of honorary elder within the Alchemist Guild, a status far beyond that of the Linglong Sect. The Alchemist Guild held significant sway across the continent, and an honorary elder was not someone to be trifled with. Miao Xiaomeng, catching a whiff of the fragrance, inquired, "Did he bestow upon you a 10th grade elixir?" "Indeed," Miao Xiaomeng affirmed with a nod, appreciating his discernment. He had not taken advantage of her youth and ignorance by offering her some subpar trinkets. This detail earned her a measure of respect for the guild president. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" President Wang asked courteously. "I have brought him to register as an alchemist," Miao Xiaomeng replied honestly. "Given that he is already an honorary elder of our guild, there is no need for registration," President Wang said graciously. "However, should you desire it, I will ensure that the necessary documents are prepared and personally delivered to the Linglong Sect at a later date." This revelation left those around them in stunned silence. After all, President Wang was notoriously known for his fiery temper, often leaving a trail of ruin in his wake. Yet, now he stood before this young man. His demeanor transformed, a smile doubling the wrinkles on his face, completely devoid of his usual authoritative air. After completing the registration, Miao Xiaomeng escorted him back to the sect. Though anxiety hung thick in the air, upon their arrival, an outer sect disciple rushed towards them, exclaiming, "Seventh Peak Master, you have finally returned. The sect master of Lingzhou Palace awaits you outside. What brings that old fox here?" Miao Xiaomeng thought it best not to linger and swiftly vanished from sight. As she made her way, several outer sect disciples plummeted from the sky, landing beside her. Li Murong, accompanied by the disciples and elders of the sect, surged in like a tide. Upon spotting Miao Xiaomeng, he raised a hand, instantly commanding the crowd to halt. "I have but one purpose today, to demand Bulang's surrender. I can overlook past grievances, but should you refuse, do not blame me for the bloodshed that will ensue at Linglong Sect." Li Murong's voice was steady and authoritative, his oppressive aura descending upon them. At his feet lay an outer sect disciple, bloodied and battered, the brutality evident. Miao Xiaomeng glanced at the fallen disciple, administering several elixirs to alleviate their injuries. These disciples had sustained severe wounds, their cultivation foundations shattered by the very man standing before them, likely rendering them incapable of further cultivation. "Li Murong, you have the audacity to injure others within my Linglong Sect. Do you seek death?" Miao Xiaomeng retorted. "I have made my intentions crystal clear. Surrender Bulang, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," he replied, his tone unwavering. Li Murong narrowed his eyes, determined to handle this matter with finesse and decisiveness today. Otherwise, how could a distinguished holy son allow himself to be bullied into silence? The mere thought of such disgrace would surely provoke laughter. "Today, I shall witness how you plan to be impudent." Li Yanran descended from the heavens with several other sisters, landing gracefully before Bulang. The 7 sisters, each embodying a unique style, radiated brilliance more vibrant than a rainbow, their beauty unmatched. Yet the chill in their gazes was rather intimidating. "Should you refuse to surrender Bulang, we shall declare war. By the end of this day, the Linglong Sect shall cease to exist." Li Murong brandished his treasured sword, and the elders behind him unveiled their magical artifacts. All those with a modicum of cultivation within the clan stood resolutely at his side. The air was thick with the scent of impending flames. A great battle was on the verge of eruption. Li Yanran, unafraid, declared, "Let the battle commence. What is there to fear?" Qing wielded her sword, and in an instant, she dashed into the enemy ranks, sowing chaos among their formation. The surroundings erupted into turmoil, while Bulang remained undeterred, swiftly eliminating numerous inner disciples of the opposing faction. He was a force of nature, slaughtering all who stood in his path, his strength unleashed in full measure. To others, the so-called prodigies appeared formidable, but to him, They were as fragile as fledgling chicks, dispatched with a mere kick. This reckless display caught the attention of one elder nearby, who soon became a formidable adversary. A peak-stage nascent soul elder unleashed his power, shattering the nearby trees in the process. Today, I shall avenge our holy son. Prepare to pay with your life. His own inadequacies were not the fault of others. Bulang scoffed, barely acknowledging his opponent, despite the latter's superior cultivation. He hadn't anticipated that they would dare retaliate so boldly, yet it was to be expected. A holy son humiliated before so many would inevitably seek vengeance. Phantom flame of the netherworld, ignite. In the hands of Bulang, a myriad of sparks erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to rise several degrees in an instant. Even the earth itself bore the marks of scorching, developing cracks of varying degrees. Despite his tender age, his methods were exceedingly ruthless. I cannot allow you to flourish. The sword in the hands of the elder swung with such swiftness that it seemed to leave mere afterimages in its wake. Such an exceptionally gifted genius, if allowed to mature, could yield dire consequences. Now that enmity has been established, it is imperative to extinguish him in his cradle while he is still in the formative stages of growth. Bang! In the heavens above, the elder's sword descended with great force. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, propelled by an unstoppable momentum. As it rushed down upon him, Bulang lightly tapped his toes and swiftly retreated, yet those objects seemed to possess a consciousness, relentlessly pursuing him from behind. The sharp tip of the blade was mere centimeters away. If it drew any closer, his eyes would be blinded in an instant. In close proximity, he could see his own eyes reflected on the glimmering blade, enveloped in the ethereal flames of the netherworld, without a moment's hesitation. Bulang reached out to grasp the sword's body. With a resounding bang, the treasured sword that countless individuals had contended for shattered into 2 pieces, falling to the ground like refuse. Following the sword's breakage, the surrounding phantoms vanished without a trace. The Grand Elder, infuriated, puffed his cheeks in anger and removed the hairpin from his head, transforming it into a wooden peach sword. With the sword's aura in motion, he launched himself forward. Just as he was about to approach Bulang, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. The Grand Elder remained in place, fully alert and vigilant. Yet there was no sign of anyone in the vicinity. What are you searching for? The voice of Bulang suddenly descended from above. As the elder attempted to evade, it was already too late. He could only endure the force of that strike, which left his internal organs in turmoil, and at that moment, his white figure ignited in flames. The cries of anguish echoed incessantly. He hastily formed hand seals, summoning the surrounding water to douse his burning body, believing it to be his salvation. Yet, instead of extinguishing the flames, they blazed even more fiercely. The elder recalled a treasured artifact he had acquired during his travels and extracted a spiritual talisman from his spatial ring, affixing it to himself while enveloping his body in spiritual energy, barely preserving his flickering life. How dare you? He exclaimed, trembling fingers pointing in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had fallen into such dire straits. In terms of cultivation and combat experience, this young man was utterly inferior to him. Yet, this unassuming early-stage nascent soul was able to render him defenseless. No sooner had he spoken, a shadow flickered before him. The sound of the blade sinking into flesh was particularly jarring. The elder felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a blood-soaked hole in his charred clothing. Bulang stood 3 meters away, wielding a sword that dripped with vivid crimson blood, forming a small pool upon the ground. He approached slowly, each step seemingly treading upon clouds, resembling an emperor descended from the heavens, his gaze devoid of emotion. Upon reaching the Grand Elder, he gently pushed with his hand, eliciting a thud as the Grand Elder's rigid corpse toppled backward, his pupils gradually dilating, the ring on his hand shattering, leaving him a cold shell of his former self. The Grand Elder held a position in the Linglong Sect second only to the Holy Sun, and witnessing the sect's backbone fall, Limurong felt a surge of rage coursing through his veins. You have already injured our Holy Sun, and now slain the Grand Elder. Today, you shall pay with your life. The spiritual energy around Limurong surged towards him. Li Yin and Qing positioned themselves in front of him. Step aside, Limurong bellowed. If you wish to move against him, you must first contend with us. Li Yin and Qing encircled him, rendering escape impossible. The 3 shared comparable levels of cultivation. Limurong found himself unable to defeat them or break free. 10,000 swords returned to 1. A resounding blast erupted as a blinding white light flashed, the sword in Limurong's grasp absorbing the surrounding spiritual power, growing infinitely larger. Li Yanran removed a bracelet from her wrist, the golden accessory radiating a dazzling light, forming a colossal protective barrier. The clash of their formidable artifacts produced a piercing, shrill sound, overwhelming the weaker disciples, leaving them with crimson stains in their ears. Come and meet your doom. The azure figure spun in the air, completing a full 360 degrees, transforming into a streak of light that shattered the sword. The shadow materialized into a person, Qing standing there as immovable as the wind. With a chime, Li Yanran's bracelet shattered into several fragments, the bells falling to the ground, emitting a clear and melodious sound. Thus, both artifacts were rendered to naught in an instant. Li Murong panted lightly, now grasping the situation, to eliminate Yun Bulang. He first needed to deal with these two women. Meanwhile, Yun Bulang's blade fell swiftly, dispatching several inner disciples in one breath. Gradually, no one dared to approach him. Not even the nearby elders, who exchanged apprehensive glances. One elder whispered, "This young man's strength does not align with what we have witnessed. If we do not devise a plan, eliminating him will be an insurmountable task. Do you have any good ideas?" The second elder inquired. "If we encircle him, surely we can overpower him." The blade held by the grand elder gleamed with a layer of golden flames, radiating an intimidating heat wherever it touched. The four elders formed a diminutive formation, encircling Yun Bulang completely. Positioned at the four cardinal points, east, west, south, and north, these elders harmonized the elements of time, place, and human effort, each wielding their blades in a synchronized rhythm. In the heavens above, they crafted an intricate net of swords, establishing a formidable array in a mere 3 minutes. Su Ruofeng, observing the formation they had devised, realized it was specifically aimed at Yun Bulang and felt a surge of alarm. However, he found himself ensnared by the inner disciples, unable to extricate himself. "Bulang, be cautious. The heart of the formation lies to the east." Yun Bulang confidently nodded and assured his master, "Rest assured, I know precisely what to do." These old men, seeking to ensnare him in their formation, would be sorely disappointed given his considerable expertise in such matters. A fleeting white shadow darted forth, targeting the Grand Elder position to the east. Not good. The Grand Elder realized as Yun Bulang charged towards him that he had discerned the formation's critical point. The essence of any formation lies in its focal point. Should this young man approach him, all their meticulous arrangements would be rendered futile. With the phantom steps, the Grand Elder's figure morphed incessantly, creating an illusion of reality where truth and deception intermingled, making it challenging to discern the genuine from the false. Yet, his shadow betrayed his true location, as the other phantasmal Grand Elders lacked corporeal shadows, merely existing as insubstantial apparitions. "Shatter!" Yun Bulang bellowed, delivering a powerful strike to the Grand Elder's chest. Caught unawares, the Grand Elder was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater. With a sickening cough, he spat blood onto the earth, his calloused hands trembling as he pointed at Yun Bulang. "How did you discern my position? That is of no concern to you." With a swift motion, Yun Bulang struck decisively, causing a torrent of blood to flow from the Grand Elder, who succumbed to his mortal wounds. Once the formation was dismantled, the remaining elders fared little better, each falling one by one under Yun Bulang's relentless assault. If the elders met such a fate, the inner disciples were merely inconsequential, easily dispatched. As the battle wore on, the inner disciples, though encircling him, hesitated to engage. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Anyone daring to charge forth would be nothing more than cannon fo. Yun Bulang displayed no mercy, striking down each foe with unwavering resolve, leaving a pile of corpses at his feet. His sword, stained with a somewhat alarming crimson hue, contrasted starkly with his immaculate white robe, untouched and free from even the slightest speck of dust, remaining as pristine as when he first arrived. The seventh elder's lassizi spun rapidly in his hand. Today, he would make you experience the sensation of depleted spiritual energy. The lassizi in his grasp whirled with fervor, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence, coalescing into an extraordinarily sharp blade. The clouds, extending their hand, unexpectedly intercepted the sword, causing the garments to billow backward under the force of the blade's aura. The black cloud boots staggered back a few steps, barely maintaining balance. The seventh elder's manipulations rendered the glass-like weapon ever-changing, imbued with a potent corrosiveness, likely tainted by this old scoundrel's treachery, infused with deadly poison. Yun Bulang had just raised his hand to block, only to feel an excruciating pain in his palm. Glancing down, he observed that his once delicate, pale palm had turned an ominous shade of black. The toxin was spreading rapidly, coursing up his arm towards his heart. In a moment of desperation, Bulang swiftly pressed several key acupoints on his body to seal them. The advance of the black poison slowed. Yet it continued to inexorably creep towards his vital heart meridian. You have fallen victim to my bone-corroding poison. Now, simply await your demise, cackled the seventh elder with a malevolent glee. Miao Xiaomeng rushed to his side, witnessing the toxin coursing through his hand with alarming speed. Enraged to the point of trembling, she retrieved a pill from her spatial ring and thrust it into his hand. Hurry, consume this. Bulang nodded slightly, the moment the elixir entered his mouth. The toxins in his body vanished as if they had encountered a formidable nemesis. His arm regained its original hue, though a faint trace of darkness lingered in the palm of his hand. Miao Xiaomeng, standing nearby, explained. This toxin is exceedingly domineering and cannot be entirely eradicated in a short span of time. However, I have administered an antidote, and the residual toxins will not inflict harm upon you. They can be regulated within a brief period. The seventh elder, truly malevolent, resorted to every despicable and insidious tactic at his disposal. The smile on his face stiffened as he had not anticipated that the opponent would extricate himself so swiftly. What antidote did you give him? He wondered. He had meticulously crafted this poison, which had never failed him and was notorious in the martial world. Now, it was neutralized by a mere antidote, leaving him utterly unprepared. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Bulang and Miao Xiaomeng joined forces, forcing him into a retreat, causing him to stumble and fall, tumbling to the ground. Ha! Today is your day of reckoning. I tell you, from the moment you attempted to poison Bulang, you sealed your own fate. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Miao Xiaomeng unveiled a sword that shot forth from her sleeve, plunging directly into the seventh elder's chest. As she witnessed the prominent figures of the Linglong Sect fall one after another, Li Murong's movements quickened, and she forcefully pushed Li Yanran aside, launching an attack on Bulang. I will have your life. Li Murong's eyes glowed crimson, her entire being enveloped in a swirling aura of malevolence. This was troubling. Li Murong had likely succumbed to the dark path. Li Yanran had long sensed something amiss. Not only were her strikes ruthless and merciless, but her spiritual energy was also chaotic and disordered. It was no wonder she had become so formidable in such a short time. Li Murong surveyed the ground strewn with corpses, the majority being inner disciples and elders of the Lingjio Palace, while the members of the Linglong Sect appeared scarcely harmed. This realization warped the features of her wrinkled face. Witnessing the disciples perish one by one, she waved her hand, summoning 2 disciples directly into her grasp. You useless wretches. Since death is inevitable, you might as well serve my purpose. Fear not. I shall not let your sacrifice be in vain. I will avenge you. Li Murong grasped the heads of the 2 individuals tightly, instantly siphoning their entire cultivation and absorbing it as her own. Help! The remaining disciples, realizing the gravity of the situation, struggled desperately, yet ultimately fell into her clutches, leaving nothing but their withered bodies to plummet to the ground, shattering upon impact. Li Murong let out a triumphant howl, gazing at her powerful hands, her laughter uncontrollable. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her. And this sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Despite the heavy toll to be paid, the prospect of eliminating the individuals before me renders all sacrifices trivial. Your ruthless methods, driven by selfish desires, render you unworthy of being their mentor. Li Yanran could hardly bear to witness such cruelty. After all, these inner disciples are living beings. Their lives, as insignificant as ants, hardly merit survival. They might as well assist me in my final moments. Li Murong's eyes swiftly transformed into an abyssal black, the whites vanishing entirely. This is dire. He has succumbed completely to darkness and is prepared for battle. Li Yanran addressed her remaining 6 sisters. The 7 of them launched an attack simultaneously. Yet they could not close the distance to their adversary even by a fraction. Li Murong remained utterly unperturbed amidst their onslaught, while siphoning the strength of his disciples. He effortlessly countered their efforts, managing the entire encounter with ease. Bang! The slightly weaker Miao Xiaomeng was struck down with a single blow. 7th sister, Qing wielded her sword with increased velocity, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Bulang swiftly dealt with the few inner disciples that had been pestering him, drawing his blade and charging forth. Li Murong wielded a pair of meteor hammers, imbued with cataclysmic power, and struck forcefully. Qing's sharp sword ascended in an instant to block the attack, while the other sisters supported her from behind. The clash of weapons resonated with a piercing, shrill sound. In a flurry, the surrounding swords were drawn towards Li Murong, who sent a thread of consciousness to control them, directing their thrusts toward their foes. The sound of impact echoed, punctuated by a cacophony of clashing metal. The sword in Yun Buliang's hand danced wildly, cleaving all the blades to the ground, instantly shattering them into two fragments. Once their owners perished, these swords became ownerless objects, which Li Murong adeptly utilized, elevating their status in an instant. Yet now, they lay shattered in his grasp, reduced to mere scrap metal. Do not rejoice too soon. Li Murong's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes now mere black orbs, exuding an unsettling aura. Suddenly, the heavens transformed, dark clouds swirling ominously overhead, as the spiritual energy in the air converged like a tornado, surging into his body. Li Murong greedily absorbed it all, akin to an expanding sponge. Fissures began to appear upon his body, yet he remained oblivious to the danger. He felt an infinite power flooding into him, a sensation he craved, disregarding whether his body could withstand such an influx of spiritual energy. This old hound schemed even against his own disciples, truly bringing shame upon his cultivators. Qing held such contempt for this individual. Should today's events be revealed, he would become the object of universal scorn. Thus, she understood Li Murong's murderous intent. If the few of them did not perish, this matter would undoubtedly be disseminated. Miao Xiaomeng tossed a pill to each of them, all upgraded elixirs that would inflict no harm upon their bodies, capable of swiftly enhancing their strength in a short span. These were rare ninth-rank spirit-gathering pills, and had it not been for the perilous situation, she would have been reluctant to use them. For every ingredient she had refined was exceedingly rare. After the 8 individuals consumed the pills, their strength surged instantly. Yun Bulo ascended directly from the early stage of the nascent soul to its pinnacle, exhibiting a profound difference in strength. No wonder this old hound is so enamored with this spiritual energy, to the extent that he is unwilling to cease his pursuits even at the cost of his own well-being. Li Murong found himself encircled, emanating a dark aura, resolute in his refusal to submit. Master, his weakness lies in his right hand. Seize the opportunity. Yun Bulang addressed Li Yanran. Li Murong, having absorbed the spiritual essence of numerous disciples, found his corporeal form unable to bear the strain, with his right hand being the sole vulnerability. Li Yanran discerned this flaw. His right hand was marred by numerous fissures, yet he remained oblivious to it, a critical weakness indeed. The 7 individuals worked in harmonious coordination. And with Yun Bulang providing cover, even in his demonized state, Li Murong was unable to subdue them. Over time, he descended into a semblance of madness, reducing all living beings within his reach to mere ashes. The 7 masters restrained his every movement, cornering him until he could not stir. Suruofeng, too, brandished his treasured artifact, channeling his entire spiritual energy to confine him in that corner. Yun Bulang seized the opportunity, gripping the sword tightly, and thrust it fiercely towards him. In that fleeting moment when the blade grazed his body, Li Murong summoned every ounce of strength to break free from his restraints. Seizing Yun Bulang's arm with a vice-like grip, "You, yellow-haired brat, today marks your demise." With the black blade swirling in his hand, Li Murong struck heavily towards his head. "Be careful." Li Yanran's silk ribbon flew swiftly, pulling Yun Bulang back. Bang! Li Murong's palm struck the ground, creating a profound silence, as smoke billowed around them. When the fog finally dispersed, no figures remained in sight. The 7 masters exchanged glances, huddled together back to back. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the sky. Li Murong appeared above them, sword raised, and dove down with astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impact scattered the 7 masters, leaving the ground pockmarked. Li Murong stiffly turned his neck, his murderous aura intensifying. "You shall all perish here today, ha ha ha." His deranged demeanor had completely lost touch with reason, as the Xianglong sword transformed into a colossal dragon, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Ha ha ha. His voice resonated with madness. Turning around, he realized his target had vanished. Yun Bulang, come out. All of this chaos stemmed from Yun Bulang. Were it not for this individual, he would not have plummeted to such depths. Now, the disciples of the sect lay slain by his own hand, and should this news spread, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of many. Even if he were to die, he would drag someone down with him. The cloud of uncertainty lurked in the shadows, biding its time to strike. Confronting the old dog, now completely deranged, head-on was evidently an unwise course of action. He beckoned to his elder sister. In an instant, Li Yanran appeared before him. "Master," she said, "this individual has descended into utter madness. In my humble opinion, we should lead him to the back mountain where we can act decisively to eliminate him." Yun Bulang proposed that the desolate area at the back mountain would be the most opportune place to take action. If they continued to fight here, it was likely that this fiend would not be vanquished before their Linglong Sect was reduced to mere ruins. Li Yanran nodded in agreement, then appeared before Li Murong, challenging him with a declaration of, "If you possess the ability, then follow me." Her figure vanished without a trace, and without a moment's hesitation. Li Murong took off in pursuit. Several others swiftly arrived at the back mountain, surrounding him completely. Bulang, with his own intentions, led him to the back mountain. The infernal flames in his hand ignited rapidly, enveloping the entire sky. The ethereal fire was capable of incinerating all that exists. Its power second only to that of the Golden Crow's flames. Vast swathes of this spectral fire surrounded him. Li Yanran, accompanied by several other sisters, trapped him within the sea of flames. "Do you truly believe that these fires can bring about my demise? Such a foolish dream." Li Murong's powerful frame trembled, and he soared into the air, on the verge of escaping the fiery circle. Yet, Bulang paid no heed. He ascended and forcefully kicked him back into the inferno. At the moment of his descent, Li Murong grasped his foot tightly, pulling him into the flames. "If we are to perish, let it be together." Bulang delivered several forceful kicks, realizing that his opponent was truly determined to ensure his demise. The darkened nails clutched tightly at his pant leg, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle within the fiery circle. "Be cautious, Bulang," Li Yanran urged, her brow furrowed with anxiety as she leaped into the fray. The master and disciple joined forces, and Li Murong gradually began to feel the pressure. The sound of blades striking his body echoed as if they were hitting a solid block of iron, producing a jarring noise. This individual had succumbed to madness. Fully enveloped in darkness. "Master, cover me," Bulang implored. "What do you intend to do?" Li Yanran asked, filled with concern. "In my recent confrontation with him, I discovered a weakness. There is an injury on his left shoulder, which may serve as an opportunity," Bulang declared, despite being consumed by demonic power. Li Murong was acutely aware of the wound on his left arm. "All right, but you must exercise utmost caution." In an instant, Li Yanran's sword darted forward, capturing Li Murong's attention. He focused entirely on her, oblivious to the approach of Bulang behind him. While Li Yanran restrained him, Li Murong noticed the presence behind him, but found himself unable to wield his right hand, forced to retaliate with his left. As Bulang recognized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he instantly transformed into a radiant aurora. Suddenly, with a gasp, a colossal gaping wound appeared on his hand, his entire left arm severed at the root. The hand plummeting to the ground, twitching a few times symbolically before falling utterly still. Blood dripped incessantly from his shoulder, pooling around him as he clutched his arm, attempting to flee. Yet, even when uninjured, he could only barely hold his ground against them. Now, wounded, he was unable to contend even with Bulang. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Yanran leaped into the air, materializing directly before him, her great sword sweeping forth to plunge into his chest. Before Li Murong could regain his balance, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, and upon looking down, he saw the blade piercing through from his back to the front. Bulang drew forth his sword, crimson droplets still glistening upon its blade. He turned to face Li Murong, whose astonished gaze met his own, and with a gentle yet firm gesture, he closed her wide, unblinking eyes. A swift push sent Li Murong's rigid form tumbling backward, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. Thus, the once great sect leader met a desolate end upon the mountainside, without a soul to claim her remains. This fate was her retribution. In her relentless pursuit of personal desire, she had callously harmed her own disciples, rendering her unworthy of the title of teacher. Flames engulfed her corpse, and within moments, it was reduced to a pile of ash, scattered by the wind. Though they emerged victorious from the fierce battle, significant destruction had befallen many edifices. At that moment, Li Yanran entrusted Bulang with a task. He was to accompany his junior brothers and sisters to Linglong Sect and retrieve all valuables. With Li Murong's demise, the treasures within Linglong Sect became unclaimed. Furthermore, given their considerable losses in battle, whatever they could salvage from Linglong Sect might serve to mitigate their plight. "Master, shall I depart at once?" Bulang inquired, seeking his mentor's counsel. Li Yanran nodded, her gaze sweeping over the chaos surrounding them, a flicker of indignation gleaming in her eyes. "Hurry and go." "Understood." Bulang smiled as he nodded, then gathered a few of his close junior sisters and cheerfully descended the mountain. "Holy son, we owe our survival to you this time. Otherwise, our Linglong Sect would have been doomed." One gazed at him with admiration. The girls nearby, unwilling to be outdone, affectionately linked their arms with his. "Holy son, you are truly becoming increasingly formidable." With just a few swift moves, you resolve those issues. Indeed, if I possessed even half of the Holy Sun's prowess. My mother would wake from dreams with a smile, Xiao said, her face adorned with a graceful smile, her gaze lingering on Yun Bulang. In that case, I believe it would be more reliable for your mother to continue dreaming. Your skills are hardly even a fraction of mine, Du once scoffed. Holy Sun, look. She is bullying me, Xiao said, her voice sweet and teasing. The pitch of her tone sent shivers down Yun Bulang's spine. Embracing the girls, he placed a gentle kiss on each of their cheeks. All right, in the future, whenever you have time, come find me at the back. I will teach you everything I learn. Really, Holy Sun? Of course. When have I ever spoken falsely to you? Yun Bulang gazed at the golden eagle with its delicate young master, and the shadows in his heart dissipated instantly. Indeed, the sight of beauty is a balm for the soul. As they engaged in conversation, they arrived at the Linglong Sect, which was a veritable expanse, twofold larger than their own. Both its decor and the vastness of its grounds exuded opulence. Unfortunately, due to Li Murong leading the entire sect's disciples away, they faced utter annihilation, leaving not a single gatekeeper disciple within the sect. Yun Bulang meticulously scoured every corner, yet upon discovering Li Murong's bedroom, he was momentarily blinded by the dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels hidden within the dark recesses. This old fellow certainly had a knack for amassing treasures. Possessing such a magnificent luminous pearl, and these exquisite spirit stones revealed him to be nothing short of a veritable magnate. As Yun Bulang spoke, he tirelessly tossed these items into the spatial realm. With these treasures in possession, Linglong Sect might be able to construct something even grander than before. Holy Sun, come quickly and take a look, Xiao exclaimed, pointing to a painting, behind which lay a concealed compartment. Yun Bulang approached and pressed down on the hidden compartment, revealing a trove of celestial treasures. Good heavens, how many souls must this individual have ensnared to amass such a vast fortune? TSK. Reflecting on his own modest savings, it seemed to pale in comparison to even a fraction of this wealth. A few individuals swept through like a swarm of locusts, collecting anything of value and stowing it away in their satchels. Not a single weapon or magical artifact was spared. Although the Linglong Sect might not have immediate use for them, they would undoubtedly serve as excellent provisions for the new disciples should the sect expand in the future. Have we thoroughly searched these areas? Yun Bulang inquired of several junior sisters. We are nearly done. Let us proceed to the next location. Yun Bulang led them out of Li Murong's chamber and directly towards the quarters of the elders. It must be said that the treasures amassed by these elders were hardly inferior to those of the sect leader. In a mere hour, the Linglong Sect was reduced to a mere shell of its former self. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked, Yun Bulang, with a sense of satisfaction, departed with his junior sister. However, not long after descending the mountain, they encountered Wang Feifei, who had previously challenged him. Upon seeing Yun Bulang, the other party was momentarily taken aback, before swiftly approaching with a group, blocking their path. Yun Bulang cast a glance at the few individuals behind him, noting that the one with slightly superior strength was the elder beside him. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Do you not comprehend this simple truth? Yun Bulang remarked. His arms crossed over his chest, his tone laced with a languid air. You are the dog, Wang Feifei retorted, his frustration palpable. The memory of his previous humiliation lingered vividly in his mind. Observing the young maidens accompanying Yun Bulang, a smirk crept across his face. This fellow had ventured out today with a few young girls, seemingly disciples of the same sect, whose abilities were laughably inadequate. However, he was not alone. Today, he was accompanied by the third elder, and he was determined to seize this opportunity to utterly dismantle Yun Bulang. You choose to abandon the Linglong Sect today, yet find the leisure to wander in this desolate wilderness. Are you perhaps engaging in some illicit rendezvous with these maidens? Wang Feifei's face was a mask of mockery. Indeed. Although you are a holy son, it does not grant you the liberty to act without restraint. My previous oversight shall be forgiven, provided you bow your head and offer a few sincere apologies for your past transgressions. And if I refuse? Yun Bulang countered, unyielding. Wang Feifei's eyes widened in fury, and he threatened, should you decline to comply, I shall take your life first, and then enjoy the company of the maidens behind you. Being associated with a spineless wretch like you is far less appealing than having them serve me directly. Yun Bulang lifted his gaze slightly, speaking with an air of calmness and composure. Have you called enough? If so, then be gone. Wang Feifei, in a fit of rage, seethed with indignation. Was he being likened to a rabid dog? Third elder, bind him for me. I intend to relish in his torment. Wang Yijuan declared menacingly. He demanded that the previous grievances be repaid with interest. The third elder nodded slightly, assuring, "Rest easy, holy son, I shall bind him forthwith." The third elder sought his opportunity, yet he could not even graze a single hair of the opponent. Instead, Bulang delivered a resounding slap, sending both him and his sword soaring, tumbling down the mountainside, disappearing from sight. Wang Yijuan could scarcely fathom such an outcome as he observed the other approaching. His lips quivered as he stammered, "Don't come any closer. I told you to stir up trouble. Sister, bring me the rope." Bulang received the rope handed over by his junior disciple and bound him tightly before hanging him directly on a nearby tree. "How dare you?" Bulang delivered a resounding slap to his face, causing him to spin helplessly in midair. "What I have to fear?" The few individuals accompanying Wang Yijuan exchanged glances, their grips tightening around their swords. Yet, none dared to take action. They could only watch in helpless silence as the duo departed. Bulang relinquished all his protective measures, retaining only a portion of his wealth. However, this modest reserve was preserved only after securing his master's consent. With his pouch filled to capacity, he walked with an air of confidence, contemplating a visit to the auction house to ascertain the value of the garments he had previously deposited there. "Where are you headed?" Qing suddenly appeared before him, nearly startling him to death. "I'm descending the mountain for a stroll." "You spend your days aimlessly wandering about, always eager to venture outside. You should dedicate more time to your cultivation. After all, you are a revered saint." I know, but I haven't finished speaking yet." The clouds dissipated swiftly, leaving no trace behind, while the echoes of Qing's roar lingered in the air. Upon reflection, it was indeed prudent to engage in diligent practice. Had it not been for the intervention of the seven masters, Linglong Sect could have found herself in peril. Lost in thought, she hurried down the mountain, her feet moving briskly. Having previously made an appearance, the attendees of the auction recognized her. This time, they had even arranged a private box for her, situated on the second floor, providing a clearer view of the auction items while ensuring her privacy was well guarded. Gazing down from the second floor, she observed numerous courtesans on the ground level, clad in revealing attire, huddled together. Although they were courtesans, each bore an unusual expression, clustering in groups of 3 or 5. If her intuition served her right, this gathering of women was likely also drawn by the allure of those exquisite garments. As time ticked away, the crowd at the auction swelled. When the appointed hour arrived, a young woman gracefully emerged from behind the curtain, dressed in a cerulean gown, her silky hair meticulously styled. She glided to the forefront, her voice crisp and melodious, imbued with a gentle warmth. "Thank you for your esteemed presence at today's auction. I am Yang, honored to host this event amidst your busy schedules. I hope you enjoy the proceedings." Her lips parted in a charming smile, radiating an elegance that rendered the front row attendees almost spellbound. The first item on the auction block was a spatial bracelet, approximately a dozen cubic units in size, an exquisite piece suitable for gifting to a lady or cherishing oneself. The starting bid was set at 100 low-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 10. No sooner had she finished speaking than bids began to pour in. 110, 150, 200. Ultimately, this remarkable piece of jewelry was secured by a dashing heir from a prominent family for the sum of 300 low-grade spirit stones. Bulang sat languidly in his seat, awaiting the appearance of his prized items for auction. However, as half an hour elapsed, there was still no sign of the objects he had submitted. Could they have been overlooked? Just as his mind was clouded with doubt, an intriguing item suddenly emerged on stage, rekindling his interest. The item up for bid, as everyone could see, was a magical artifact, a partially completed dagger. The auction had not conducted any valuation, and it remained to be seen who would ultimately claim this exquisite blade. The starting bid was set at 100 mid-grade spirit stones, with each increment not to fall below 10 stones. Several discerning bidders were quick to raise their offers. 120, 150, 500. The last bid of 500 mid-grade spirit stones represented the annual living expenses of a small family. The bidder was none other than Long Outyin, the young master of Long Family Fortress. Upon hearing his voice, many, despite their interest in the dagger, chose to withdraw. Behind Long Outyin stood the entire Long Family Fortress, and none dared to offend him, just as Long Outyin believed the dagger was assuredly his. A voice floated down from the second floor. 600. Indeed, it was Bulang, who also harbored a keen interest in the dagger. The blade radiated a subtle, chilling glow, and its hilt was adorned with a single red gem, flanked by 2 deep recesses. He surmised that the dagger was originally intended to bear 3 gems. Yet, for reasons unknown, only one remained, though this did not diminish his fascination with the weapon. Long Outyin abruptly turned his gaze toward the private box, exclaiming, "My good sir, a gentleman does not covet another's treasures. I was the first to set my sights on this dagger." He continued, "I am merely aware of the auction's rules. The highest bidder prevails." Yun Bewley let out a cold snort, harboring no intention of yielding. Long Outyin boldly declared, 1,000. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. What a staggering notion. 1 medium-grade spirit stone equates to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such audacity reflects the true nature of the young master of Long Family Fortress. 1,001. A voice drifted from the second floor. 2,000. Long Outyin refused to back down. 2,001. 3,000. 3,001. Just as Long Outyin prepared to raise his bid once more, an elderly man beside him suddenly grasped his hand, cautioning, "Young master, our budget for this endeavor is strictly 3,000, and this wretched dagger is merely a half-damaged relic. Hardly worth such a sum." The elder wished to prevent him from losing his composure over this dagger. Moreover, anyone capable of casually presenting over 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones is certainly no ordinary individual. "Uncle Zhang, if we let this matter slide, where shall I place my dignity?" Long Outyin felt a blow to his pride. He did not necessarily covet the dagger. Enraged, he shouted towards the upper floor, "You may not be familiar with the rules of the auction. Should you fail to produce such a sum of spirit stones, losing a hand or foot would be the least of your worries. That is not for you to concern yourself with." Yun Bulang leisurely remarked, feeling quite content. His small treasury was quite full, having recently plundered a considerable number of spirit stones from Linglong Sect, including over a dozen superior-grade spirit stones. The auction was decisive. Once no one raised the bid, the host personally delivered the dagger. Shortly thereafter, a tray appeared with 4 superior-grade spirit stones, and the host could hardly contain his joy. The young master in the private booth was exceedingly generous, declaring that the remainder was merely his tip. Meng Yang, in a past life, must have accumulated substantial virtue to encounter such a benefactor. 1 superior-grade spirit stone equated to 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, casually bestowed as a gratuity. Even the wealthiest among men might find such extravagance difficult to match, spending money like flowing water without a second thought. Long Aotian was infuriated. Yet he could only swallow his indignation, his pockets not as full, his words lacking conviction. With the generous tip received, Meng Yang performed with even greater fervor, swaying her delicate waist as she unveiled the red cloth above. Next, she introduced a particular garment, one of a unique nature, the likes of which she had never encountered. Blushing, she held the clothing aloft for all to see. The spectators below gazed with such intensity that one might think their eyes would meld with the fabric. In the corner, a formidable figure struggled to contain the pressure emanating from his body, causing an awkward silence to descend upon the room until a companion gently patted his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. "What manner of garment is this? I have lived for millennia and have never beheld its like," mused a powerful individual in the condensation realm, curiosity igniting within him like countless pricks, leaving him restless. Merely gazing at the garments captivated him, and he could hardly fathom the effect they would have dawned by Meng Yang. Though her face flushed with embarrassment, she steeled herself to continue her presentation, for it was her duty to fulfill. Yet, under the ravenous gazes of the audience, she felt a twinge of insecurity. "Next, I shall provide a detailed introduction on how to wear this garment, for which we have specially invited a model." The so-called model was a courtesan obtained from nearby. One of the courtesans ascended the stage, taking the garment backstage, and within mere moments, she reappeared. Her exquisite figure, perfectly accentuated by the attire, rendered the atmosphere of the auction palpably warmer, leaving the audience feeling uncomfortably heated. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd, cursing, "Damn it. Your nosebleed has splattered onto my clothing. Can you not be more careful?" As the youth emerged from the crowd, a faint trace of blood adorned his garments. The individual beside him, visibly embarrassed, nodded an apology while covering his nose, hastily retreating to a nearby clearing. Initially, the mere sight of the attire had elicited restraint, but witnessing it donned by a living figure ignited a fervor within each onlooker, an uncontrollable surge coursing through their veins, entrancing them utterly. Mei Nia, observing this captivating effect, beamed with even greater delight. Should this garment fetch a staggering price at auction, her commission would be substantial. Perhaps, following this event, she could retire and embrace the tranquil life she yearned for. Do not keep us in suspense. Reveal the price swiftly. Indeed. Announce the price at once. Damn it. I would deplete my fortune to acquire it. Mei Mia gestured for silence, declaring the starting bid at 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 100 stones. 3,000. I bid 5,000. This treasure is mine by right. 10,000. You think 10,000 is sufficient? Not a chance. I offer 30,000. I bid. As Yun Bulang observed the unfolding scene from the second floor, his heart swelled with uncontainable joy. He had initially presumed that the garment would fetch a modest price. After all, at today's auction, the highest bid had been for a dagger, which he himself had purchased. To his astonishment, these formidable individuals possessed such wealth, with bids soaring into the tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. This auction could potentially change his fortunes. However, as a man, he understood that life as significant matters could be distilled into three essentials, with desire standing paramount among them. These ancient cultivators, who had practiced for millennia, had likely never encountered such an item. Upon witnessing the model don the attire, their hearts raced with anticipation, and he could empathize with their fervor. The entire auction was ablaze with excitement. Long Aotian harbored intentions to acquire the exquisite piece, yet as he observed the multitude of powerful bidders, the price escalated exponentially. With merely a handful of spirit stones in his possession, he realized he could scarcely afford even a thread of the garment, leaving him frustrated and uncomfortable. Excluding Yun Bulang, the most jubilant attendee was undoubtedly Yang. Were it not for the auction's regulations, one might fear that these elderly gentlemen would resort to conflict. For they were all formidable beings at the spirit concentration stage. A mere flick of their sleeves could obliterate the entire auction house in an instant. Ultimately, the garment was sold to a powerful contender for 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. After the auction concluded, Yun Bulang collected a portion of his spirit stones. The supervising officials were all smiles, reveling in what had become the most successful auction in history. Young Master Yun, we eagerly await your next visit. Should you have any exceptional items to auction next time, do keep us in mind. We shall ensure that you receive a satisfactory price. Yun Bulang pondered the spiritual stones in his hand, realizing they exceeded his initial expectations. The supervisor smiled and nodded, remarking that it was only fitting, as it was he who had nurtured their business, and thus these rewards were rightfully his. Having worked in this establishment for so long, the supervisor was a seasoned veteran, adept at discerning the potential in others. The young man before him might very well bring even greater profits to the Pan Trading Association in the future. Why would he jeopardize a substantial client over a trifling matter? In these challenging times, business was hard to come by. And if the auction could host 3 such successful events in a month, it would yield bountiful returns. Very well, should I have anything to auction in the future? I will certainly seek your assistance. Yun Bulang did not decline the olive branch extended to him. After all, the more allies one had, the more pathways opened. Moreover, the items he had crafted might indeed find their way to this auction, proving beneficial for their sale. Yun Bulang placed the spiritual stones into his personal space and slowly departed under the watchful gaze of his superior. However, shortly after exiting the auction, he was intercepted on the road by none other than the individual with whom he had just clashed at the auction. Upon seeing him, the other's eyes glinted with a venomous intensity. If a mere gaze could extinguish life, he would have perished 1,000 times over by now. Having taken some time to retrieve the spiritual stones, it was evident that this individual had been waiting specifically to confront him. Long Aotian, accompanied by several of his associates, approached Yun Bulang with a mocking demeanor. I had thought you to be someone of great significance, yet you are merely an inexperienced child. Do you even know who I am to dare compete with me for treasures? You seem to be courting death. Long Aotian scrutinized him and derisively remarked, spending such a fortune on a worthless dagger, only a fool like you would fall for such a trick. What, can't bear to lose? Yun Bulang retorted with a cold smirk. Long Aotian, having suffered humiliation at the auction, awaited the perfect moment for revenge. Zhongshu, teach this insufferable brat a lesson. He commanded. The elder beside him nodded and swiftly took action. The conflict erupted without further provocation, with Long Aotian watching confidently from the sidelines. Zhongyu, who had followed him since childhood, was a formidable force, and with him present, Long Aotian felt invulnerable. However, the ensuing events left him dumbfounded. Zhongyu was sent flying by a single slap, crashing heavily against the dilapidated wall of the alleyway. The impact caused a portion of the wall to collapse, exposing their actions to the public eye. Long Aotian rushed over to assist Zhongyu. Are you all right? Grasping Long Aotian's arm, Zhongyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice tinged with urgency. We must flee. I am no match for him. Despite Zhong Yu's superior cultivation, the opponent wielded a unique flame and held a magical sword, rendering Zhong Yu utterly outclassed. No. Long Outyin firmly rejected the notion of retreat. If he allowed this to pass, what dignity would remain for him, Long Outyin? Many had witnessed the confrontation at the auction, and now this scoundrel had dared to assault a member of the Long family. It was imperative to resolve the matter decisively today. Seeing Long Outyin's obstinacy, Zhong Yu rose from the ground. Young master, I will hold him back. You must call for help. Having watched Long Outyin grow up, Zhong Yu understood that once the young master made up his mind, it was as unyielding as a mountain. The only way to quell Long Outyin's fury was to eliminate the wretched boy before them. The indifferent Bulang adjusted his attire, resolute in his decision to confront those who sought to instigate trouble. Fury of the tempest, arise. With a swift motion, Zhong Yu wiped away the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth as the staff in his hand emanated an unusual radiance. Before him, a whirlwind soared to a height of 2 to 3 meters, expanding at a visible pace, engulfing all surrounding structures in its grasp and forming a colossal tornado. The fierce winds surged towards him, drawing debris from the ground, which was inexorably sucked into the vortex, reduced to mere fragments. If stones could be so easily obliterated, what fate awaited a human caught within such a tempest? Surely, they would be rendered to nothing more than a mere scattering of bones. Bulang suddenly recalled the formation taught to him by his master and swiftly arranged a simple array. The fierce winds halted 3 meters away. Unable to advance a single step closer, Zhong Yu continuously infused his spiritual energy, finally breaking through the fragile barrier. Yet, at the moment the tempest surged forth, it found no target to assail. Are you searching for me? Bulang appeared behind him, cold and unyielding, gathering spiritual energy in his palm before sending him flying. Zhong Yu struggled on the ground for a moment but ultimately could not rise. Not a single part of his body was injured. Yet he alone knew the severity of his internal injuries. The stagnant blood within him pooled together, and any attempt to use spiritual power would send it roiling violently, potentially leading to his demise. He found himself in a profoundly passive state, yet the ever-advantaged Long Outyin remained oblivious to the predicament. Young master. A flurry of hurried footsteps announced the arrival of several young men clad in blue. At the forefront was an elder who approached the fallen Zhong Yu, offering support and inquiring about the situation. What happened? Weren't you accompanying the young master to the auction? Why did you engage in a scuffle? Zhong Yu sighed in exasperation. This is a long story. Let us first resolve the matter at hand. Long Outyin had often caused trouble for the Long family, with Zhong Yu consistently cleaning up after him. Little did he expect to encounter a formidable opponent today. Who dares lay a hand on our young master? The young master deserves a beating. I am merely acting in the name of justice, Bulang replied nonchalantly. Elder San, cease the idle chatter and promptly break this brat's arms and legs, then toss him into the pond to feed the fish. Long Outyin fumed, his agitation palpable. Were it not for his lack of strength, he would have relished the opportunity to personally exact vengeance on the individual before him. However, witnessing Zhong Uncle's fate still left him with a sliver of rationality. If even Zhong Yu could not contend with this foe, he stood no chance. Elder San, on the other hand, had recently progressed to the condensation stage, placing him 2 realms above this young man. In the presence of the strong, the weak had no right to voice dissent. Boy, if you kneel and sever your own legs now, I may spare your life, Long Outyin exclaimed, reveling in the belief that Bulang was cornered and powerless. Elder San, upon hearing the provocation, furrowed his brows. The young master was no ordinary opponent. Although he was unaware of the intricacies of the situation, it was likely that the young master had instigated the conflict. Long Outyin's triumphant grin was short-lived as he witnessed Elder San being tossed aside like a rag doll, his face morphing into one of shock and horror. How is this possible? If defeating Zhong Yu was mere chance, what explanation is there for Elder San's defeat? With 2 formidable experts dispatched, Long Outyin felt as though he were trapped in a dream. What? Do you wish to exchange a few blows with me as well? Bulang approached him, instilling a profound sense of terror in his adversary, who stumbled clumsily, tumbling several times before dashing out to the entrance of the alley. I assure you, today's events are far from over. I shall relay every detail to my father, and he will make you pay dearly, Bulang warned. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Outyin was sent flying, crashing against the wall, utterly unable to extricate himself. Though his own abilities were lacking, his bravado was unrestrained. Engaging with such a person rendered any further dialogue a sheer waste of breath. Bulang seized his collar and delivered a relentless beating. His strikes were fueled solely by brute force, and Long Outyan's face swelled visibly with each blow. Desperately waving his hands, he pleaded for mercy. I understand my mistakes. His words were slurred, his eyes reduced to mere slits, showcasing his utter disarray. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he did not beg for clemency, this young man before him might very well bring about his demise. What did you err? Bulang continued unabated, his fervor unyielding. Everything. I fail to recognize your might. Please, be magnanimous and consider me insignificant. Just let me go. Long Outyan grimaced in pain, yearning to escape the clutches of this relentless youth. The pain in Bulang's hand was excruciating. With a swift kick, he sent his adversary sprawling far away. Scram! Do not let me see you again. The opponent, as if granted a reprieve, made no utterance, hastily rising from the ground and stumbling forward, not daring to glance back. What a bore! Bulang murmured softly, clapping his hands as he turned to walk back. Upon reaching the entrance of the sect, he nearly stumbled and fell. Third sister. Qing slowly turned her head. Her smile as warm as a spring breeze. You couldn't have been waiting here for me all this time, could you? Bulang asked, somewhat incredulously. He had been out for at least 7 or 8 hours. What do you think? Qing replied, playfully pinching his ear and leading him inside. Did you have fun? It was all right. Since he enjoyed himself, they might as well practice swordplay. They would rest when the moon rose. Qing effortlessly pulled him inside and tossed him onto the training grounds to prevent him from slacking off. She simply found a spot to sit and refrained from engaging in other activities. Bulang cast a melancholic glance at the sky, where the sun hung at a slant in the western horizon, its brilliant afterglow promising at least 2 or 3 more hours before it would descend completely. As for the moon's ascent, that remained subject to the whims of fate. 5 hours later, Bulang, weary and worn, sank heavily onto the ground, his demeanor utterly disheveled. Qing stood beside him with an air of calm, delivering a few playful kicks to his rear. Get up quickly. I have something to announce to you all shortly. What is it? You shall find out upon your arrival, Qing replied, already vanishing from sight. Bulang, feeling utterly disinclined to lift even a finger, reluctantly rose from the ground, compelled by the pressure of his master's presence, and followed him to the training ground. Numerous junior disciples were already practicing martial arts. Upon the master's arrival, they promptly arranged themselves in a neat row. The reason I have gathered you today is to announce an important matter. Tomorrow marks the annual competition in Rong City, and all eligible young disciples will participate. You few have been selected by me, and your senior brother will lead you, Qing addressed his disciples. As for the competition rules, it will be determined by drawing lots, with each sect sending 5 disciples. I do not expect you to claim the first position, but at the very least, aim to secure a place in the top 10. The competitors this time are the swordsmanship.The, the finest among each sect. Achieving first place is no simple feat, however. I do harbor considerable hope for Bulang. After imparting these instructions, Qing left them to practice independently. At the break of dawn the following day, Bulang had no choice but to leave the warmth of his cozy bed, his eyes still bleary and unfocused. Yet, under the piercing gaze of his master, he mustered all his energy and set off with his junior sister. Standing in the teleportation array, a blink later, they found themselves in an entirely different city. This locale was far more prosperous than the Linglong Sect. The architectural splendor alone was indicative of this. After arranging accommodations in advance, Bulang ventured out to explore. Senior brother, where are you heading? Long Outyan approached him with curiosity. Just going for a stroll. Care to join me? Bulang replied with a smile. Duan nodded eagerly, trailing behind him like a devoted shadow. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyao promptly set aside her belongings, her face alight with excitement. Senior brother, wait for me. I want to go too. The trio chatted merrily, filled with curiosity about Rong City. The streets were alive with performers, vendors selling candied hawthorns, and an array of peculiar toys. At a stall selling hairpins, both Xiaoyao and Duan halted simultaneously, reaching for a blue hairpin when suddenly, a hand quicker than theirs snatched it away. Boss, wrap up these items for me. I shall present them to these 2 ladies. A man adorned in fine silks commanded, flanked by several attendants. It was clear that the surrounding populace regarded him with a palpable fear, as passers-by pressed against the walls to avoid him. Duan and Xiaoyao instinctively hid behind Bulang, casting disdainful glances at the lecherous figure before them. Upon seeing my young master, shouldn't you come forth to serve? Why are you hiding? Barked one of the sycophants beside the man. The man shot him a glare and, with a condescending smile, said, One must be patient with beauties. There is no need to be so fierce. My intentions are sincere. If you accompany me, all your desires can be fulfilled. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, pitying the two beautiful young girls. Encountering the son of the city lord today was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Morongyu was solely intent on meeting the enchanting beauties. But upon seeing Yun Bulang blocking his path, his expression fell instantly. How utterly oblivious you are! Do you not see you are obstructing this young master? He exclaimed. These two girls are under my protection. Should you entertain any ill thoughts towards them, you ought to consider the weight of your own bones. Ah, what a delightful jest! He continued, a mocking tone lacing his words. Do you even know who I am? This entire city belongs to my father. What are two mere girls in comparison? Since the moment he was born, no one had dared to defy him. With the privilege of being the young lord, he was accustomed to a life of indulgence. With no task deemed impossible for him, I will count to 3. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. 1, 2, bang. Before he could extend a single finger, he was sent hurtling through the air in a parabolic arc. Even his sycophants were caught off guard. They only heard a loud thud as the ground trembled thrice before they realized what had transpired and rushed to assist Morongyu. Young master, are you unharmed? They inquired anxiously. Morongyu brushed them aside, adjusting his now askew hat. What are you all still standing there for? Break this brat's legs. Yes, young master. They responded eagerly, charging forth like a pack of wolves, only to meet an even grimmer fate than their master. Morongyu, struggling to rise from the ground, was met with a sight that ignited his fury. His face flushed red as the blood within him boiled. You useless fools, all of you, get lost. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, I am left with such worthless creatures. What have I raised? Not only could you not protect me, but you also lack the strength to retaliate against our foes. This is truly humiliating. Young master, do not be angered. This individual possesses considerable strength. We are not his match. Perhaps it would be best to let it go? One of the sycophants suggested hesitantly. Slap. The resounding slap echoed like a crisp crack. I paid you a fortune to come here for what? To enjoy a life of luxury? Morongyu's heart ached with rage at the suggestion. While his adversary surrounded himself with skilled fighters, he found himself accompanied by fools who not only failed to assist but contemplated fleeing in the face of peril. After today, he would undoubtedly replace these pathetic creatures. One of the sycophants gingerly assessed his foot, certain it was broken. Standing was already a stroke of luck. Do not hesitate, call for help. Morongyu bellowed, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby, leaving them momentarily paralyzed with fear. Yes, of course. The sycophants nodded repeatedly, exchanging glances with one another before one agile individual vanished into the crowd like a wisp of smoke. Morongyu patted the footprints on his chest, vowing that he would ensure those responsible for today as humiliation would pay dearly. Having never suffered such a profound setback in his life, he felt that those who had wronged him were long overdue for retribution. Within a few minutes, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the surrounding townsfolk to instinctively part, creating a passageway. A mounted general, brandishing a trident and clad in gleaming silver-gray armor, approached with an air of haughty disdain. The townspeople regarded him with palpable trepidation, as if the figure striding through their midst were not merely a man, but a fearsome specter risen from the depths of hell. As the rider drew near Morongyu, he dismounted gracefully from his pristine steed and respectfully called out, "Young master." The crowd gasped in unison at his presence. Even he had been stirred, suggesting that today's events would likely culminate in bloodshed. This was the youngest general of Rong City, Pei Min, renowned for his countless victories in battle and nicknamed the living king of hell. Anyone marked by his gaze was doomed to either death or disfigurement. Not only was he formidable in skill, but his strategies were also unparalleled. The 3 young men before him were likely to meet a grim fate. Upon seeing his ally arrive, Morongyu's bravado surged. With hands planted firmly on his hips, he pointed at the 2 young women behind Yun Bulang and declared, "Spare these 2. I shall personally administer their punishment. Should you dare to harm them in the slightest, I will flay you alive. As for the man, simply stab him to death with 6 strikes." The mere presence of such remarkable beauties rendered him utterly captivated. The thought of marring their exquisite faces was intolerable. It was unlikely that even in all of Rong City, one could find such striking maidens. Pei Min observed their attire, discerning at once that they were outsiders, and hesitated slightly. "Young master, may I first ascertain their backgrounds?" "Absolutely not." Morongyu retorted sharply, appraising Pei Min with a commanding and threatening tone. "I require you to make this man disappear at once. Otherwise, it shall be you who vanishes." Pei Min clasped his fist in salute, replying, "Your subordinate obeys." The surrounding soldiers raised their weapons, encircling the three individuals tightly. Morongyu stretched out his arms towards the two young women and said, "This is a realm of peril. And should you find yourselves inadvertently harmed, it would be regrettable. Come quickly into my embrace, if you submit to me willingly. I assure you that you will be treated exceedingly well." The smile upon his face was as despicable as it could be. Meanwhile, the surrounding populace, torn between concern for Yin Bulang's plight and a seething resentment towards this so-called young master, could hardly contain their disdain. Leveraging his status, he had not hesitated to bully others, leaving a trail of innocent young women in his wake over the years. Yet, due to his privileged position, most dared not voice their grievances. Even when suffering in silence, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anguish, blood mixing with their bitterness. Too fearful to utter a word, Yun Bulang skillfully safeguarded his two junior disciples behind him, freeing one hand to strike down those who charged forward, sending them sprawling in disarray. In a brief moment, the assailants lay scattered around him. Even the so-called living Yama, whom they had spoken of with such reverence, now lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Morongyu's expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, beginning with arrogance, gradually transforming into a dazed disbelief, and ultimately settling into sheer astonishment. Once he regained his senses, a profound fear enveloped him. Witnessing so many adversaries incapacitated instilled a deep trepidation, especially given his own meager skills. Without a second thought, Morongyu turned on his heels and fled. However, after a considerable distance, he realized he was merely circling in place. A glance over his shoulder revealed the young man grasping the back of his clothing, effortlessly pulling him back. What was the haste to return home all about? Yun Bulang lifted him entirely, tossing him amongst the soldiers. "Just look at you all. Truly a source of worry for your families. You have not mastered your skills yet, and still aspire to engage in brawls. These troublesome youths shall today learn the harsh realities of society." Yun Bulang emerged with a hint of a devilish smile, striding forward with an air of audacity. He placed a foot upon Morongyu, eliciting a grimace from his adversary, who found himself momentarily speechless. The onlookers, witnessing the once mighty young lord being subdued to the point of unrecognition by another, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. At last, someone had risen to eliminate a source of affliction. They wished fervently for Yun Bulang to deliver a swift blow that would end this young lord's reign. Little did anyone know the immense discomfort they had been enduring, unable to express their schadenfreude while suppressing their delight, their expressions contorted in a bizarre dance of emotions. Pei Min struggled to free himself, seizing a nearby sword and aimed a deadly strike at Yun Bulang's head. Crack! Yun Bulang forcefully placed his foot upon his arm, executing a complete 180-degree twist, resulting in a dislocated wrist and a painful shoulder. Overwhelmed by excruciating agony, he could no longer maintain his grip on the sword, which clattered to the ground. Pei Min succumbed to the pain, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. As the steadfast support of Morongyu, the sight of his protector incapacitated instilled in him a profound sense of dread. "What are your intentions?" "There is no need for inquiry. It is, of course, to strike you." Yun Bulang singled him out from the crowd and delivered a flurry of blows to his face, causing it to swell at a visibly alarming rate. Perhaps due to the excruciating pain, he remained speechless for quite some time. Those surrounding him instinctively covered their own faces, as if they themselves were the ones being struck, embodying a pain that was almost palpable to witness. "If you dare lay a finger on me, my father will ensure you do not leave this place. He is the lord of this town. If you know what is good for you, release us at once." Morongyu found himself with no choice but to invoke his father's name. Should the assault continue, his life would surely be forfeit. Having lived a life of luxury and comfort, despite being a grown man, his skin was far more delicate and smooth than that of the average woman. To say he had been beaten so severely was an exaggeration. In fact, he had scarcely endured a single injury throughout his life. Yun Bulang, feeling somewhat fatigued, simply moved over to a nearby stall and took a seat. "Then let your father come over." Yun Bulang harbored no fear whatsoever. Indeed, he was eager to witness the foolishness of the father who could raise such a worthless son. Morongyu promptly instructed those nearby to return and inform his father with utmost urgency, summoning him post-haste. Upon learning that his precious son had been assaulted, Morong Feng rushed over in a state of frantic distress. He was well aware of his son's lack of education and his penchant for trouble, yet he had never permitted anyone to harm him. Not once had he laid a finger on him throughout his life, and now, an outsider had done so. Several nearby shopkeepers seized the opportunity to shutter their establishments, retreating inside in trembling fear. The city lord had been alarmed, and this young man before them seemed destined to face dire consequences. A well-meaning elderly woman contemplated intervening to advise him to leave swiftly, lest he find himself unable to escape later. However, her own children restrained her, warning her against meddling, and shut the door. When Murong Feng arrived, his eyes widened in shock. Were it not for his son's attire and the jade pendant at his waist, he might not have recognized the battered figure before him, reduced to a state akin to that of a pig. "Father, you have finally come. If you had delayed any longer, your son might have been beaten to death." Murong Yu, at over 20 years of age, still cried like a child upon seeing his father, displaying an immaturity that was hard to overlook. Murong Feng examined his son's injuries and could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Beyond the extensive external wounds, the internal injuries were grievous. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was still alive. His gaze then fell upon the unconscious Pei Min sprawled on the ground, eliciting a frown. Pei Min was no weakling. His youth had not hindered him from attaining the rank of general, yet he had been bested by this young man. Murong Feng found himself re-evaluating the identity of this youth, noting that his attire suggested he was not from the local area. In response to his inquiry, Yun Bulang remained seated, unperturbed as if a gentle breeze brushed past. The onlookers felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, silently sweating in apprehension. Before him stood the formidable lord of the city, yet this youth had the audacity to remain seated, failing to rise in respect. "This is the holy son of our Linglong Sect," Xiao exclaimed indignantly. It was shocking to discover that the people of Rongqing exhibited such lowly qualities. They likely abused their status to oppress the common folk regularly. Upon hearing the identity of the young man, Murong Feng felt a rush of dizziness. His heart raced uncontrollably, nearly causing him to faint. How could this rascal provoke the holy son of Linglong Sect? This was tantamount to indirectly sealing his own fate. Once he regained his composure, he bowed deeply, adopting a humble demeanor. "My son is blind to his own shortcomings, and I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. I implore your forgiveness as I stand here to offer my apologies on his behalf." Murong Yu was utterly oblivious to the gravity of his errors. Upon witnessing his father extend an apology, he felt a sense of humiliation wash over him and promptly protested. "Father, how could you apologize to him? Look at the state he has left me in. My face still aches from the blows. Hurry, have him arrested and thrown into a dungeon." Before Murong Yu could finish his outburst, a resounding slap echoed through the air, causing his already swollen face to swell even more. "Silence, you wretched child. Do not hesitate to apologize to the Holy Son at once." Murong Feng seethed with fury, wishing he could personally examine his son's head to discern what foolishness resided within. To be so foolish as to behave in such a manner. Murong Yu stood in shock, covering his struck face, feeling utterly wronged. Nonetheless, he complied with his father's command. "I am sorry. I acknowledge my mistake." Throughout his life, he had never witnessed such wrath from his father and dared not voice any dissent. Recognizing the necessity of a humble apology, while he maintained a facade of calmness, his inner turmoil was a turbulent mix of emotions. Had his capacity for endurance not been relatively strong, he might have succumbed to dizziness. Not only had he been struck, but he was also compelled to apologize with the utmost respect, leaving him feeling deeply aggrieved. At that moment, Pei Min, who had been momentarily dazed, regained his senses. Upon seeing Murong Feng, he quickly rose from the ground and approached respectfully. "My lord." Slap. Pei Min was caught off guard and received a resounding slap as well, sending him sprawling across the ground, the impact more severe than that dealt to Murong Yu. He felt a fiery pain on the left side of his face, which swelled rapidly. Before he could process the situation, he heard the Lord announce with calm authority, effective immediately, "You are no longer the Major General of Rong City. Your position is hereby revoked, and you are banished from Rong City, never to return." "My lord." Pei Min looked up in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the verdict. He had served in this capacity for many years, contributing both labor and effort. Moreover, the greatest fault did not lie with him. Had it not been for Murong Yu's provocations, he would not have been embroiled in this conflict. No further words were necessary. He would accept his punishment. Murong Feng's stance was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. In a fit of rage compounded by his prior injuries, Pei Min coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Ultimately, it was his subordinates who could not bear the sight and came forward to assist him. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape at the unfolding drama. What was happening? If you ask me, I am just as bewildered. Pei Min was the Lord's right-hand man. How could he be dismissed so abruptly? You may not grasp the nuances of this situation, but it is aptly termed as sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. Pei Min has become a mere pawn, rendered ineffective. Surrounding discussions ebbed and flowed, with snippets of conversation occasionally reaching Yun Bulang's ears. Indeed, attaining the position of a city lord is no trivial feat. This farce came to a decisive conclusion with the arrival of the city lord. As the ruler, Yun Bulang was reluctant to press the matter too forcefully. Certain issues he chose to overlook for the sake of appearances. Due to the upcoming competition, sects from various regions would arrive several days in advance, resulting in fully booked ends. Had they not made reservations ahead of time, they might have found themselves sleeping on the streets. Early the next morning, Qing rapped on his door. Once everyone was prepared, they set off directly to their destination. Do not underestimate this competition, especially the Qing sect, which has a history with my master. Be wary of their underhanded tactics, Qing cautioned. In total, more than a dozen sects would participate, each vying to reveal the strengths and weaknesses of the others. I understand, Master, Yun Bulang nodded, following closely behind his mentor. Each sect was assigned a designated spot, and opponents for the competition would be determined by a draw, alongside an additional team event. As the name suggests, the team competition involved disciples from each sect participating together, lasting 10 minutes, with those remaining on stage deemed the victors. Additionally, there would be an individual competition where each sect would send 3 carefully selected representatives, with opponents drawn at random. The ultimate victor would be awarded an extraordinary sword. Ah, I did not expect the Linglong Sect to dare to show up. Is this not a self-imposed humiliation? Remarked a portly individual, clad in luxurious silks, his hair meticulously styled, flanked by a group of young men and women in azure attire. These were the members of the Qing sect, who bore a grudge against Qing's master. Why should your presence deter us? Qing retorted, remaining seated as he engaged in conversation. Ironically, the seating arrangement placed the Qing sect directly adjacent to the Linglong Sect, rendering them unable to avoid each other. The competition was set to take place at Tiantan, which spanned an impressive area of over 10,000 square meters, with each sect assigned to a specific location. The Linglong Sect found themselves seated at the rear, while the more formidable sects occupied the front rows. The city lord oversaw this competition, with his ineffectual son seated beside him. The bruises on his face, treated with ointment, had faded, and after that brutal beating, his arrogance had diminished somewhat, though his insufferable demeanor remained unchanged. The city lord exhibited favoritism, placing several formidable sects in the front, his overly cheerful countenance capable of squashing a fly. The competition commenced with the team events, with each sect fielding a team of 10 participants. If, after 10 minutes, one can still stand in the arena, that individual shall be deemed the ultimate victor. The team from Linglong Sect did not participate. Instead, Linglong Sect selected several students of moderate ability. Once everyone was prepared, the referee ignited the incense beside him, using a single stick as the starting signal. The battle commenced as a chaotic melee, and within less than a minute, all members of the Linglong Sect were unceremoniously eliminated. Ha ha ha, this is truly amusing. Are you from Linglong Sect here to entertain us? Kong Xiaoyang, the leader of Qing Sect, laughed heartily, unable to contain his mirth. The elder beside him nodded repeatedly, echoing the leader's sentiments. Indeed, it is baffling. They did not participate in previous years, and this year, it seems they have lost their senses, bringing this group of inept individuals to compete. Perhaps they merely came to make up the numbers. Had I not seen them today, I might have forgotten there was a place called Linglong Sect. Their derisive laughter drew the attention of many onlookers. However, to be eliminated in less than a minute was undeniably disgraceful. Qing's expression was far from pleasant. After all, these were her carefully nurtured disciples. Yet, their talents were lacking, and Linglong Sect had never been particularly renowned, making it difficult for more capable families to send their disciples here. These few were already considered to possess commendable aptitude. With scant resources for cultivation, it was quite an achievement for them to reach this level on their own. Injured and humiliated, her disciples lowered their heads, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Lift your heads. Qing rose slowly, her voice sharp and clear. The surrounding disciples were initially startled but gradually raised their heads. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Losing this time is inconsequential. Go back and cultivate diligently. There is no shame in this. Kong Xiaoyang stroked his chin with a sneer. You can only comfort yourself in this manner. With disciples of such poor caliber, one can only imagine the abilities of their master. If you had been willing to marry me back then, you would now be the lady of a sect, and would not have to endure such mockery. Kong Xiaoyang reminisced about past events, a surge of indignation swelling within him. While he may not have possessed striking looks, his family background and status undoubtedly made him a worthy match for Qing. However, when he approached to propose, he was unceremoniously cast out by the members of the Linglong Sect. The embarrassment of that moment remains vividly etched in his memory. Ever since, he has been seeking an opportunity to reclaim his dignity. Yet, Qing is utterly consumed by her obsession with the sword, dedicating herself solely to the path of swordsmanship, rarely stepping outside her door, making it impossible for him to provoke her. Qing cast him a cold glance. Engaging with such a person felt like a waste of breath. Given the team's dismal defeat, perhaps it was best to forego the individual matches. Knowing that personal contests involved life and death stakes, it would be a pity if his prized disciple were to perish in the arena. Observing the current situation, Kong Xiaoyang felt an overwhelming sense of relief. 10 minutes later, only disciples from two sects remained on the stage, the Linglong Sect and the Yaoqi Sect, both of which rank among the finest. The Qing Sect, not much better than the Linglong Sect, saw its members eliminated first, shortly followed by those of the Qing Sect. The individual matches were next, with 5 disciples from the Qing Sect, all of whom were Kong Xiaoyang's direct apprentices, taking the stage. Each possessed remarkable swordsmanship and were collectively known as the Qing 5 Young Masters. Bulang, accompanied by 4 other disciples, stepped forward to draw lots and determine their opponents. As onlookers beheld their attire, a myriad of peculiar gazes were cast upon them. Some were eager spectators, others scrutinizing, some with derision, and others with disdain. The disciples of Linglong Sect were advised to refrain from approaching, as they would only waste everyone's time. Indeed, considering their meager skills, they ought to return home and play in the mud. The cacophony of voices rose and fell around them, prompting Bulang to shake his head in disbelief. Fortunately, these insolent individuals were devoid of any vegetables to hurl. Otherwise, given their fervent agitation, they would surely be bombarded with rotten produce. Such behavior was utterly intolerable. It was no wonder Master was reluctant to accompany them. Merely witnessing the countenance of these ruffians was more than enough. In contrast, the city lord regarded Bulang with a trace of reverence, for the events that had transpired at the city gate remained vividly etched in his memory. This holy son was no ordinary individual, and those who underestimated him would likely face dire repercussions in the future. Bulang casually drew a stick. The signature upon it emblazoned in crimson, perfectly complementing another signature held by a fellow disciple. It seems that fate has conspired to bring rivals together. Kong Xiaoyang, witnessing this circumstance, felt a surge of exhilaration, eager for the competition to commence. The arena boasted a multitude of platforms, allowing for simultaneous contests without delay. Kong Xiaoyang beckoned to his eldest disciple, imparting careful instructions. Your opponent is Bulang. Once you ascend the stage, eliminate him without hesitation. Understood, Master. Kong Chen nodded resolutely, knowing that fulfilling his master's command was of utmost importance. Having been taken in by his master since childhood as an orphan, all of his accomplishments were a testament to his master's diligent guidance. He harbored no mercy for those who opposed his master. The duration of the first match was merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Though participants were required to sign a life and death contract prior to entering the fray, absolving any accountability for events that transpired during the competition. The disciples of Linglong Sect faced immense pressure as the competition commenced, their opponents unleashing an overwhelming might. One by one, they were swiftly defeated. The entire sequence executed with precision and brutality, leaving no room for counteraction. Haha, this Linglong Sect is utterly laughable. A bunch of worthless fools daring to compete. It's akin to courting death. One bystander scoffed. Perhaps they simply sought to make an appearance, never intending to secure a victory. You speak the truth. I concur. Another added, Qing is a renowned sword saint. How could he possibly have produced such inept disciples? Ah, but you see. The old adage rings true. Teach the disciple and starve the master. It's merely a matter of self-preservation. It is no wonder that esteemed families are reluctant to entrust their disciples to others for training. Genuine teaching is a rarity, as no one wishes to become a fool. The most profound malice in this world often stems from the speculations of the human heart. Despite their ignorance, these individuals indulged in malevolent conjectures. Throughout the ordeal, Qing remained silent, resembling an ice sculpture seated in contemplation. Observers mistook her stillness for rage, yet she paid it no mind. In her words, winning is winning. Losing is losing. There's nothing remarkable about it. Acceptance is key. Should her disciples emerge victorious, she would surely rejoice. However, should they falter, she would accept that as well. At present, Only Yun Bulang remained standing upon the stage, with all hopes resting upon him from the Linglong Sect. Eldest brother, you must win. If you lose, our Linglong Sect will never hold its head high again. Xiao Yao's gaze was fixed intently on the slender figure upon the platform, pain radiating from her arm, causing her to furrow her brow. Their opponents were merciless. Eldest brother, you must prevail. Du Wan's eyes brimmed with tears, her face a mix of shame and anger, lamenting her own lack of strength. Even at the cost of my utmost effort, I could not remain on the arena, enduring the mockery of these shameless beings and bringing shame upon my master due to my own failure. The sword in Kong Qin's hand remained sheathed. There was no need to draw it for dealing with such individuals. You are the holy son of the Linglong Sect? Indeed, I am your grandfather. Do you dare to take advantage of me? Forgive me. Even if I were blind, I would never harbor any affection for you, nor would there be any notion of exploitation. You are being unreasonable. Kong Qin did not anticipate that his opponent would act so unorthodoxly in this exchange. It was clear that he was at a disadvantage. Kong Xiaoyang slightly clenched his hands, surprised that the martial prowess of the Linglong Sect was not formidable. But their verbal skills were quite adept. Gu Qing ignored him, her icy gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yun Bulang's direction. Do not accuse me of bullying. I grant you 3 strikes. Kong Qin stood tall and confident, believing that even if he allowed this person 3 chances, he would still be unfazed. Very well. Yun Bulang did not hesitate in the slightest. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed, not only leaving Kong Qin dazed, but also sending Kong Xiaoyang's heart racing. His once proud disciple had no opportunity to retaliate, as he was directly sent tumbling off the stage with that singular blow. Thud! Upon hitting the ground, Kong Qin felt a whirlwind of confusion in his head, accompanied by a stinging pain on his face. It was only when his fellow disciples came to assist him that he began to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. The onlookers were utterly astonished, unable to grasp the situation. Was this truly the conclusion? This must be the swiftest battle in history. Before it even began, it had already ended. Kong Xiaoyang felt a deep embarrassment wash over him. His once gleaming smile vanished without a trace, and he lacked the courage to glance at Gu Qing, seated beside him. If not for the multitude of witnesses, he would have been tempted to strangle that scoundrel, Kong Qin, with his own hands. Yun Bula jumped down from the arena, gazing at the still-dazed Kong Qin, and offered a slight nod. Thank you. Once Kong Qin regained his composure, he insisted, come back here. This round does not count. You took advantage of my unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack, which is the act of a scoundrel. Yun Bulang turned back, remarking, you claimed you would allow me 3 moves. This is merely the first. If your skills are lacking, it would be wise to return home and lie down, rather than throwing a tantrum here. Kong Qin's chest heaved with indignation. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. The onlookers regarded this display with disdain. The disciples of Linglong Sect, upon their defeat, maintained their dignity in their departure. Yet the disciples of Qing Sect, having lost, resorted to petulance, which was utterly unbecoming. What a disgraceful spectacle. Hurry back. Kong Xiaoyang shouted through clenched teeth. Kong Qin dared not defy his master's command, bowing his head as he hastened to stand behind him. Fortunately, several of his junior brothers advanced successfully. Otherwise, given his master's temperament, even if he did not explode in anger here, he would certainly face repercussions upon their return. Do not revel in your triumph too soon. I suggest you hope your disciple does not encounter any of mine, or else old grudges will be settled alongside new ones. Kong Xiaoyang spoke coldly. The leader of Yaoqi's sect cast a disdainful glance at Yun Bulang, considering him a mere insignificant foe. It was merely a stroke of luck. Such arrogance would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Wise words indeed, echoed a sycophant nearby. The competition continued, ushering in the second round of draws. Due to an odd number of participants, it was inevitable that one individual would be left without an opponent. Yun Bulang is the individual who has drawn a bye. His fortune is remarkably fortunate, having defied the odds of 1%. Even if he manages to reach the final stages, one must not forget that as the competition progresses, the caliber of opponents intensifies, and he may not even know how he meets his demise. You are correct. Such extraordinary luck is not something everyone can bear. The surrounding crowd buzzes with chatter, though most of it is trivial. However, Kong Qin is different. He nearly ground his teeth in frustration. His strength is considerable, and he was more than capable of breaking into the top 10. Now, due to a moment of carelessness, he finds himself stagnant, without even a rank to his name. Before arriving, he had confidently assured his junior sisters that he would at least secure a spot in the top 10. Now, He is at a loss for words on how to explain his failure to them after the competition concludes. The root of all this misfortune lies squarely with Yun Bulang. Since Yun Bulang's good fortune rendered him exempt from competition, he chose a shaded spot to spectate. This infuriated some, as they wondered what formidable disciples could emerge from such an inferior place as Linglong Sect. Yun Bulang seemingly drew the lucky lot purely by chance. The competition will conclude in 10 minutes, followed by a new round of draws. For reasons unknown, the crowd instinctively directs their gaze towards Yun Bulang. Yun Bulang casually drew one stick, the head of which was white, only to find himself yet again exempted from the competition. Were it not for the reputation of the Linglong Sect, they would have ample reason to suspect that this entire affair was colluded with the city lord. How could this lad possess such extraordinary fortune? Indeed, his prowess is still inferior to mine. Ultimately, he shall meet a more tragic fate, at the very least. We have preserved our lives, whereas I fear this youth may end up utterly annihilated. Several individuals who had lost the contest seethed with indignation. Had they been graced with such luck, they could have seized the opportunity to surge forward and secure a respectable standing, thereby preserving their dignity. This unfortunate streak of luck for Yun Bulang, with each round passing him by, had begun to raise doubts not only among those families, but even within the city lord's own mind regarding their relationship. The leader of the Yaoqi sect furrowed his brow and beckoned the city lord with a gesture. The city lord promptly scurried over, eager to please. The Yaoqi sect's leader, Bai Shui, whispered a few words into the city lord's ear, who nodded vigorously, his face beaming with delight as he departed. Wang Jie from the Yaoqi sect requested to challenge 2 opponents at once, and this humble leader graciously granted his request. Yun Bulang furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that there were many present who harbored dissatisfaction towards him. The disdain stemmed from his repeated exemptions from combat, culminating in this abrupt conclusion. Wang Jie's reputation resonated throughout the crowd. None of the younger generation were oblivious to his name. He had once single-handedly vanquished a sacred beast and later comprehended a sword technique, leading his junior disciples to unprecedented heights of power. Over the span of 3 years, his renown had become ubiquitous. In this competition, everyone believed that victory could only belong to Wang Jie. With a celestial sword beneath his feet, he gracefully descended upon the arena. Opposite him stood 2 disciples from rival sects, formidable in their own right. Yet, upon facing him, they exhibited a hint of trepidation, ultimately conceding defeat without a fight. I concede. I too concede. Though surrendering without battle was undoubtedly humiliating, it was preferable to losing one's life. A faint smirk graced Wang Jie's lips as the figures before him vanished from sight. With a swift motion, 2 flashes of cold light severed the heads of the 2 standing opponents, their rigid bodies collapsing heavily to the ground as the breeze swept through. Blood dripped from the sword in Wang Jie's grasp, and an aura of malevolence enveloped him. Your surrender is not accepted. Thus, 2 prodigies fell. Wang Jie, you are excessively ruthless. My disciple has already conceded. Why must you take his life? Wang Jie, with a bloodthirsty smile, retorted that since they had signed a life and death agreement before ascending the arena, the matter of life and death was now indisputable. The 2 sect leaders seethed with anger, yet dared not voice their frustrations. The strength of the Yaoqi sect was formidable. It was likely that even combined, the power of the 2 rival sects could not rival half of its might. As the competition progressed into daylight, a break ensued. One by one, contestants were eliminated, and Yun Bulang emerged as a dark horse, unexpectedly securing a place among the top 10. If earlier successes had been attributed solely to luck, it was evident that his subsequent advancements were a testament to his undeniable prowess, making him the focal point of fervent discussion among the onlookers. As Yun Bulang was about to rise from his position, a shadow abruptly materialized before him. Looking up, he found it was Wang Jie, who had just been competing. With his sword cradled in both hands, Wang Jie regarded him with a disdainful expression. If you encounter me, I shall not take your life, however. I will sever your limbs, he stated coldly before turning away and vanishing. He held Yun Bulang in contempt, considering him a mere trickster who had managed to survive to the end. Thus, he resolved to ensure that Yun met a far more gruesome fate. Yun Bulang had no inclination to explain himself, leisurely making his way to Gu Qing's side. Master, I am indeed fortunate, am I not? Gu Qing nodded, acknowledging. Your fortune is indeed remarkable, yet it has also drawn the ire of many. What does their anger have to do with me? Yun Bulang felt somewhat speechless. Although he claimed he had no need to compete, it was indeed his own merit that earned him the privilege of a bye. In any case, caution is paramount in the forthcoming matches. Gu Qing furrowed her brow slightly. Bulang had already incurred the ire of many due to his previous buys. While one or two instances might be excusable, it was uncertain how long this would persist if not for the clever stratagem devised by the lord of the Yachi sect. It is undeniable that he advanced on his own merit, yet the resentment directed towards Bulang was palpable. Master, I understand. Bulang's face radiated a defiant smile. During the subsequent drawing competition, he drew a cerulean slip, corresponding to Yang Fan, the only disciple of Kong Shaoyang from the Qing sect, who had managed to endure until the end. Yang Fan's cultivation level towered 2 tiers above that of Bulang. Just before stepping onto the stage, Kong Shaoyang grasped his arm and whispered menacingly, "Ruin his hands and feet. Let him live a life worse than death." This battle was met with immense anticipation. Everyone yearned to witness how Bulang would be ruthlessly defeated and beg for mercy on his knees. It promised to be quite the spectacle. For a mere initial stage Yuan-ing cultivator to reach this point was no small feat. The competition had progressed to midday, leaving only 10 disciples from various sects on the field, with the seemingly inconspicuous Linglong Sect reduced to Bulang alone, struggling to hold on. Once Yang Fan took the stage, he wasted no time on idle chatter. Having learned from his senior brother's lessons, he unleashed his ultimate technique right from the start. Raging waves. As an exceptional water mage, he summoned a formidable wave that surged forward. Instead of retreating, Bulang shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, vanishing from sight in an instant. After completing his skill, Yang Fan, noticing the absence of an opponent, mistakenly believed he had knocked Bulang out of the ring. To hell with this. Yang Fan felt a tremendous force from behind, causing him to lurch forward uncontrollably. Bang! His sword plunged into the arena, barely allowing him to stabilize his stance. Yet, before he could pivot, excruciating pain shot through his ankle, and upon glancing back, he was horrified to see his foot had contorted grotesquely. He found himself utterly unable to rise. When Bulang sensed that the moment was right, he delivered a swift kick to his opponent's chest, as if discarding refuse, sending him flying off the stage. The entire process was executed with precision and speed. In just a matter of minutes, this contest reached its conclusion. After Bulang concluded, Wang Jie swiftly reached the end as well, with their speeds being nearly indistinguishable. Bulang chose to spare his opponent, whereas Wang Jie mercilessly severed his adversary's head and disdainfully kicked the lifeless body off the stage. After the initial rounds, another contender emerged, prompting the need for a bye. Instantaneously, the spectators' attention shifted to Bulang. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was granted yet another bye. How utterly bizarre. It seems that this lad's fortune has reached its zenith. A bye is hardly a blessing. Should he face Wang Jie, his fate would be sealed. The earlier disciples from various sects had left behind nothing but fragmented remains, their prowess far surpassing his own. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, struggling to envision the scene of Bulang standing alongside Wang Jie. Wang Jie resembled a formidable deity, a harbinger of death. The phrase unstoppable force hardly does him justice. His master, witnessing the overwhelming ferocity of his pupil, appeared to revel in it. Wang Jie, with astonishing swiftness, dispatched the remaining 3 opponents. From the moment the competition commenced, he had been a harbinger of death, and the stage beneath his feet was now a gruesome tableau of bloodshed and carnage. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a nauseating stench of blood, causing many uninitiated maidens to retch at the sight. "Wang Jie, I shall fight you." Suddenly, a figure surged forth from below the stage, a man slightly over 30, brimming with wrath, wielding a long knife that he swung down with great force. Bang! The bloodstained stage was cleaved in 2 by a strike, the blade flailing wildly. His cultivation vastly surpassed Wang Jie's, and he showed no restraint. "I will avenge my brother. You, a devil who slays indiscriminately, shall pay with your life today." The man's jaw was adorned with stubble, his eyes glistening with tears, filled with profound hatred and uncontainable fury. He had never anticipated that a mere competition would claim his brother's young life. Although a life-and-death contract had been signed, forbidding families from causing trouble regardless of the outcome, his brother had surrendered, yet this fiend refused to relent. Wang Jie, brandishing his long rainbow sword with a chilling gleam, remained unperturbed in the face of such a formidable foe. In a swift motion, he ended the life of the enraged middle-aged man, whose fate mirrored that of his brother. His body cleaved in 2. The head rolled off the stage, landing amidst the ruins. Some spectators, unable to bear such grim sights, stepped forward to assist in handling the remains. With a mere swing of his sword, Wang Jie instilled fear in those who dared approach, causing them to retract their hands in haste. Should anyone dare to touch his body, I shall send them to meet the king of hell. His stance was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. Several elders, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, stepped forward, imploring, "Young friend, this is merely a competition. You must not indiscriminately slay the innocent. We shall overlook this matter for now. Let the deceased rest in peace." Wang Jie plunged the long rainbow sword directly into the body of the middle-aged man, asserting that the weak have no right to speak. "You." Several elders were poised to intervene. Cough, cough. Yaoqi delicately covered her mouth and coughed a few times, causing those individuals to hastily retract their hands and return to their seats, brimming with dissatisfaction. "Disciple, there is one more to deal with. After that, we shall return. For this place is utterly disappointing." Yaoqi took a delicate sip of tea, viewing human life as inconsequential. It must be said, the nature of a disciple often reflects that of their master. The final adversary she referred to sat beside her, a bystander named Bulang. Qing felt a twinge of worry. Wang Jie was ruthless, and with his master shielding him, if anything were to truly go awry under her watch, the eldest sister would undoubtedly hold her accountable. Bulang, if it becomes too daunting, concede. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle, and you are currently in second place, having already met your master's expectations. The clouds do not care for rankings, yet Wang Jie certainly takes advantage of others. "Master, it is of no consequence. I possess confidence." Wang Jie is excessively assured of his own abilities. While self-assurance is commendable, when it becomes overconfidence, it transforms into arrogance. The city lord, bearing immense pressure, proclaimed the commencement of the competition. Wang Jie remained unmoved, regarding him with a playful expression, inquiring whether he should sever his arm first or his leg. He provocatively questioned whether the man's mother was aware of having borne such a creature. Bulang stroked his chin, lost in deep contemplation. Upon uttering his words, a collective gasp escaped the lips of those present. Initially, it was presumed that in facing Wang Jie, he would at least fare as well as those before him, perhaps even meeting a swift end. Yet, with this statement, Wang Jie might very well reduce this young man to mere pulp. "What did you say?" Wang Jie exclaimed, incredulous at what he had just heard. Throughout his life, no one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. It was astonishing that, despite his youth, not only was his mindset lacking, but his hearing seemed impaired as well. He mused to himself that he would not engage in combat with someone so evidently disadvantaged, lest it be perceived as bullying. The clouds drift lazily as they turn, yearning to depart the arena. Wang Jie, in his fury, became disoriented, unable to discern the cardinal directions, and unsheathed his sword, charging forward without hesitation. Bulang's lips curled into a subtle smile. The fish had taken the bait. Suddenly, a tremendous force propelled Wang Jie far away. Had he not swiftly reacted and grasped the edge of the arena, he would have lost this battle. "What are you still struggling for?" Upon lifting his gaze, Wang Jie beheld a face, smug and infuriatingly magnified, before a sharp pain shot through his wrist, and he found himself tumbling off the stage. According to the rules of the competition, falling off the platform equates to defeat. Even though his prowess exceeded Bulang's by several ranks, the moment he rolled off the stage, he was irrevocably vanquished. Bulang stood on the stage, observing the host, who appeared utterly dumbfounded, and let out a whistle in her direction. The results of the competition had already been announced. Did she intend to withhold the declaration? With this prompt, the host finally came to her senses. "I hereby announce that the champion of this competition is Bulang." "Wait." Yaoqi slowly rose to her feet, visibly dissatisfied with this outcome. Suppressing her frustration, she descended step by step, turning to face the host with a voice that was chillingly intimidating. "Does a sneak attack count?" According to the rules of the competition, stepping down from the ring meant defeat. The host, somewhat rigid in her stance, was reluctant to alter her decision. Yaoqi was infuriated to the point of nearly grinding her teeth. Her direct disciple, in terms of both cultivation and combat experience, surpassed the so-called Bulang by several tiers. Had it not been for Bulang's underhanded tactics, there was no way her disciple would have been at a disadvantage. At this moment, Qing also approached, waving his hand dismissively, and remarked bluntly, "Are you suggesting that Fairy Yaoqi cannot accept defeat? The results have been declared. Does the Water Fairy intend to contest it again?" Yaoqi certainly refused to acknowledge this outcome. Having been so close to claiming first place, now finding herself relegated to second was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. If a sneak attack was permissible, then perhaps they ought not to pursue the title at all. The implication was clear. She was unwilling to concede to the results of this competition. The referee, in mild exasperation, glanced at the city lord, who who subtly shook his head, signaling him not to involve himself. It was reasonable to consider. Both Linglong Sect and Yaoqi Sect were formidable forces, and offending either could lead to dire consequences. Wang Jie, filled with indignation, lowered his head to dust off his clothes, positioning himself beside his master. Should his master choose to speak, even disregarding the rules of the competition, he would not hesitate to confront that shameless scoundrel. It was no wonder his senior brother had fallen before him. It was evident that he had advanced to the final stages through such despicable means, relying on sneak attacks and luck. He felt nothing but disdain for such individuals. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. If one cannot bear to lose, that not to participate. Qing uttered a sharp admonition, his expression one of utter contempt. How could he remain silent while witnessing his beloved disciple being bullied? Qing, your words lack substance, Yaoqi retorted. Your disciple resorts to sneak attacks, and you, as her master, take pride in such dishonor. Do you truly believe that victory obtained through deceit is commendable? With a slight gathering of spiritual energy in her hand, Yaoqi suddenly directed her ire towards Yun Bulang. Yun Bulang furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated. Despite his remarkably quick reflexes, the opponent's formidable strength was undeniable. He narrowly evaded a lethal strike but was still struck on the shoulder. Yaoqi sought to launch another attack, only to be intercepted by Qing. Your Yaoqi sect is truly overstepping. Qing was nearly consumed by rage. As the esteemed leader of a sect, it was utterly shameless for her to resort to such underhanded tactics against a disciple of inferior strength. What are you so anxious about? I was merely testing his capabilities. Not intending any real harm, Yaoqi replied, unperturbed by her actions, as she gracefully withdrew her hand. She brushed off her earlier conduct with a nonchalant air, though she still simmered with indignation. We refuse to acknowledge the outcome of this competition. It is evident to all that Yun Bulang's prowess is not remotely comparable to that of my disciple. And so? Qing inquired, her tone grave. If someone of such caliber were to secure first place, would it not invite ridicule from the world? What say you, city lord? Yaoqi's gaze bored down on the city lord, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Caught in a precarious position, he found himself unable to nod or shake his head, resembling a wooden post, enduring an excruciatingly awkward moment. As the city lord, was it not his duty to uphold justice in such a situation? The oppressive aura emanating from Yaoqi nearly compelled him to kneel. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, he could only manage a stiff nod. Do you consider this competition valid? Yaoqi posed the question directly to him. Under the immense pressure, the city lord shook his head, declaring it invalid. However, the rules of the competition were explicit. Those who were struck from the stage were deemed defeated. The last three words emerged softly, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Who could fathom the weight of his current predicament? He had hoped to avoid offending either party, yet Yaoqi's direct inquiry left him cornered. Remembering the decisive Wang Jie and the ominous presence of the celestial Yaoqi, he realized that incurring the wrath of either would lead to a most unfavorable outcome. Yun Bulang, with a cold expression, perceived that the fairy of the Yao pool was merely exploiting her authority. If that were the case, he resolved to ensure her defeat was both complete and convincing. Given the fairy's evident dissatisfaction with the upcoming contest, he was prepared to engage in a rematch. However, this new challenge was likely to cost the fairy one of her beloved disciples. Upon hearing Yun Bulang's words, the fairy felt a surge of delight within her. She had been searching for an opportunity, and even Qing had discerned her intentions, opting to remain silent. Yet, this foolish boy was unwittingly charging towards his own demise. Should he choose his own downfall, he could not blame her disciple for being ruthless. Disciple, this time, show no mercy. The fates of life and death on the arena lie beyond our control, the fairy said with a serene demeanor. Wang Jie nodded solemnly and replied, Do not worry, master. I shall ensure that this boy does not leave the arena alive. He must pay for his treacherous sneak attack. The fairy had mischievously orchestrated an additional match, reviving a contest that had seemingly concluded. This decision thrilled certain spectators. Kong Xiaoyang, who had intended to depart, suddenly returned to his seat upon hearing the announcement. He scrutinized Yun Bulang with disdain, unable to tolerate him in any regard. Upon learning of Yun Bulang's first-place victory, his anger surged, causing his very insides to tremble. Just as he contemplated sneaking away in disgrace, he was taken aback by the announcement of yet another match. Wang Jie's prowess was evident to all, and many believed that without resorting to underhanded tactics, Chu Tianxing would not have been able to approach him at all. While this situation seemed somewhat unjust to Chu Tianxing, it did not deter the audience's eagerness to witness the spectacle. It was clearly stated prior to the match that life and death would not be accounted for. As both participants had signed a death pact, whatever transpired on the arena would be beyond reproach. With a swift motion, Wang Jie brandished his weapon, which was enveloped in a faint aura of dark energy. To the heavens, he proclaimed. The weapon was none other than a sacrificial sword. Those knowledgeable among the crowd immediately recognized the renowned blade, a relic from the last celestial king who had attained complete mastery after the celestial king's demise. A hidden realm and this remnants of a treasured sword were left behind. Many had sought this sword over the years, but it had long since faded into obscurity. The younger generation was largely unfamiliar with its history, while only the older individuals recalled its origins. Wang Jie's inherent strength, coupled with the enhancement from this sword, rendered him capable of engaging in battles beyond his level without difficulty. Moreover, he was merely contending with Bulang, who was of a lesser rank. Though the match had not yet commenced, the outcome seemed predetermined in the minds of the spectators. To perish beneath this treasured sword would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Wang Jie's voice was chilling, his eyes shrouded in a profound gloom, the dark pupils radiating a murderous intent. Enough with the nonsense. If you wish to strike, do so swiftly. Do not forget the opportunity this competition presents. Yet your master's incessant meddling and unscrupulous antics have led us here. Bulang's voice resonated with a commanding presence, and as his words echoed, the crowd erupted in laughter, falling over one another in amusement. The actions of the fairy of the Yaoqi were notoriously tyrannical, embodying a sense of arrogance and obstinacy that was widely recognized. Yet no one dared to voice such thoughts in front of the multitude, lest they wished to forfeit their lives. Ahem! The fairy's face turned a shade of iron, and she feigned a cough several times, managing to regain the attention of the unruly spectators. Wang Jie's expression soured as well, for it was his master who had been insulted. All things are subject to be severed. With a thunderous roar, he gripped his blade tightly, channeling his spiritual energy around the sacrificial sword, and brought it crashing down upon Bulang. The force of the strike was cataclysmic, causing the entire arena to collapse into a heap of rubble. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from the debris, none other than Bulang, the one whom many had scorned. Beneath his feet lay a figure, the once mighty Wang Jie, now defeated. A sharp blade, his pride and joy, was embedded in his back, having pierced through his chest, with dark blood oozing from the wound. He resembled a marionette frozen in time, kneeling silently, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, pooling onto the ground in a small crimson puddle. How was it possible for him to be so powerful? Wang Jie knelt, struggling to maintain his posture, his mind racing with disbelief at Bulang's sudden surge of strength. No one answered his unspoken question. His life was swiftly waning. Indeed, it was withering. His skin aged and wrinkled at a visible rate, as if his very flesh were being consumed by an unseen force. The sacrificial sword, having absorbed his blood and flesh, grew darker and more formidable, emanating an eerie black aura from its tip. A low hum resonated from the blade, as if it had gained sentience. Every divine sword possesses its own consciousness. Wang Jie, despite his commendable prowess, was no match for the previous wielder, a celestial king. It was no wonder that this sword was now shrouded in darkness. It had been tampered with by unscrupulous individuals, transforming it from a divine blade into a malevolent one. Yet, the sword appeared to be sealed by some force. Even after feasting upon Wang Jie's essence, it returned to its usual form, albeit with an ominous presence. The battleground lay in disarray, yet the victor was clear. No one witnessed the exact moment of Wang Jie's demise. But consecutive victories could not be attributed to mere luck. The fairy of the Yaoqi gazed upon her fallen disciple, bathed in blood, her eyes ablaze with fury. The match should have ended here. Why did you seek to take his life? Bulang's body trembled slightly, utterly unable to believe what his ears had just perceived. He had encountered double standards before, but never had he witnessed such a glaring contradiction. His own disciple could commit murder, yet when others did the same to him, it was deemed unacceptable. What kind of twisted logic was this? Even the lord of the city, standing nearby, could not overlook this absurdity. A death contract had been signed prior to the match, stipulating that regardless of subsequent events, no grievances could be pursued. As the Yaoqi fairy observed the disdainful gazes of those around her, she gradually regained her composure. Though she harbored a fierce desire to eliminate the individual before her, she could only suppress her anger and bide her time, seeking an opportunity. Wang Jie, her carefully nurtured disciple, was destined to inherit her legacy. Yet this competition had disrupted all her meticulously laid plans. The group leader's assertion rang true. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare, and since they had lost, They must accept it. However, from this day forth, the Yaoqi sect and the Linglong sect would be sworn enemies. With a grand sweep of her hand, the sword used for sacrifice flew from Wang Jie's body, landing steadily in her grasp. At the moment the blade departed from him, his lifeless form collapsed, transforming into a mere desiccated husk. The Yaoqi fairy cast a glance at his fallen body, but lingered only briefly, clutching the sword as she departed. A disciple of the Yaoqi sect stepped forward to carry away Wang Jie's remains, and thus, the victor of this competition was none other than Yun Bulang, a title he rightfully earned. I hereby declare that the winner of this match is Yun Bulang of the Linglong sect, the city lord proclaimed loudly. Yun Bulang brushed off the dust from his attire and emerged from the ruins. The fleeting glint of murderous intent in the eyes of the fairy of Yaoda did not escape his notice. Well done, Qing exclaimed as he rose to his feet. The city lord scurried over like a sycophant, inquiring about his well-being, and presented him with the prize awarded for winning the competition. This was indeed the coveted reward for this contest. Yun Bulo received a prize from the hands of the city lord, a garment of ink-wash hues. This was a celestial-grade water garment, capable of withstanding 3 strikes from a formidable immortal king, making it one of the rarest treasures of defense. The city lord elaborated, stating that in battles among the powerful, every second counts, and with the blessing of this attire, one's survival would undoubtedly be assured. Yun Bulo nodded lightly, effortlessly tossing the treasures he had acquired into his spatial realm, displaying little regard for their worth. The city lord's face twitched involuntarily. The coveted treasures that everyone else vied for appeared to him as mere refuse, carelessly discarded into the void. He could not help but question whether the description of its capabilities was sufficiently detailed. Is there anything else? Yun Bulang gazed at the unyielding city lord with a tilted head and inquired. The city lord, frightened, shook his head repeatedly, stammering, no. Having secured first place in the competition, those who once looked down upon them now hastily avoided them. On their journey back, they passed through a city where a black vortex absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, attracting a throng of onlookers. From their attire, it was evident that these individuals were divided into 4 factions. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Yun Bulang gleaned the situation. With the opening of the secret realm, the 4 prominent families would send a few individuals inside. It had nothing to do with people like us, so it was best not to linger here. Even if the 4 families held power, could they truly dictate the fate of the entire Tianyu city? Given the current circumstances, it seemed they could. Even before the secret realm had fully formed, such a multitude had gathered, with so many wolves and so little prey. I advise you to refrain from harboring ambitions towards the secret realm. As Yun Bulang was engrossed in the spectacle, a young man in his early 20s suddenly approached them. Greetings, esteemed cultivators. I wonder if your visit here is also related to this secret realm. I am Shui Jiqian from the Shui family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Tianyu City. My father has specifically sent me to inquire if you would like to travel together. Shui Jiqian offered them a slight bow. We are merely passing through, seeking a moment of excitement. Yun Bulang declined his invitation, choosing not to involve himself in the disputes of the 4 prominent families. Even if he were to enter the secret realm, his and his master's cultivation would allow them to withdraw unscathed. There was no need to ally with any so-called family, which would only serve to burden him unnecessarily. Shui Jiqian's expression darkened considerably. As the esteemed eldest son of the Shui family and its future heir, he had humbled himself to extend an invitation to them, only to be met with rejection. Were it not for the slight prowess exhibited by these 2 individuals, he would never have deigned to travel alongside them given his status. Since you are unwilling to accompany me, I shall not impose. Farewell. With a scowl etched upon his face, Shui Jiqian flicked his sleeve and strode away. The clouds, indifferent to the bird, displayed a grim countenance for whom refusing to go is simply a refusal. No treasure can purchase his delight. Master, shall we venture inside shortly? Qing nodded, certainly. After all, with nothing pressing at the moment, entering may lead to unforeseen adventures. It would also serve to challenge the young Yun Bulang. Otherwise, upon returning to the sect, he would undoubtedly rush towards his junior sister, showing no ambition whatsoever. The gathering crowd swelled, primarily in clusters of 3 or 5. Listening to their chatter, it became clear that this expedition into the secret realm was fraught with peril. It was advisable to travel in pairs rather than venture alone. This was the inaugural opening of the secret realm, and none knew what lay within. Prudence was the key to longevity. The 4 prominent families were the most numerous, and within the entire Tianyu city, it was dominion of these 4 clans. At the forefront stood the Shui family, followed closely by the Liu, Bai, and Wu families. In this expedition, several families engaged in covert rivalry, amassing a multitude of cultivators before entry to bolster their ranks and power. Simultaneously, they sought the most suitable pawns to be pushed to the front in times of danger, while striving to preserve their own disciples, even those of collateral lines. Look, the secret realm has been activated. A voice rang out among the throng, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Hurry, the opening lasts but a minute. Once the time elapses, we may not enter. Clear the way. Do not obstruct my path. The four families proceeded first, with the others jostling as if vying for rebirth, shoulder to shoulder, foot upon foot, terrified of lagging behind. Each individual surged toward the direction of the secret realm, while Bulang and his master ambled leisurely behind, being the last to enter. As they approached the secret realm, a powerful force suddenly destabilized him, causing him to stumble forward. In a moment of urgency, Qing grasped his hand, and when they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a different location. The temperature here was alarmingly high. Within 100 miles, not a blade of grass could thrive. Despite the absence of the sun in the sky, the heat was oppressive, as if each breath was a torment beyond description. In such a desolate place, what treasures could possibly exist? Bulang had scarcely lingered for a moment when he felt an overwhelming thirst, as if every ounce of moisture within him had been evaporated. Watch your step. Qing suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly pulled him aside. Before them, where he had just stood, a colossal crimson spider emerged. Towering over 3 meters in height, its 8 legs thrashing violently towards them. This spider has absorbed fire elemental energy and has now attained the realm of spirit beasts. You must exercise caution. With a swift motion, Qing unsheathed his sword and lunged towards the ominous creature. The duo exhibited remarkable synergy in their cooperative efforts. Fortunately, the spider's rank was not particularly high, rendering it no match for the pair. Roaring, the spider exhaled flames, causing the surrounding temperature to spike dramatically. The figures of the master and disciple darted nimbly around the monstrous arachnid. In contrast to the spider's immense size, they appeared diminutive. Yet, their agility allowed them to navigate effortlessly between its 8 legs. With precision, Qing seized an opportunity and cleaved one of the spider's legs. The severed limb fell to the ground, oozing a verdant ichor that was swiftly absorbed by the earth. Remarkably, the leg began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace. Such formidable regenerative capabilities. Bulang felt a slight shock in his heart. The regeneration ability of this spider was astonishing. And coupled with its absorption of the fire spirit energy, the surrounding temperature was terrifyingly high. Master, cover me. Bulang called out to Qing. The latter nodded in understanding and vanished from sight, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that swiftly darted beneath the spider. Thump, thump, thump. The spider's 8 legs incessantly stomped, yet it could not strike Qing. Suddenly, a shadow flitted overhead, and in the depths of a pair of obsidian eyes, the silhouette of a sword was reflected. Whoosh! The cloud-like figure gracefully leaped onto the back of the spider, wielding a blade that descended swiftly, striking the creature squarely on its head. The colossal arachnid staggered back a few steps, its immense body collapsing with a resounding thud. The residual nerve cells within it caused its 8 legs to twitch momentarily, but in an instant, the sky fell silent, devoid of any further movement. Bulang leaped gracefully from the spider, covering her nose as she stepped aside. The foul stench emanating from the creature was truly revolting. The spider had perished not long ago, and its body rapidly dissolved into a pool of green liquid, above which floated a fiery crystal. It was indeed a fiery crystal. With a swift motion of her hand, Qing summoned the fiery crystal, which soared effortlessly towards her, landing gently in the palm of her hand. What purpose does the fiery crystal serve? Bulang remains rather uninformed about these matters, despite your frequent encouragement to read more. You still chide your master for being overly verbose, and you cannot even recognize a fire crystal. Return and transcribe the cultivation principles 100 times for me. Qing could not help but give him a light admonition, somewhat exasperated, as he explained, this fire crystal is utilized for weapon crafting. However, this particular specimen is of low quality, belonging to the first rank, essentially the most inferior grade. For cultivators of their caliber, it holds little value. The highest rank is the 9th. Yet such crystals are exceedingly rare, so it would be wise not to aspire to such fortunes. Qing promptly discarded the fire crystal into his spatial pouch. Although its rank was not high, it could serve as practice for the disciples of the Linglong Sect. Just as they were discussing, 2 enormous spiders emerged from the earth, rushing towards them with menacing ferocity. Drawing from their previous hunting experience, The master and disciple exhibited remarkable synergy, swiftly dispatching one of the spiders within mere minutes. Master, our collaboration is nothing short of seamless. I feel we could conquer any foe that stands in our way. Bulang wielded his sword with fervor, growing increasingly exhilarated with each strike. The colossal spiders seemed to emerge endlessly, as if delivering fire crystals to them. Initially, they encountered only low-tier foes, with the occasional second-tier spider making an appearance. However, under their adept coordination, the fate of these monstrous arachnids was but one word: death. After a while of relentless battle, beads of sweat adorned Bulang's brow, making him feel uncomfortably sticky. Master, let us take a brief respite. I feel as though the moisture within me is evaporating. If we continue at this pace, I shall surely succumb to dehydration, he urged. Qing wiped the sweat from her forehead, reflecting on the exhilarating nature of today's combat. A rare delight she had not experienced in a long time. Very well, we shall rest here for 10 minutes before we proceed, she agreed. Finding a stone, they sat back to back. Qing performed a cleansing technique, instantly restoring her to a refreshed state. A gentle breeze tousled her long hair, revealing her exquisite features. It must be said, despite her fiery temperament, third sister possessed an extraordinary beauty, her finely chiseled features a rarity indeed. What are you staring at? Qing suddenly turned to find her disciple grinning foolishly, mouth agape in a silly laugh. Bulang, caught in the act, swiftly averted his gaze. Master, how have you been resting? Qing nodded slightly, the weariness fading within mere moments, leaving her revitalized and radiant. Rising to her feet, she remarked, it is nearly time. As Bulang nodded, preparing to depart, a sharp reprimand resonated from behind. Stop right there. Turning to face the source of the voice, he beheld a well-organized group of around 10 individuals standing opposite them. The leader, a man in his early 30s, possessed wolf-like eyes that fixated intently on the two of them, as if attempting to pierce through them with his gaze. Hand over the treasures you have acquired, and I may grant you mercy. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, declared the man with the scruffy beard. Bulang's lips curled into a faint smile. He initially believed he had encountered someone of significance, only to discover it was a robbery. He was, after all, the progenitor of all robbers. Those who crossed paths with him were indeed unfortunate. What if I refuse? The bearded man momentarily paused, then erupted into raucous laughter. Truly. A newborn calf knows no fear of tigers. You must comprehend that you currently lack the standing to refuse me. With a swift motion, the man brandished his large blade and commanded his group of henchmen behind him. Advance. First, take this young fool down. Humph. Those who dared to be defiant would inevitably face the consequences. As the cloudless sky bore witness, Bulang rushed forward, brandishing a knife in hand, and engaged the group of assailants. Qing joined the fray, and the duo exhibited a remarkable synergy in their combat. The adversaries, lacking in prowess, had only dared to challenge the pair due to their numerical advantage, attempting to overwhelm them like ants assailing an elephant. Unfortunately for them, they were destined to encounter an insurmountable obstacle that day. Thud, thud, thud. Every single one of the dozen assailants was swiftly dispatched to the ground. A few, particularly unfortunate, struck their heads against the stones, losing consciousness on the spot. The bearded man could scarcely fathom that these seemingly frail individuals possessed such formidable strength. Had he known of their true capabilities, even with 1,000-fold courage, he would not have dared to instigate trouble. He sought to prey upon the weak. Yet these two were no soft fruits. They were, in fact, two impenetrable iron clumps. Splash. In the fleeting moment as the clouds drifted by, Puzi suddenly knelt down with a thud. What are you doing? It's neither a holiday nor a festival. Why are you bowing to me? Bulang embraced himself with crossed arms, gazing down at him from a lofty height. The bearded man grinned widely, his face contorting into a rigid semblance of a smile as he glanced at his fallen companions behind him, their limbs grotesquely distorted. He could scarcely fathom the agony they must be enduring. Fixating on the youth before him, the bearded man swallowed nervously, his lips trembling slightly. I acknowledge my mistakes. I should never have contemplated laying hands on your belongings. All the blame lies with me, he stammered, striking his own face with fervent slaps, each one delivered mercilessly, causing his visage to swell rapidly. The bearded man was no fool. He realized that inflicting self-harm was preferable to suffering the loss of a limb. The clouds bore no intention of harm. Rather, they fixated upon the spatial rings adorning their hands, a cruel smile emerging upon their lips. When it comes to the art of robbery, I am its very progenitor. Why choose to provoke me, of all people? The young man, filled with remorse, shed 2 streams of regretful tears. At that moment, he was consumed by regret. If time could be reversed, even with 800 lives to spare, he would never dare to confront the individual before him. Empty the contents of your spatial rings, leave no secrets concealed, consider it the price for your very lives. Bulang smiled faintly as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, several individuals who had been knocked to the ground swiftly retrieved everything from the surrounding space. Even a tattered sock was not spared. They presented it all, leaving nothing concealed. After enduring such a thorough search, no one dared to hide anything. They simply hoped that this little tyrant would show mercy and let them go after taking what he wanted, feeling immensely grateful for any leniency bestowed upon them. Bulang, with a hint of disdain, rummaged through the items strewn on the ground, casting a skeptical glance at the few individuals before him. Their attire was quite respectable, yet their poverty was starkly evident. Among the scattered possessions, there were hardly any treasures of value, and the few useful items were exceedingly rare. He couldn't fathom how these individuals managed to survive. Bulang lifted a foul sock with a stick and unceremoniously tossed it onto the face of a certain individual. Do you cherish your stinky socks as treasures? How utterly astonishing that you even placed it in your personal space. The individual, whose face bore the marks of the unwarranted assault, wore a mournful expression as he silently removed the sock from his visage and promptly stuffed it into his pocket. This was personally stitched for me by my mother. It holds significant meaning, he muttered softly, retreating into the shadows. After a few minutes, Bulang sifted through the useful items and succinctly deduced a single word: poverty. No wonder one might contemplate resorting to robbery as a shortcut. You have already counted the items. We truly have no hidden possessions. This matter was our error, and I sincerely apologize, the bearded man said, scrutinizing his demeanor. Be gone. Yun, with an air of impatience, waved his hand. Those capable of movement swiftly rose from the ground, dragging along the unconscious individuals as they retreated, quickly vanishing from sight. Bulang and his master had traversed a considerable distance when they noticed the surrounding temperature rising increasingly. Raising his hand to observe, he found a faint layer of white granules appearing on the surface of his skin, as if the very salt within his body had been evaporated. There were no discernible landmarks in sight, only an endless expanse of desert. Suddenly, a colossal shadow enveloped Bulang. When he turned around, he beheld a gigantic spider, dripping with saliva, looming ominously to his upper left. Bulang was startled by the sudden appearance of the spider, nearly stumbling to the ground. This creature was a third-tier demon beast, undoubtedly possessing a third-grade fire crystal within. Qing, standing nearby, analyzed the situation. Such demon beasts typically acquire intelligence after reaching the third tier. Upon encountering the two of them, it launched a frenzied assault. Do not engage in close combat. Qing urgently pulled his disciple away. This spider was vastly different from the low-tier creatures they had faced earlier. Close-range attacks would only lead to disaster. Despite their combined efforts, they could not vanquish the spider in one blow, yet they managed to inflict numerous wounds upon it. The spider's appendages lacked pain receptors, and its regenerative abilities were extraordinarily potent. Therefore, the injuries they inflicted barely affected it at all. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Qing leaped into the air, intending to deliver a decisive blow to the massive spider. If they continued to expend their spiritual energy at this rate, they would surely be drained entirely. The clouds drew the full attention of the spider, allowing Qing to gracefully land upon its back. With the Qifeng sword in her hand, she concentrated all her spiritual energy, delivering a desperate thrust into the spider's back. The creature writhed momentarily before its massive form collapsed with a resounding thud. Green blood oozed from its body, and Qing, with a touch of disdain, withdrew her sword. The spider's body disintegrated into a puddle of verdant liquid, revealing within it a third-grade fire crystal. With a gentle wave of her hand, the fire crystal soared into her grasp. Quite splendid, she mused, for it would serve as an excellent choice for forging a mid-grade spiritual sword, just as the Linglong Sect was in need of an array of weapons. This opportunity was perfect for amassing a few more. Qing smiled, acknowledging the ever-expanding scale of the Linglong Sect, which necessitated an increasing number of arms. It was indeed prudent to seize this chance, especially since the secret realm did not open every year, nor did fortune always favor them. As the master and disciple traversed the desert, they encountered numerous low-tier beasts, all of which they subdued effortlessly. The collection of fire crystals within their spatial realm grew steadily, and unbeknownst to them, the surrounding temperature and environment intensified. Curiously, they began to perceive patches of grass and forests. In such a high-temperature setting, these plants thrived even better than those outside. However, Qing felt a sense of unease. Just moments before, the path they traversed had been barren, and what now appeared might very well be a mirage. To validate her suspicion, she cast her sword into the air. Whoosh! The sword passed through the forest, seemingly engulfed by an illusory shadow. After circling back, it returned to her hand. The scene before her was but an illusion. Yun Buli wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. Shall we continue forward? He pondered. Never mind, let us return the way we came. Yu Qing sheathed her sword, having no intention of pressing further. Though she yearned for the fire crystal, she could not disregard the peril facing them both. An unsettling aura enveloped the forest, evoking a sense of illusion. They meandered in circles for quite some time, only to realize they could not find their way out. Alas, we have become ensnared in a mirage, Yu Qing murmured. Swallowing hard, the prolonged dehydration left her feeling somewhat lightheaded and disoriented. Yun Bulang had studied various formations and understood that the illusion before him was undoubtedly linked to the deceptive forest. The core of the formation must lie within that very forest. As the two approached the edge of the woods, the moment they stepped inside, they were nearly overwhelmed by an unbearable chill. It was as if they had entered a realm of stark contrast between ice and fire. This mere step revealed an immense temperature disparity that caused Yun Bulang to furrow his brows. To find their way back, they had no choice but to search for the true eye of the formation in this place. Suddenly, a colossal serpent slithered forth, its head resembling a massive lantern. The serpent raised its head high, exhaling a breath of heat, and with a flick of its tail, it swept through the surroundings. Crash! The towering trees around them toppled with a thunderous roar, yet Yun Bulang and his master managed to evade the oncoming destruction by swiftly changing positions multiple times. At that moment, a vivid red dot captured Yun Bulang's attention. That was the eye of the formation. Yun Bulang, bearing immense pressure, leaped effortlessly as if he were a child. With a resounding thud, he cleaved the heart of the formation. Master, we must leave this place at once. The illusion outside has dissipated. There is no need to linger with this beast. Yu Qing nodded in agreement and executed a swift roll, propelling himself out. The colossal serpent slithered nearby, observing the two figures amidst the desert, flicking its tongue but refraining from pursuit. Instead, it swayed its massive form and gradually vanished into the depths of the forest. Once the illusion shattered, the master and disciple took only a few steps before escaping the wretched locale. The heart of the formation was a naturally occurring piece of amber, which, due to climatic conditions, had given rise to a diminutive illusion that ensnared them in a repetitive cycle. Yun Bulang harbored no desire to linger in this dreadful place. Just as they resolved to depart, a cacophony of footsteps and anguished cries echoed behind them. Hurry, hurry, move faster. Suddenly, a throng of people surged forth from the left, their faces etched with sheer terror, as if they had encountered a malevolent specter. Their feet pounded the ground with such speed that it seemed as if the very wind propelled them. They completely disregarded the master and disciple, fleeing desperately past them. Yun Bulo had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when he observed a colossal centipede relentlessly pursuing the fleeing crowd, devouring them one by one. This fire spirit was far more formidable than any previously encountered by the master and disciple, undoubtedly ranking above the 7th tier. Among the panicked throng were numerous members of the 4 great families, now in a state of utter disarray. Some elegantly attired men, forsaking their poise, hastily tore off their outer garments. Nevertheless, those who lagged behind fell victim to the gigantic centipede, which seized them in its maw, swallowing them whole along with their possessions, leaving no remnants save for a few shattered bones. Blood dripped from the creature's mandibles, swiftly absorbed by the yellowed sands of the desert. The crowd continued to dwindle, while the centipede, as if in a feast, relentlessly pursued them without mercy. As the clouds drifted by without a moment to spare, I joined my master amidst the throngs of fleeing individuals. However, our martial prowess allowed us to outpace them by several-fold, despite the considerable distance that had initially separated us. Yet, as time slipped away, that distance dwindled. Those of lesser strength had already fallen prey to the voracious centipede. A woman clad in red, unable to escape in time, tumbled to the ground within the cavern, while the monstrous centipede behind her gaped its maw wide, preparing to strike. Hunger, cried a man in green beside her. His heart shattered upon witnessing the scene. Yet, paralyzed by fear, he refrained from rushing to save his beloved, wiping away the tears from his eyes as he continued to flee, indifferent to her fate, unable to bear the sight any longer. Yun Bulang effortlessly lifted the woman and swiftly dashed to the forefront. With a resounding thud, as he released her, the head of the centipede came crashing down, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust. The woman in the red attire, regaining her senses, realized she was not in the Hall of Yama. but rather in the embrace of a young man. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she felt a sense of shame for having such a boyfriend. What was the point of being handsome when, in a critical moment, he abandoned her without even a fleeting glance? Continuing a relationship with such a person seemed utterly meaningless. "Thank you, kind sir, for your rescue," Red said, her voice sweet and delicate. Amidst the chaos, Bulang found little inclination to engage with the fairer sex. Under ordinary circumstances, such frivolities could be overlooked, but now, facing the precipice of life and death, there was scarcely time to flee. "You are unharmed. You should depart," he uttered, relinquishing her. The crowd surged forth in panic, yet as novices within this secret realm, they wandered aimlessly, akin to headless flies. Such reckless exploration could only lead to a dead end. Behind them loomed an abyss of unfathomable depths, while a relentless giant centipede pursued them. A hapless soul dangling from its maw. This accursed beast had already claimed so many of their comrades. Was it not yet satiated? Shui Jiqian wielded a sword, still stained with emerald blood. The four prominent families had sustained grievous losses. They had scarcely begun their quest for spiritual treasures before encountering this monstrous foe. Baishuan, confronted with such a dire situation, despite being mentally prepared, found himself profoundly shaken. He watched in horror as a companion was devoured by the giant centipede. The sound of crunching flesh sending chills down his spine. As the heir to the Bai family, the thought of perishing silently here was an unbearable loss. He could not restrain himself from suggesting, "Perhaps we should send a few to divert its attention. We cannot allow our entire force to be annihilated." Upon hearing his words, a pall of silence enveloped the group, as no one was willing to step forward. In the face of mortality, sacrifice was a bitter pill to swallow. They had once extolled the virtues of the four families, reciting fervent oaths of loyalty without hesitation, yet when confronted with the specter of death, none were ready to forsake their lives for the sake of another's survival. "Very well, let it be as you say. Your Bai family shall attract the creature's focus while I lead the retreat," Shui Jiqian concurred with enthusiasm. "Why not your Shui family?" Baishuan countered, his tone light yet pointed. "Your family stands as the foremost among the four. In a time of crisis, why not step up to benefit the collective? You speak nonsense. Why don't you take the lead?" The two nearly came to blows over their disagreement, and had it not been for the intervention of bystanders, they might have drawn their blades. Now was not the time for quarrels, but rather for devising a strategy to vanquish this beast. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, emerged from the crowd. "Fleeing is futile, especially now that we have no escape. This creature is at least of 7th rank. How could we possibly contend with it?" Before any confrontation could commence, Baishuan deflated like a punctured balloon, devoid of confidence. The surrounding individuals continued to retreat, witnessing the giant centipede encroaching upon them, with no path left behind. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed from behind, as a man lost his footing and plummeted to the depths of the cliff. It was only then that the others became aware, halting in their tracks. "Do not retreat any further. There is no path left." The sound of crunching echoed ominously. A colossal centipede casually seized an individual, placing them within its maw to be slowly devoured, the sickening sound of crushed bones sending chills down the spines of those present. Even the lowly ant fights for survival. How much more so for a living human being? Bulang was the first to draw his weapon, shouting at the timid and cowardly crowd behind him, "Let us fight with all our might. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Those of you who cower in fear can only await your demise here." The young man's words rang true in the face of such dire circumstances. The only recourse was to engage in a desperate struggle. At worst, we would perish together. Joining this beast in battle might lead to our end. But as my young comrade suggests, it is far better to carve out a path through bloodshed. United in our efforts, we shall surely bring this beast to its demise. The words of Bulang have captivated many, compelling those who had once surrendered to struggle desperately. My brother met his demise at the hands of this entity, and today I shall avenge him. The crowd brandished their implements of sustenance, surging forward like a swarm to the colossal centipede. Their assaults were akin to the mere sting of a mosquito, utterly inconsequential. Among them, the only individuals of notable strength were Qing and a few elders from prominent families. The rest were little more than mere numbers. During the frantic escape, each person bore the marks of their ordeal, some gravely injured, collapsing unconscious on the spot. This giant centipede possessed over 1,000 legs, its massive form encircling the group entirely. It then began to constrict its body, much like a serpent suffocating its prey, trapping those unable to flee within its embrace. Moreover, The colossal centipede seemed to have discovered a means of effectively utilizing its hardened segments to thwart the attacks from these humans. Fire spirits of the 7th rank and above have attained a semblance of human consciousness, albeit without the ability to articulate their thoughts. The clouds of smoke attracted the majority of the firepower, inciting the wrath of the colossal centipede. Roar. Flames surged through the air, engulfing those individuals and reducing them to ashes. As the wind blew, the sky was filled with bone ash, scattering upon the people and carrying a foul stench. A wisp of flame brushed against Yun Bulo, yet it vanished almost instantaneously. The ethereal fire within him far surpassed the flames expelled from the mouth of the centipede. Moreover, he discerned a remarkable trait. Upon absorbing the fire emitted by the centipede, the ethereal fire appeared to attain an even greater purity. Beast, look this way. The sword in Yun's hand lunged towards the centipede's eyes. This creature's most vulnerable spot seemed to lie solely in its eyes. For the rest of its body was fortified like armor, impervious to blades and spears. The centipede, with a person clutched in its jaws, swiftly consumed its prey in an instant, its massive form gliding towards him with astonishing speed. Bang! In the fleeting moment, when Yun Bulang thrust his sword forward, it was immediately seized by the centipede's powerful jaws. He tentatively attempted to withdraw it, only to discover that it was utterly immovable. Following this, an overwhelming surge of fiery force erupted towards him. Yet, instead of relinquishing his grip, he seized this opportunity to absorb all the fiery energy. After reaching a certain threshold of saturation, when Yun Bulang sought to release his hold, he found that his hand seemed to be inexplicably bonded to the sword. The colossal centipede's grip, with its immense biting force, caused the sword in his hand to snap cleanly in two. Damn it! Yun Bulang could not help but curse under his breath. The creature's biting power was astonishingly formidable. This was the treasured sword bestowed upon him by his master, now utterly ruined. Be careful, Qing exclaimed, rushing forward to assist upon seeing Yun Bulang ensnared. With a flourish, he swung his sword, severing the numerous antennae of the colossal centipede. The severed appendages thudded to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. In agony, the centipede writhed, its gaping maw seeking to swallow Yun Bulang whole. Unfortunately, it was too late. Qing swiftly grasped his shoulder and retreated, pulling him out of the creature's reach. In just a few minutes, countless casualties had befallen their ranks. The centipede's tentacles were already adorned with numerous corpses, and the path it had traversed was stained with blood. Particularly for the scattered cultivators, not a single bone remained. Among the 4 prominent families, aside from a handful of high-ranking elders, most had perished. This secret realm had proven to be a devastating loss for them. Yet, the immediate concern was how to escape. They no longer hoped to vanquish the giant centipede, merely to repel it. However, facing such a formidable foe, doubt began to seep into their hearts. With every advance the centipede made, they retreated, swords in hand, none daring to press forward. This beast was indeed formidable. Despite its relentless assaults, not a single wound marred its body. Bai Yishuan's hands trembled, feeling utterly exhausted. Xue Zhiqian fared no better. His sword was irreparably deformed from striking the centipede. Among the elders of the Xue family, 10 had entered together, but now only 2 remained. Those elders had fallen in their attempt to save him, yet the centipede's regenerative abilities were astonishingly potent, even when they united to sever its tentacles. Mere minutes passed before the appendages regrew, stronger than before. Each individual's spiritual energy was finite. Once their reserves were depleted, they would be powerless to strike back. If things continue this way, we should consider retreating, Bai Yishuan suggested to those around him. You're right. We shouldn't waste time here, they agreed, recognizing that their presence only served to delay their escape. Bai Yishuan, now hesitant, promptly sheathed his weapon. If they did not leave now, when would they? However, the thought of retreating and how it would tarnish their reputations weighed heavily on him. Could reputation fill one's belly? If you wish to perish, then stay, he retorted, casting a disapproving glance at his companions, who seemed utterly devoid of adaptability. As long as you keep this to yourself, and I keep it to myself, who will ever know? As for the 2 individuals before us, they are destined to perish beneath the feet of the centipede, with no chance of escaping alive. For them, the mere prospect of survival outweighs all else. Yun Bulang suddenly recalled the talisman hidden within the confines of space, which he had procured from his 4th sister. Meanwhile, the enormous centipede, under the relentless assault of their combined efforts, gradually succumbed to exhaustion. The movements of its antennae slowed, presenting Yun Bulang with an opportunity. Master, cover me, he urged, urgency coursing through his veins as he lacked the time for further explanation. Clutching the talisman tightly, he charged forward, while Qing diverted the centipede's attention. Yun Bulang turned behind the centipede, swiftly affixing the talisman in his hand with a resounding bang. At that moment, the talisman, surrounded by crackling blue electricity, made contact with the centipede, resulting in a deafening explosion. The creature's head burst open, revealing a fiery crystal that fell into Yun Bulang's grasp. The massive form of the centipede collapsed to the ground, emanating an unbearable stench, while its body still housed partially digested remains. Those with slightly weaker constitutions felt a tumultuous churn in their stomachs, quickly seeking support from nearby objects to expel their contents. The 7th-grade fire crystal, though highly coveted in the market, is rarely available even to royalty. Such treasures are rare and desirable. Weapons forged from them can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and with favorable fortune, may even give rise to sword spirits. Thus, at the moment Yun Bulang secured the crystal, countless eyes fixed upon him like ravenous wolves. "Why do you all stare at me so?" Yun Bulang cast the fire crystal into the void, his demeanor far from amiable in the presence of these ill-intentioned individuals. Bai stepped forward with determination, stating, "This centipede was slain through our combined efforts. How can you claim the fire crystal for yourself?" Similarly, Shui Jiqian voiced his protest. "Indeed, your abilities are so lacking that it was we who rendered the centipede immobile, allowing you to seize this opportunity for your own gain. The fire crystal, a treasure of immense value, could greatly benefit the Shui family, justifying the losses endured among the elders. Securing the fire crystal would enable the forging of a magnificent sword, thereby elevating the Shui family's strength to new heights." Upon encountering their shameless remarks, Yun Bula could not suppress a laugh. "Surely, if it were not for my decisive action against the centipede, would you still have the audacity to stand here and converse with me? Such blatant insincerity. Were it not for his intervention, these individuals would be utterly oblivious to the centipede's whereabouts, perhaps already digested and transformed into nothing more than a perfect fertilizer. Now they dare to mention the fire crystal. I wonder from whence they derive such audacity. My young brother, one must adhere to reason. Had it not been for our collective assistance, do you truly believe you could have vanquished the centipede alone?" The elder who just stepped forward now wears a soiled white robe, stained with blood. "Indeed, you ought to relinquish the spoils. This is not solely the fruit of your labor. Brothers, I have sensed from the very beginning that this fellow was untrustworthy. His actions clearly indicate a desire to monopolize. I concur with Brother Li. There is no point in extending courtesy to such a self-serving individual. We should not have aided him in the first place. I support reclaiming what is rightfully ours and providing a resolution for all." Yun Bulang was utterly astonished by their audacity. He had witnessed shamelessness before, yet never to such an extreme. The thickness of their skin was such that even the antennae of a centipede could not pierce it. "Could you all at least retain a modicum of dignity?" Yun Bulang lamented, his expression one of profound disdain towards their actions. "Just moments ago, while I was engaged in vanquishing the centipede, if my ears had not been deafened, I distinctly heard your intention to retreat, leaving me to face certain doom alone." Bai Yishuan and Shui Jiqian's faces flushed with embarrassment. It was evident that his words were directed at them. However, given the perilous situation, it was implausible to risk their lives on an uncertain plan. "Regardless, we also exerted effort in slaying the centipede," Bai Yishuan retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede even an inch. Yun Bulang, having lost his patience, gazed at the ravenous group before him and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "Surrender your possessions," they retorted. He chuckled, recalling how these individuals had shown little enthusiasm when it came to vanquishing the centipede. Now, however, they clamored in unison for their share of the spoils. Yun Bulang let out a cold chuckle, unfazed by the situation. From within his spatial pouch, he retrieved a fire crystal, which emitted an eerie crimson glow as it lay quietly in the palm of his hand. "Here it is, if any of you desire it. Come forth and claim it for yourselves." The members of the 4 great families were the first to surge forward, and a fierce clash ensued between the two sides. Yun Bulang exhibited no restraint, swiftly dispatching several individuals without hesitation. The recent encounter with the centipede had left everyone utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within him allowed for a remarkable recovery in merely 2 or 3 minutes. These misguided individuals, sensing his temporary weakness, attempted to seize the opportunity, yet they had gravely misjudged their target. In a moment of inattention, Bai found himself deprived of an ear, the pain causing him to grimace in agony. Almost immediately, a flash of white light passed, accompanied by the sensation of warm liquid trickling down his neck. Upon touching the area, he discovered it was his own blood, and despite his efforts to stem the flow, it seeped through his fingers. A swift strike to the throat had rendered him lifeless on the spot. The remaining assailants were thrown into a panic, if even the Bai family, one of the four major clans, could be so brazenly attacked, what chance did they, with their lack of power and influence, stand? The fire crystal remained securely in Yun Bulang's grasp, yet in that moment, none dared to approach. What is the matter? Did you not all desire this fire crystal? I have presented it, so why do you not come forth to claim it? Yun Bulang appeared carefree and cheerful, as if the cold-blooded individual he had just been moments ago was but a figment of imagination. His gaze swept across the crowd, and upon noticing that no one dared to approach, he casually tossed the fire crystal into his spatial pocket. Since you all have no interest in it, it shall belong to me. At that moment, none dared to utter a word of dissent. The allure of the fire crystal was undeniable, yet it paled in comparison to the value of their lives. The crowd turned to depart, but Yun Bulang swiftly blocked their path. We have no further interest in the fire crystal. What do you intend to do? The elder glared fiercely, the bloodstains on his face accentuating his menacing appearance. The others exchanged apprehensive glances, fearing that Yun Bulang, in a fit of rage, would not spare even them. Naturally, we intend to rob you. Surrender all your valuables. Yun Bulang's lips curled into a sly smile, exuding an air of defiance that nearly drove the old man to the brink of apoplexy. Not only had he failed to seize the fire crystal, but his painstakingly accumulated wealth was also at risk of being turned upside down. The clouds do not linger, nor does he concern himself with their multitude. Just moments ago, he exerted tremendous effort to vanquish the centipede and acquire the fire crystal. These individuals are indeed aggressive. Had he not prepared for contingencies, he might have found himself on the receiving end of their brutality. Since they seek to seize his fire crystal, how could he allow them to depart unscathed? Every action must bear a consequence. Otherwise, how would they learn? You shall not succeed, the elder exclaimed, his voice filled with fury. His eyes widened with indignation, unwilling to part with the treasures contained within his spatial ring accumulated over a lifetime. Yet, in the next instant, his lifeless body crumpled to the ground before the onlookers, eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. In that fleeting moment, all resistance crumbled, and everyone surrendered their valuables without hesitation. Yun Bulang was quite satisfied with their speed, standing quietly by as they emptied their belongings. Within a few minutes, a small mound had formed on the ground, truly a testament to their wealth. The accumulated treasures nearly reached the height of a person. The items have been handed over. May we now take our leave? The crowd, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, merely wished to depart swiftly from this place, perhaps hoping never to encounter Yun Bulang again. Begone! Yun, exhibiting impatience, waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage further with these individuals. Surrounding him were numerous fire spirits. However, the foes they encountered next were not of a particularly high rank. They were effortlessly vanquished, and aside from the spoils acquired through looting, the treasures amassed within a mere half hour had already piled up to resemble a small hill. It should be sufficient by now. As Yun Bulang observed the accumulation of items in the space, he mused that should all of it be converted into currency, his later years would be free from financial worries. Continuing his stroll, did you not notice that the heat has significantly abated? Gu Qing's forehead was now devoid of perspiration, and he sensed a gentle breeze caressing his face, a particularly delightful sensation. It indeed seemed to be the case. Yun Bulang observed the surroundings, which had transformed. It was no longer a desolate desert. The two continued their journey forward, sensing a shift in temperature. What began as unbearable heat gradually gave way to a refreshing chill, as a cool breeze slipped through their sleeves, sending shivers throughout their bodies. Yun Bulang was enveloped in goosebumps, unable to suppress a shiver. Even when exhaling, vapors emerged, indicative of the frigid temperatures surrounding him. After walking for a while, he beheld a snow-capped mountain, adorned with billowing snowflakes, starkly contrasting the scene behind them. At the mountain's base, a group of individuals was fervently battling an ice spirit, a snow-white nine-tailed fox. At that moment, the fox had already manifested 3 tails. Legend has it that once a 9-tailed fox reaches 9 tails, it can transcend and attain divinity. With 3 tails now, its power was formidable. The group was battered and bruised, clearly outmatched by the ice spirit. Upon spotting the two of them, the group seemed to see a glimmer of hope and called out for assistance. Kind-hearted friends, we are merely passing through and have encountered this beast that we cannot defeat. We implore you, esteemed cultivators, to lend us your aid, and we shall be eternally grateful. One elder, adorned with numerous wounds, pleaded for help, while many corpses lay scattered on the ground. Despite the chaos, the 9-tailed fox appeared vibrant and unharmed. Should the situation persist, it was evident that they would face total annihilation. Young friend, our meeting is fate. I am now trapped here. If you could extend your hand to save us, we would offer a substantial reward. The elder, fearing they might depart, promised a generous reward. This creature was undeniably powerful, even collectively. They could not inflict a scratch upon it. In such a perilous place, if the two were to leave, it was uncertain when they might encounter another ally. Bulang hesitated for a moment, then disregarded the pleas for help and followed his master as they circled around. The nine-tailed fox was clearly formidable. Why should he risk himself for strangers he did not know? Young man, how can you be so devoid of righteousness, turning a blind eye to those in peril? What a cruel heart you possess. The elder chattered incessantly, his sword swinging with increasing fervor. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the nine-tailed fox struck him down with a single lash of its tail. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably as the surrounding youths rushed forward to assist him. Their blades gripped tightly as they retreated in fear. The nine-tailed fox cornered them with no intent to relent. Let us depart, master. Bulang casually placed his hands in his pockets, seemingly disinterested in meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Whoosh! An icicle whizzed by his eyes, narrowly missing the chance to blind him. Good heavens! The nine-tailed fox had detected the presence of the two, instantly launching an assault against them. For heaven's sake! The clouds gathered ominously, and a surge of anger welled up within Yun. At this moment, action became inevitable. The true prowess of the nine-tailed fox lay not in its rank but in its speed, swift as the wind. Its sharp claws served as its most formidable weapon. With bared fangs, the nine-tailed fox lunged forward, ready to strike. Bulang, ever prepared, swung his longsword towards the head of the creature. The duo of master and disciple exhibited an exceptional synergy, rendering the speed of the nine-tailed fox utterly ineffective against them. Moreover, after a series of maneuvers, the fox found its stamina nearly depleted. It bared its fangs, and its body expanded visibly, transforming from a mere half-human height to an imposing stature of over 3 meters. With a swift motion, numerous icicles formed behind it and launched towards Bulang. In a moment of desperation, a fourth tail sprouted from its body, significantly augmenting its strength. The nine-tailed fox, undeniably intelligent, demonstrated its ability to enhance its power amidst battle. It proudly flaunted its 4 tails, which elongated rapidly, resembling 4 sharp swords. As they simultaneously attacked both him and his master, Bulang grasped one of the tails with his hand, only to feel an instant chill that threatened to frostbite him. As ice formed visibly around his fingers, he attempted to release his grip, only to discover an immense force pulling him upwards into the sky. The sheer strength almost flung him away. In a moment of desperation, he discarded his sword and clung tightly to the tail behind him, anchoring himself to it. The only vulnerable points of the nine-tailed fox were its 4 tails. As long as he could control them, his master would find the opportunity to strike. The nine-tailed fox bared its fangs and violently whipped its tails in an effort to dislodge the human clinging to them. Yet, it was futile. The human clung on like an unyielding adhesive, impervious to the fox's attempts to shake him off. It was at this juncture that Qing seized the moment, thrusting his sword directly through the chest of the nine-tailed fox. Bulang gradually felt his body warming, observing the nine-tailed fox still struggling. With a decisive wave of his hand, he retrieved the fallen sword from the ground, once again clasping it firmly. With a powerful leap, he ascended onto the back of the nine-tailed fox, thrusting the blade into the very wound inflicted by his master. A pained howl erupted from the nine-tailed fox, its massive form staggering several steps before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. From within its body, a radiant ice Dan emerged, instantly landing in Bulang's grasp. This ice Dan, a rare treasure, was a coveted boon for practitioners of ice magic, akin to a divine elixir bestowed from the heavens. Possessing this ice stand would elevate one's cultivation to new heights. For other elemental practitioners, however, the benefits would be significantly diminished. An ice elemental's cultivation could advance 3 tiers with this ice dan, while others might only achieve a modest half-tier. Such is the disparity. Bulang delicately explored the ice elixir in her hand. Its touch was smooth and cool, reminiscent of jade, exuding a gentle essence. It stood in stark contrast to the ferocious chill of the nine-tailed fox, which could swiftly claim a life with its ruthless power. Bulang, clutching the ice pill, intended to depart, oblivious to the possibility of a nine-tailed fox suddenly emerging. "Young friend, please wait," the elderly man, previously injured, called out. Bulang turned around to see him approaching unsteadily. Recalling the promise he had made earlier, Bulang anticipated that the old man was coming to fulfill his vow. However, in the next moment, the old man's words ignited a desire in him to twist the elder's neck. They had all united to slay the nine-tailed fox. How could he alone covet the treasure? After all, everyone deserved a share. The old man stroked his beard, speaking with a calm demeanor, entirely unfazed, as if he had forgotten his earlier pleas for help. Indeed, it is often true that those who are pitiable possess qualities that are equally contemptible. The clouds do not simply cast their belongings into the void. They share with a select few, unless one has lost their senses. Let us not forget that it was you who implored me for salvation. Had I not intervened, you would have perished, leaving not even remnants of your bones. Now, you dare to approach with such audacity, shamelessly demanding a share. One wonders who bestowed upon you such misplaced courage, speaking so brazenly. Young friend, your assertion is flawed. Without our united assault, how could you have so easily vanquished the nine-tailed fox? The elder cast a knowing glance at those behind him. All who were able drew their swords, surrounding the intruders. The ice stand, a treasure of unparalleled worth, if extracted from this secret realm, would bestow immense wealth upon our clan. With financial backing, we would surely surpass the other three prominent families. We have no intention of bullying you. Should you wish to take the ice stand, it is permissible, provided you surrender another item of equal value. The elder stroked his beard, his gaze fixed intently upon the two. Meanwhile, the youth beside him grew impatient, proclaiming their identity with clarity. We are the Bai family, one of the 4 great clans. Consider the consequences of crossing us. Hand over your possessions, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. There is no need for further discussion. Let us simply reclaim what is rightfully ours. The crowd drew their blades, clearly indicating they had no intention of allowing them to depart. The cloud-like figure leaped gracefully, delivering a powerful kick to the man's chest. "How dare you?" he exclaimed. "I have encountered shameless individuals before, but never anyone so utterly devoid of shame. Just moments ago, you desperately pleaded with me to save you. Why did you not mention your desire for the nine-tailed fox's ice elixir then? If my memory serves me correctly, this elder even promised a generous reward for your rescue. Is this how you express gratitude to your benefactor? You, who are all grown, groveling like this without a shred of principle or morality. Were it not for my intervention, you would have met your demise countless times over." With a resounding thud, the elder's cane struck the ground. "I am an elder of the Bai family. Considering your youthful ignorance, I shall overlook your previous words. Surrender the item, and you may depart unscathed." Yun Bulo embraced his chest with both hands, exuding an air of defiance. "What if I choose otherwise? Then do not blame this elder for being impolite." Yun Bulang let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over each individual present. Though they adorned themselves with colors, it did little to conceal their avaricious stares. "The treasures are in my possession. If you possess the audacity, feel free to attempt to seize them." No sooner had he spoken than those with predatory intent lunged at him. However, these individuals were already severely injured and had not yet recuperated. To engage their spiritual powers once more would prove futile against Yun Bulang. In just a few swift movements, he effortlessly felled them to the ground, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. As for the elderly man, despite his struggles, he too succumbed to defeat. Qing's fluid swordsmanship was no jest. A series of stellar sword techniques swiftly brought the old man to his knees. Witnessing his prowess, the others hastily knelt in supplication, pleading for mercy. "Take the ice elixirs, but we beseech you to spare our lives." Yun Bulang struck the old man on the head, incredulous that he could still maintain such an air of superiority. "Who granted you such audacity? Your words may sound appealing, yet the ice stand rightfully belongs to us." The way this old man spoke, it seemed as if it was a mere act of charity bestowed upon us. The Bai family is not so easily trifled with. Once we emerge from this secret realm, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. The young man beside him issued his threats, while the old man could only shake his head in resignation. At this critical juncture, boasting only serves to compel others towards silence. It is not the formidable opponents that one fears, but rather the allies who are as foolish as swine. Yun Bulang approached the young man who had issued threats, sporting a seemingly innocuous smile. Without uttering a word, he produced a pill from thin air and promptly placed it into the young man's mouth. "What have you just given me?" the young man exclaimed, clutching his mouth in an attempt to expel the contents. Yet, the pill dissolved instantly, having already descended into his stomach, leaving no trace behind. Even if you were to slice open his abdomen at that very moment, it would be of no avail. Rest assured, what I have given you is indeed a splendid concoction. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to your foul-mouthed utterances. Yun Bulang let out a cold laugh, retrieving additional elixirs from the void. "Each shall receive their share." These 4 words resonated with a tone of mockery, akin to a series of merciless slaps that struck their faces with unrelenting force. After distributing a toxic pill to each individual, Yun Bulang clapped his hands and stood before them, poised to elucidate the properties of the elixir. I possess a singular flaw, he remarked. An innate kindness that renders me reluctant to take your lives. Should you consume this pill and refrain from channeling your energy, it shall pose no harm to your bodies. One of the youths, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, posed a thoughtless question. What if we do channel our energy? With a single strike. Bulang's palm collided with the adjacent snow-capped mountain, resulting in a thunderous explosion akin to that of snow shattering, leaving no trace of the fallen. Upon hearing this explanation, a sense of dread enveloped all present. Some, in disbelief, hastily attempted to channel their energy, only to meet their demise instantaneously. This served as a stark demonstration, leaving the few survivors in a state of shock. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, the inability to harness spiritual energy renders one no different from a mere wastrel. Moreover, being trapped in this secret domain, lacking the capacity to wield such power equates to awaiting inevitable death. How could you be so cruel? The elder lamented bitterly, lamenting that such a fate was worse than perishing at the hands of the nine-tailed fox, as at least that would grant him the honor of having fallen in battle. Bulang smiled broadly, expressing his gratitude with a cheerful, "Thank you for the compliment." He then departed with his master, leaving the remaining individuals behind as mere cannon fodder, which was indeed his utmost act of mercy. The few left behind were filled with despair, silently wishing for this expedition into the secret realm to conclude swiftly. Being rendered useless was certainly preferable to losing one's life. As they followed their master, the temperature around them plummeted to a chilling degree. By heavens! As Bulang stretched out his hand to tug at his sleeve, he discovered that it had already solidified into a block of ice. He immediately rubbed his face, which was on the verge of freezing. The chilling temperature was alarmingly frigid. And what made it even more perilous was its silent and stealthy nature. A gentle pinch of his sleeve would likely cause it to shatter into icy shards. Master, the temperature here is significantly lower than that of a typical winter, he remarked. Qing nodded, her vigilance heightened by the surroundings. Though her abilities surpassed those of Bulang, her attire had not escaped the frost's grasp, having not yet crystallized like his, yet it was far from comfortable. Exercise utmost caution, and do take heed of the ground. Upon hearing his master's words, Bulang swiftly turned his gaze and beheld a myriad of footprints scattered across the snow-covered expanse. This indicated that prior to their arrival, a considerable number of individuals had reached this location. The multitude of tracks all followed a singular direction, suggesting the presence of a group. Master, shall we not proceed this way? He proposed, gesturing towards the due south, where not a single footprint was visible. After much contemplation, Qing decided to lead him in that direction. However, after only a few steps, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed behind them. Before long, a contingent of approximately 20 individuals blocked their path. Surrender everything you possess, commanded Wu Yu, the heir of the Wu family, one of the 4 prominent clans, and currently the head of his household. Having attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he was undoubtedly a standout among the younger generation. Hurry up, for I have no time to waste on idle chatter with you. Bulang found himself utterly speechless, one after another. They had set their sights on him and his master, seemingly out of sheer boredom. Yet, he understood a fundamental truth. One must choose the softest persimmons to squeeze. To the outside world, he and his master appeared as merely a duo, their foreheads almost branded with the words "easy prey." The opposing party boasted over 20 individuals, thus holding a significant numerical advantage. The goods are right here with me. If you possess the courage, come and take them. Such audacious words. Today, I shall ensure you learn the consequences of arrogance without strength. Wu Yu let out a cold laugh, having no regard for the 2 of them. He commanded those behind him, "Kill these 2. Whoever claims this brat's head shall be rewarded with a residence from this young master." This promise instantly invigorated the onlookers. Akin to winning a lottery of 5 million, every cell in their bodies surged with excitement. Following a chaotic brawl, Wu Yu found himself kneeling on the ground, his face bruised and battered, perhaps even unrecognizable to his own parents. This fellow certainly had a knack for targeting the face, avoiding other areas of the body. He had ulterior motives and thus refrained from delivering lethal blows. Otherwise, these ruffians wouldn't even have the chance to kneel here in remorse. Do you still wish to rob me of my possessions? Bulang, with a bemused expression, inquired. Pray tell, how is it that you, lacking in strength yet brimming with bravado, dare to threaten my life? What manner of reasoning governs your thoughts? You presume yourselves formidable, yet with such meager skills. You attempt to emulate brigands. Truly, you seem oblivious to the concept of mortality. I retract my earlier bravado. It was merely just directed toward you. Please do not take offense. Wu Yu, grinning foolishly, realized that should the confrontation continue, his intellect might soon be rendered futile. Yet, despite being merely at the nascent stage of the nascent soul realm, his adversaries exhibited an unexpectedly formidable prowess. As a peak nascent soul practitioner, he lamented his misfortune in encountering these two. As the adage goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate loss. As long as he could escape with his life, he would settle the scores at a later time. What folly drives you to this? He pondered. The clouds drifted through the space, revealing the previously neglected elixirs. Each individual was allocated one. I counted to 3, warning that should the elixirs remain in their possession, I would sever their heads. Upon the first count, they obediently consumed the potions, even if it were poison. They lacked the privilege to resist. History has always dictated that the victor prevails. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall heed my commands. Every 2 hours, I shall provide you with an antidote. Should any of you harbor treacherous thoughts, prepare to meet your demise. To squander free labor would be the height of folly. Wu Yu's teeth ground in frustration, yet his fists were no match for theirs. Any protest would be futile. He could only labor diligently, leading the way and charging into danger first. The most exasperating aspect was the thankless toil, despite their considerable efforts in hunting. The spoils of their labor, the ice crystals, would belong entirely to those behind them. Bulang joyfully scavenged for equipment behind them. His elation was palpable. Had he discovered this trick earlier, he and his master would have endured far less arduous hunts. Wu Yu led the group ahead, while he overheard the discussion between the two individuals trailing behind. Master, it would be splendid to encounter another group. Our earnings could multiply exponentially. You speak wisely, replied Qing, wholeheartedly agreeing with her beloved disciple's suggestion. But alas, in this vast expanse of snowy wilderness, encountering another soul is akin to reaching for the heavens. Fear not, we shall surely find them, she reassured. Bulang offered solemn words of comfort. Meanwhile, as their unpaid laborer, Wu Yu bore the weight of his own despair, feeling the biting cold wind lash against his face like a blade. Yet, the physical pain was but a fraction of the heartache he endured. After traversing a considerable distance, a magnificent palace loomed ahead. Its opulence was breathtaking, soaring majestically towards the heavens, its apex hidden from view, even from afar. The sheer grandeur of the colossal structure left an indelible impression upon them. The group hastened towards the ice-blue palace, their urgency propelling them forward. The grand entrance stood ajar, and the snow-covered ground was marred by a chaotic array of footprints, indicating that many had already passed through. As Bulang led the way into the palace, a considerable assembly of individuals had already gathered within its walls. Forces from all directions converged here, and to our astonishment, it was not just the 4 prominent families present. Representatives from other sects had also arrived. Remarkably, even members of the royal family were in attendance, which suggested that the treasures hidden within this secret realm were indeed of great significance. Wu Yu, observing the scene before him, murmured, "You know members of the royal family." Bulang cast his gaze upon him. Wu Yu nodded, and aside from our Wu family, at the forefront stood the most favored third prince, alongside the revered saintess of the Shikigami sect on his left, whose prowess should not be underestimated. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. With a gentle smile, Bulang remarked that upon their entrance, the gazes of these individuals had intentionally or unintentionally swept in their direction. The palpable sense of hostility was indeed quite unsettling. What could be the cause of this? Suddenly, an ethereal old man with an air of otherworldliness appeared before Wu Yu. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had encountered a savior. At last, elder, you have arrived. We have been on the verge of being bullied to death by this young man. This was the esteemed elder of the Wu family, whose power was unfathomable. The Wu family enjoyed a semblance of peace with the 4 prominent families solely due to his presence. Otherwise, with the Wu family's capabilities, they would be unable to contend with the other 3 families. The elder's arrival now signified their salvation, freeing them from the clutches of this man. Bulang cast a glance at the old man, recognizing his formidable prowess, which at the very least resided within the realm of transformation. How dare you bully a member of the Wu family? Do you regard me, the elder, as a mere corpse? Jun stroked his beard, his sharp, inverted triangular eyes swirling as they scrutinized him. Bulang cast a glance over his shoulder at those individuals, battered and bruised. Upon meeting his gaze, they trembled. Cowering in the corner, too frightened to utter a single word, he addressed the so-called Grand Elder, stating, "It is I who dealt with the individuals behind you. Will you seek retribution for them?" A seemingly harmless smile graced his face. However, those few who had witnessed his ferocity felt no warmth from his spring-like demeanor. but rather a chill ran down their spines. At the same time, a cold sweat trickled down the Grand Elder's brow. For despite his far superior strength compared to this youth, the confidence radiating from the latter's smile was unsettling. Admitting your transgression suffices. Our Wu family is not without capable members. To have been bullied to such an extent, should you perish by my hand today, it would not be unjust. Young Jun, with a deliberate motion, brushed his right hand against his ring, conjuring a sky-blue iron orb that materialized in his palm. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the weapon he revealed, for it was none other than the long-lost Iron Water Army. This young man had provoked him, and now his fate seemed sealed. Why provoke anyone at all, if not the Grand Elder Yang Jun of the Wu family? Is this not akin to digging one's own grave? They mused, lamenting the folly of the youth, who seemed to excel in nothing but courting death. Everyone assumed his demise was inevitable, given that this was the formidable Grand Elder Yang Jun of the Wu family, who, single-handedly, had once vanquished an enemy 1,000 miles away, becoming a topic of conversation in the years that followed. Why antagonize such a fearsome figure? All present could not help but feel a sense of dread for him. Should you wish to strike, then do so without further ado. Why linger in this futile chatter? Bulang exhibited no fear whatsoever. Even if his strength surpassed that of his opponent, what of it? Humph. The Grand Elder snorted disdainfully. As the molten iron in his grasp instantaneously fragmented into countless particles, absorbing the spiritual energy from the surrounding air and transforming it for his own use. Those around him, apprehensive of the potential fallout, retreated hastily. Bulang stood motionless, yet secretly gathered his spiritual energy, intending to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. The disparity in strength between the two was considerable, and prolonging the confrontation would yield no advantage for him. To the onlookers, his demeanor appeared as though he had been rendered speechless by fear, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as a formidable force surged toward him. In the gaze of all, he astonishingly managed to catch the full force of the Grand Elder's attack. How could this be? This young man was able to withstand it. The crowd was utterly astonished, and their surprise was entirely justifiable. The prowess of Bulang pales in comparison to that of the Grand Elder. However, he not only withstands the impending onslaught, but also remarkably absorbs the blow. In an instant, akin to a thief snatching a bell, he vanishes from sight, only to reappear behind the Grand Elder. Before the latter can react, he receives a forceful kick to his rear, causing him to lurch forward in an utterly undignified manner. A spectacle of embarrassment. His face meets the ground first, subjecting his aged visage to a merciless scrape along the surface. When he finally raises his head, his countenance is grotesquely swollen, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. The entourage accompanying the Grand Elder, witnessing their leader's humiliation, rushes to his aid, only to find themselves swiftly repelled. In an instant, a multitude of bodies lies sprawled across the ground. Those who had previously boasted of their might now find themselves silenced, their bravado extinguished. As Bulang strides past, the fallen individuals instinctively retreat, belatedly realizing the caliber of the foe they have provoked. Please, no, Yang Jun exclaims, covering his face as he rises from the ground. Others may remain oblivious, but he is acutely aware of the harrowing experience he just endured. Weren't you seeking vengeance for your family, the wuss? I dare not. Yang Jun winces, his visage resembling that of a swollen pig, stripped of any semblance of arrogance. If you still desire retribution, I can offer you that opportunity. Bulang, perceptive and understanding, spoke gently. Yang Jun shook his head repeatedly. He was currently suffering from severe internal injuries. Not only was he incapable of confronting the individual before him, but even a mere ordinary person would pose a challenge. Just moments ago, he had been blinded by his wealth, failing to recognize the gravity of the situation. Please, do not hold my previous arrogance against me. I assure you, I shall never act so foolishly again, Yang Jun declared with utmost sincerity. Had it not been for his previously haughty demeanor, one might find it difficult to reconcile the man he had been with the man he had become. Bulang, feeling utterly bored, rose to his feet. Such incompetence. He ought not to emulate others in engaging in combat. Following this confrontation, the members of the Wu family were thoroughly subdued, displaying not a single grievance. Their previous arrogance was now replaced by profound dejection, all of them humbled, no longer daring to utter a word of defiance. Wu Yu nearly bowed his head to the ground, wishing fervently to find a place to hide. It was only when a piercing gaze fell upon him that he felt a jolt of apprehension. He forced a smile, attempting to appease, it was all just a misunderstanding. I harbored no ill intentions. Misunderstanding? Bulang gazed at him, a smile gracing his lips like a gentle breeze on a tranquil day. Yet, such a smile struck terror into the heart of the other. I truly recognize my mistake. Those earlier words were nothing but a misunderstanding. The esteemed elder had, during a fierce battle, inadvertently suffered a blow to his head, rendering him somewhat unhinged. Wu Yu, with a mere flick of his lips, dismissed all that the elder had uttered as utter nonsense. He feared that Bulang's wrath might spill over onto him. Though Yang Jun was seething with anger, he dared not utter a single word of rebuttal. Instead, he obediently retreated to a corner, even reducing the frequency of his breaths in a bid to diminish his presence. Terrified of drawing the attention of that little demon king, it was truly pitiful for his frail old bones to endure such incessant anxiety and fear. After Bulang had tidied up, he gazed upon the imposing gate. Having waited for nearly half an hour, it showed no signs of opening. When would this grand portal finally yield? Adorned with peculiar runes, this gate seemed to possess an ancient lineage, reminiscent of something he had encountered in sacred texts. A flicker of familiarity danced in his mind, a memory elusive and fleeting, as he strained to grasp it. Wu Yu, eager and sycophantic, stepped forward and declared, "It is still early. To unlock this gate, a substantial quantity of fire crystals is essential. Once sufficient heat is generated, we can melt the door and gain entry." His obsequious demeanor belied the earlier humiliation he had endured. Yang Jun, standing nearby, was astounded, his eyes nearly rolling into the cosmos. He had never realized Wu Yu possessed such latent talent for servitude. Just moments ago, he had been thoroughly bested, yet now he stood grinning, shamelessly ingratiating himself. To dissolve this formidable barrier, an ample supply of fire crystals was requisite. Wu Yu patiently elucidated, his visage swollen beyond recognition. The exertion of speaking exacerbated his facial injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. Bulang turned away, truly unwilling to behold that face marred by an unsettling blend of blue and purple hues. As for Yang Jun, he wished fervently to find a crevice in the earth to burrow into. Had it not been for his considerable fortitude, he might have already departed this realm. Accompanying the Buddha in a game of chess, I discerned that the moment to unveil this grand door had yet to arrive. It would require a substantial amount of fire crystal to do so. This is indeed a staggering figure, and the reason for the door remaining closed lies in the scarcity of fire crystals. Each individual here is steeped in selfishness, perpetually preoccupied with their own interests. Even those with fire crystals in their pockets are loath to part with them. Just then, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the crowd. This individual possessed an abundance of fire crystals. I had witnessed him scavenging from others in the corner of the desert. The speaker was a rather unremarkable young man, bearing various injuries. He had, with his own eyes, seen this young man and his master rob numerous people, seizing all the fire crystals they had obtained. "Young brother, is what you say truly the case? Does this fellow indeed harbor a significant stash of fire crystals?" inquired an elderly man with white hair. The young man nodded vigorously, embodying a sense of vindictiveness akin to the resentment held by many towards the wealthy, and remarked, if he were to unveil all the fire crystals in his possession, it would surely expedite the melting of this door. Bulang cast a piercing glance, causing the other party to instantly fall silent. He had just witnessed the elder of the Wu family being unceremoniously kicked away. It is worth noting that this elder, a master of the transformation stage, was vastly superior in prowess compared to that young man. Yet, the ultimate outcome saw him defeated without even a chance to resist. In contrast, his own abilities paled in comparison to that individual. Should a confrontation arise, he would likely emerge severely injured, if not dead, burdened by numerous concerns. He could only shrink back into the crowd, seeking refuge. This young friend, if you truly possess the qualities as the previous cultivator suggested, I hope you can present some fire crystal stones and generously offer them to expedite the opening of this grand door, an elder remarked, speaking with remarkable ease. Old man, your words flow with such agility, yet I fail to see why you do not empty your pockets and demonstrate your own generosity, came the retort. Bulang smiled, and his words instantly altered the old man's countenance. Indeed, one can remain blissfully ignorant of pain until it strikes close to home. Once the consequences touch one's own life, a transformation occurs. How can you resort to such fallacious reasoning? You possess an abundance of fire crystals, yet you refuse to share them. Do you lack even this modest spirit of generosity? The old man's staff struck the ground with a resounding thud, perhaps fueled by his mounting frustration. His aged visage flushed a deep crimson. Surrounding individuals hastened to his side, rallying in support. None of us possess such a wealth of fire crystals. Only you are in possession of them. Would it not be reasonable for you to assist us? Indeed, it is not a great sacrifice. Hoarding so many fire crystals serves no purpose for you alone. It would be far better to share them now, and we shall be immensely grateful. At this point, not only could Yun Bulang no longer contain himself, but even Gu Qing, standing nearby, was taken aback. You have truly opened my eyes today. Gu Qing unsheathed his sword, gazing at the predatory crowd with unwavering resolve. The throng, perceiving the duo as easy prey, bore an unmistakable air of intent to seize what they desired. At this moment, Yun Bulang unequivocally declared his stance. I shall never relinquish the items to you. It was surprising to witness these so-called cultivators, who cloaked their blatant acts of extortion in such grandiloquent rhetoric. All their lofty principles were merely a guise for their desire to possess the entirety of the fire crystal stones for themselves, while these hypocrites sat idly by, reaping the benefits. The elder who spoke first, with a tone of feigned benevolence, urged, "Young friend, heed my counsel, relinquish the fire crystal stones you hold. I shall remember your kindness, and should you encounter any future tribulations, do not hesitate to call upon me for assistance." With the fire god himself advocating such, what reservations could one possibly harbor? Let us not waste each other's time. Swiftly present the items, he insisted. Another voice chimed in. You must understand this. A common man bears no guilt, yet one who harbors treasure does. As the last speaker uttered these words, a palpable aura of menace emerged in his eyes. Initially, their intent was merely to persuade him to yield the crystals, but upon his refusal, their tone shifted dramatically. If the young brother is truly unwilling to part with them, I would not mind offering you some assistance, the elder continued, revealing a more sinister intent. The group of individuals who had suffered at his hands in the desert now seemed like a pack of wolves, emboldened and eager for revenge. They fanned the flames of discord, seeking to reclaim their lost dignity and exact retribution for the humiliation they had endured. The torment they had faced in the desert was fresh in their minds, and now they fervently wished for Yun Bulang to become the target of their collective wrath. The treasures are right here with me. If you possess the courage, come forth and claim them. With that, a swift motion ensued. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Yun Bulang summoned his sword once more. Since this group of fools failed to appreciate his intentions, they could not blame him for turning ruthless. The onlookers, restless and eager, gradually approached, encircling the master and his disciple. Yun Bulang initially yearned to engage in a fierce battle with these individuals. Yet upon observing the formidable figures emerging from the crowd, he swiftly abandoned that notion. He was not inherently a masochist, and among them were 3 or 5 whose cultivation surpassed that of his master. Setting aside the numbers, the strength was evident, with only himself and his master. They could not hope to alter the prevailing tide. If any of you dare to take another step forward, I shall annihilate every last fire crystal within this space. And none shall be permitted to enter, he declared. The moment his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, as though they had been rendered immobile by an unseen force. The destruction of the fire crystals would signify their futile journey. Having finally unlocked a secret realm, none wished to forfeit this rare opportunity. Please, do not resort to such extremes. We have no intention of forcing you to relinquish anything. It is merely that we lack the requisite number of fire crystals, implored an elderly man at the forefront, trembling with trepidation, fearful that a moment of impetuosity might lead to the total destruction of the fire crystals. If you harbor any grievances, we can certainly discuss them amicably. There is no need for hostility, he continued. Indeed, young brother, do not act in haste. The destruction of all the fire crystals would result in a loss for both our factions. The surrounding onlookers, paralyzed by fear, stood as if carved from wood, frozen in place. What does it matter to me whether you enter or not? I am but an insignificant pawn. My entry bears no consequence. Should you resort to coercive measures, then I shall have no choice but to destroy them, he retorted. Yun Bulang adeptly grasped their vulnerabilities, exuding an air of unyielding confidence as he reclaimed his sword. Seizing the opportunity, he articulated his demands. The provision of fire crystal was not an impossibility, however. An equivalent exchange was imperative for him to relinquish it. Otherwise, even at the cost of his own destruction, he would resolutely refuse to grant them any advantage. To gain entry, they had but 2 options: either acquiesce to his terms or venture out to hunt for themselves. Yet, time was of the essence, and should they procure sufficient fire crystals, it may be too late for all. This is exceedingly unfair to us, they lamented, recalling how their scant valuables had already been thoroughly pillaged in the desert. The group encircling them exchanged glances, each unwilling to concede an inch. However, without offering something of value, it was evident that he would rather face ruin than yield to them. Hurry, for my patience is limited. You have 5 seconds. If you are unwilling, I shall not press. Their entry depended solely on their willingness to present something of worth. After all, he was merely a bystander. indifferent to whether he entered or not. As he spoke, he turned to exit, having no genuine desire to enter that place. Amassing such a quantity of fire crystals and returning to Linglong Sect to forge a holy sword was an appealing prospect. Just as his foot was about to cross the threshold of the palace door, the group behind him could no longer contain themselves. "Wait," an elder called out, furrowing his brow. With a resolute expression, he conceded to Yun Bulang's demands. "We are willing to engage in an equitable exchange. Please present the fire crystals." "How can that be? Your reasoning resembles that of brigands. If I were to produce the fire crystals, what assurance do I have that you will deliver your end of the bargain? Shall I pursue you in vain?" His words caused the faces of those present to flush with embarrassment, for they had indeed harbored thoughts of seizing what was not theirs. Though unspoken, the sentiment was palpable, and having it voiced brought an undeniable discomfort. "Very well, I accept your terms. I am also prepared to offer something in exchange." The individuals surrounding the entrance, reluctant yet compelled, could only part with their possessions. Those who had already been thoroughly searched were left with nothing but their meager sustenance, which they reluctantly offered as collateral. Observing the heap of items accumulating on the ground, Yun Bulang could not suppress a satisfied smile. Ignoring the grimaces of discontent, he waved his hand grandly, collecting all the items into his spatial realm. Subsequently, he retrieved half of the fire crystals from within, more than sufficient for his needs. With the warmth generated by the fire crystals, it took merely a few minutes for the grand door to collapse in a resounding crash, completely melted away. Just as they intended to step inside, a multitude of corpses sprang forth from within. More accurately, they were zombies. Each zombie donned an ornate blue robe, their faces grotesquely marred with blood and flesh, and their eyes deeply sunken, void of life. These wretched creatures possessed no semblance of intellect, relying solely on their rigid forms to violently assault anyone present. Blades clashed against their bodies, yet they remained as unyielding as stone. In just a few moments, those present had fallen in droves. "Master, be cautious. These fiends are devoid of any sense of pain." Yun Bulang was aware of the vulnerabilities of these zombies. Their hearts were their Achilles heel. Fire was their bane, and upon his admonition, the surrounding fire mages swiftly ignited their flames, reducing the zombies to mere ashes. "Be cautious," Qing exclaimed as he hurled his sword into the fray. The clouds lingered in a state of oblivion as a sword was plunged directly into the heart of the zombie, pinning the wretched creature against the wall. "Thank you, master." The ethereal flame of the underworld ignited in Yun's grasp, compelling all the zombies into a corner. Fortunately, the rank of these zombies was not particularly high, resulting in minimal casualties. Within just a few minutes, those that had surged forth from within had suffered significant losses, despite their seemingly indomitable nature. These zombies shared a singular vulnerability, a profound fear of fire. The ethereal flames in Yun Bulang's grasp represent their greatest nemesis. Although devoid of divine awareness, they instinctively cower before this fire. Within a 10-meter radius of Yun Bulang, no zombie dares to approach even a single step closer. Those in the vicinity gradually grasp the nuances of the situation, while those unversed in fire-based magic huddle in corners, trembling with fear. "Master, draw over those few stragglers." "Very well." Qing nodded, wielding the dragon bone whip in his hand to strike at the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies were instantaneously sent crashing against the walls, oblivious to their actions. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Bulang ignited the ethereal flames in his hands, trapping them in a corner. With a resounding crash, the bodies of the zombies fell one after another. Amidst the roaring inferno, they were reduced to mere ashes. The air was thick with a nauseating stench. Gradually, the situation came under control, and the initial chaos of the crowd transformed into a semblance of order. Once all were vanquished, one could only wonder how such ghastly entities emerged in this place. Yun Bulang could not help but express his disdain, just as the crowd felt a moment of relief. A formidable zombie suddenly emerged behind them, one of a much higher rank than any they had previously encountered. Zombies possess different levels of existence. Those that had appeared before were merely the lowest tier, devoid of any consciousness, driven solely by the instinct to collide with their surroundings. However, the creature now before them was a grotesque spectacle, its decaying flesh layered thickly, forming a protective shell. Its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and its temples were deeply sunken. With each leap, the ground trembled beneath its weight. What manner of beast is this? We must hasten our departure from this place. A chorus of terrified screams erupted as the presence of this zombie, now at the flying zombie realm, became apparent. It possessed its own awareness and was impervious to bullets and flames. As the crowd attempted to flee, it was already too late. The heavy doors slammed shut with a resounding bang, as if the castle itself were imposing a trial upon them. With a fearsome roar, the zombie revealed its ghastly visage. Its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, exhaling a chilling mist that momentarily froze the surrounding air. The onlookers, confronted by its horrifying appearance, seemed to forget the instinct to escape, their necks stiffly turning as its blood-red eyes scrutinized each individual present. A sudden clash resounded as one individual, Bulang, seized the opportunity, drawing his sword in perfect timing, and struck fiercely at the zombie's neck. The blade met its target with the force akin to striking iron. Despite the zombie's exceedingly rigid movements, its speed was remarkably swift. The strike from Bulang completely enraged him, and his movements grew increasingly swift, gradually transforming into mere afterimages. Zombies, as creatures that transcend the three realms and exist beyond the five elements, are impervious to ordinary blades and weapons. Master, I intend to harness the power of thunder to eradicate this zombie entirely. Excellent. Upon hearing his intention, Qing immediately grasped his meaning. She retrieved the talisman from her spatial pouch and, seizing the moment, affixed it directly onto the zombie's body. The instant the talisman made contact, the zombie trembled violently. However, this feeble spark of electricity was insufficient to vanquish it. Instead, Qing found herself on the receiving end of a powerful kick from the zombie, sending her tumbling uncontrollably backward. Had Bulang not been there to support her, she might have been hurled out of the castle. With a cough, Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she had merely endured a kick, the internal injuries were severe, and she had been caught off guard by the attack. The zombie pursued the two relentlessly, seemingly fixated on them as its targets. Relying solely on that meager thunderous power would not suffice to defeat it. Only by channeling the forces of heaven and earth could they hope to slay the creature. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Qing and her companion slowly retreated to a corner, swiftly distancing themselves from the zombie's range of attack. Roar! The zombie grew increasingly exhilarated, attacking indiscriminately. Yanran, caught off guard, fell directly into the grasp of the zombie. Before he could react, he felt a chill at his neck, followed by a sharp pain. With a gurgling sound, the zombie voraciously consumed his blood, and Yanran's eyes widened in horror, veins visibly pulsating. Soon, his pupils began to dilate, the surroundings blurring into indistinct shapes, even the contours nearby becoming unrecognizable. With a final convulsion, he met his demise. The zombie showed no intention of releasing him. His flesh and blood rapidly disintegrated, leaving nothing but a mere skeleton and a shrunken hide. One moment he was a living man, and the next, he was reduced to a small heap. The Wu family members, witnessing this horrific scene, were paralyzed with fear, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as they huddled in the corners, no longer daring to engage in battle. In the face of mortal danger, all else becomes trivial. The zombie, like a predator selecting its prey, dragged them one by one from their hiding spots. The ground beneath was strewn with corpses. Yet these individuals remained oblivious to their impending doom. If they did not rise and resist, they would soon face a dire fate. Bulang meticulously arranged the formation, fully aware that only by harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, as instructed by his master, could he utterly vanquish the monstrous creature before him. Once the formation was established, he boldly positioned himself in front of the zombie, pulling down his garment to reveal his prominent veins. Come, I have what you desire. He beckoned. The zombie, panting heavily with coagulated blood dripping from its lips, slowly turned its head. In an instant, it lunged forward, appearing before him in a flash. Yet, he remained unperturbed, steadily retreating and expertly luring the creature into the formation he had crafted. Just as the zombie attempted to leap free, it found itself ensnared by an impenetrable barrier. In fire, the power of thunder. The ethereal flames of the underworld ignited in Bulang's hand, rising like a slender, elongated thread that gradually entwined around the body of the zombie. Immediately thereafter, the opulent palace above was abruptly shattered, and a beam of light descended from above. Bulang produced the lightning talisman and cast it into the formation he had previously established. A thunderous roar erupted. The sky darkened, thick with ominous clouds, as if they were poised to descend. At the moment the lightning streaked across the heavens, the zombies ensconced within the formation trembled uncontrollably. This abominable creature was, astonishingly, gripped by fear, confirming the extraordinary power of the lightning. The talismans affixed to the zombie could summon the lightning from the celestial realm. When sufficiently concentrated, the bolts that traversed the sky were as thick as an arm. With a resounding crash, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the zombie directly. The impact shattered its body into countless fragments, filling the air with a foul stench of decay. Yet, It was indeed this bolt of lightning that temporarily turned peril into safety. Master, I have succeeded. Bulang, filled with joy, approached Qing and assisted her in rising from the ground. It was only then he realized that his master's pulse was erratic, indicating substantial internal injuries. I shall employ my energy to heal you, he declared. No need. I am not on the brink of death, Qing replied, shaking her head, before erupting into a violent fit of coughing, expelling a pool of congealed blood onto the ground. How could you sustain such grave internal injuries without informing me? Bulang felt a tinge of frustration. His master always concealed his thoughts deep within. Had it not been for his perceptiveness, the master might have continued to keep him in the dark indefinitely. Bulang. Qing could not help but furrow his brow, casting a wary glance at the predatory figures surrounding them. His disciple was still too youthful, unaware that in certain matters, silence often proves more prudent than disclosure. Upon his master's call, he abruptly regained his composure. With the threat abated, the gazes of those around him shifted. They still emanated disdain, yet now intertwined with a hint of avarice. The aftermath of the battle had left many dead or injured, leaving behind only the most formidable of warriors. Those of lesser strength had been swiftly eliminated during the recent skirmish. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, bore the remnants of his companion's blood upon his visage, his eyes glinting with malice and cunning. Surrender your possessions, he demanded, his greed palpable despite his tender years. What we entrusted to you is merely for safekeeping. How dare you accuse me of greed? None who have come here today are blameless. Bulang does not deny his avarice for wealth. Yet, among those present, who is not filled with ambition? It is merely that they lack the requisite strength. Were their capabilities to be reversed, they might surpass him in ruthlessness and resolve. Just now, the moment an opportunity presented itself, they sought every means to reclaim what was previously taken from them. The surrounding individuals, unwilling to suffer loss, recalled how they had been robbed of all their possessions, a feeling of discontent festering within them. At present, his master lies grievously injured, and he himself has expended considerable spiritual energy in this battle. Should they decide to act now, this young man would undoubtedly be no match for them. Not only could they reclaim their rightful wealth, but they might also seize the chance for a lucrative gain. Although none voiced their thoughts, their eyes conveyed unspoken intentions. Indeed, it is only right to relinquish what does not belong to one. What is rightfully yours shall remain yours, that which is not, even if schemed for, will inevitably depart from you. Hand over our belongings at once. Indeed, return everything we just gave you, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Initially, these individuals attempted to counsel him, but upon realizing Bulang's indifference, they resorted to threats, their minds turning to robbery. When the zombie emerged, you feared for your lives more than anyone else, cowering in the shadows. Even as you witnessed your comrades perish before your eyes, you remained unmoved. What right do you have to question me now? Each of his words struck like a merciless slap, harshly landing upon their faces. Some even dared not meet his gaze, their eyes darting in uncertainty. Yet, this did not quell their inner greed. If they wished to reclaim their plundered possessions, now was their optimal moment. One among them took the lead, dismissing Bulang's words. Do not use such rhetoric to intimidate us. Return all that we surrendered earlier. Do not claim we are bullying a mere youth. Your master is severely injured and can no longer protect you. If you are wise, part with some wealth to save your life. Bulang unsheathed the sword from his hand, undeterred by his master's grievous injuries and the near exhaustion of his own spiritual energy. However, this does not imply that these individuals may freely humiliate them. Should any of you dare to advance a single step, do not say we have not forewarned you. Bulang's gaze swept over each individual present with a fierce intensity. However, some chose to dismiss his words, treating them as mere whispers in the wind, unwilling to heed the ominous warning. In an instant, as the blade fell, the very person who had dared to provoke him lay prostrate on the ground. Let us all unite and subdue this brat. We shall divide the treasures within his spatial ring among ourselves. Indeed, the surrounding individuals rallied their courage, directing the points of their blades towards Bulang. The wealth contained within his possession stirred an insatiable greed within them, eclipsing the terror that had previously gripped them. Yet, they gravely underestimated Bulang's prowess. Even in a state where his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, he effortlessly dispatched them one by one. After laying them low, Bulang chose not to silence them permanently. Why do you persist in refusing to acknowledge reality? How much suffering must you endure before you learn your lesson? Bulang was no longer as merciful as before. He wielded his blade and swiftly struck down those instigators. Remember this, should anyone possess the audacity to provoke me, this shall be their fate. A gentle breeze tousled his long hair, and the blood that fell from above appeared even more vivid. All those who had instigated were met with their demise beneath his blade. Spare me, will you pleaded, his heart filled with regret, realizing he should never have heeded their words. The individual before him was far from ordinary. Even in a state of depleted spiritual energy, he could still confront so many adversaries alone. Was it too late to seek mercy now? Bulang gazed at him with eyes that were chillingly cold. I truly recognize my mistakes. I have been blinded by my own greed, and I shall never dare again. Wu Yu's face was a portrait of despair. If granted another chance, he would certainly not entertain any thoughts of avarice. Yun gripped a knife in his hand, pointing it at each person present. Every individual he targeted recoiled, shrinking back and refraining from uttering another word. Who among you still wishes to seize what belongs to me? There is no need for such modesty. Where has that fierce determination from earlier vanished too? Silence enveloped the room, as no one dared to respond. What a farcical international jest this was. Encountering such a ruthless figure, merely preserving one's life was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. My young friend, we acknowledge our previous transgressions. Please do not stoop to our level. Indeed, the paramount concern now was to explore this place. Should we engage in infighting here, we might invite even graver troubles. Each person forced a strained smile, completely disregarding their previous demeanor. Bulang sheathed his sword, having annihilated all present, a notion both impractical and ruthless. Refrain from harboring such unworthy thoughts. Do not dare to challenge my limits again. Otherwise, you shall regret ever gracing this world. Certainly not. Absolutely not. The individuals present shook their heads vigorously, lacking the audacity to continue provoking him. After being subdued, they became exceptionally subdued, their tone markedly more courteous than before. They recognized the true extent of his power, realizing he was beyond their capacity to confront. With so many unable to contend with a single individual, they ceased their futile struggles. Upon entering, Bulang initially intended to depart, yet having arrived at this juncture, he thought it permissible to explore further. Qing sheathed his sword, having regained a considerable amount of spiritual energy after a brief period of recuperation. It was acceptable. Returning so early held little significance. Bulang nodded in agreement. Since his master wished to enter, they would proceed to explore. Are you truly all right? He remained somewhat concerned about Qing's internal injuries. If the wounds were severe, even if there were celestial treasures within, he would be reluctant to venture inside. I am fine, Qing replied, shaking her head. Her internal injuries had mostly subsided. After expelling the stagnant blood, the situation was no longer as dire. Upon entering with the others, they discovered the interior brimming with ethereal treasures. Each item, once extracted, would command a fortune in value, and the crowd was elated. Even a mere spatial ring held considerable worth. Among the treasures were numerous cultivation manuals and exquisite weapons, each inciting fervor among the onlookers. These treasures are truly invaluable. Let none dare to snatch them from me. With such an abundance here, there is enough for all. Each individual began to gather treasures, collecting anything their hands could reach into their bags. At that moment, the depths of human avarice were fully displayed. After obtaining one item, the desire for more surged. Engrossed in their plundering, they remained oblivious to the ominous changes around them. Bang! Just as they reveled in their bounty, the grand door slammed shut with a thunderous noise. It was only then that the crowd snapped back to reality. Upon reaching the door, they found it sealed tight. Darkness engulfed the space, rendering it pitch black, with visibility reduced to nothing. The dim light from the door had been their only means to discern their surroundings, and now, with it closed, panic seized their hearts. What is happening? Someone called out. Look at what has appeared in the corner. A surge of unrest rippled through the crowd as phantoms materialized in the air. Most of these apparitions lacked physical forms. While their lethality was minimal, they proved far more challenging than the zombies outside. At least the zombies were tangible, whereas these phantoms were mere wisps of gas, neither visible nor tangible. Whoosh! The phantoms moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the crowd and toppling those who clutched their treasures to the ground. Yet, despite the chaos, the individuals remained unwilling to relinquish their newfound possessions. Gripping the treasures tightly, unable to spare a hand to fend off the relentless phantoms, Qing found herself struggling against these spirits. Her internal injuries were still quite severe. And though she had just regained her composure, she had yet to return to her peak condition. Were it not for her weakened state, these minor phantoms would pose no challenge to her prowess. Bulang shielded his master from behind, freeing his hands to engage in combat, only to discover a group huddled in a corner, resembling a flock of ostriches. As the tempest approached, they believed that burying their heads in the ground would render them carefree. These phantoms, though lacking corporeal form, proved to be formidable adversaries. No amount of spells cast upon them seemed to inflict any harm, akin to striking cotton, feeble and ineffectual. With their intangible nature, should this continue, we would succumb to exhaustion before they even face demise. One of the cultivators remarked as he swung his sword at a ghost. Yet instead of inflicting even the slightest injury, it appeared as though the blade had been swallowed by a black hole. When he finally withdrew it, the sword had shattered into 2 pieces. The apparitions multiplied, their numbers now surpassing theirs by several folds. One specter opened its cavernous maw and bit into Yin Bulang's leg. Although it lacked a physical form, the impact was painfully real. Upon kicking the phantom away, a bite mark manifested on his leg. Damn it! At this rate, we are bound to meet our end here. The ghosts were a peculiar form of energy impervious to conventional attacks, unless we could confine their energy in one place. Perhaps we could annihilate them in one fell swoop. I have devised a plan, but I will need your protection. Yun Bulang addressed those individuals, urging them to act swiftly, for they could not afford to linger much longer. With no alternative, the people had no choice but to place their hopes entirely upon him. Yun Bulang, without delay, utilized the resources at hand to construct a diminutive formation. Subsequently, he instructed the others to lure the specters into the barrier, thereby gaining complete control over them. Bang, bang, bang. The phantoms relentlessly battered against the barrier, and in a brief span, the formation exhibited numerous fissures. This formation could confine them for no more than 3 to 5 minutes. If a solution was not devised, they might burst forth at any moment. My dear friend, this method is futile. It can only provide temporary respite, not lasting containment. I had hoped you possessed a more effective strategy. These specters will inevitably break free. Your formation cannot withstand much longer. We find ourselves without a viable escape route. Even if we manage to restrain them, there is nowhere to flee. Each individual voiced their grievances, but Yun Bulang paid them no heed, for their words were more eloquent than their actions. If they could resolve the matter on their own, why would they place all their hopes upon him? Yun Bulang withdrew a talisman from the depths of space and cast it directly into the formation. The lightning emanating from the talisman caused all the specters to vanish in an instant. Fortunately, he had brought a life-saving charm. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite troublesome. After witnessing the resolution of these phantoms, those who had previously expressed dissent fell silent, their faces flushed with humiliation. It was truly unexpected that you possessed such remarkable skill, managing not only to ensnare these specters, but also to eliminate them all in such a brief span. The execution of your plan flowed seamlessly, akin to the graceful movement of water. Without genuine expertise, mastering such timing would indeed be a formidable challenge. Did you think you could merely huddle in place like ostriches, doing nothing but waiting for demise? Yun, with a disdainful scoff, expressed his contempt. Relying on these individuals, one might as well assume the grass atop their graves would grow to 2 meters high, let alone hope to escape from this place. The others, rendered crimson with embarrassment by his words, dared not respond. They were powerless to fight back, and thus chose to remain silent. Just when everyone believed the danger had passed, the temperature around them plummeted precipitously. Initially, during the battle, they had felt a semblance of warmth in their bodies, but now they were enveloped in an unending chill. Each breath they exhaled seemed to crystallize in the air. It's so cold, they shivered, and some fire mages even ignited flames on the spot. Yet, despite huddling around the fire, they still felt the relentless cold. This frigid air nearly halted their cognitive functions, leaving them yearning to faint on the spot. How could it have become so suddenly frigid? They rummaged through their belongings, retrieving winter garments to wrap around themselves. But even then, warmth eluded them. A thin layer of ice gradually formed from the ground, encasing them in place, rendering them as mere ice sculptures. Among them were several fire mages who, unable to withstand the biting cold, succumbed to the relentless chill, slowly losing their breath. Yun Bulang trembled uncontrollably, gazing at the rigid figures frozen in place. Then at the flickering bonfire. If the cold were truly so intense, it was inconceivable that they could feel absolutely no warmth. Thus, only one possibility remained. They were ensnared in an illusion, and all that unfolded before them was but a figment of their imagination. Master, this is an illusion. Qing nodded, having already discerned the truth. To suggest that a fire mage could not withstand the chill was absurd. An ice mage, by contrast, would be entirely impervious to such cold. How could they possibly be transformed into mere ice sculptures amidst the frost? All of this signified that the occurrences here were not genuine. Those who had become frozen statues had evidently succumbed to the illusion, entrapped in a deep slumber. Once one falls into slumber within an illusion, their physical body in the real world begins to perish one after another. The master and disciple exchanged a knowing glance and retreated to a corner, gradually closing their eyes, their minds devoid of distractions. When they reopened their eyes, the temperature had returned to normal. Yet, before them lay a multitude of corpses, each contorted in a curled position at the moment of death. Undoubtedly, they had perished in their own delusions, frozen alive. However, their corporeal forms and reality remained unblemished by ice, the only individuals capable of escaping the illusion. Aside from the master and disciple, were a handful of formidable practitioners. Emerging from the collective trance, they were drenched in sweat. Gazing at the lifeless bodies on the ground with furrowed brows, retreating several steps. A chilling voice echoed ominously in the air, lingering in each person's mind, impossible to dispel. As they turned to look behind them, it seemed as though a colossal entity loomed, yet upon inspection, they found nothing but emptiness. Just then, they looked up to see a massive trap descending from the sky, its numerous spikes poised to strike downward. Should this contraption land upon any of them, survival would be a slim chance at best. They banded together to confront it, yet Bulang remained stationary, timely cautioning. What you are experiencing now is yet another illusion conjured by that entity. If you cannot liberate your consciousness, you will become a part of this phantasm. This specter was indeed formidable, capable of fabricating such a vivid illusion. Initially, he had believed himself to have escaped. But now it was clear that his naivety had led him astray. With his warning, the group finally managed to extricate themselves from the illusion once more. However, this time, the toll was far more devastating. Those of lesser strength collapsed to the ground, never to awaken again. Suddenly, a gigantic specter materialized in midair, the very architect of the previous illusions. Kikek. The specter gaped with a cavernous maw, refraining from launching an assault upon them. Instead, it exhaled a plume of white gas, plunging them into yet another illusion. This particular phantasm was fraught with dangers that surpassed those they had previously encountered. Blades and swords rained down from all directions, leaving the unfortunate souls severed and bloodied, their crimson life force cascading down their arms. The air within the chamber was thick with the stench of blood, and some, paralyzed by fear, succumbed to the terror, literally frightened themselves to death. Bulang comprehended that as long as this specter remained alive, they would be perpetually ensnared within the confines of their dreams. This colossal phantom possessed relatively low offensive power. It merely conjured illusions, rendering them utterly defenseless. The ability to manipulate the entities within the dreamscape and launch assaults upon them indicated that this specter was indeed ensconced within the realm of illusion. It was the sovereign of this ethereal domain. As Bulang surveyed his surroundings, he discerned an intense fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from a corner. If his conjecture proved accurate, the specter should be concealed within that very space, while simultaneously fending off the ethereal swords that assailed him from the illusory realm. He quietly concentrated his spiritual power in his palm. Seizing the moment when the ghost was momentarily distracted, he unleashed a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, the swords that had relentlessly attacked them vanished into thin air. The atmosphere fell into an extraordinary silence, so profound that the sound of a single needle dropping to the ground could be distinctly heard. Yun was somewhat anxious, but after observing that there were no other unexpected incidents, his heart finally settled. "Master, are you all right?" Bulang observed his master's pallid countenance, a wave of concern washing over him. His master was still suffering from internal injuries and had yet to fully recuperate. The specter they had encountered had employed an illusion. Qing shook his head. While ensnared in that phantasm, he had indeed experienced a measure of difficulty in breathing. However, once the specter perished, the oppressive force that had enveloped them seemed to dissipate entirely. "Master, please consume this elixir. It will be beneficial for your recovery." Bulang retrieved a spirit-gathering pill from the depths of space and directly presented it before his master. Qing did not refuse. At the very moment he ingested the pill, the spiritual energy within his body gradually began to rejuvenate. Although he had not returned to peak condition, he was nearly restored. "If you are feeling unwell, we shall return." Bulang had little understanding of those treasures. "It matters not," Qing remarked. Had the specter truly perished? Some remained uncertain, their weapons trembling slightly in their grasp, still reluctant to relinquish them. This specter was inherently cunning. If this was merely a ruse of death or an illusion, then laying down their arms would leave them with naught but the finality of demise. Bulang nodded slightly, exhaling a long breath. "It is dead." If this specter were not vanquished, the illusions surrounding them would never dissipate. The onlookers, still haunted by fear, finally lowered their swords. At last, "It is dead." The number of supporters who had entered was already halved, and they had only just begun. The unknown dangers lurking ahead were yet to be revealed. Many had already reconsidered their resolve, yet driven by avarice, they chose to press onward, steeling themselves against the perils that lay ahead. As they ventured deeper, They encountered an elongated corridor, comprising no fewer than 100 steps. Each step appeared deceptively tranquil, yet the moment the first individual set foot upon it, he triggered hidden mechanisms and was instantly transformed into a mere sieve. The remaining few hesitated, wary of the peril that awaited. One individual attempted to unsheath his sword, only to witness it severed into countless fragments in an instant. Upon reaching the second step, if one were not vigilant, they would fail to notice the slender, white thread. This was the thread of deception, as fine as a hair, yet one of the most formidable weapons in existence. Should a person inadvertently encounter it, they could be cleaved into hundreds of pieces. Such treacherous tactics, had it not been for Brother Lao's earlier trial, might have cost them not merely their weapons, but their very lives. The speaker was an elder of the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent clans. The Bai family had nearly been annihilated, suffering grievous losses within the illusion, leaving only Elder Bai Luo to recount the tale. The brother Liao he referred to as Lao Jihua, a comrade with whom he had shared life and death. In this perilous domain, caution was paramount. Liao Jihua, with a fierce glint in his eye, surveyed his surroundings. He had already lost many brothers in this conflict. When the secret realm had opened, he had entered with 3 companions. Now he stood alone. Each step of the staircase concealed a trap, and by the time they reached higher ground, they might meet their demise here. The first stout individual spoke despondently. Perhaps we should return home. Who knows what awaits us next? Brother, I shall accompany you. One must not be so greedy, since we cannot ascend. Why linger here in distress? The few who spoke departed with a flourish, for even the treasures of the first level, once brought forth, would suffice for ample boasting. Why cling so stubbornly to the pursuit of danger, risking their very lives? This 100-step staircase was fraught with peril and beset with challenges. Yet, through the collective effort of all, they successfully ascended to the second level. However, the scene before them left them utterly astonished. They had abruptly found themselves in another realm, a place devoid of any signs of life. The expansive ground was littered with a myriad of corpses, both human and beast alike. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and Cloud Bulang struggled to suppress the turmoil in his stomach as he took a step forward. Before his eyes, the lifeless bodies that had lain on the ground began to rise slowly in a grotesque manner, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Yun Bulang, with a swift stroke of his blade, vanquished a monstrous beast, only to subsequently discover a cerulean numeral, 1 emblazoned upon his forearm. As their slaughters of these creatures proliferated, the figures upon their arms incessantly evolved. What in the world is this? One could not help but lament, especially as these entities launched their assaults with an utter lack of purpose. Blast it! I ought to seize the treasures of the first level and make a hasty exit from this wretched place. Witnessing such a predicament, some individuals were filled with profound regret. If granted the chance for a fresh start, they might have chosen a different path. Alas, there are no ifs in this reality. All that lay before them must be confronted with unwavering resolve. Yun Bulang positioned himself protectively behind his master, contemplating her internal injuries that rendered her unsuitable for prolonged combat. Yet, as it had been previously, the path they had traversed was now entirely obstructed. The only escape lay in vanquishing the malevolent spirits before them, which might unveil a new avenue of retreat. Do not worry, Bulang. Focus on the battle ahead, for I shall manage here, Qing reassured him. Understanding his concern for her well-being, which had hindered him from unleashing his true potential. Master, please take care of yourself. Yun Bulang has never ventured too far. He merely continues to eliminate foes in his vicinity. Yet, these adversaries seem inexhaustible. With each adversary he dispatches, the numbers in his grasp shift. Yun Bulang gazed at the numbers displayed in his hand, uncertain of their significance. However, there was no time for contemplation. He had to address the matter at hand. A creature, adorned with numerous tentacles and seemingly a denizen of the ocean, loomed before him. One of its tentacles stealthily slithered toward his feet, swiftly ensnaring him. Bulang! Qing exclaimed, noticing his predicament. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a sharp dagger materialized in her grasp. In a flash, the blade soared through the air, severing the enormous crimson tentacle and liberating Yun Bulang. As he descended to the ground, he realized he was still confronted by the colossal beast, its tentacles undulating as they lunged at him once more. Yun Bulang, petite in stature, stood before the colossal monster, appearing as insignificant as an ant. Yet, it was precisely this advantage that allowed him to navigate freely, unrestrained by any constraints. The monster's tentacles possessed regenerative abilities. The one previously severed by his master quickly regrew at an astonishing rate. To eliminate it, one might only be able to sever its head. The creature left a trail of white viscous fluid in its wake, and Yun Bulang nearly lost his footing due to a momentary lapse in attention. Ultimately, With the aid of his master, they vanquished the gargantuan beast. The numbers on his arm rolled over several times, indicating that the higher the monster's realm, the more pronounced the fluctuations in his digits. Are you all right? Qing approached him, relieved to see he was unharmed. Master, I'm fine. However, each time we slay one of these monsters, the numbers on my arm increase. Did you notice? Qing rolled up his sleeve, revealing a series of digits on his slender arm, representing the count of the monsters he had just defeated. During the skirmish, numerous cultivators had fallen, succumbing to the perils of battle. The lifeless bodies on the ground emitted an eerie, silent wail, as if they had endured immense torment in life. Their wrath was now unleashed upon the intruders. How could these corpses still move? Lacking heartbeat and breath, it was profoundly unsettling. Everyone, fight back to back, Lao Jiwa instructed, emphasizing the importance of vigilance to prevent surprise attacks from the rear. With his rallying call, the lethargic individuals quickly formed a circle, trusting their backs to one another. In this moment of peril, they became temporary allies. Despite the formation reducing casualties, some still fell victim to the onslaught, gradually being driven into a corner with no retreat. Do not fear, we have no escape now. We might as well carve a bloody path forward. Perhaps we will find a glimmer of hope. Bulang tightly clutched his long sword, as the bodies beneath his feet gradually multiplied. With no retreat left, he resolved to expend every ounce of his strength, hoping to discover an alternative escape route. Let us heed this young brother's counsel. Rather than sitting idly by, it is far better to charge forth. Ultimately, death awaited them regardless, so it was prudent to fight with all their might. After a brief discussion, they formed a coalition. The formidable positioned themselves at the four corners, north, south, east, and west, while the weaker members were sheltered within, assisting in channeling spiritual energy. Amidst the frenzied assaults, they gradually extricated themselves from their previous corner, aimlessly wandering as they sought an exit. Yet, this expanse seemed infinite, devoid of any end. Everywhere they ventured, an eerie silence enveloped them. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the air. Upon glancing upward, they beheld a colossal skeletal bird, its form entirely composed of bones. A dark aura emanated from its skeletal structure, reminiscent of a messenger arisen from the depths of hell. Its blood-red eyes fixated upon each of them with an unyielding gaze. The skeletal bird opened its maw, launching a fist-sized flame toward them. Boom, boom, boom. With resounding blasts, their humble formation was instantly shattered. The surrounding unconscious bodies seized the opportunity to separate each individual. Those sheltered in the center were utterly defenseless, and after several battles, they succumbed to exhaustion of spiritual energy, their bodies collapsing onto the ground, merging with the fallen, turning against their former companions. Attacks rained upon them from both the ground and the sky, rendering defense nearly impossible. Qing, already afflicted by severe internal injuries, found her complexion pallid from excessive spiritual energy depletion. The sword in her hand felt unbearably heavy as she knelt on the ground, dazed and struggling to regain her senses. The skeletal bird soaring above fixed its next assault directly on her. Boom! A massive fireball surged toward her back. Master! With a swift motion of the long sword in Bula's hand, he effortlessly extinguished the fiery orb and dragged his master to safety nearby. In the next instant, he seized the sword that had fallen beside him, which soared into his grasp. Wait for me here, he commanded. Clouds danced lightly beneath his feet as he soared through the air, delivering a swift strike upon the ebony-feathered bird. The creature was cleaved into fragments, its bones scattering in disarray. Meanwhile, the numbers upon his hand underwent yet another transformation. He endeavored to erase these figures, yet they appeared to be inscribed within his flesh itself. No matter how vigorously he rubbed, the markings remained impervious to his efforts. Unconcerned by the chaos around her, Bula casually lowered her sleeves and launched an assault against the monstrous adversaries. As she cleaved through them, a sea of corpses accumulated around her, leaving her with no choice but to step upon the stark white bones as she pressed onward. Qing consumed a pill, yet she remained unsteady. Her energy depleted to the point where her complexion appeared ghastly. With each step, her legs felt increasingly feeble. Once an ardent lover of battle, she had never pushed herself to such extremes. Ultimately, her weakness became evident. In the presence of true power, her abilities were merely insignificant. The master and disciple supported one another as they advanced, yet their companions dwindled, leaving only the strongest among them. The foes they faced grew ever more formidable in both rank and realm. Suddenly, a colossal serpent materialized before them, nearly obstructing every possible escape route. This serpent, cloaked in a pitch-black sheen, exuded a foul odor, its golden eyes fixated unwaveringly on each individual present. It flicked its tongue, seemingly searching for the most advantageous point of attack. The remaining few united in their resolve, leaving no openings as they struck first. Sword slash of all things. A powerful gust surged forth, aimed directly at the enormous serpent. In response, the serpent lashed its tail, instantly disrupting their formation, wherever the tail made contact. The ground froze solid. The temperature plummeted several degrees in an instant, revealing the serpent to be of the ice element. With a thunderous crash, the serpent's tail swept through, shaking the very earth. Together, they forced the serpent into a nearby pond, swiftly sealing off all avenues of escape. Bulang summoned the ice crystal from the depths of space, effectively encasing the lake's surface and entombing the serpent beneath. With the formidable beast subdued, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. This was a dire situation indeed. A rough man could not suppress his grievances. Lamenting that he had merely sought to gather treasures, yet now found himself perilously close to losing his life. Had he only followed the others when they departed at the stairs, he would have avoided this predicament, though he would not have secured any riches. At least he would have preserved his own existence. However, lamenting the past was futile at this juncture. Let us refrain from further disheartening words, Liao Zhihua advised. Having come this far, turning back would serve no purpose. Brother Liao is quite right, another chimed in. After all the hardships endured to reach this point, to abandon our quest now would surely become a significant regret in life. Bai Luo wholeheartedly concurred, wiping the blood from his face, invigorated with renewed determination. He believed that the sacrifices made were indeed justified, for the scales of effort and reward are balanced in their own right. Cloud, fearing unforeseen events, took the lead with his master, prompting those around him to follow suit. Who could predict what other entities might emerge in this cursed place? Master, if you find it too taxing, do not hesitate. We can return at once. Bulang walked while inquiring about his master's condition. Qing's complexion was ashen. She hastily consumed another elixir to regulate her internal energy, gradually restoring her visage to its usual hue. I am fine, she asserted, echoing the sentiments of that individual. Having come this far, it would be a pity to retreat now. Qing's reluctance to turn back stemmed not from insatiable greed, but rather from the understanding that the opportunities in life are serendipitous and cannot be sought after. Bulang is still in her youth. If she could undergo more rigorous training, even the accumulation of combat experience would be beneficial to her. Crossing through this pond, they were greeted by a striking new location. Not far ahead, a colossal arena emerged before them, shrouded in an ominous aura that sent chills down their spines. Upon this grand stage stood a figure cloaked in crimson, bearing a bloodthirsty smile. Her gaze swept across each individual present, as if mocking them with silent laughter. With a mere gesture of her finger, she singled out a person from the crowd, who was instantaneously propelled onto the arena. In an instant, the red figure vanished, leaving behind two identical beings on the platform. Without uttering a word, they engaged in a fierce struggle, resulting in one being obliterated while the other swiftly disappeared as well. This series of events left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Subsequently, several others were selected, and upon their ascent, identical figures would manifest. Success in these challenges would yield substantial rewards, while failure would result in utter annihilation. Bulang sensed that everything unfolding before him was meticulously orchestrated. Yet he remained oblivious to the identity of the mastermind behind it all. In an instant, the woman clad in crimson pointed a finger at him, compelling him to stride uncontrollably towards the arena. Upon the stage, a figure emerged, strikingly identical to him, wielding the same swordsmanship with uncanny precision. Phantom fire of the netherworld. Confined within the bounds, incinerate all. A bizarre, ethereal blue flame materialized, encircling the counterpart before him. In swift succession, the doppelganger executed the same techniques he employed, surpassing them in potency. Regardless of the strikes he unleashed, the figure mirrored his every move with chilling accuracy. Boom! Bulang was sent flying by his opponent's strike, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling onto the ground. The adversary stood motionless, their eyes darting curiously over him, feeling as though his entire skeletal structure had been shattered. He realized the severity of his internal injuries, yet his opponent showed no inclination to grant him an opportunity for healing. Once again, the assault commenced. And this time there was no escape. He could only brace himself for the onslaught. However, engaging in a direct confrontation with such a formidable opponent proved futile. And in an instant, he found himself once more sprawled on the ground. Onlookers gazed in horror, particularly his master, Qing, whose delicate brows were tightly knitted in concern. A barrier of energy obstructed her path, and as she witnessed her disciple fall, her heart raced with anxiety, yet she found herself powerless to intervene. All she could do was hope he would endure this trial, Otherwise, he would vanish like so many others, lost to the void. Bulang, she thought. This individual possesses strength that mirrors your own, perhaps even surpassing it. Engaging him head-on will undoubtedly lead to your downfall. Yun Bulang comprehended the meaning behind his master's words. However, on this arena, the only path to hope for survival lay in vanquishing the adversary before him. The sole recourse was to eliminate this opponent with utmost speed. For the consequences of failure were unimaginable. After an extended period of combat, the opponent's aura not only failed to diminish but seemed to grow ever stronger. Every individual possesses a spiritual sea, within which their spiritual power is limited. Yet, this adversary appeared unaffected by such constraints, launching attacks with remarkable swiftness. After hundreds of exchanges, not a single hair on his head was disheveled. He stood resolute, his speed unwavering, but after several encounters, he bore numerous wounds. A significant gash marred his right arm, deep enough to expose bone, with flesh grotesquely torn. With no time for proper treatment, he hastily retrieved a pill from his spatial storage and forced it into his mouth. The bleeding from his hand ceased, yet the wound remained a terrifying sight, still grotesque in its severity. The cloud, unwavering and resolute, refused to concede defeat. To surrender would signify his inevitable disappearance, akin to those who had vanished before him. In this moment, the only path to survival and escape lay in vanquishing the formidable opponent before him, thereby achieving true liberation. Yet, he discerned a peculiar trait in his adversary, an uncanny resemblance to an emotionless automaton, whose strength far surpassed his own. Each move and technique appeared rigidly predetermined, devoid of any individual flair. The speed of Yun Bulang's combat escalated rapidly, becoming increasingly effortless and spontaneous. Meanwhile, the opponent's pace also quickened, leaving only two fleeting shadows on the arena, rendering their original forms nearly indistinguishable. Yun Bulang discovered a flaw and struck fiercely at his opponent. He altered his combat strategy, recognizing that the adversary was merely an emotionless machine, utterly incomparable to him. Upon identifying this inertia, subsequent events unfolded with increasing ease, and the shadow gradually transformed between the realms of reality and illusion. Ultimately, with a decisive blow, the shadow dissipated into nothingness, completely vanishing. In this conflict, he emerged as the ultimate victor. The champion of the contest was also bestowed with a significant reward, as 3 magnificent items materialized in the sky, accompanied by a resonant voice proclaiming, "Young and talented individual, this is your prize. You may select one item from these 3 that you desire." Yun Bulang gazed at the 3 ethereal objects that materialized in the sky, then pointed directly at the blue feathered garment beside him. Although he had no use for this attire, he deemed it a fitting gift for his master. Upon making his choice, the garment gradually floated down into his hands. This exquisite robe, light and translucent, bore a delicate hue of blue. It was not merely an article of clothing, but a sanctified piece of armor. Ever since his master had been injured, he had been consumed by a profound sense of guilt. Yun Bulang leapt down from the arena and approached his master, presenting an item with great reverence. Qing felt a surge of joy within, yet spoke with feigned discontent. "Why choose this for me? You ought to have selected that exquisite longsword. It is a remarkable sacred weapon, and you are in need of an appropriate armament. I have ample opportunities ahead, so there is no need for concern on my behalf." With determination, Qing donned the feathered attire, which indeed was a sacred treasure, a rarity beyond compare. Once adorned, he felt impervious to the sweltering heat of the summer sun. "Then allow me to express my gratitude here," his master replied. "Between us, there is no need for such formalities." Yun Bulang smiled as he spoke. After the competition concluded, several individuals around him were gradually selected. Yet they were far less fortunate than Yun Bulang. For the majority, this singular contest had tragically severed their youthful lives, witnessing the people beside him vanish one after another. Those of a timid disposition began to reconsider their choices, contemplating a swift departure from this harrowing place. "What a dreadful affair! I shall not partake any longer. To hell with the rewards. This is nothing short of a trap, designed for fools like us to tumble into. Those with a shred of sense should hasten their exit. Who can predict what challenges lie ahead? It would be a most unwise transaction to gamble one's life here." The few individuals cursed vehemently and turned to leave. Yet, having taken but a few steps, merely 4 or 5 meters from the arena, they suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if some unseen force had drained their very souls in that instant. Following the sudden demise of these individuals, a chilling voice echoed through the sky. "The game has commenced. Those wishing to withdraw midway shall face dire consequences." The ability to kill unseen reveals an opponent of unfathomable strength. Those reluctant to compete were left with no choice but to steel themselves, helplessly watching as their companions vanished. Some, paralyzed by terror, even soiled themselves upon the arena, experiencing humiliation beyond measure. With a crash, one individual dropped his weapon, his legs buckling as he knelt in surrender. "I yield. Please, do not kill me. Do not kill me," he repeated mindlessly. He had presumed that surrendering would secure his life. However, scarcely had the final syllable of his plea faded when the kneeling contestant met a sudden and violent end. A sinister voice resonated from the heavens once more. "Surrender equates to defeat. Defeat is tantamount to death." The crowd, incensed by this unjust decree, found themselves silenced by fear. In this wave of calamity, many fell upon the arena, deprived of the opportunity to advance even a single step further. The clouds drift lazily above, revealing a stark truth. These individuals did not succumb to their adversaries, but rather fell victim to their own illusions. Confronted with the phantoms of their own making, they resorted to desperate measures to vanquish them, neglecting a pivotal reality. The greater the prowess of their techniques, the mightier the forces opposing them became. As time wore on, the shadows they conjured grew increasingly formidable, while the essence of the true selves began to wane. This phenomenon defies easy comprehension, eluding their understanding. Thus, the inevitable conclusion remained singular: death. An hour later, those who remained steadfast were individuals of exceptional martial skill and mental acuity. Despite witnessing a drastic reduction in their numbers, the competition persevered unabated. Once more, an ancient voice resonated through the heavens. In the ensuing contest, the stakes would be heightened, rewards would swell, and penalties would intensify. Victors would receive a mysterious bounty, while the vanquished would face the dire consequence of having their souls claimed, condemned to an eternity devoid of reincarnation. Yun Bulang's eyes widened in astonishment. The deprivation of even the right to reincarnate was far graver than they had anticipated. The death of a body might be bearable, yet the obliteration of one's very soul seemed an excessive punishment. Many voices rose in protest. "This is unjust. By what authority do you manipulate our lives? Indeed, if you possess the audacity, step forth and speak. Do not cower in the shadows like a coward, earning our disdain. We implore the elder to reveal themselves. Such concealment is unbecoming of your stature." However, their words seemed to dissipate into the void, for the unseen figure lurking in the darkness paid them no heed. Though it appeared empty, none of the gathered souls could escape. The path out was irrevocably blocked. The woman clad in red reappeared upon the arena, once again selecting two individuals at random to engage in combat. The victor would be bestowed with a mysterious grand gift, while the vanquished would suffer the immediate extraction of their souls, much like those who had previously sought to depart. Yun Bulang faced a formidable opponent in this bout, a close combat warrior wielding an axe, his muscles quivering with intensity. He planted himself firmly on the arena, his biceps rivaling the size of ostrich eggs. The clouds, drifting beside him, appeared even more diminutive in contrast, with the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. The man wielded two axes, their blades clashing in a manner reminiscent of a whirling tempest, creating a whirlwind of energy that surged forth in an instant. Yun Bulang did not engage in a direct confrontation, as his opponent was a powerhouse. Faced with such formidable aggression, he had no choice but to evade temporarily. However, his adversary was well-versed in close-quarters combat and left him no opportunity to escape. With each failed strike, another followed swiftly. From beginning to end, the battle remained intimately close, denying Yun Bulang the chance to showcase his abilities. The clouds of chaos have only just begun to disperse, yet one has gleaned certain insights amidst the turmoil. The opponent possesses the skill for close combat, and so too does he. The long sword in his hand transforms seamlessly into an exquisitely sharp dagger. As the dagger lunges forward, a gash appears instantaneously on the rugged adversary's body. Enraged, the brute intensifies his strikes with fervor. The arena bears the scars of their fierce confrontation, with wounds accumulating beneath their feet. Ultimately, they unleash a torrent of assaults that proves too formidable for the platform to withstand, resulting in its catastrophic collapse. Although the arena has crumbled, the outcome remains unresolved. As the referee, concealed in the shadows, refrains from halting the contest, Yun Bulang bore numerous injuries, and coupled with his failure to properly regulate his breathing, he appeared rather disheveled. Yet, he did not yield to despair. It is rather intriguing. Throughout the years, none who have dared to challenge me have ever managed to depart from this place alive, the rugged man boasted brazenly, his voice as coarse as that of an aged crow, grating unpleasantly upon the ears. Yun Bulang smiled wryly, reaching up to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Though he now appeared disheveled, the brilliance in his eyes remained undiminished. "Perhaps I am the only exception," He was like indomitable wild grass, possessing an inexhaustible capacity for resurgence. Even in the face of adversity, he showed not a trace of despair. Throughout a series of ascendant battles, he gradually learned his opponent's movements, step by step beginning to engage in combat. From initial evasion to ultimately confronting head-on, he adapted to this power-driven contest in a mere 5 minutes. The burly man, somewhat seasoned, gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling with each breath. "Who permitted you to imitate me?" Observing Yun Bulang's movements, which were oddly reminiscent of his own, indeed, surpassing them, he felt a surge of anger, coupled with a twinge of unease. "Is it possible that all martial arts techniques under heaven belong to your family?" Yun Bulang, undeterred, spoke with a tone of mockery. Even if it were mere imitation, what of it? He had not plagiarized the opponent's techniques, rather, he had conceived a unique set of combat skills. Unlike his adversary, who relied on brute force to subdue his foes, he balanced strength with grace, employing a strategy that transformed softness into hardness and vice versa. Utilizing the principle of yielding to overcome force, he deftly brought his opponent crashing to the ground. The burly man fell heavily, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? How could this youth possibly rival him? Surely something was amiss. Yet, in close combat, he did not resort to sorcery, it was pure physical prowess that he employed. He had not afforded his opponent the opportunity to cast any spells. What could possibly explain this? No one answered him. Seizing the momentum, Yun Bulang pressed the attack, and time after time, it was the robust man who found himself sprawled on the arena floor. The outcome was evident. Sparing the man's life was an act of mercy. Nevertheless, the burly fighter remained defiant, swinging his weapon with increasing ferocity. His overwhelming desire to win clouded his judgment, leading him to strike indiscriminately. With just 2 powerful blows, he drained the last vestiges of his spiritual energy. His complexion turned ashen as he collapsed, gasping for breath, struggling to rise, only to crash back onto the stage. His feeble breaths extinguished any hope of opening his eyes again. The victor was clear. The defeated would soon fade into oblivion. A weathered voice resonated at that moment. Following this, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and the fallen warrior vanished without a trace. No one knew his fate, but it was certain that his next encounter would not be favorable. In his eyes, Yun Bulang beheld a profound sense of dread. Securing victory in the competition naturally afforded him the opportunity to select a gift, and in the sky, 3 indistinct items materialized. Among these treasures, he could choose one at his discretion. Chu Tianxing had no inkling of what these objects were and could only gesture randomly. The central item instantly regained its form, revealing an exquisitely sharp dagger. This dagger emanated a menacing brilliance, exuding an aura of chilling foreboding even while lying in repose. It was unknown how much blood the dagger had claimed from countless souls, yet as it rested in his grasp, it glimmered faintly with a crimson hue. A worthy weapon possesses the ability to choose its master freely. Upon entering his possession, this weapon resonated with him, clearly acknowledging him as its rightful owner. "The competition shall proceed," intoned the voice, before once again fading into silence. Yun Bulang, clutching the victorious prize, soared beneath the arena, elated by the exquisite dagger in his grasp. The ensuing match featured his master, Qing, pitted against another individual of exceptional swordsmanship. Both were masters of the blade, having ascended to the grandmaster level, and their duel was a fierce contest where every second mattered. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows over 100 times. The only disadvantage for Qing lay in his prior severe injury. Now, as he engaged with his opponent, he could only endeavor to evade the resurgence of his old wounds. Yet, the more he sought to avoid them, the more his adversary targeted those very vulnerabilities. "Despicable and shameless," Qing muttered under his breath, as the wound upon his hand was aggravated, causing the blood he had painstakingly staunched to flow once more. Yun Bulang watched in trepidation as Qing fought valiantly, wishing fervently that he could personally engage in battle on behalf of his master. Clad in azure garments, Qing was drenched in her own blood, her body riddled with a multitude of wounds. Despite consuming numerous pills during the contest, she could not staunch the relentless flow of crimson. The essence of life coursing through her veins began to wane, her complexion gradually paling, and the speed of her swordplay diminished. Her opponent bore a sinister smile, as if victory were already within grasp. "A mere girl thinks she can contend with me. To perish by my hand would be your utmost honor," he taunted. His sword danced with a remarkable fluidity, unleashing 13 strikes in a mere half-second, each blow executed with exquisite precision. Qing, though exceedingly cautious, fell prey to 3 of his strikes. Clutching her wounds, she sought refuge around the arena, searching for an opportune moment. Her adversary pursued relentlessly, his swordplay accelerating, cornering her with increasing ferocity. "Yield, little girl. You are no match for me. No one has ever triumphed over my 13 strikes," he declared. As he spoke, he made a fateful mistake. Exposing a significant vulnerability, his waist was left unguarded with each execution of his technique. Maintaining her composure, Qing regulated her breathing. At the instant her opponent launched his next series of strikes, she executed a feint and swiftly targeted his exposed midsection. In a fleeting moment, he was severed at the waist. Yet, he did not immediately succumb to death. Wide-eyed, he glanced at his severed body and then at the sword in his hand. Before closing his eyes in a state of dread, his lifeless form vanished from the arena without a trace of bloodshed, and the stage soon reverted to its usual appearance. Wounded but resolute, Qing descended step by step. "Master, allow me to assist in your healing," she offered. Without stubbornness, she nodded. And the master and disciple made their way to a nearby clearing. The subsequent matches unfolded, but Bulang remained indifferent, their fates of little concern to him. Qing's injuries were grave, and Bulang staunched her bleeding, gradually channeling his own spiritual energy into her spiritual sea. The energy flowed through her body, mending her wounds. And the once depleted spiritual sea felt a refreshing chill as it was replenished. Qing's pallid visage began to regain its color, and her trembling hands steadied. With a deep exhalation, she slowly opened her eyes. Just as Bulang prepared to continue his energy transfer, she gently grasped his hand and subtly shook her head. "This competition progresses in rounds. Your turn will come soon. Do not squander your energy on me. It is of no concern. Allow me to impart some energy to you," he insisted. Qing, however, was quite resolute, rising directly from the ground and returning to the throng. Bulang found himself with no alternative but to accompany his master back, as the number of those who had arrived with them had already diminished significantly. On the arena, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Yuan-ing stage unexpectedly succumbed to demonic transformation during battle, an act deemed particularly disgraceful within their cultivation community. However, through this transformation, he suddenly acquired a surge of power, defeating his opponents on the stage and securing victory in the competition. Those who stood behind him, regardless of the means employed, understood that as long as victory was achieved, rewards would follow. The process mattered little, only the outcome held significance. The victor was granted the liberty to select an item of their choice. In the sky, 3 objects materialized. After a moment of hesitation, he gravely pointed to the item on the left. It descended beside him, revealing its true form, the spirit power conversion orb. This object was insidiously treacherous, capable of converting the spiritual energy of others for one's own use, and even siphoning off their techniques, making it decidedly malevolent. Bulang was enveloped in doubt, suspecting that everything had been meticulously orchestrated. The opponent moved with an uncanny agility, seemingly possessed by a dark enchantment, wielding a weapon of formidable malice. In contrast, he had merely acquired a pure yang dagger, intended for close combat. The man chuckled heartily, fondling his treasured possession with an air of possessiveness, while those around him appeared to be ensnared as if they were mere prey. After a brief yet intense half-hour, Bulang found himself once again selected. The moment he stepped onto the arena, he was overwhelmed by an oppressive weight that left him breathless. His adversary was a master from the transformation realm, standing 2 ranks above him. In the face of such overwhelming strength, all clever tactics seemed utterly futile. "You are no match for me. Do not squander our time. Surrender willingly." The formidable opponent disdainfully refrained from engaging, standing with arms folded, his gaze dismissively sweeping over Bulang. It was incomprehensible how such a worthless individual could dare to challenge someone of his caliber. It was akin to a 10-year-old child attempting to spar with an infant. There was simply no basis for comparison throughout the entire encounter. Bulang smiled lightly, calm as the wind, and remarked, "How can one know without trying?" The formidable figure merely snorted, dismissing the individual before him entirely. "You are unworthy." To him, this person was as insignificant as an ant, lacking even the merit to be considered a rival. Worthiness or unworthiness, one must endeavor to ascertain. Bulang was the first to launch an attack. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, while the tardy shall face downfall. Moreover, considering the opponent's formidable strength surpassing his own, achieving victory in the match necessitated extraordinary measures. Bang! He failed to even graze the opponent's sleeve before being sent flying by a single palm strike. One hand clutched the edge of the arena tightly. The rules of the competition had stipulated that falling on the stage and being unable to rise, or being thrown off the platform, would result in defeat. Given his current abilities, it was rather unrealistic to expect to topple such a strong adversary. The only feasible tactic now was to force the opponent off the stage. thereby claiming victory in the contest. You overestimate yourself. The powerful opponent scoffed disdainfully, not even drawing his sword. The other was afforded no opportunity for retaliation. How could such a feeble individual ever qualify as his rival? Bulang wiped the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, undeterred by this recent defeat. However, he could distinctly sense the terrifying strength of his opponent. Having merely received a single blow, the energy within him became utterly chaotic. The dagger in his hand suddenly elongated, showcasing the star sword technique amidst the heavens. In the blink of an eye, a colossal pentagram materialized, hurtling toward the elder. The elder merely raised a hand, employing only a fraction of his strength, and the pentagram was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Such trivialities, and yet you dare to flaunt your skills before me. You often claim I am unworthy to be your adversary. Is it not because you are aware of your incapacity to defeat me? A mere child, spewing unfounded words here. With your current prowess, you are unfit even to lace my shoes. A quarter of an hour has passed since the contest began, and I remain here unharmed. Have you not considered the reasons behind this? Bulang wore a confident smile that radiated self-assurance, his words laced with a hint of provocation. The elderly man's brow furrowed, and in an instant, his entire figure vanished without a trace. Bulang was utterly unprepared when a solid palm struck his back. He could even hear the sound of his bones fracturing. Slowly, he stood upright, trembling from head to toe, each inch of his skin ablaze with unbearable pain, as if it might explode at any moment. A metallic sweetness filled his mouth, and clutching his chest, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, even with blood staining his lips, he maintained an air of confidence. So this is your true strength. It seems rather unimpressive. Die. Boom. A tremendous force surged from behind him, and Bulang realized that the old man had been provoked. This was precisely the reaction he sought. In an instant, as the elder approached, he swiftly sidestepped, using minimal effort to send the old man sprawling away. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the elder regained his senses, Bulang was already standing outside the ring. My apologies, but it appears I have emerged victorious. Bulang stood majestically upon the arena, casting a condescending gaze upon him. The elder, intent on launching an attack, found himself abruptly subdued by an overwhelming pressure that rendered him immobile. I refuse to accept this, he screamed in a fit of despair. If it were not for this wretched youth employing underhanded tactics, how could I possibly be defeated by a mere Yuaning? If this is to be deemed a victory, is there no justice left in this world? In this realm, justice is but a fleeting notion. It is the strong who dictate the terms. The cloud swept coldly across the ground where he stood. Your sole flaw lies in your excessive confidence. Blind confidence can easily devolve into arrogance. Although he too possesses confidence, he never fails to acknowledge his shortcomings. I refuse to accept this. If you refuse, then hold it within. Bulang leaned against the arena, his body nearly depleted of all spiritual energy after an arduous battle. Coupled with the energy he had previously transmitted to his master, he had yet to recover his strength. A brilliant light shone down, and when it faded away, the figure on the ground had vanished without a trace. However, the sword he bore remained on the ground, not disappearing alongside him. In the sky, 3 treasures materialized. The first was the 9 transformations divine pill, which could instantaneously elevate one's rank by 2 tiers upon consumption. If he were to ingest it now, he would ascend from the mid-stage of the nascent soul to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. The second was an antidote pill, capable of neutralizing any toxin. The final item was a thunder-warding artifact. To break through the transformation stage, one must endure the tribulation of thunder. Yet, many formidable warriors had been obliterated by lightning during such trials. Thus, all 3 treasures held equal significance. Nevertheless, Bulang chose the 9 transformations divine pill in that moment, for he was in dire need of strength amidst the ongoing competitions. Otherwise, he would remain perpetually in a passive state. The instant the pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, it transformed into wisps of spiritual energy flooding into his body. This was a top-tier pill, and the abundant spiritual energy felt like a divine blessing, enveloping him in an unparalleled sense of comfort. Bulang extended his arms, embracing the essence of his surroundings. His innate understanding was remarkably profound. While others who consumed the elixir merely reached the nascent stage of the transformation realm, he soared as though propelled by a rocket, his power ascending rapidly. In a mere few seconds, he transformed from the initial stage of the nascent soul into the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Yet, even as he hovered at this newfound strength, his ascent showed no signs of abating, continuing to rise until he reached the position of a spirit immortal, where he gradually came to a halt. In this moment, he had elevated himself by 3 ranks, astonishing even his master. It was evident that this young man possessed a formidable foundation and an exceptional comprehension. After his impressive rise in power, a new round of competition commenced. However, he was taken aback to discover that his next opponent was none other than his master, Qing. The onlookers erupted in laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Humanity often revels in the misfortunes of others, and the spectacle of a disciple pitted against his own master promised to be a captivating affair. Should the disciple triumph over his master, it would undoubtedly be a source of considerable embarrassment for the latter. Yet, this contest transcended mere pride. The stakes were dire, with defeat potentially leading to obliteration. The outcome now rested solely on his choices. Bulang had not anticipated that he would be facing his master. Bulang, strike. Qing, unwilling to see his disciple harmed, had no intention of engaging in the fight. To his surprise, Bulang cast his weapon aside, displaying a hint of stubbornness upon his face. In this round, I concede. What nonsense are you speaking? Quickly, pick up your weapon. Surrendering without a fight is an act of shame. Qing lifted his weapon and tossed it into Bulang's hands. Bulang had no intention of challenging his master. He gazed skyward and declared, I concede this round. He could confront those stronger than himself, even those of a higher rank. Yet he would never dare to challenge his master. I concede this round, he reiterated. An ancient voice resonated through the heavens. To concede is to accept punishment. You must endure the 9 thunder trials. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Enduring the 9 thunder trials was akin to facing the tribulations of the god transformation stage. Should one fail, they would be reduced to ashes by the lightning. With his meager strength, the notion of surviving such an ordeal seemed utterly implausible. This competition was inherently ruthless, forcing him into a harrowing choice: forsake himself or betray his master. He chose to forsake himself. Bulang chose to endure the 9 thunder tribulations. Just as Qing was about to scold him, an overwhelming force propelled his body away, rendering him immobile. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and flashes of lightning illuminated the atmosphere, the oppressive aura making it difficult to breathe. A deafening roar echoed as the first thunderbolt descended, striking directly upon his frail form. The clouds stood upright upon the spine of the mountain, steadfast like the resilient pine trees. Yet, when the first bolt of thunder struck, he did not even flinch. His garments were torn asunder, leaving him with a profound wound, still crackling with remnants of electricity. Merely a single lightning strike rendered him so woefully burdened. Were all 9 thunderous tribulations to descend, he might be reduced to naught but ashes. Without hesitation, he admonished, You are mistaken. In battle with our master. Will you not heed my counsel? Clouds drift lazily, and he remains oblivious to the world beyond the window, gritting his teeth in steadfast determination. His lips turn pale as thunder strikes him, a piercing pain coursing through his body, as if every joint has been cleaved asunder. The rumble of thunder reverberates. The second bolt of lightning descends, and he is left in a pitiful state, collapsing to the ground as his breath grows faint. The lightning, as thick as an ancient tree, strikes down, causing those surrounding the arena to retreat hastily, fearful of being caught in its wrath. He knows he cannot withstand a third strike. Having barely survived the first 2, rising again seems impossible, let alone facing what lies ahead. I too doubt his endurance. Yet this bond of friendship is rare, and his loyalty to his master is unwavering. But what worth does loyalty hold in these times? Qing's eyes glisten with unshed tears. She never imagined that this seemingly immature boy would display the resolve of a man in the face of peril. Perhaps, unbeknownst to all, he has silently matured into a true gentleman. The clouds lay low upon the ground, and I felt as though every bone in my body had been disassembled and reassembled anew. Is there anything in the marketplace that can be exchanged? Hurry and bring forth something to mitigate my plight. Otherwise, should the third bolt of lightning strike, my life may indeed come to a tragic end here. In the marketplace, there exists a talisman capable of withstanding 3 tribulations of thunder, requiring 100 points for exchange. Shall I proceed with the exchange? Yes, yes, yes. Quickly. I request 3 of them. The clouds hung low, and Bulang gazed skyward in silence. As the subsequent bolts of lightning descended, he lay motionless upon the ground, allowing the electric fury to strike him without resistance. All present believed him to be dead. After all, how could one endure such ferocity without a hint of sensation? I surmised that the lad had most likely met with Yama, the king of hell. I shared this sentiment with others. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. We were rid of a rival. Just look at her master, gravely injured and utterly incapable of contending with us. The spectators below the arena engaged in fervent discussion, as if victory was already within their grasp. Once Bulang was vanquished, the rest would be manageable. When the ninth bolt of lightning descended, it was twice as thick as its predecessors, capable of overwhelming even the most formidable of spiritual beings. Qing struggled fervently, yearning to lend her aid. But the surrounding forces bound her, rendering her powerless to break free. All she could do was watch helplessly as the lightning struck her disciple. The crowd assumed his fate was sealed, yet unbeknownst to them, he lay on the platform, nearly drifting into slumber, with the aid of several talismans. The lightning seemed to playfully dance around him. As the tempest subsided, a thick haze enveloped the arena. When the smoke cleared, Bulang rose slowly from the ground. Aside from his tattered garments, his complexion was remarkably unscathed. Following the acquisition of the talismans, he had also retrieved a few medicinal pills from his spatial pouch, mending his wounds even as he faced punishment. Seeing him rise once more filled Qing with immense joy. "Master, I am fine, do not worry for me," he assured her. His words were sincere, however. Qing interpreted them as bravado. After enduring such numerous lightning tribulations, how could he possibly be unharmed? He merely sought to alleviate her concerns, comforting himself in the process. The punishment concluded, and the competition resumed. A voice echoed from the heavens once more. Having survived the 9 tribulations, it was decreed that his master need not compete further, and could instead recuperate from the sidelines. This astonishing turn of events left all witnesses in awe. This young man was indeed fortunate. Having survived such a tempest of trials, he was truly extraordinary. Yet, even if he lived, what did it matter? He was gravely injured, and in the forthcoming contest, I would personally ensure his demise. Bulang leaped gracefully, descending directly from the arena. Only 5 individuals remained, from whom the ultimate victor would be chosen. In the contest against his master, he conceded defeat, rendering his master the victor. Thus, the ensuing matches would involve the 4 remaining participants engaging in head-to-head duels, where only those who triumphed would qualify for the subsequent round. Bulang, nursing his injuries nearby, watched as the upcoming duelists, all masters from the transformation realm, prepared for their confrontation. In a contest among such formidable opponents, every moment was of the essence. They unleashed their full prowess upon the confined stage. This competition demanded not merely victory or defeat, but also a decisive judgment of life and death. Thus, at this juncture, no one dared to underestimate the gravity of the situation. Any hint of carelessness could lead to consequences and costs that were unbearable for them. Within a mere minute, the 2 combatants had exchanged blows over 100 times. Their strengths nearly equal, locked in a stalemate. One elder, however, ascended to a higher level of power after consuming a spirit-gathering pill, resulting in a sudden surge of strength. With a final, cunning ambush, he claimed victory in the match. Although somewhat dishonorable, the rules here recognized only the ultimate outcome, disregarding the means by which it was achieved. The individual confronting Bulang is a young man, possessing strength comparable to his own. However, having endured 2 tribulations of thunder, he appears somewhat disheveled. Consequently, the young man regards him with disdain, speaking in an aggressive manner. "You might as well concede outright. It would be a swifter end. Spare me your prattle. If you intend to strike, do so without delay." Bulang unsheathed his sword, his impatience evident. He appeared rather disheveled, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. "Humph." The other individual scoffed, perceiving Yun's lack of awareness regarding his precarious situation. "Since you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige." The person drew their blade, revealing themselves as a practitioner of the water spirit root, and a water dragon surged forward towards Bulang. Howl. Every inch of Bulang's skin was imbued with excruciating pain, and the surrounding temperature plummeted several degrees in an instant. It was no wonder that this individual dared to be so arrogant. The ability to cultivate water-based spells to such a degree is indeed rare in this world. The power to seamlessly transform water and ice should not be underestimated. "How could you presume to contend with me? It would be wise for you to descend into hell." The person laughed maniacally, increasing the force in his hands. After just 2 or 3 moves, he had drained his own spiritual energy, struggling to breathe. When the mist dissipated, Bulang's figure had vanished without a trace. A faint smile crept upon his lips, for he was ultimately the victor of this contest. However, before he could relish his triumph, an icy sensation gripped the back of his neck, followed by an overwhelming force that sent him, along with his weapon, hurtling through the air. He fell unceremoniously to the ground, wincing in pain and unable to comprehend the situation. His body sprawled out on the ground. "No, I have not lost. This round does not count." In a state of panic, he scrambled to his feet, his gaze turned towards the sky, filled with profound dread. He had witnessed the fates of those who had failed. Even Bulang, who had conceded, was subjected to the punishment of 9 lightning tribulations. What fate awaited him? as a defeated contender, was likely no different, ultimately resulting in his complete annihilation. I have not lost. He is not my opponent at all. My fall was merely the result of his underhanded schemes. He rambled incessantly, unsure to whom he was explaining his plight. A flash of aurora swept past, and his incessant voice faded away. When normalcy returned, that figure had vanished. Now the arena was left with only Yun Bulang and the recently victorious evil god. The evil god, also at the spirit immortal level, had achieved his breakthrough after entering this place. The greed in his eyes was deeper than before. Victory was tantalizingly close. Despite his recent elevation to the spirit immortal tier, Yun Bulo gripped his dagger tightly as he engaged in a fierce struggle with his opponent. One was characterized by swiftness, while the other possessed immense strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air shimmered with the glint of cold steel. The malevolent deity's garments bore several new slashes. Yet he evaded the blows with remarkable agility, resulting in only superficial wounds. Bang, bang, bang. The dark god wielded his long knife, delivering a flurry of strikes. The short dagger in Yun Bulang's hand clashed fiercely, producing a series of resounding thuds. Indeed, he was a figure of considerable strength. His grip on the dagger trembled slightly, indicating that a direct confrontation would not be wise. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Yun Bulang cast aside the dagger in his hand, opting against engaging in close combat with his opponent. While contending with the adversary, he subtly crafted an intricate formation upon the modest arena. In a mere few minutes, the formation took shape, yet his opponent remained oblivious, singularly focused on his demise. Yun Bulang leaped aside, deftly tossing a spirit stone into the fray. The moment the spirit stone landed in the center, the rudimentary array was activated instantaneously, ensnaring him within its confines. The malevolent deity had not anticipated that this young lad, while engaged in combat with him, could simultaneously divert his focus to arrange a simple array. Yun Bulang trapped him within, and then with a deft maneuver, propelled his entire being out of the arena. The malevolent deity stood frozen, still unable to comprehend the situation. In a direct confrontation, he might not have been outmatched by the young man before him. Yet, the adversary was exceedingly treacherous, engaging in combat while simultaneously orchestrating intricate formations. As a result, in the final moments, he was unceremoniously cast aside. A streak of radiant light flashed, and the individual who had been standing there vanished, leaving only himself and his master behind. The arena began to descend slowly, and Yun Bulang leapt from its edge, while his master hurried to his side, scrutinizing his injuries. Were there any wounds? Yun Bulang patted his chest with an air of confidence, proclaiming, "How could I possibly be injured? As your personally trained disciple, handling those few individuals is a trivial matter." Qing, observing his boastful demeanor, couldn't he help but poke him with a finger. "Look at you, so full of yourself. Return and practice diligently. If you dare to show even the slightest hint of laziness, I shall break your legs." After all the events of today, it became clear that only those with true strength are worthy of being called kings, while the weak have no right to utter a single word of defiance. Yun Bulang solemnly nodded, choosing this time to heed his master's counsel. Despite his diligent cultivation, his martial prowess seemed insufficient for the challenges of the impending competition, requiring him to exert considerable effort. As the arena descended, a grand wooden door unexpectedly emerged, slowly swinging open, accompanied by a voice resonating through the sky. "You are the ultimate victors, entitled to step through this portal. Should you conquer the trials within, you may depart from this place." With these words, the voice vanished once more. The clouds, entwined with the master, stepped cautiously through the grand portal. The moment they crossed the threshold, a blinding light enveloped them, rendering their eyes unable to adjust, while the heavy door slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud. "Welcome, esteemed victors." The woman in crimson slowly turned, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. This was the very same figure who had appeared on the arena moments ago. As they drew closer, it became evident that she was not merely flesh and blood, but rather an embodiment of energy. "I am the spirit of this chamber, ensnared here for reasons unbeknownst to me. Should you manage to subdue me, I shall grant you passage from this room, allowing you to escape." Yun Bulang could not help but steal a few glances, pondering the absurdity of engaging in combat with a woman. Such an act seemed rather ungentlemanly. In the next instant, he unsheathed his sword and lunged towards her. However, the woman was merely an ethereal apparition, lacking any physical form, rendering her capture exceedingly difficult. "With your meager abilities, how dare you attempt to showcase your prowess before me?" Though the woman in red was merely a spirit entity, her strength rivaled that of an immortal being. In mere moments, Yun Bulang's already tattered garments were reduced to a mere few strips of fabric clinging to him. With a swift gesture, He summoned a new outfit from the depths of space and donned it. The spirit entity transformed into a radiant beam of light, darting through the air, evading capture as her next position remained elusive. I had hoped to identify a formidable opponent among that group, yet I find you pathetically weak, relying solely on opportunistic tactics. A voice echoed from above, laced with disdain, as if he were beneath contempt. The sword in Yun Bula's hand danced more fiercely. Yet he soon realized that ordinary attacks were utterly incapable of inflicting fundamental damage upon the spirit of the artifact. Qing stepped forward to assist. But their efforts proved fruitless. The master and disciple together were no match for the spirit before them. You two must either completely master me or perish here, conveniently providing me with some company. I have lingered in this place for thousands of years, and you cannot fathom how lonely I have been. The voice of the spirit resonated with a hint of exuberance. After all these years, the prospect of having these two individuals remain and converse with it was indeed delightful. Yun Bulang disdainfully addressed the sky, proclaiming, "If you wish for the two of us to remain by your side, you must first demonstrate your capability." Such audacity is indeed formidable for one so young. The spirit of the weapon circled around, revealing that an array of armaments floated gracefully in the air. Each weapon here undoubtedly belonged to the sacred tier, with any single piece being a coveted treasure sought after by various continents. Yet, now they lay here, akin to mere scraps of iron. In an instant, as those weapons surged forth to strike him, Yun Bulang waved his hand decisively, drawing the weapons into his spatial realm. "What a despicable individual you are," he remarked, "to resort to such underhanded tactics to claim the weapons." With a faint smile, Yun Bulang wore an expression that was as infuriating as it was charming. When something is offered to you on a silver platter, how could one possibly refuse? If you have other gifts to present, simply inform me. Why resort to such convoluted methods of delivery? Fortunately, the space he possessed was unlike any other, vast enough to alleviate any concerns about storage. However, he also realized that since weapons could be stored within this space, it would be a remarkable achievement to also contain this spirit. With a thought forming in his mind, he set his plan into motion. "You claim I must subdue you in order to leave this place. Can I interpret that as an innate desire for punishment? Dare you utter that again?" The temperature in the air surged suddenly, and he understood that his words had evidently provoked this spirit. Qing looked at his disciple in disbelief, tugging at his arm as he asked, "Why did you provoke her?" With a mysterious smile, Yun Bulang uttered words that only the two could hear. "This is precisely the effect I desire." However, there lingered a fear that the spirit might not be easily deceived. In the throes of provocation, she lost control over her own strength, charging towards him like a wild beast. Yun Bulang orchestrated her rhythm, exerting control over her entire being. She turned out to be a mass of energy. Thus, he crafted a minuscule space, ensnaring her within it. Let me out, she cried, incessantly struggling within, her strength astonishingly formidable. Yun Bulang exerted every ounce of her strength to barely contain it within the vessel. Yet, this spirit had already developed consciousness, possessing human-like thoughts. "I concede. I shall release both of you now," her faint voice emanated from within. Having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, and the quintessence of the sun and moon, she had managed to preserve her spiritual form. However, now confined within the vessel and separated from the world, it would not be long before she vanished completely from existence. "Have you truly surrendered?" "Yes." The clouds, devoid of any anomalies, seemed to echo the sensation of a power gradually dissipating. "I shall release you now, but should you dare to play any tricks again, I will confine you within forever." "I would not." Her voice grew increasingly faint, eventually fading into silence, just as she was on the brink of vanishing entirely. He opened the vessel's lid and liberated her from within. "I have subdued you. May we now depart from this place?" This seemingly lightless realm had been conjured by the spirit of the vessel, and they had merely become pawns, exploited in this grand scheme. The spirit manifested a luminous orb in the sky, its crimson glow casting an ethereal light upon the surrounding scenery. Gradually, her strength returned, and her once feeble speech regained its vigor. "Very well, I shall guide you out of here." She appeared entirely docile, as though truly subdued. As Yun Bulang stepped forward, a heavy door creaked open slowly. Just as he and his master were about to step outside, he caught sight of the spirit behind him contorting into a grotesque visage, lunging toward his body. "Ha ha ha. You are all fated to perish here today. Do you truly believe that anyone can tame me? Dream on." Though Yun Bulang remained vigilant, he was still caught off guard by a sudden and ferocious assault. The most devastating realization struck him. His adversary sought not only his life but also aimed to invade his very being. Qing, yearning to assist, was repelled by a formidable force, crashing heavily against the wall, blood surging forth from his lips. Stay true to your essence, Bulang. Do not allow her consciousness to engulf you, lest you awaken no more, he cautioned. Qing had witnessed such harrowing scenarios before, and it seemed that the spirit had long set its sights on Bulang's body since the moment the contest began. He lamented his own negligence in failing to safeguard him. Master, please do not approach. I can no longer control my own body. Yun Bulo clenched his molars, summoning every ounce of strength to utter these words. Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward recklessly. Yun Buliang found himself utterly unable to exert control over his own body. The will of that spirit was overwhelmingly potent, gradually merging with him, becoming an integral part of his very being. It even sought to commandeer his physical form. In an instant, when Qing charged forward, he was forcefully repelled by a single strike. Master, please leave this place at once. Do not concern yourself with me. Yun Bulang uttered with the remnants of his will. He remained oblivious to the ambitions and intentions of the other party. Yet he understood that if his master were to linger any longer, it would only lead to harm. Qing shook her head. The transformation of her disciple into this state was a consequence of her failure to nurture him properly. Now under the control of the instrument spirit, the implications of her departure at this moment were dire. Bulang, you must hold on. Do not allow her to dominate your will. Your body belongs to you. She is merely an instrument spirit, Qing cried out with a heart-wrenching fervor, fervently wishing for him to maintain his true self and not be ensnared by the spirit's deceit. Yun Bulang gently closed his eyes, striving to reclaim his body, attempting to expel the instrument spirit from within. However, having found a suitable host with great difficulty, the spirit was unwilling to relinquish its hold so easily. With every ounce of strength, it endeavored to force Yun Bulang's soul out of its corporeal vessel. Alas, Yun Bulang remained the rightful owner of this body. Strangely, for reasons unknown, the once formidable instrument spirit began to be gradually absorbed as time progressed. Yun Bulang gradually sensed an elevation in his cultivation, astonishingly capable of absorbing the energy of the spirit within the artifact. The spirit, realizing something was amiss, exclaimed, "You despicable human, release me at once. Let me go." She struggled fiercely, attempting to break free by forcefully colliding with his body. However, it was already too late. Escape was utterly impossible for her. Not only that, her energy was depleting at an alarming rate, while Yun Bulang relentlessly siphoned it away. In disbelief, he gazed at his hands, attempting to lift them slowly. He had gained control over his body, and the spirit within him had become an inconsequential presence. Master, the spirit seems to be inexplicably fading away, he reported. Yun Bulang was overwhelmed with joy, almost unable to believe the extraordinary sights before him. He had ascended from the initial stage of spiritual immortality to the mid-stage, and the energy within his body continued to surge relentlessly. Bulang, your foundation is still unstable. There is no need to hasten the enhancement of your power. Qing remarked anxiously from the side, fearing he might fall into madness. Yun Bulang felt that his master was indeed correct, gradually halting his ascent. The spirit within him had become exceedingly feeble. I merely jested with you. I do not genuinely wish to harm you. Following your actions in this world, should I vanish, everything here would collapse, and neither you nor your master could escape. The spirit within him struggled incessantly, yet even at its peak, it could not break free, let alone in its current weakened state. Your nonsensical ramblings, truly, do you take me for a fool? Yun Bulang could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. If one were to believe such childish rhetoric, then they would indeed be beyond redemption. What must one do to be granted mercy? Did you ever consider sparing me when you attempted to seize my very being? Yun Bulang sat in meditation, reclaiming his dominion as he gradually absorbed the residual spiritual energy within his body. Wretched being, I shall not let you escape, echoed the voice of the spirit, fading as it struggled, ultimately succumbing to the obliteration of its consciousness. Perhaps she never anticipated her defeat at the hands of Yun Bulang. After a brief period of meditation and rejuvenation, Yun Bulang sensed his vitality returning. He slowly lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings, which remained unchanged since their arrival. The realm had not collapsed following the spirit's demise. Indeed, that deceitful creature had once again spun a web of lies. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to her treacherous words. Had he been released, the consequences would have been dire. Qing had been waiting anxiously beside him, and upon seeing him restored, rushed forward. How are you? Qing inquired, her face etched with concern. I am fine. The spirit has been completely absorbed by my body, and I can feel a significant enhancement in my internal energy. The cloud exhaled a breath of murky air, and I felt an immediate improvement in my overall state. That ethereal spirit must have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, gradually evolving into a treasure of the universe. with its newfound intelligence. It sought to claim a human body as its vessel, hoping to escape this cursed place. Alas, in its careful selection, it still chose the wrong individual. No matter. It is best not to linger here any longer. We should make haste to depart. Qing surveyed the eerie surroundings, a shiver running down his spine. This place was steeped in strangeness, and who could predict what might transpire in the next moment? It would be wise to leave at the earliest opportunity. Bulang gazed at his master, gravely injured, and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for being the cause of this affliction. "Master, allow me to tend to your wounds," Qing exclaimed, firmly grasping his hand, yet shaking his head in disapproval. "Even if we are to heal, we must return to the sect. I have an unsettling premonition that something is amiss. Then let us depart at once." Bulang moved forward, bending down to address his master. "Come up." Qing found his action amusing, remarking to herself, "I am merely injured, not incapacitated. Come here and assist me." She raised her hand. Bulang eagerly rushed over, supporting his master as they made their way outside. The corridor was engulfed in darkness, yet due to the earlier destruction of the mechanisms during their entrance, retracing their steps posed little challenge. The grand door had been shut, and with the aid of fire, Bulang circled in place several times before discovering the activated mechanism. With a thunderous rumble, the door swung open, allowing light from outside to penetrate the previously dim space, illuminating it with a glimmer of brightness. Bulang, accompanied by his master, ventured outside only to discover a throng of people gathered at the entrance. They were all barred from entering, unable to gain access. Upon spotting the two of them, a pair of eyes widened in astonishment. Bulang initially intended to pass by them unobtrusively, yet that group thwarted his passage. "Surrender your treasures, and you too may depart," proclaimed a burly man with a thick beard, his gaze scrutinizing them intently as those around him quickly converged. They found themselves encircled, unable to enter, oblivious to the circumstances within. However, one thing was indisputable: Bulang had undoubtedly seized the treasures inside. Their assumptions were astute. He had thoroughly plundered the contents, leaving not even a weapon behind, all of which he had hastily transferred into his own space. The bounty had been procured at the peril of his life. Yet these individuals spoke with such ease, merely exchanging words that demanded his compliance. "Are you listening?" The man, perceiving his silence, began to grow impatient, even contemplating the use of force. Bulang, supporting his injured master, retreated repeatedly. Given his master's severe wounds, it was unwise to engage further with this group. "I am willing to relinquish the items to you, provided you first allow us to leave. Once we are in a safe place, I will naturally hand over what you seek." The man burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Do you take me for a fool? You think that after escaping, we would still have a share in this? Indeed, if you wish to preserve your lives, you must surrender the items. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. I advise you to be reasonable and avoid unnecessary trouble. Your master, possessing such exquisite beauty, is gravely injured. I trust you would not desire us to act unwisely?" Bulang could hardly endure the insults directed at himself. Such affronts were bearable. However, should anyone dare to insult his master, he would be willing to sacrifice his very life to ensure that this group of scoundrels paid a heavy price. "Receive my blade," he declared, positioning himself protectively behind his master, and launched an assault against the adversaries. Their strength paled in comparison to his own, akin to ants gnawing at an elephant, ultimately depleting his spiritual energy before delivering a fatal blow. Swish! Bulang swung his blade with precision, severing the arm of the man before him. Those who dared to approach were swiftly dispatched, their bodies accumulating on the ground. Stepping over this growing pile of corpses, he made his way toward the exit. This young man intended to flee. They must intercept him, for he surely possessed a wealth of treasures. His hasty departure was merely a ruse to greedily amass riches. Should they succeed in seizing the valuables upon him, their endeavor would not be in vain. The individuals present were divided into two factions, flanking Bulang on either side, effectively obstructing his path. Qing also brandished her sword in defense, yet her internal injuries were grave, as she strained to summon her spiritual energy. A mouthful of blood was violently expelled. "Master!" Bulang was taken aback, filled with indignation at the ruffians obstructing their path, his teeth clenched in frustration. "You may hide behind me. I shall handle these scoundrels. Just be cautious." Qing's hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly, for her injuries were grievously severe this time. The chaotic energy within her made it impossible to consolidate her spiritual power. She needed to find a place to heal urgently. The longer she delayed, the more detrimental it would be for her. "Bulang, the defenses in the northwest are feeble. We can break through from there," Qing stated solemnly. Yun Bulang nodded slightly. It was no longer prudent to remain entangled with this group. Waters of the heavenly river, heed my command. He chanted incantations, leaping from the window alongside his master. In an instant, a towering wall of water surged up, thwarting the pursuers. Damn it! The leader exclaimed, striking at the water wall. Yet its amorphous form rendered it impervious to mere human force. You few, go that way, and the rest, follow me. We must intercept him. If he escapes the secret realm, locating him will become a formidable challenge. He was the linchpin of this place, one of its mightiest guardians. And those around him held his words in high regard. Yun Bulo ventured beyond the confines of the castle, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. As long as he could escape this fortress and return to the sect, these insignificant nuisances would no longer dare to create disturbances. Master, do you recall the path we took to arrive here? Qing nodded thoughtfully, casually pointing in a particular direction. Yun Bulang hastened with her towards that direction. As the temperature gradually descended into a chilling embrace. Indeed, traversing through this frigid expanse and then across the sweltering desert would lead to an escape from this cursed place. Halt. The pursuers behind them relentlessly closed in. The water barrier had failed to ensnare them, and it was unexpected that they had caught up so swiftly. Master, you go ahead. I will hold them off. Yun Bulang brandished his sword and charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with those who had pursued him. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. At such a tender age, he has already reached the mid-stage of the spirit immortal realm. It appears that the treasures within are far more powerful than we had anticipated. Yun Bulang observed his eccentric demeanor, wishing he could deliver a resounding slap that would send him soaring through the skies. The abilities he had painstakingly acquired through his own efforts were not merely the result of a passing breeze. Yet this fool spoke as if they had fallen from the heavens. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, then step aside. Yun Bulang uttered coldly. What of it? Even if you are at the spirit immortal level? The man scoffed, a derisive smile creeping across his face as two others materialized behind him in an instant. We three are formidable mid-level spirit immortals. Dealing with you is a trivial matter. The odds of 3 against 1 rendered the situation utterly unbalanced. If you possess any sense, you will obediently surrender what you have, thus sparing yourself the embarrassment. Dream on. The item lies firmly in my possession. If you truly possess the capability and audacity, then come and take it. Yun Bulang wore a confident smile, unperturbed in the presence of these 3 ruffians. Were it not for his master Esperton, he would have engaged in a fierce battle with these knaves for 3 days and nights without the slightest furrow of his brow. Humph! Such spirit! Yet, it remains to be seen whether your resolve is stronger or my blade is mightier. The burly man's robust form shuddered as he swiftly unsheathed the 2 swords strapped to his back, which fell into his hands like meteors descending from the sky. Once this young lad is eliminated, all that lies within his spatial realm shall rightfully belong to us. With great rewards come courageous souls. In their eyes, Yun Bulang was akin to a walking treasure trove. Each individual was blinded by bloodlust, undeterred even by the corpses strewn upon the ground and the rivers of blood that flowed around them. Their insatiable greed only intensified. After a moment of contemplation, Qing resolved to draw her sword and plunge into the fray. She dispatched a few of the weaker henchmen, yet her physical endurance had reached its limits. Bulang, do not linger in battle. Suddenly, the sword, imbued with a blue radiance, slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground as she collapsed, utterly spent. Master! Yun Bulang's eyes reddened with frustration, lamenting his own inadequacy as he failed to safeguard his master in a moment of peril. Bang! Damn it! The swordsmanship of Yun Bulang flowed like the clouds, and despite being at the same realm of spiritual immortality, those few individuals were no match for him. This lad's agility resembled that of a loach. One observer could not help but voice his frustration. 3 formidable spiritual immortals were toyed with as if they were simpletons. After several exchanges, not only did they fail to gain any advantage, but they also bore numerous wounds of varying severity upon their bodies. The clouds vanished in an instant, dissipating without a trace. By the time I looked up again, they had already taken Qing and swiftly disappeared into the other side of the mountain. Without uttering a word, these individuals swiftly followed suit. Do not allow this young man to escape. Hasten and pursue him. Yun Bulang, though somewhat flustered and uncertain of his path, resolutely followed his master's guidance and pressed on. During this journey, he encountered several ice spirits, including a magnificent white wolf of sacred beast caliber. Upon noticing the intrusion of humans, the creature was filled with rage. A preliminary observation revealed that this majestic white wolf was accompanied by 2 others, one large and one small, both of which were also at the sacred beast level. It was evident that they were a family of 3. Yun Bulang not only did not evade them, but rather deliberately charged towards them, initiating an assault. Arg. Enraged by the white wolves, he swiftly retreated. Recognizing that he could not repel those individuals alone, he resolved to employ the two white wolves to annihilate them completely. Leading the charge was Wang Laosan, one of the numerous formidable experts in this place, a powerful spirit immortal. Observing the pursuers retreating and returning, a jubilant smile graced his face. Could it be that they, realizing they could not outpace him, had chosen to surrender voluntarily? Indeed, with a cold chuckle, Bulang observed the scene. Wang Laosan was filled with fervor, but the moment he caught sight of the three colossal bears approaching from behind, his smile vanished in an instant. The individuals accompanying him instinctively recoiled in trepidation. What on earth are those creatures? 3 sacred white wolves. We must depart swiftly. Before the polar bears unleash their wrath, it is imperative that we vacate this vicinity. These beings are social animals. Should they summon their companions, the consequences would be dire. Numerous voices murmured in apprehension as anxiety took hold of the crowd. Logically, with 3 formidable warriors present, these trifling white wolves should pose no threat. Yet, wolves are pack animals, and the presence of 3 suggests the likelihood of more lurking nearby. It is not their strength that instills fear, but their sheer numbers. Even an ant can take down an elephant. Wang Laosan exuded an aura of dominance, addressing those behind him. If any of you dares to retreat today, I shall slay you. As soon as his words fell from his lips, discontent stirred among the crowd, leading one brave soul to step forward and voice his complaint. This is unjust. If we attract the white wolves, we are as good as dead. We must leave now. Indeed, we must leave at once. Bang, bang. With 2 resounding crashes, the 2 dissenters who had protested were shattered by a single blow. Witnessing this, the onlookers fell silent, realizing that death was inevitable regardless. They might as well embrace their fate and perhaps seize some treasures in the process. The clouds did not hinder their advance, and the 3 white wolves followed closely behind. The prowess of these 3 sacred beasts was formidable. However, he shielded his master and emerged relatively unscathed. In contrast, many of the weaker individuals perished at the jaws of the white wolves. Do not be afraid. With so many of us, how could we possibly be outmatched by these 3 white wolves? Wang Laosan rallied the group, urging them to join him in the fray. Although these 3 wolves were of the sacred beast tier, their numbers overwhelmed the adversaries, and it was not long before the wolves were stripped of their will to resist. Just as they began to celebrate their impending victory, a multitude of white wolves suddenly appeared on the distant hillside. Awoo! It seemed they sensed the call of their brethren and rushed down with remarkable speed. A fissure appeared on Wang Laosan's eternally stoic face. Dealing with 3 was manageable. But this multitude of sacred beasts was insurmountable. Awoo! The Wolf King opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth into his arm. Wang Laosan swiftly raised his hand to strike, yet the Wolf King evaded his attack with agility, biting into his leg instead. Damn it! With a tearing sound, the flesh of his hind leg, along with his trousers, was shredded by the Wolf King as the cold wind swept through. He felt not only the biting chill but also the piercing agony that gripped him. He retrieved a pill from his spatial pouch and tossed it into his mouth. Feeling a surge of recovery, though the bleeding from his leg had ceased, a gaping wound remained. What are you all hesitating for? Hurry and lend a hand. Do you think that if I perish, you will escape from here unscathed? Wang Laosan glared at the retreating figures behind him, feeling an overwhelming sense of indignation. It is not the godlike adversary that instills fear, but rather teammates as foolish as pigs. To be ensnared with such a dim-witted group was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Under his admonitions, many advanced, while some turned to flee, only to be obstructed by the encroaching pack of wolves. Bulang found himself in a strenuous predicament, tasked with safeguarding his master while simultaneously contending with the ravenous pack of wolves. As he juggled these dual responsibilities, he remained vigilant against the potential ambushes from the ferocious beasts. Master, please take refuge here for the time being. Do not venture out under any circumstances. Bulang positioned her behind a stone in a secluded corner, where the towering mountains loomed behind her. Concealed in this refuge, she felt far more secure than trailing in his wake. Take care of yourself. If it becomes too perilous, do not hesitate to depart alone, Qing advised. Fully aware that his presence was a burden to his disciple, had he been alone, he would have swiftly evaded this troublesome group. Bulang's expression immediately fell, and his voice turned chillingly cold. Master, you know I am not the kind of person to abandon you and depart alone. I would rather meet my demise on the battlefield. As Bulang concluded his statement, he turned and joined the fray. Though the individual before him was an adversary, one could not deny the veracity of his words. To escape this predicament, they must vanquish the pack of wolves. Otherwise, once the wolves dealt with them, they would become the next targets. The wolves multiplied, relentless and tenacious, akin to unyielding cockroaches. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have refrained from coming here at all. Departing earlier would have spared him from this predicament. Wang Laosan, observing the complaints of the two, could not resist a taunt. It was you two who proposed venturing into the secret realm, and now, faced with a minor setback, you express regret. They were fellow disciples, all possessing strength at the spirit immortal level. The speakers were his elder brother, Li Tianba, and his junior brother, Li Tianqi. These two were blood brothers, their bond far closer than his with them. A subtle barrier separated the three, and Wang Laosan never spoke the truth to them, just as they never shared a common purpose with him. Enough with the nonsense. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and these beasts keep appearing. It seems I am destined to perish here today. Li Tianqi offered reassurance. Elder brother, do not lose heart. As long as the three of us unite, our situation will not be dire. Their time was running out. If they did not seize the opportunity to break through soon, they would be reduced to mere dust, vanishing entirely from this world. They had no other option but to press on, resolutely. Wang Laosan's sword was bitten in two by the Wolf King, leaving him without a reliable weapon, let alone the means to confront such a multitude of wolves. Doubt began to creep into his heart. You two hold the fort here. I shall venture out for reinforcements. No sooner had he taken a step than Li Tianba grasped his arm. No, if we are to flee, we go together. Given the current situation, do you truly believe we can escape together? Wang Laosan, exasperated, wished to strike down his obstinate elder brother. Li Tianba, having spent considerable time with him, was well aware of his ulterior motives. Wang Laosan clearly wished to abandon them and flee solo. Yet, such sentiments emerged from his lips cloaked in righteousness. One might have witnessed shamelessness before, but this was an unprecedented level of audacity. If we continue to linger here, we shall all perish. It would be better for me to venture out alone in hopes of finding assistance. Wang Laosan weighed the pros and cons, intent on extricating himself. However, Li Tianba saw through his scheme and suggested, if anyone is to go, it should be Tianqi. Have you forgotten what our master instructed? I have not forgotten. But with his strength, do you believe he can escape? Two individuals were embroiled in a relentless dispute, each unwilling to yield an inch. Suddenly, the wolf pack launched their assault, and one of them felt the sharp bite of a wolf clamping down on his hand, tearing away a chunk of flesh and eliciting a grimace of pain. If this continued, he would inevitably become their meal. What do you truly desire? I desire nothing. If we are to stay, we shall stay together. If we are to leave, we shall leave together. Seeing that escape was futile, Wang Laosan steeled himself to remain and fight alongside them. The wolves encircled them, the confines of their circle tightening with each passing moment. Those of lesser strength had already succumbed, becoming fodder for the ravenous beasts, while the ground was stained with blood, contrasting starkly against the pristine white snow. Li Tianba, gripped by trepidation, surveyed the grim scene before him, realizing that their chances of escape were slim to none. The three of them, their spiritual energy depleted, could only lie on the ground and await their grim fate, as the wolves showed no mercy, tearing at their flesh and blood, with the last vestiges of their strength. The trio struggled against their impending doom, yet the outcome remained harrowingly bleak. The situation on the other side of the clouds is far superior to theirs. At the very least, they bear no injuries. Yet, there is no intention to extend a helping hand, leaving him to meet his demise at the jaws of the beasts. Had it not been for these insignificant creatures, he would not have provoked the wrath of the wolf pack, nor would he find himself ensnared in this predicament. Sword cleaves the heavens. With abandon, Bulang wielded his sword, having mastered a unique technique that surpassed even the speed of a wolf. Confronting the Wolf King, he exhibited no trace of trepidation. As the Wolf King launched his assault, Bulang inclined his body downward, thrusting his longsword towards the creature's abdomen. In an instant, blood gushed forth. The Wolf King lay on the ground, weary and defeated, his cerulean eyes reflecting profound reluctance before finally succumbing to silence. From within its body emerged an ice crystal, which Bulang carefully tucked away. He then proceeded to skin the Wolf King, intending to fashion a scarf for his master. With the death of the Wolf King, the remaining wolf pups were left in disarray, scattering in all directions. Bulang had consecutively slain several white wolves, accumulating an increasing number of ice crystals, the quality of which surpassed those he had previously obtained. Wang Laosan believed that their demise was inevitable, yet unexpectedly. In this dire situation, a glimmer of hope remained. However, although the three of them had survived, their current state was far from optimistic. The three powerful beings at the spiritual immortal level bore numerous bite wounds, their blood staining the snow and melting it into a pool. As they beheld Yun Bulang as the ultimate victor, not a single smile graced their faces. Even if any other individual had been in his place, they would have appeared far superior. In this dire circumstance, that could only await the grim decree of death, a forced and somewhat ghastly smile crept across Wang Laosan's lips. Young brother, let us leave a thread of mercy. We may meet again. We are disciples of the Linglong Sect. Should you slay us, the sect will not let you go unpunished. Do you believe the Linglong Sect will know it was I who ended your lives? Yun Bulang wore a faint smile upon his lips. After all, the Linglong Sect was a formidable faction. Otherwise, how could it boast 3 formidable beings of the spirit immortal level? Grant us a reprieve, and consider it a favor owed to you by the Linglong Sect, which shall be repaid in due course. Li Tianba spoke with a stern countenance. Were it not for Wang Laosan's obstinacy, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. This account would be settled with him upon their return. To release you is not entirely out of the question. Yun Bulang stroked his chin, observing the injuries upon them, realizing that 9 times out of 10, they would struggle to rise again. I assure you, any condition within my power shall not be declined, he declared. Wang Laosan implored earnestly, as long as we can survive, all possibilities remain open. Even the humiliations faced today can be repaid 1,000-fold. As long as we can endure. Yun Bulang caught a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. However, he was ultimately a formidable being of the spirit immortal level. Should he be pushed too far, even a cornered dog would leap over the wall. Hand over all your valuables. Should you dare to hide anything, I will end your lives immediately. The 3 individuals, though exceedingly reluctant, had no alternative but to comply. Material possessions pale in comparison to life itself. Very well, as long as you spare my life, I shall relinquish whatever you desire, Wang Laosan said. Touching the red ring adorning his finger, a flash of crimson light illuminated the barren ground, revealing a towering mound of treasure. Within it lay cultivation techniques, high-quality spirit stones, and the coveted sword for which many would risk their lives. Whether elixirs or rare treasures from the heavens and earth, the assortment was vast, surpassing even the storages of prominent clans. Upon witnessing Wang Laosan's offering, the other 2 also presented their own treasures. You possess an abundance of treasures with such wealth. Are you still unsatisfied? These 3 old schemers were indeed skilled in concealment. The collective worth of their possessions transcended mere riches, defying description. Even the national treasury might not yield such a plethora of valuable items. We have handed everything over. We hope you will honor your promise and allow us to leave. Li Tianba, fearful of a reversal, was anxious that they might be killed after their treasures were seized, leaving them worse off than before. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, unlike some others. His words trailed off, yet the 3 men understood that he was alluding to them indirectly. With a sweeping gesture, Yun Bulang summoned the items directly into the spatial realm, disregarding the murderous gazes of the 3 men. He swiftly moved behind a rock and assisted his master to his feet. Master, we must hasten our departure from this place. The vast pools of blood may attract other ferocious beasts. He was utterly drained of strength for battle, having only managed to repel the wolf pack with the aid of the 3 elderly men. Qing nodded in acknowledgement and, with Yun Bulang's support, passed swiftly by the 3 figures, their forms vanishing into the distance. The master and disciple adhered to their original course, but midway, they realized that the previously encountered forest seemed to have shifted its position. To escape the secret realm, they would need to navigate through this woodland. Drawing from past experiences, Yun Bulang proceeded with utmost caution, casting aside some items into the forest, and noted with relief that the enormous python had not reappeared. It seems the serpent is not here. We should move quickly. As long as the giant snake is absent, we can hasten our pace and leave this cursed place before it detects us. While the periphery remained uneventful as they reached the middle zone, the towering trees began to shift ominously. With a resounding roar, vines erupted from the ground, and the surrounding trees swiftly converged, ensnaring them in the very heart of the forest. These vines, laced with a slow-acting venom, slithered like agile serpents, crafting an intricate web that ensnared them completely. Yun Bulang was poised to launch an attack when a chilling scream erupted from his master. Upon turning around, he found his master ensnared by a towering tree. Bulang, flee at once. Suddenly, a vine lashed out, ensnaring his hand. Desperately, Yun Bulang swung his blade, only to find that the very hand wielding the weapon was also captured in that fleeting moment. Damn it! Yun Bulang felt the vines around his hands gradually constricting, imbued with an enigmatic force that rendered him powerless. The tendrils coiled around his body, with a large tree serving as the anchor, binding both of them in a precarious embrace. He tentatively struggled, only to discover that the more he fought, the tighter the bindings became. Suspended in the tree, They found themselves in a rather disheveled and unfortunate predicament. Yun Bulang gazed intently at the sword that had fallen to the ground. His eyes fixed upon it with unwavering focus. Gradually, the blade began to tremble and slowly ascended from the earth. With his hands bound, he could only manipulate the treasured sword through sheer willpower. Whoosh! The sword sliced towards a nearby branch, but before Yun Bulang could revel in his triumph, tendrils erupted from the ground, entirely seizing control of the blade. Cursed fate! The clouds, filled with frustration, cursed under their breath. Realizing too late how troublesome this cursed place was, even if it meant taking a detour, he would not set foot in this wretched land. The two individuals hung from the tree as time passed by, second by second. Yun Bulang initially believed he would languish here indefinitely, yet faint. Fragmented sounds emerged from the distance. Shortly thereafter, a troop approached, their skin a deep shade of brown, each standing approximately 5 feet tall, embodying the essence of short stature. Adorning their heads were feathers, and their lips were notably plump. Upon encountering them, a radiant smile revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. Yun Bulang beheld the excitement in their eyes. Eat, 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 they exclaimed, raising their weapons high, exhilarated as they danced in circles around their master and him. Only ceasing their jubilant movements after several rounds, Yun Bulang placed his hopes upon them. As long as they could untie the ropes, he believed he could escape this place. He felt the massive tree tremble violently, followed closely by a group of savage individuals who severed the vines, yet they remained in a state of bondage. Thus, in an exceedingly bizarre manner, they were taken away by these people. Cough, cough. Due to the intense shaking, Qing struggled to cough a few times, and blood fell to the ground. The leader turned around, wearing an eerie smile, and then slowly crouched down. He extended his short, dark fingers, clumsily tracing the ground. And upon noticing the bright red blood on his fingers, he revealed a profoundly satisfied grin. Subsequently, he brought it to his mouth, savoring it delicately. This entire sequence nearly made Yun Bulang vomit with disgust. The man nodded in satisfaction, muttering something to those behind him, and soon, fueled by their excitement, their pace quickened. As they traversed the dense jungle, they encountered numerous demon beasts, all of which retreated instinctively upon seeing them. It appeared that this group held a significant status here, as even ordinary demon beasts dared not provoke them. Roar, roar, roar. Yun Bulang had been perpetually seeking an opportunity, yet his hands grew increasingly constricted. The vines deeply embedded into his flesh. He let out a long sigh and began to summon the spiritual energy within him to mend his internal injuries. The wild men carried them deeper into the dense forest, where they soon beheld smoke and fire, revealing an even greater number of wild men. Their dwellings resembled mounds of earth, merely covered with a few banana leaves, barely providing shelter from the elements. Within these makeshift homes were the elderly and children, while the middle-aged and robust wild men were those who captured them. To his surprise, he recognized 3 familiar faces, those he had previously released. Whether it was sheer coincidence or fate's cruel twist, the trio was suspended, bound to the nearby banana trees. Especially Wang Laosan, whose veins on his forehead throbbed with tension. Upon seeing Yun Bulang, he appeared utterly exhilarated. Hurry, save us. Yun, in exasperation, rolled her eyes. When you seek assistance, could you not employ some common sense? Look at my predicament. Bound as I am akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to rescue myself, let alone come to your aid. The excitement in Wang Laosan's eyes gradually faded, replaced by barely concealed rage. You wretched scoundrel, it is precisely because of you that I find myself in this dire situation. Had it not been for your greed, I would have long since departed with my master. Ultimately, it is you who has brought this misfortune upon me. If the cloud were not bound, it would have long since pierced through with a single stroke. This unparalleled ability to distort right and wrong is second to none. Should it rank second, none would dare claim the first position. Wang Laosan struggled incessantly, his activity betraying his dire situation. The wound on his hand, inflicted by a bite, had yet to fully heal. The wild men, observing his vigorous movements, found him exceedingly novel, and the first among them yanked him from the tree, binding him to a wooden plank. From the largest hut emerged a frail old man, his neck adorned with necklaces seemingly crafted from wolf fangs. He leaned heavily on a cane, his back bent beyond recovery. Due to his advanced age, he struggled to discern distant objects, squinting as he walked. He slowly approached Wang Laosan, his face a canvas of wrinkles and darkness, which caused Wang Laosan to promptly shut his mouth in fright. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, paralyzing him with fear to the point where he dared not exhale. With a mere gesture, the leader summoned a short knife from the ground, wielded by the others with evident clumsiness, indicating it had been scavenged from their surroundings. Yet, Their lack of proficiency did not hinder them from slicing a substantial piece of flesh from Wang Laosan. Ah! Wang Laosan screamed in agony, his eyes rolling back as he fainted on the spot. Tsk, tsk, tsk. The clouds did not relent, striking down with a few resounding blows. It was truly unbearable to witness. This visceral agony could perhaps only be comprehended by those who endure it. Wang Laosan had yet to regain his senses. After a prolonged disorientation, he slowly awoke, not yet having the opportunity to assess his injuries. Suddenly, the dark and aged figure from before abruptly lifted the hem of his trousers, and he felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. A dreadful thought flickered through his mind as he perceived the terror in her eyes, her voice trembling with every word. No, please, do not carve my flesh. Yet his pleas were drowned out, akin to the sound of bullets amidst the chaos of war, utterly insignificant. The savage raised his blade, and with a swift motion, he severed a piece of flesh from Wang's thigh. Ah, the pain! It was an excruciating, piercing torment that he wished would render him unconscious. However, the intensity of the agony kept him alert, making him acutely aware of each inch of skin transmitting its suffering. He could distinctly feel the knife scraping against his bones. He vowed to hold Bulang accountable for this transgression. If ever I escape this place, I shall not let you go unpunished. Must you pour every burden upon my shoulders? Bulang is truly filled with helplessness. The flesh being sliced is not his own, and the animosity he feels seems utterly unjustified. It is solely due to you that we have been stripped of all our resources, leaving us devoid of even a chance to retaliate. Wang Laosan, consumed by resentment, reflects on this with bitterness. Had they possessed even a single weapon or ally, they would not have been ensnared the moment they entered the jungle. Li Tianba and Li Tianxi trembled in fear at the sight of his flesh being carved. Merely hearing his agonizing screams sent chills down their spines. It is unfathomable to consider the outcome had the blade fallen upon them. These cannibalistic tribes do not discriminate. They appear no longer youthful, and if they must feast, it would be more fitting to consume the young man and his master. Cloudless, unaware of the twisted thoughts harbored by those two individuals, discerned an intriguing characteristic of the binding vines. After departing from the great tree, their potency had diminished significantly. Master, do try to see if you can move, he suggested. Qing, upon hearing his words, slowly rubbed his hands behind his back. It seemed he could move, yet he lacked the certainty to fully break free. The vines no longer contracted as they had before, as if bereft of life. If only a little more time were allowed, he would surely be able to escape. However, the cannibals displayed an insatiable hunger, determined to slay all of them for a hearty meal. The flesh cut from Wang Laosan was handled by the women of the tribe. They did not wash the meat but merely coated it with a dark, mysterious seasoning of their own concoction. They smeared it evenly, wrapped it in banana leaves, and sealed it with a blade. Once this was accomplished, they added firewood to the nearby blaze. With a roar, the flames intensified, and they cast the prepared meat into the fire. The sizzling sound of the meat burning filled the air, while a portion was skewered for roasting. Wang Laosan bore witness to the entire process of his flesh being cooked. As the banana leaves were opened, the aroma wafted forth, causing him to retch uncontrollably, covering himself in the process. This act of regurgitation incited the disdain of the wild men, who unceremoniously discarded him aside. Every morsel of flesh upon his body was scraped clean, and after lying on the ground for a brief moment, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to death. Wang Laosan, already advanced in age and possessing little flesh, was quickly forgotten as the wild men turned their gaze towards Li Tianba and Li Tianxi. The two brothers trembled in fear, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, their legs quaking uncontrollably. Li Tianxi, overwhelmed by terror, soiled himself, a stream of yellow liquid cascading down his legs. The wild men dragged them forth, methodically stripping their bodies of flesh until only white bones remained. They did not perish immediately. After much struggle, they ultimately succumbed to their wounds. In their final moments, they cursed Cloudless. Do you think that by our demise, you shall fare better? I assure you, it will not be long before you meet the same fate. I shall await you in hell. Before Li Tianba could even close his eyes, his body grew rigid, and he drew his last breath. The wild men, thinking that the best delicacies should be saved for last, finally turned their attention to Cloudless. The chief scrutinized his supple flesh, uncertain of where to strike first. Ultimately, he settled on his arms, intending to carve away the meat from his hands. Bulang seized the opportunity, sensing that the vines binding his hands had loosened considerably. With a surge of determination, he broke free from the restraints. In one fluid motion, he snatched the dagger from the leader's grasp and pressed it swiftly against the leader's throat, executing the maneuver with remarkable speed and precision. The wild men, witnessing this turn of events, instinctively brandished their weapons in his direction. However, their leader, gripped by fear, made no attempt to speak. Instead, he frantically gestured for them to lower their arms. Bulang approached his master, inquiring, "Master, how do you feel?" Qing nodded and, with a sudden exertion of strength, broke free from his bindings. The two of them proceeded onward, yet the wild men persistently trailed behind, weapons in hand, showing no intention of allowing their escape. Bulang abruptly halted, applying a slight pressure to the dagger in his hand, which immediately left a crimson mark upon the leader's neck. He paid no heed to whether the onlookers comprehended his words or not, addressing them with a chilling tone. "Should any of you dare to advance another step, I shall personally sever his head." His gaze turned frosty, sweeping across all present. The leader persistently gestured to the crowd, urging them not to approach any further. Indeed, he was a figure consumed by the fear of death. Bulang scoffed mockingly and soon followed his master into the dense woods. Having been haunted by shadows in the past, he opted for a different location this time. Although he was uncertain of what awaited him ahead, it was certainly preferable to being like those three old men, helplessly witnessing their own flesh being severed, bleeding to death in agonizing despair. The two of them bound the leader and wandered through the forest, only to find themselves ensnared in a fog-like maze, perpetually going in circles. Bulang, feeling a sense of trepidation, spoke hesitantly. When they had departed, he had tied a strip of cloth to the grand tree. However, 2 hours later, they found themselves back at their original position, indicating that they had never truly ventured beyond. The time wasted was merely spent in fruitless circles. The leader they had captured lay half-conscious, yet strangely, they did not inflict any harm upon him. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from behind, and the group of discarded natives charged forth once more, armed with bows and weapons. It became evident to him that as long as they held this leader captive, the natives would relentlessly pursue them. Yet, should they release this leader, they would lose their chance to escape. Caught in a dilemma, the natives gradually encircled them, blocking the lone path ahead, rendering it impassable. "Release our leader." At that moment, a towering native, nearly 2 meters tall, appeared before them, tightly gripping a long sword with its tip directed menacingly at Bulang. Upon spotting this figure, the leader exhibited a surge of excitement, struggling fervently to break free from his bindings. Faced with this troublesome individual, Bulang delivered a swift strike to his head with his sword, commanding, "Be silent." Remarkably, with minimal effort, the leader's eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. The imposing native, witnessing this turn of events, trembled with rage, swinging his longsword towards Bulang's head. "How dare you harm our leader? Today, I shall ensure your demise." With unwavering resolve, Bulang faced the inevitable. Knowing that avoidance was futile, he could only confront the challenge head-on. "Master," he implored, "keep a watchful eye on this savage, and seek opportunities to discover any alternative escape routes." Clang! The sword in his grasp struck the indigenous warrior, yet it inflicted not a scratch. Instead, the blade contorted under the impact. "What manner of flesh is this? It is more rigid than the zombies I have encountered before, surpassing them in its unyielding nature. To think that such mundane weaponry could cause me harm, what a delusion." The indigenous warrior's powerful frame trembled, sending Bulang hurtling through the air, his sword embedding itself into a nearby tree, stubbornly refusing to budge. As he struggled to retrieve his weapon, he felt a sudden weight upon his shoulder. A monstrous claw-like appendage rested there. Crack! A slight pressure from the opponent contorted his arm, followed by a searing pain that pierced through him. With a determined yank, Bulang finally freed his sword from the severed tree, reclaiming his freedom once more. As Bulang caught his opponent off guard, he struck swiftly at his neck with a blade. However, the adversary's head seemed as impenetrable as iron the moment Yun's sword descended. The opponent's head tilted just enough to deflect the blow. Alas, this situation was far from advantageous. The indigenous warrior let out a cold grunt. Their kind had honed their skills to such a degree that ordinary weapons could scarcely inflict harm upon them. They were warriors of flesh, excelling in close combat, striking their foes when least expected. It was through their formidable prowess that they safeguarded this tranquil domain. Should anyone dare to intrude, they would certainly show no mercy. Given the current predicament, if he failed to eliminate the individual before him, the chief would undoubtedly cast blame upon him, leading to dire consequences. There was no point in futile resistance. Surrender to fate, and I shall grant you a swift end. The iron mace in the indigenous warrior's hand crashed heavily to the ground, causing Bulang to leap 3 feet high. The opponent's overwhelming strength compelled him to relinquish his sword. Fortunately, he had salvaged numerous weapons from the fallen adversaries, and within the confines of his space, some concealed projectiles had materialized. Yet, against these indigenous warriors, resistant to blades and bullets alike, even the finest of weapons proved utterly futile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bulang adopted a different approach, extracting the silver needles from his spatial inventory. These needles, slender and sharp, might possess the potential to penetrate their physical forms. Though the outcome remained uncertain, he specifically targeted their acupoints, yet the moment the silver needles pierced their skin, they were immediately repelled by their rigid flesh. How frustrating. The clouds are tumultuous, with a myriad of wild alpacas galloping through the heart. If this continues, it will inevitably attract an increasing number of indigenous people. And I fear that the outcome for him will mirror that of his master, akin to the fate of those three elderly men. The clouds, relentless in their pursuit, ultimately harnessed the fortuitous convergence of time, place, and human endeavor, cornering the formidable native giant. "You shall comply," he commanded. With a resounding thud, he sent his adversary sprawling into the mire. Though impervious to blades and bullets, it was not essential for him to extinguish the foe's life. Merely restraining him momentarily would suffice to secure their escape. The despicable humans, employing such vile tactics to confine me here, shall one day witness my resurgence, and I shall exact 1,000-fold retribution upon you. Facing his curses, Bulang not only remained unperturbed but even broke into a grin. "Let us converse when you emerge, provided you possess the ability to do so." The more he struggled in the mire, the deeper he sank. Given his considerable bulk, it would typically take 2 to 3 minutes for him to be entirely submerged. Perhaps his companions could have come to his aid. However, in a rather unfortunate turn of events, as soon as he was engulfed, he began to thrash about desperately, accelerating his descent. After uttering that curse, the earth had already risen above his head, and after releasing a few bubbles, he vanished completely. His companions could only stand by, wide-eyed, unable to offer assistance. Bulang swiftly dashed to his master's side, gazing at the unconscious native. Seizing the individual, he shouted towards the gathered natives, "Return your leader." Almost immediately, their esteemed leader was seen descending in a parabolic arc beside them. Some attempted to catch him, only to be struck directly. Amidst their flustered chaos, the instigator, Bulang, grasped his master and darted once more into the depths of the forest. A vast expanse of trees obscured the sunlight and hindered their path, leaving Ming Chong to discern the southern direction solely by the lushness of the foliage. "Disciple, I sense something amiss about this land." Qing suddenly halted, glancing down to discover that the ground had entirely changed in hue, morphing into the previously seen dark purple. Beneath her feet, she felt signs of life, rhythmically breathing, rising and falling. "This is not good. Something lies beneath." Qing abruptly realized the danger and retreated hastily. As she did, from the previously even terrain emerged a colossal serpent. Whether it was mere bad luck or the fateful crossing of paths, it was the very same massive serpent they had encountered before. As it broke through the earth, a multitude of serpent eggs appeared around it. Cracks formed on the white shells, and as the enormous serpent emerged, the hatchlings scurried forth. These young serpents were formidable in their own right, swarming across the ground in alarming numbers, instilling fear in those who beheld them. They had trespassed into the serpent's territory, clearly inciting its wrath. The immense serpent lifted its head high, preparing to strike with gravity. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of thunderous sounds, the ground beneath them was utterly obliterated. This serpent, at the Saint Beast stage, escalated to the initial phase of the divine beast level during their confrontation. It writhed its colossal form, encircling them and gradually narrowing its attack range. This time, they had genuinely provoked the sacred beast, which transformed into a demonic state, erecting a barrier in a short span of time. By heavens, this creature has erected a barrier to prevent our escape. Roar. A colossal luminescence radiated from the Saint Beast. Bulang seized the serpent's tail, leveraging his own advantages to ascend onto its back. Brandishing his longsword, he plunged it fiercely into the serpent's vital spot. Although the serpent's entire body was impervious, devoid of weaknesses, the moment the blade pierced its vital area, it became as pliable as meat on a cutting board. Subject to manipulation. "Master, please keep your distance, lest this vile creature harm you." The man continues to struggle in his dying throes, lacking absolute certainty to thwart the impending doom. He must keep his master at a safe distance to avoid being ensnared by this creature. The surrounding trees crash down with a thunderous roar as the serpent's range of attack expands, simultaneously awakening some undesirable beings. A colossal lizard emerges from the water, encircling them alongside this monstrous being. Fortunately, their slender frames allow them to navigate the jungle with ease. As the great serpent lashes its tail and charges, Bulang bows his head and swiftly retreats with his master. Despite suffering severe injuries, the serpent persists in its desperate struggle, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake. As for the offspring it hatched, they vanished the moment they appeared, their whereabouts now a mystery. To escape this place, they must eliminate the two towering beasts before them. Master, how is your internal injury healing? I am well enough to gather my breath. Their garments have been torn by the branches of the jungle, and bloodstains mar their bodies. The sin of their blood has drawn an increasing number of ferocious beasts, surrounding them like a feast. In the eyes of these creatures, the duel appears as the most delectable delicacy. They weave through the thickets, and with a clever maneuver, Bulang orchestrates a collision between the two titans. The serpent and lizard engage in battle, yet he remains unperturbed by the spectacle and drags his master away. The serpent, gravely injured, is no match for the lizard. However, this holds no advantage for them. Should the lizard free itself from the serpent's hold, they will be its next target. This place is no longer safe. We must depart. The emergence of these colossal beings has disrupted their original plans, forcing them to flee chaotically through the jungle. Where paths exist, they bend low and dash through without a second thought. It is only when they suddenly halt that they realize this seemingly desolate forest harbors such exquisite beauty. It is truly a hidden paradise. Every flower, blade of grass, and tree exudes a vibrant essence, contrasting sharply with the forest's deathly silence. Yet, the master and disciple remain vigilant, firmly believing that the more beautiful something appears, the more perilous it can be. Master, do you detect a fragrant aroma? Bulang inhaled deeply, a delicate fragrance wafting from afar. Although the scent was potent, it was not cloying. Qing inhaled carefully, confirming the presence of a remarkably strong aroma. The surroundings were alive with the melodious chirping of birds and the vibrant blossoms of wildflowers, making it quite challenging to associate the current scene with any notion of peril. As the fragrance intensified, a glimmer of light flashed before her eyes, revealing three ethereal figures upon the once expansive meadow. They possessed exquisite, unparalleled beauty and sported nearly transparent wings, their toes barely grazing the ground. Armed and vigilant, they regarded the two intruders with caution. "Who are you? Daring to intrude upon our sacred realm?" inquired one of the green elves, her flowing green hair cascading down her back like aquatic foliage swaying in water. "We are merely fleeing from pursuers, passing through this area with no ulterior motives," came the reply. Yun, striving to elucidate, implored these beings not to regard them as intruders. "Heh," chuckled the foremost elf, whose eyes shimmered like exquisite amber. As their conversation unfolded, more elves gradually emerged from behind. Each elf possessed a unique form, yet they shared a singular trait: delicate wings that allowed them to soar freely through the skies. One of the elves circled around them, seemingly assessing their presence. This place had remained untouched for over a millennium. The arrival of these two individuals might indeed be a celestial design. One elf, stroking its chin, remarked. Before fully grasping their intentions, they found themselves the target of accusatory gestures. "Take these two back. I have not provoked you. I only wish for my release." Bulang could not help but defend himself. He had neither taken their possessions nor harmed their kin. Why should he endure such torment? However, the leading elf turned around, revealing a wicked smile. "Now that you have appeared here, do not even think of leaving. Take these two individuals away." Upon perceiving the ominous shift in the atmosphere, Bulang swiftly unsheathed his sword. Aware that this confrontation was inevitable, he resolved not to succumb easily. However, the moment the blade was drawn, an overwhelming force surged into his mind, accompanied by an almost imperceptible tremor that caused an excruciating headache. Qing, too, was afflicted by the pain. Crouching slowly to the ground while clutching his head, he remained oblivious to the origin of this mysterious power, but it was evident that if the situation persisted, they would surely suffer dire consequences. Seizing the opportunity while the two were incapacitated by their torment, members of the elven race swiftly bound them with the very vines used previously. The more they struggled, the deeper they became ensnared. The assailants hoisted them by their garments and soared through the skies. After traversing several hundred meters, they finally arrived at their destination. Upon reaching their goal, they unceremoniously discarded the two onto the ground. Upon raising his gaze, Bulang was confronted with a towering tree of immense stature, though its appearance was far from pristine. The trunk of this venerable tree bore witness to at least a millennium of existence, if not more. Yet, the foliage upon its branches had gradually succumbed to a withering yellow. The ground was strewn with fallen leaves, which the sprites diligently gathered, cradling them in their embrace. Even these desiccated leaves were treated with profound reverence as they meticulously collected them, one by one, into their arms. Through their exchanges, Bulang gleaned the significance of this ancient tree to them. He pondered whether the sacrifice of these two individuals would restore the tree of life to its former glory. Sacrifice? Upon hearing these two words, Yun Bulang's heart felt an icy chill. It seems that after enduring numerous trials and tribulations to bring the two of them here, the sole purpose was to have them accompany this grand tree to its demise. This is utterly absurd. Uncertain of what to do, he decided to give it a try. Try? The clouds shattered his worldview. Am I merely a pawn for your experiments? It is futile. Surely you have sacrificed many in recent times. And yet the bones remain piled high. Why has the tree of life shown no signs of revival? Spare me your nonsense, while my own life is indeed precious. It holds no value for this tree of life. Perhaps for an ordinary tree, it could serve as fertilizer. But to resurrect this sacred tree of life is no simple feat. Silence, he commanded. You are not but fertilizer. What right do you have to speak? What if I claim to possess a method to heal the tree of life? His words rendered the assembly speechless, eliciting both skepticism and derision. Varied gazes lingered upon him, shifting incessantly. Humans are indeed despicable. In their quest for survival, they weave the most outlandish lies. If even the elders cannot heal the tree of life, how could a mere human accomplish such a task? Cease your grandstanding, lest we choose to end your life swiftly. The elves present harbored deep disbelief. The sanctity of the tree of life was beyond their reach, let alone that of a lowly human. To claim the ability to heal it was sheer folly, a mere fabrication born of his desire to escape. Faced with the elf's skepticism, he sighed with slight resignation. Why will you not trust me just this once? After all, I am bound here, with no hope of escape. If I fail to heal the tree of life, you may do with me as you please. His candidness earned him a measure of respect from the elder elf nearby, who perceived him as a forthright individual. I am willing to believe you this once, but should you fail, I shall flay the flesh from your bones. The speaker was the third elder, Mashi, a figure of considerable influence and a trusted aide to the elven queen. With her endorsement, the surrounding elves softened their hostility. System. Is there a remedy to heal the tree of life? Yes, the tree lacks vitality. Administering a specially formulated fertilizer will restore it. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Then I shall exchange for some. Understood, host. A total of 3 vials of potion were exchanged. Once these 3 vials were completely administered, this tree of life would be restored to health. However, he had retained a measure of caution. Who could predict whether these elves might suddenly change their minds and demand his life? Mashi also placed his hopes upon him. For the tree of life was a sacred relic of the elven race. The unparalleled beauty and immortality of the elves were entirely attributable to the existence of this enchanted tree. As long as the tree of life thrived, they could perpetually flourish in this realm. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the tree of life had begun to falter, no longer exuding vitality and vigor. The elvenkin exhausted every conceivable remedy but failed to restore the once lively tree to its former glory. Ultimately, in their desperation, they resorted to the grim measure of human sacrifice. Upon receiving the potion, Yun Bulang commanded his captors to release him, and he approached the tree of life. Retrieving the vial, just as he was about to administer the drops, he was halted by a nearby elf. What is this substance? Could it potentially harm the tree of life? He inquired. With a hint of exasperation, Yun Bulang implored, might you refrain from interrupting my task? Given the state of the tree of life, could it possibly deteriorate further? It seems highly improbable. Though his demeanor was somewhat irritable, the restoration of the tree depended entirely on him. Despite the simmering frustration within, he could only swallow his anger and the bitterness that accompanied it. If you fail to save it, I swear I will end your life. Yun Bulang disregarded his threats and directly poured the potion onto the ground. The moment the potion touched the earth, it emitted a radiant green light, and the tree of life seemed to absorb something, visibly rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. However, the potion's energy was limited. A single vial was insufficient for the tree of life to fully regain its vitality. Nevertheless, the tree had sprouted tender green buds, albeit only to that extent. The tree of life was indeed showing signs of revival. This was splendid news. The tree of life was saved. As long as it thrived, we could continue to exist here. We had underestimated this human. He truly possessed a means to bring about change. I would willingly pay any price to revive the tree of life. The fairies, witnessing the scene before them, were overjoyed, dancing with glee. Some even circled the tree of life several times before coming to a halt. Their elation was palpable. Yun Bulang retracted the vial and tossed it into the void. Upon seeing the new buds sprouting from the tree of life, Mashi felt an overwhelming joy. Sensing the aura emanating from the tree, she wore a delightful smile and promptly instructed the surrounding fairies to untie their esteemed guest. To revive the tree of life was a monumental favor to them. Just moments ago, we had been quite presumptuous, and I sincerely apologize for that. Mashi clasped her hands together and bowed earnestly. since it was merely a misunderstanding. There was no need for you to take offense. Given that he had offered such an olive branch, he too would extend a gesture to prevent any awkwardness. However, I observe that the tree of life has not yet been fully healed. Do you have more of that potion in your possession? The fact that the tree of life showed signs of improvement indicates that the potion had an effect. If we could pour in 2 or 3 more vials, I believe the tree would return to its prime state. Of course, it is not impossible for me to completely heal the tree of life, but I have a condition. Regardless of whether it be celestial treasures or exquisite spirit stones, whatever you request, I shall procure for you without fail. Upon hearing that more of the potion was available, Mashi's heart soared with hope for the tree of life. Their human intruders sought treasures within the secret realm. The fairy clan, however, was not lacking in celestial treasures or exquisite spirit stones. Although they were abundant, they would not relinquish even a fraction of what belonged to them to their enemies. Humans had previously intruded upon their domain, attempting to seize their spirit stones, only to meet a fate of becoming mere fertilizer for the flora. Initially, one might have thought that their enticing offer would compel Yan Bulang to readily agree, yet he merely shook his head gently, expressing disinterest in such items. Then what is it that you desire? Mashi Erjiang found herself perplexed. Were these the very things that humanity cherished the most? I seek not wealth, but merely your agreement on one matter, and I shall bestow upon you the potion free of charge. His proposition was neither burdensome for them nor detrimental to his own ambitions, achieving a dual benefit. Feel free to voice your requests. Mashi, brimming with determination, yearned to acquire the potion swiftly to restore vitality to the tree of life. As long as you assist me in constructing a dwelling, I shall provide you with the potion. He was fervently in need of creative value. Only by elevating his own creator could he unlock further opportunities for selection. Otherwise, among the myriad of items in the marketplace, without the means to exchange for them, he had no stake in the matter whatsoever. The abundance of splendid goods, merely to be gazed upon and not utilized, was a source of great anguish for him. However, we possess numerous houses. If you require one, feel free to select any. Without further ado, I assure you these can be generously offered. Mashi gestured towards the thatched cottage behind her, a humble abode they had painstakingly constructed. A small sanctuary of their own. Yet, should the other party insist, she could part with it despite her reluctance. To demonstrate her sincerity, she pointed out a relatively new thatched house. These two were recently erected, originally intended as a bridal chamber. But should you need them now, you are welcome to take them. As Mashi spoke, she guided him toward the thatched cottage nearby. Yan Bulang gazed upon the meager dwelling before him, pondering the consequences of a fierce gust of wind that might very well strip the roof away. Is this truly the abode you call home? His inquiry bore no trace of disdain. Rather, it stemmed from the apparent fragility of the structure, seemingly incapable of withstanding even a modest tempest. Indeed, there is no pressing need for you to construct a shelter, as one is readily available here, Mashi proclaimed with great pride, having ingeniously harnessed the natural architecture of the trees to craft their own sanctuary. No, I wish to build my own house. Simply tell me whether you will agree or not. Yan Bulang resolutely declined, not out of excessive fastidiousness, but rather due to the necessity of fulfilling his task. Observing his steadfastness, the third elder refrained from further persuasion and readily acquiesced, knowing well that she could manage this minor affair. Once they had given their consent, Yan Bulang commenced a search for a suitable open space, subsequently exchanging for a blueprint within the marketplace. The document was replete with comprehensive details regarding modern architectural data, including meticulous specifications of the materials involved. Yan Bulang began issuing instructions with unwavering clarity, prompting them to gather materials. Once everything was assembled, construction commenced. He promptly acquired the expertise for building through the marketplace, demonstrating remarkable speed. With the assistance of these fairies, a magnificent castle was erected in record time. Wow! It was astonishing to realize that a house could be so exquisite. How delightful it would be to awaken each day in such an enchanting environment. I too yearn for a beautiful home like this. Let us beseech him to aid us in constructing our own. After all, these materials seem inexhaustible, and their true purpose remains a mystery. Currently, their potential to create homes is indeed a splendid opportunity. The fairies buzzed with excitement, fluttering around the towering edifice. Mashi, too, was taken aback. Having seen numerous houses, she had never encountered one like this. Could such a structure, built with mere stones, truly withstand the test of time? In their understanding, the higher a house rose, the greater the peril, as it could easily succumb to fierce winds. Lowering the height would mitigate the risk of being toppled. Rest assured, these structures are reinforced with cement. Not even a violent storm could easily bring them down, he reassured confidently regarding the house he had personally constructed. Is that truly the case? Moshi was skeptical, and with a flick of her hand, a powerful gust of wind swept through. The nearby thatched cottage was instantly uprooted. Yet the newly erected house stood resolute, unaffected by the tempest. How marvelous and enchanting! Moshi could not suppress her exclamation, her curiosity about this human growing ever more profound. He seemed to embody miracles, consistently revealing unique brilliance. Bulang gazed at the house he had constructed, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 100 creativity points and received a Lamborghini. Upon hearing these rewards, Bulang maintained a composed demeanor, yet inwardly, he was filled with uncontainable joy. Cloud had not relished his joy for long when a new task once again presented itself. Ding! A new mission was triggered to transform the Fairy Queen. With a reward of a coveted 98k upon completion. A 98k? That was indeed the object of his deepest desire, something unattainable in Blue Star, yet here. It seemed that his dream of wielding a firearm could finally materialize. However, the Fairy Queen was of such high nobility that it was not merely a matter of transforming her at will. For houses of this caliber, I could construct even more for you. In their eyes, Bulang discerned a glimmer of yearning, which constituted the foundation in terms of his negotiation. Is that so? Splendid. We have prepared all the materials. We merely require your guidance, he replied, expressing gratitude for the unexpected opportunity that had expanded their horizons. It became evident to him that a house could transcend the simplicity of a thatched hut, evolving into something grand and robust. May I have the honor of meeting your elven queen? He inquired, his request emerging unexpectedly. For a moment, Moshi was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. However, after a brief reflection, he reassured himself that it was merely a meeting, and the queen would likely not take offense. Very well, then. Could you assist us in constructing a few more houses? He proposed, maintaining a warm smile that indicated she had embraced him as a friend of the elven kin. The construction of these houses proved far less cumbersome than in modern times. Within merely 2 hours, several edifices had risen around the open space. Gazing at these towering structures, Moshi's joy was palpable, his lips stretching into an uncontainable grin. Had it not been for the dignity of the third elder, he might have leaped with exuberance. This is marvelous. With these houses, we need not fear the onslaught of the fierce winds and tailed beasts any longer. I shall choose this one. No one shall contest it. I, too, wish to select my dwelling. I desire this very abode, the first to bask in the sunlight when dawn breaks. The little elves had already commenced the selection of their homes, claiming their own with laughter that resonated throughout the vicinity, imbued with joy and merriment. The houses have been constructed. May we proceed to meet the elven queen now? Certainly, please follow me, Moshi replied with a radiant smile. His steps light and swift as he led into the residence of the elven queen, draped in a flowing blue gown that trailed elegantly behind her. The queen's attire bore a conservative elegance. Her hair was styled into a neat bun at the back, exuding an air of regality. Yet her features were somewhat overshadowed by an outdated hairstyle that diminished her allure. The dress she wore echoed the fashion of the 1980s, rendering her otherwise exquisite figure rather unflattering. Upon the entrance of the unfamiliar man, Hanlian instinctively prepared to repel him, but upon noticing Moshi's presence, she immediately tempered her stance. Why have you brought a stranger here? Hanlian inquired. Moshi offered a respectful bow to the queen and elucidated the circumstances surrounding their visit. Once in possession of the initial hostility, Hanlian's demeanor softened considerably, illustrating the distinction between how one treats foes and friends. You are our esteemed guest. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude for this occurrence. Simply put, Moshi replied, the greatest reward you could bestow upon me would be to permit me to make some modifications to your form. As soon as his words fell, the smile on the other person's face vanished in an instant. Hanlian's expression darkened. However, considering the significant assistance they had received, she refrained from expressing her anger. Yet, as the illustrious Queen of Elves, it would be utterly ludicrous for her to allow a mere human to dictate her attire. Please propose another request. I simply cannot acquiesce to this one, Hanlian coldly rejected. Moshi had never anticipated that such a demand would be made, were it not for the merits he had earned. The queen's icy demeanor would undoubtedly have led her to cast him out at once. While the queen's mood remains favorable, you must hasten to make a different request. This one is far too unreasonable, Moshi murmured softly. The clouds do not drift aimlessly. One cannot help but ponder the reasons behind their profound reactions. However, upon observing the queen's attire, he could surmise the underlying motives. Such antiquated and futile thoughts are indeed pitiable for one possessing such a delicate visage. I merely believe that the queen's garb is rather unremarkable. Given her beauty, she ought to adorn herself in a manner that enhances her allure. Women are inherently drawn to beauty, and the elven queen is no exception. Upon hearing his remarks, she felt a stir of curiosity. If you wish for my consent, it is contingent upon your ability to best our three guardians. She was willing to grant him an opportunity, and should he fail to seize it, they would have no cause for regret. The clouds do not merely drift, they respond with unwavering agreement, ascending effortlessly when given a mere pull. The three guards are unparalleled masters, tasked with ensuring the safety of the elite clan, having been meticulously selected from a multitude of spirits for their exceptional prowess. She could hardly believe that a mere human could challenge these three formidable experts. Very well, I accept, she declared. Your readiness is indeed refreshing. You possess far more virtues than those others, Han Lian generously praised. The young man before her was neither pedantic nor devoid of decorum, though he appeared carefree. He consistently maintained a sense of balance within. His ability to navigate tasks with measured precision greatly appealed to her. Should an opportunity arise to forge a friendship, it would undoubtedly prove beneficial for the elven race. Bulang faced three formidable spirits without a hint of hesitation. The three spirits promptly took their positions, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd below. To them, it was inconceivable that this human could triumph over the trio of guardians. Each of these protectors was a master of speed, swift as the gale. The members of the elven clan rallied behind their three champions. High above, the elven queen, Han Lian, cast a frosty glance over the proceedings. Today's contest was to be conducted with restraint. No harm to life was permitted. After all, this human had rendered them a service. It was not in their nature to repay kindness with malice, and she had already devised a plan. Should this individual ultimately face defeat, he would be generously compensated with wealth and rare treasures to ensure he did not leave empty-handed, thus preventing him from suffering a loss in their midst. As Bulang stepped forward, he spoke with remarkable audacity. You three should join forces, after all. Everyone's time is precious. Our stay in this secret realm has already been prolonged. It is best to depart as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three guardians darkened considerably, feeling utterly disrespected. You are a distinguished guest of our elven clan, and by all rights, we should extend our courtesy to you, remarked Chu Luo, one of the three elite guardians and an object of admiration among many elven maidens. Not only was he extraordinarily handsome, but he also possessed formidable prowess. Whenever there were any intruders, Chu Luo would invariably take the lead in confronting them. Indeed, should the three of us engage you alone, even if victorious, it would hardly be a fair contest. Feng concurred with this sentiment. The three of them were not weak contenders, and in a one-on-one battle, they might not necessarily be outmatched, particularly in a group skirmish. Feng, the younger brother of Mo Shi, was also one of the three guardians and known for his swiftness. The last among them was Gu Hua, a healer of the elven kind, rumored to possess the ability to revive the deceased. All three possessed an ethereal charm, perhaps a divine privilege bestowed upon the elven race. Their beauty was impeccable, even the males captivating to an alarming degree. However, unlike the delicate grace of their female counterparts, the males exhibited a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness. From their words, it was evident that they were confident of their impending victory. As speed warriors, they could move at the velocity of light, fast enough to escape the naked eye. Feel free to engage together. I shall accept the outcome, regardless of victory or defeat. Bulang reiterated his confidence in his own prowess. Since you put it that way, we shall not hold back. With immense wings unfurling, Chu Luo soared into the air. They wielded their mental faculties to launch assaults, simultaneously attuning themselves to the forces of nature, transforming them into their own might. Power of the Wind God. Chu Luo possessed extraordinary mental abilities, standing as one of the most formidable and proud figures in this realm. The tempest raged, winds lashing against their faces like sharp blades, slicing through the air. The strength of the trio was not to be underestimated. As the adage wisely states, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Cloud, though seemingly carefree and dismissive of the 3 spirits, does not allow himself to be complacent. In the heat of battle, he remains acutely aware and vigilant. Bang! The sword in Bulang's hand cut through the air with remarkable precision as he engaged fiercely with the 3 elves. Spectators among the elves watched in awe. They had anticipated that this young man would be swiftly overpowered by their warriors. To their surprise, not only did he hold his ground against 3 opponents, but he also managed to maintain an advantageous position for a considerable duration. Phone felt a pang of embarrassment. It was, after all, a 3-on-1 scenario. Yet, the opponent's speed was equally commendable, and defeating him in such a short time proved to be a formidable task. Gu Hua, Chu Luo, let us attack separately. Imofeng commanded as he leaped into the air, while the other two flanked him from either side. The trio formed a golden triangle, an adage rings true. 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. In a sudden shift of positions, Bulang found himself momentarily disoriented, enduring a powerful strike to his left shoulder. However, he quickly regained his composure, swallowing a pill that instantly augmented his strength. This was largely attributed to the treasures scavenged from those 3 old scoundrels' space, which bore no adverse effects upon consumption. It is little wonder they harbored such resentment towards themselves in their final moments. Now, it is my turn. Yun's lips curled into a confident smile as his body swiftly turned, akin to a rocket launched into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Whoosh! The air crackled with 3 fleeting shadows, the opponents clashing fiercely, having exchanged blows over 100 times in mere minutes. The Elven Queen, seated nearby, watched the unfolding scene with furrowed brows, unable to suppress her concern. She offered her words of comfort, assuring her that their trio comprised the finest warriors and would emerge victorious in this battle. Yet, Han Lian shook her head slightly, a warm smile gracing her features, reminiscent of the sun on a winter's day. No, the 3 were no match for this young man. The Queen's assertion was premature. Were they not currently in a stalemate? She struggled to grasp the Elven Queen's meaning. Her brother, Feng, possessed formidable mental prowess, and the other 2 were no less impressive, being the pride of their elven lineage. Given the present circumstances, even if they could not triumph over the youth, they would not succumb to defeat. These 3 had already exhausted their strength, merely hanging on by a thread. Han Lian sighed, realizing she had underestimated this human child. Though he appeared to be in his early 20s, his extraordinary strength was indeed a rarity across the continent. With someone of such caliber, it was wise to foster friendship rather than enmity. Bang, bang, bang. 3 figures plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating 3 deep craters in the arena. As the dust settled, the gathered elves approached to inspect the scene, only to discover that those lying on the ground were neither humans nor their esteemed elven guards. How could this be? These 3 elite guardians, seasoned warriors of the battlefield, have been bested by young Master Yun in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. It was utterly astonishing. The 3 elves took some time to rise from the depths of the craters, their faces ashen, reflecting their dismay. Despite the bitterness and resentment brewing within, they dared not voice their feelings, merely clasping their fists in gratitude for the young man's mercy. They exchanged a few courteous platitudes before departing, their expressions heavy. Though their own strengths were commendable, today they had encountered an opponent who had outmatched them, and their stalemate was merely a desperate struggle. This was evident to all, save for the Elven Queen, who discerned the truth with a single glance. Bulang, with a carefree demeanor, paid no heed to the penetrating gazes of the 3 elves. What of it? Victory and defeat are but commonplace occurrences in the realm of warriors. Should the opportunity arise again, we shall engage in another contest. Imofeng clasped his fists together, realizing they had perhaps been a touch petty, and his face brightened with a smile. Indeed. Let us seize the chance to spar again in the future. There was no doubt that Bulang emerged victorious in this contest. He strolled leisurely to the side of the Elven Queen. As long as he could transform the present Elven Queen, that coveted 98K would surely be his. However, aside from her rather outdated attire, the Elven Queen possessed admirable qualities. If a transformation were to take place, it would have to begin with her hair and garments. Before he could utter a word, Han Lian rose first and declared, "You have triumphed in this contest, and I am willing to acquiesce to your request." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Bulo smiled lightly in gratitude, his face adorned with a hint of defiance, which elicited an additional measure of admiration from the Queen. "Your Majesty, may I have a moment alone with you?" Bulang intended to select a vacant space for transformation. The Elven Queen nodded, since it was a competition. One must accept the outcome of the wager. The 3 guards could not match the prowess of the young man before them, and perhaps this was all preordained by fate. During their brief absence, the elves waiting nearby were filled with anxiety. Had he not been their esteemed guest, they would never have allowed him to alter the Queen. Half an hour later, 2 figures emerged slowly from within. The first to step out was Bulang, followed closely by their revered Elven Queen. However, the Queen had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Her long gown had transformed into an ethereal chiffon dress. Unlike her previous attire, which was voluminous, Bulang had employed modern techniques to accentuate her waist, presenting a figure that exuded a delicate allure, evoking the sensation of being just within reach. A faint smile adorned her face, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Possessing an inherently stunning visage, she could captivate countless admirers even without makeup. Now, with a subtle touch of cosmetics, her beauty was spellbinding, her every glance and smile surpassing the splendor of blooming flowers. The chiffon dress featured alluring slits, revealing glimpses of her fair, slender legs, far more enchanting than her previous gown. Her hair, once elegantly styled, now cascaded down in gentle curls. And as the breeze caressed her, it unveiled her delicate neck. She embodied not only the grace of a queen but also the ethereal charm of a fairy. Every movement she made stirred the hearts of onlookers, her eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. Could this truly be the queen? I could scarcely believe my eyes. The essence remained the same, yet there was an undeniable transformation. She appeared even more exquisite and breathtaking. The former elven queen was undeniably beautiful, yet her allure was characterized by poise and elegance. In contrast, the current queen radiated a stunning, enchanting beauty that was both captivating and enchanting. As the crowd began to comprehend the transformation, several other elven maidens fluttered to his side, tugging at his arm. Their voices, sweet and teasing, clamored in unison. Could you also transform me? And me? My attire pales in comparison to the queen's. I wish to change as well. Yes, grant us the same. You cannot be so partial. The surrounding elven maidens encircled him, some even clinging to his arm, playfully pleading for a makeover. This scene astonished the male elves present. It is well known that the elven race is born with an innate sense of pride. To alter their appearance is unthinkable, and even a mere human gaze could provoke severe repercussions. Yet, what were they witnessing now? The very elven maidens they revered, once so haughty, now spoke in dulcet tones, all in the hope of persuading him to enhance their appearances. It was no wonder, for the elven queen had seemingly transformed into an entirely different person within a mere half-hour. This was a testament to the undeniable skill possessed by this young man. Bulang, fatigued by their incessant requests, reluctantly acquiesced. All right, I shall make the alterations, he conceded, urging them to release their grip. For he felt as though his head might spin off. Truly, their persistence was overwhelming. With a resigned shrug, he instructed the enchanting elven maidens, please form a line. One at a time. These young women, inherently striking in appearance, were merely hindered by their somewhat outdated attire. A slight transformation could render them utterly radiant. The elves lined up in a long queue, each allotted 10 minutes for their metamorphosis. One elven maiden entered the room under his guidance, and after a mere 10 minutes, she emerged anew. Significant changes had been made to her attire. Their long, fair legs, previously concealed by lengthy skirts, were now revealed to showcase their elegance. The rationale behind his design of shorter skirts was to allow their long limbs to be admired. As for their hair, some were adorned with voluminous waves, while others sported sleek, chic bobs. Each individual was styled to suit her unique features, for not all were suited to long tresses. A petite countenance, for instance, appeared more charming with shorter hair, exuding an innocent allure, complemented by her large, sparkling eyes and a knee-length skirt, resembling a delicate doll. After just a few hours, he had successfully transformed every female within the elven community. At last, the endeavor was complete. Bulang could no longer suppress a languid stretch, feeling as though his very skeletal frame might come apart. Transforming so many at once proved to be far more exhausting than anticipated, and the prolonged bending had left his spine aching as if it might fracture. He addressed the assembly of elves, inquiring, is the transformation now complete? May I take my leave? At this moment, Moxie could not restrain herself from stepping forward, asking, what of the Tree of Life? The Tree of Life was still lacking 2 vials of potion. She needed to swiftly address this gap. Was momentarily taken aback, and then retrieved 2 vials of potion from the depths of space, presenting them to them. Do not pour them all at once. This Tree of Life cannot bear such an abundance of nourishment. Water it with 1 vial each day, and within 2 days at most, it shall be restored. Very well. Thank you. She replied, her hands grasping the 2 vials, which felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The hopes of everyone were entrusted to these 2 vials of potion, and she could not afford to be careless. Immediately, she sought out the most secluded spot to conceal them. Are there any other paths here that lead out from this place? As Bulang recalled the indigenous people besieging them outside, a sharp pain gripped his temples. Not only had he taken their leader hostage, but he had also slain their general. It was likely that venturing outside would lead to him being torn to shreds. Why do you not retrace your steps? Han Lian remained oblivious to their plight. To speak candidly, it was precisely because we were pursued by the indigenous people that we inadvertently stumbled into your territory. Those natives should still be stationed outside, and exiting now would be akin to walking into a snare. The clouds offer no assurance that those individuals can be entirely vanquished. Moreover, Master S' injuries have yet to fully heal, and it is truly unwise to take such a risk by returning with him. Han Lian nodded, realizing the situation. Her impression of the indigenous people was far from favorable. They were rather uncouth, and their dietary habits were particularly repulsive. However, for thousands of years, they had maintained an unspoken truce, with the elves possessing inherent swiftness and the natives endowed with formidable physical strength, ensuring that neither could annihilate the other. They refrained from provoking one another, each occupying their respective territories. After careful contemplation, Han Lian considered that perhaps a certain path could be traversed. There exists a route that allows departure from this place, albeit it is perilous. You must exercise utmost caution when you embark on this journey. Ma Shi guided them eastward, leading them through a concealed jungle and indicating the way forward. You will set out from here, crossing a treacherous sea, fraught with dangers at every turn. Exercise extreme caution. I cannot linger here, as I must return. The elven clan cannot easily abandon their domain, remaining ever vigilant against potential incursions. Were it not for the esteemed visitors before her, she would not have ventured from her kin. Bulang gently embraced Mo Shi, assuring her that all would be well, and urged her to return swiftly. Mo Shi nodded, unfurling her semi-transparent wings, and in a fleeting moment, she vanished like a shooting star, following the guidance provided. They traversed a clandestine jungle, soon arriving at the towering aloe vera plants. The aloe swayed with a gentle breeze, while ethereal spirits floated above the sea. Each one a remnant of souls who had ventured into this secret realm, perhaps accumulating over countless years. As they approached, the spirits, even from a distance, sensed their presence. One particularly large spirit drifted towards them, its mouth agape in a silent wail. This spirit, possessing but a whisper of consciousness, seemed intent on assaulting them, yet posed little real danger. Master, be cautious. As the spirit advanced towards his master, Bulang's heart leapt into his throat, and with remarkable swiftness, he interposed himself before his master, brandishing his sword to disperse the spectral entity. Here, most of the spirits lacked awareness. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they were not formidable foes. Nearby, a small wooden boat lay waiting, devoid of a ferryman. To escape this place, they had no choice but to embark upon this humble vessel. Bulang initially intended to soar directly across, but as he observed a solitary bird gliding through the sky, it suddenly plummeted into the river, vanishing without a trace. It seemed that aside from this vessel, only the specters floating above could traverse this realm. No other creatures were capable of passing through. After dispelling the spirits, he embarked on a small boat with his master, which glided forward of its own accord. Upon reaching the edge, the surrounding phantoms appeared to sense their presence, drifting towards them with an eerie, unconscious intent. Among them, one malevolent spirit gaped with an enormous maw, mindlessly uttering a single word: hungry. The spirits here not only possessed the capability to attack, but also had the power to ensnare them in a hallucinatory trance. What appeared before Bulang were not spirits of the deceased, but rather a series of alluring beauties clad in bikinis. As for Qing, surrounding him were floating volumes of sword manuals, each a rare version in existence. The master and disciple exchanged smiles of profound satisfaction. Should a third person have been present, they might have found the expressions of the two rather peculiar. One stood at the bow of the boat while the other positioned themselves at the stern, their smiles decidedly enigmatic. Meanwhile, the number of spirits around them continued to swell, with some beginning to gnaw at the wooden vessel, while others feasted upon the garments adorning their bodies. Bulang was abruptly roused from his hallucination, only to behold a specter gnawing at the flesh on his body. "Master!" he exclaimed. Upon glancing down, he discovered that the specter had already devoured a portion of his master's calf. Thankfully, he had awakened in time to rouse his master. The moment Qing regained her senses, she felt an excruciating pain emanating from her leg. Looking down, she saw a bite mark on her otherwise fair skin. Had it not been for her disciple's timely awakening, she might have fallen prey to these malevolent spirits, devoured alive. With a sharp rip, Qing tore a piece of cloth from her attire and swiftly covered her wound. Without hesitation, she retrieved a medicinal pill from her spatial pouch and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the healing properties of the pill began to work, and her wound closed at an astonishing rate. However, the pungent scent of blood attracted a multitude of malevolent spirits, all converging towards their location. The master and disciple dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. These malevolent spirits not only possessed the power to shatter their consciousness but also wielded physical strength comparable to that of formidable beasts. A moment's carelessness could lead to their utter demise. The water surrounding them was predominantly a deep green, littered with numerous bones, the remnants of the souls that now floated upon its surface. Initially, the stench was negligible, but as time passed, the foul odor intensified, revealing an array of corpses. Among them were several familiar faces, fellow cultivators who had entered this realm alongside them, presumably in pursuit of crossing this very river. Alas, fortune had not favored them. They had perished here, their flesh gradually eroded, leaving behind only skeletal remains, bubbling in the murky depths. Bulang produced an object from his person and cast it into the water. In that fleeting moment, it erupted in a few bubbles, only to vanish without a trace. Such a potent corrosive force, should a person fall into it, would spell certain doom. The strength of this corrosion rivals that of sulfuric acid. If a human were to plunge into it, they would be fortunate if only their bones remained. Currently, these malevolent spirits are gathering in ever-increasing numbers, seemingly impossible to eradicate. Qing wielded his blade against these apparitions, whose realms were not particularly elevated. Yet, their sheer multitude ensnared them, rendering their small vessel nearly immobile. Furthermore, some of these specters clung to the ship, gnawing at its structure. Should the vessel be devoured, their fate would be sealed. With a deft motion, Bulang summoned his spiritual energy, striking the surface of the water repeatedly. In an instant, propelled by the force of his actions, he glided forward at remarkable speed. Realizing the efficacy of this technique, he was overwhelmed with joy and eagerly shared it with his master. The duo, harmonious in their collaboration, designated one to vanquish the surrounding malevolent spirits while the other maneuvered the vessel away. Within just a few brief minutes, they managed to extricate themselves from their original position and glided towards the center. However, just as they believed they could depart smoothly, the vessel abruptly became ensnared, rendering it immobile. With a swift motion, Bulang struck the water's surface, causing the boat not only to remain immobile, but also to lift entirely into the air. Almost immediately, a few bubbles emerged from the verdant water, and as the surface glided, a colossal figure slowly ascended from the depths. It emanated an unbearable stench, and around its skull, a persistent black mist lingered. In a voice that resonated with malice, it proclaimed, "Cursed humans, how dare you disturb my cultivation? Today, I shall ensure your return is forever thwarted." With a thunderous crash, the boat was overturned, leaving its occupants without any foothold. They plummeted rapidly, drawing ever closer to the water's surface with no means of escape. In this precarious moment, one wielded a long sword with precision, anchoring it firmly onto the head of the monstrous figure. Utilizing this point of leverage, he propelled himself and his master back to safety on solid ground. The vessel landed upon the lake, surprisingly remaining afloat, though it was swiftly devoured by the surrounding malevolent spirits, vanishing in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a new boat materialized in the very spot where the previous one had vanished. Meanwhile, the sinister entity drifted across the water's surface, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha, thinking you can escape? It's not so simple." This spirit was of a higher order, having cultivated its power for over a century, with all passers-by becoming mere sustenance. The two individuals before it were exceptionally refined, possessing pure spiritual energy and devoid of distractions. Such beings were a rare boon from the heavens. To traverse this place, they must first vanquish the specter that lay before them. Cloudy palm. The clouds gathered spiritual energy, and with a swift strike, the skull was shattered. Yet, almost instantaneously, the swirling mist reformed into its original shape. "Do you truly think that such meager abilities can vanquish me?" The skull jeered, spinning rapidly in place. Its gaping maw suddenly expanded, poised to snap at them with a menacing bite. The mist coalesced, encircling the two masters, and in mere moments, they vanished from sight, suspended in midair. Fortunately, their steadfast spirits remained unshaken by the skull's enchantments. Within just 2 minutes, they broke free from the skull's grasp. Not only that, but Bulang also discerned a flaw in the enemy's defense and delivered a decisive blow. Suddenly, the skull, which was missing half its head, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, truly impressive. You surpass those old fools who only know how to cultivate. Throughout history, how many have sought to pass through this place, only to meet their demise? These malevolent spirits are those who perished in their futile attempts to cross over, unable to be reborn, their souls incomplete, forever trapped in this realm. Over time, only remnants of their souls linger, devoid of much consciousness. The waters here not only erode the flesh, but also corrode the soul. Prolonged exposure leads to the utter disappearance of one's essence. These wretched spirits cling to existence only by consuming the souls of others, allowing them to remain here longer. Having dwelled here for over a century, this skull retains its own consciousness, a rare anomaly in this forsaken place. This river requires continual sustenance, and these two humans before him are the perfect source of nourishment. If he could capture them, it would bring great revelry to this realm. With a thunderous roar, the skull circled the lake, devouring weaker spirits. In an instant, it doubled in size, its power multiplying severfold. As it swayed its head, the skull split into two, then four, until the sky was filled with countless skulls. They spoke in unison, their voices resonating across the vast expanse of the heavens. You mere mortals dare to contend with me? To perish by my hand today is a stroke of fortune you could only dream of across several lifetimes. With a swift motion, the summoned skulls descended upon the ground like arrows. The earth trembled as they struck, creating a cacophony of thuds that left the terrain pockmarked and uneven. Their speed was relentless, and in a deceptive maneuver, Qing, caught off guard, felt a heavy blow to her shoulder, accompanied by the crisp sound of her bones fracturing. Master! Bulang swiftly seized his master and lifted him off the ground, seeking refuge amidst the nearby reeds. However, their adversaries, positioned on high ground, could easily discern their concealment, rendering such evasion futile. The only recourse was to eliminate the ultimate source of danger. Only then would these ephemeral manifestations dissipate entirely. As time relentlessly ticked away, Zhou found their sanctuary diminishing. I wonder where you can hide. A sudden gust of wind swept through, propelling the two into the air, ensnared by a formidable psychic force that rendered them utterly immobile. Bulang, given the current predicament, our only option is to vacate this place and devise a new strategy, Qing stated, blood seeping from her mouth, dark streaks appearing upon her visage. She sensed her consciousness being encroached upon, exclaiming, I feel as though I am losing control over my own body. As Bulo cast a glance downward, he beheld the delicate visage of his master, marred by a multitude of claw marks, while her dark pupils gradually dulled, losing their inherent consciousness. Please release me at once. I can no longer govern my own body, Qing implored, persistently shoving against her. Desperate for her to relinquish her grip, an overwhelming uncertainty gnawed at her. She feared that should she lose control, she might inadvertently inflict harm upon Bulo. Her hands, once agile, began to stiffen as if ensnared by an unseen force, and to her horror, they moved with intent to strike at her own disciple. Bulang grasped her hand firmly, retrieving a length of rope from the space around him, binding his master's hands behind her back. Hold on just a little longer. Do not surrender under any circumstances. Bulang forcefully propelled her into the depths of the forest, wielding his longsword and thrusting it towards the opening. With each decapitated skull, he realized they were merely illusions conjured by his adversary. Countless identical skulls surrounded him, yet only one bore authenticity. Bulang cast his longsword into the sky, silently reciting an incantation. In an instant, the blade shattered into thousands of pieces. He slowly opened his eyes and resolutely uttered a single word, go. Boom, boom. Thunder roared and lightning flashed in the heavens as a sword severed a skull. All the skulls vanished, leaving only the largest one floating in the sky. Truly an impressive skill to see through my illusions. However, what does it matter? The fate of those here today is sealed. Who shall perish remains uncertain. Bulang, wielding his longsword, leaped into the air, effortlessly floating amidst the azure expanse. With a swift motion, he severed the reeds, allowing them to drift gracefully upon the water's surface. Using the reeds as a springboard, he danced atop the water with unrestrained agility. He brandished his sword, infused with astonishing power, and cleaved through the skull with a single stroke. The audacity of the skull was merely a fade, for it stood in waters inhospitable to life. Even if it could not vanquish these two humans before it, they were powerless against it. Alas, fate is ever fickle, and plans seldom unfold as envisioned. After dispatching the skull, Bulang turned to seek his master. He soon discovered his mentor crouched within the thicket, fully restored to lucidity, suggesting that the demise of the skull freed those under its control from its grasp. With a decisive wave of his hand, Bulang bound the ropes around his master, which instantly fell into his grasp. The master and disciple once again stood upon the wooden bed, driving away the surrounding specters and swiftly departing from this maritime realm. It was indeed fortunate that the previous whirlpool had devoured numerous spirits, allowing them to escape with such ease. They found themselves once more upon the familiar desert. The scene strikingly similar, yet Bulang remained far from complacent. Though the scenery resembled that of before, the oppressive heat was notably absent, indicating that these two locations were fundamentally distinct. Observing the lack of immediate danger, Bulang remained stationary to channel energy and heal his master. Once his master regained some vitality, they resumed their journey. However, they had not ventured far when a fierce gale swept through. Bulang harnessed all his spiritual energy to stabilize his form, resisting the tempest pull. Each step forward became an arduous endeavor. Master, we can exit from here. Bulo was nearly certain that once she passed this location, she would be able to escape this enigmatic realm. Yet, the ferocity of the wind was such that it rendered her unable to open her eyes. In the midst of the tempest, the myriad of lowly beasts concealed beneath the sands emerged in haste. Although they were of lesser rank, their sheer numbers made them quite a formidable challenge. "Master, take this." Bulang retrieved a rope from the depths of the space and deftly flung it upon his master, securing one end around his waist while fastening the other end to his own. With the tempest raging and malevolent beast approaching, he lacked absolute confidence in safeguarding his master's escape from this perilous place. To prevent being separated amidst the chaos of battle, they resorted to this most rudimentary method of binding themselves closely together. Suddenly, a colossal scorpion soared into view, its tail shimmering with an eerie luminescence. With a resounding crash, it lunged forward, its stinger striking Bulang's sword. Dark venom dripped onto the blade, corroding it at an alarming rate, creating a visible hole. Had he not discarded his sword swiftly, he might have lost his hand. It seemed they had inadvertently disturbed a nest of scorpions, as they were soon surrounded by a swarm of gigantic creatures. The duo fought valiantly, and the once vibrant landscape gradually littered with the fallen remains of the beasts. They began to glimpse patches of verdant greenery in the previously barren terrain. Yet, the winds did not subside. Instead, they intensified, whipping up the surrounding trees and rousing even more ferocious beasts. Startled by the commotion, the creatures launched reckless assaults upon them. A massive fire beast emerged, exhaling flames that painted the sky a vivid crimson. The searing heat threatened to incinerate them, as the temperature soared to an extraordinary degree, transforming the entire sky into a blood-red expanse. Even the clouds were tainted with this fiery hue, as embers rained down upon them mercilessly. The garments adorning Bulang ignited spontaneously, prompting him to remove his outer coat and cast it into the flames, which immediately reduced it to ashes. The fiery beast unfurled its immense wings, its sharp maw gaping wide, as it lunged towards them with ferocity. The sword in Bulang's hand, along with its minions, struck forth, igniting a flurry of sparks in the confrontation. The surrounding demonic beasts, seemingly roused by this tempest, emerged from their concealed lairs in a collective surge. After vanquishing the demon beasts, Bulang obtained a considerable amount of fire crystal stones. Subsequently, he stored the corpses of these creatures within his spatial realm. "Master, following this path should lead us to a complete escape." Bulang gestured towards a narrow path ahead. The master and disciple followed this route, eventually arriving at a quaint village not far off. The villagers, steeped in tradition, exhibited a remarkable warmth towards their visitors. Upon noticing the weary travelers, they not only provided directions but also kindly invited them to stay the night. "You both appear to have endured quite a journey, as night has fallen. It is unwise to continue. It would be better to rest here for a time and resume your journey tomorrow." An elderly woman, her face adorned with wrinkles, took the initiative to prepare their bedding. Though modest in size, it was sufficient for their needs. "That sounds agreeable," she remarked. Bulang nodded, emphasizing the necessity of tending to his master's internal injuries. "You two may rest here. I shall not intrude." The old woman, under the impression that they were a married couple, had provided them with a single bed. However, throughout the night, neither of them found repose. Bulang meticulously categorized the items he had acquired from the secret realm. These treasures were classified into varying degrees of value. The finer ones he reserved for his own use, while those of lesser quality were designated for sale. As for the mediocre items, they would be set aside for the disciples of the sect. Qing sat cross-legged, the bed positioned adjacent to the window. This night, the moonlight was particularly luminous, infusing her with the essence of the heavens and earth, allowing her to stabilize the chaotic energy within her body. After a lengthy moment, she exhaled a deep breath, releasing the stagnant air. "I feel my body has nearly recovered. We can set out tomorrow." A smile graced Qing's face. "That is reassuring. My master's condition weighs heavily on my heart, so we shall depart at dawn." A day slipped by in the blink of an eye. As dawn broke, shrouded in a gray haze, a gentle knock echoed at the door. The old woman entered, bearing a modest breakfast, which she placed on the weathered table, her face adorned with a nurturing smile. "There isn't much to eat at home, but please make do. It's essential to have something in the morning," she murmured as she arranged their meal. Her husband, an elderly man, had already retreated to the innermost part of the house to commence his work before the sun had risen. The three of them gathered around the table, sharing a simple breakfast, and when it was time for them to leave, the old woman displayed an abundant warmth and hospitality. Bulang had amassed a considerable fortune, sufficient for the elderly couple to live comfortably for the remainder of their lives without the need for labor, thus serving as a small reward for their kindness. Upon returning home, the old woman was utterly astonished and elated to find a sum of money laid upon the table. While this amount was insignificant to Bulang, to them it represented an immense wealth beyond their wildest dreams. Bulang and his master set forth southward, following the direction indicated by the elderly woman. Just before sunset, they finally returned to their sect. However, as they approached, an unsettling feeling engulfed them. Their little junior sister, who often played with them, lay on the ground, her body marred with wounds and lacking any unscathed skin. Upon seeing the two of them, her face lit up with joy. But she was suddenly seized by a fit of violent coughing. Blood uncontrollably spilled from her mouth, and through her slurred words, she managed to utter, "Elder brother, you have finally returned. Those people have intruded. Which people are you referring to?" Bulang found herself somewhat perplexed, but upon seeing her grievous injuries, she retrieved a precious elixir from her spatial pouch and promptly placed it into her mouth. Subsequently, she channeled her energy to heal her wounds, soothing the turbulent essence within her. I was not acquainted with her, yet the moment the assailants burst through my door, they began to seize my possessions. My fellow disciples fought valiantly to defend our sanctuary, but alas, they managed to breach our defenses. It was evident that they had come well prepared. We were utterly unable to withstand their onslaught. Countless brothers had already perished or been grievously injured in their desperate attempts to thwart the intruders. Now that you have returned, everything feels renewed. A faint smile of resignation graced her lips. As long as the eldest senior brother was back, there was hope for all. The reason she had endured such hardship here was to await the return of the eldest senior brother. Indeed, I have returned. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Bulang's eyes. Who could be so despicable as to launch an attack on the sect while he was away? Qing, a man of forthright disposition, swiftly drew his long sword and declared, "Come, let us investigate who dares to invade our sacred grounds. They must have a death wish." The master and disciple entered the main hall in quick succession, only to find themselves amidst a chaotic melee. The assailants were brazenly seizing their possessions, clutching items in their arms and hands, all pilfered from Linglong Sect. It seemed this act of war was spurred by envy over their belongings, driven by the fear of their sect's burgeoning power. Such a scheme was indeed meticulously orchestrated. Bulang let out a cold laugh, noting that the highest cultivation level here was merely at the condensed spirit realm, while he had already ascended to the celestial spirit realm. Engaging with these individuals felt akin to child's play. In an instant, he struck, sending the opposing holy sun reeling. Wang spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Upon turning around, he beheld a youth in white, standing nonchalantly at the periphery. A sneak attack from behind. What a farce for a gentleman. Did he truly believe that, faced with a mere early-stage Yuaning, I would resort to such underhanded tactics? It was then that Wang Yu realized the boy conversing with him had terrifying prowess. Having already reached the celestial spirit realm, he had never heard of any formidable beings in the Linglong Sect attaining such heights. You have indeed reached the celestial spirit realm? As a holy son himself, despite exhausting all efforts in cultivation, he was merely in the early stage of Yuaning. Yet, his opponent had astonishingly reached the celestial spirit realm. This was nothing short of extraordinary genius. Was it possible that the other possessed a unique cultivation method that enabled such rapid advancement? Could it be that the rumors circulating in the outside world were true? The Linglong Sect was said to possess methods for swift breakthroughs in cultivation, and due to the Linglong Sect seizing treasures from the Linglong Sect, this holy son had managed to elevate his status in such a short span. If he could acquire this method, perhaps he would be the next to dominate the continent. Once this thought took root in his mind, it burgeoned over time into a towering ambition. Greed flickered in his eyes, bordering on madness. Today marks the first time in my life that I have witnessed someone struck yet with such a joyous smile. Bulang's lips curled into a mocking smile. How could he not perceive the greed gleaming in his opponent's eyes? Yet, some desires require more than mere longing. They demand a fate that aligns with one's aspirations. Do you truly know my true identity? How dare you lay a hand upon me? I am the esteemed holy son of Linglong Sect. Should you even dare to touch a single finger of mine, my father will undoubtedly ensure you face the consequences. Wang Yu boldly revealed his identity. Cloud tilted his neck, fingers grazing his chin, muttering to himself. The saint son of the Linglong Sect, this title did ring a bell. Nevertheless, regardless of whatever esteemed sect he represented, anyone daring to oppose our Linglong Sect would undoubtedly meet a dismal fate. So go ahead and convey this to your illustrious father. If he possesses the capability, let him come to confront me in person. How dare you speak of my father in such a manner? You truly court your own demise. With a swift motion, Wang Yu slammed his palm against the ground, propelling himself into the air to launch an attack. I dare say, it is you who is oblivious to the peril you invite. With a sweeping motion, Bulang retaliated forcefully, channeling all his strength into the strike. Wang Yu was sent soaring through the air like a mere rag doll, and had it not been for the elder nearby who caught him, he would have surely met a disfiguring fall. I assure you, anything belonging to the Linglong Sect is not to be taken lightly. You shall not lay a finger on it. Now, leave promptly, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The sword in Yun Buwang's grasp gleamed ominously, causing those present to retreat in palpable fear, lacking even the courage to advance. "Perhaps we should withdraw for now. This holy son possesses the cultivation of a spirit immortal. Even if we band together, we may not stand a chance against him." "There is no merit in prolonging this futile confrontation," murmured one elder quietly, weighing the pros and cons, deeming it unwise to engage in battle. Having endured several days of relentless conflict, they had suffered grievously. Although they had gained the upper hand, the toll had been significant. Wang Yu felt a surge of indignation, yet at this juncture, retreat was the only viable option. It must be accepted for now. But the events of the day would not be forgotten. The Holy Son, wise as he is, understands that as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. After a collective deliberation, it became clear that continuing the fight here would yield no tangible advantage. Yun Bulang observed them huddled together, whispering incessantly, which was exceedingly tiresome. With a mere wave of his hand, he cast them and their belongings away with great force. "I've given you a chance to leave, yet you linger here chattering, truly believing I am an easy target," he warned. "In 3 seconds, should you fail to vanish, you shall remain here as fertilizer for the flowers. You shall wait and see. Today's events will be repaid in double measure on a future day." Yun Bulang observed his opponent's bravado and interjected, "There is no better time than the present, if you wish to reclaim your honor. Now is the moment to engage in battle. I shall be at your service." Wang Yu's complexion turned a ghastly shade, his countenance reflecting his dismay. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Charging forward would be tantamount to courting death, a realization he possessed in ample measure. Thus, accompanied by numerous elders, he retreated from the scene, leaving without a backward glance, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. The mountains were strewn with injured comrades, and there was no time to inquire into the particulars. Their immediate priority was to tend to the wounded. As for those unharmed, they began the grim task of cleansing the area of its sanguinary residue. After enduring 3 days and nights of relentless conflict, the surroundings had been irrevocably altered. Buildings lay in ruins, reduced to mere heaps of debris, and the living quarters were left in utter disarray. Some brothers had suffered the loss of limbs, rendering recovery an impossibility, while others had their dantians shattered, robbing them of any chance to cultivate their skills. The brutality of this battle was indeed harrowing. Once the situation had been somewhat managed, Yun Bulang began to inquire about the events that had transpired. What was the primary objective of the adversary's assault? One of the brothers nearby responded, "Their intentions were unmistakable. They aimed to seize our possessions. The moment they initiated combat, they made a beeline for our storerooms." Truly, it was a well-calculated scheme. Yun Bulang let out a cold laugh, contemplating the audacity of those who wished to play the role of a cunning bird, oblivious to their own qualifications. How many of our brothers have been injured? How many have perished? A preliminary tally revealed over 200 wounded and more than 20 dead. The enemy had launched their assault 3 days prior, and despite our desperate defense, they breached our lines and infiltrated our sect sanctum. One individual could not suppress a sigh. If only their strength were a tad stronger, the enemy would never have dared to set foot within their domain. Regrettably, with their current capabilities, they lacked the standing to utter a single word of defiance. They persevered, clinging to the hope that their senior brother would one day return. They wished not for him to witness the chaos of their sect, nor for him to feel disappointment in them. Thus, they resisted with all their might, even at the cost of countless lives. The enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, laying waste to all they held dear. Even their defensive systems crumbled in the onslaught. Wang Feifei had also sustained minor injuries, her hand wrapped in bandages. Though she had consumed medicinal pills, the wound remained grievously affected. In the short term, it would not heal. She could only bind it to prevent further damage. The enemy's sudden attack caught them entirely unprepared, allowing the adversary to gain the upper hand. Wang Feifei felt a twinge of regret. The strengths of both sects were nearly equal. In a fair fight, the enemy would not necessarily stand a chance against them. Alas, the enemy resorted to underhanded tactics, which enabled their incursion. What audacity they possessed! Everyone, rest well and recuperate. Should they dare to invade again, I shall personally raze their stronghold to the ground. A tiger does not reveal its claws, and they mistake my restraint for weakness. The consequences of even a moment's delay in their return could be dire. Just as they deliberated, the building began to tremble violently. This is not good. Everyone, evacuate. The structure is about to collapse. Yun Bulang's initial reaction was to leap out of the window alongside his fellow disciples. At the very moment they sprang forth, The entire building collapsed with a deafening roar, reduced to a mere ruin. Suspended in the sky was a spectral figure clad in white. It shimmered in and out of visibility, only to reappear standing 3 meters away. This entity, resembling an elderly man with flowing white hair, bore more the appearance of a youthful soul adorned with age. His piercing, shifty eyes swept across everyone present, filled with a foreboding menace. "You dare to harm my disciple," he uttered slowly, his voice laced with an indescribable darkness. "Which of your disciples have I harmed? I have dealt with many." Bulang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a bemused expression gracing his features as he gazed at the figure before him. How audacious it was for one in the early stages of spiritual transcendence to exhibit such bravado, truly. It was the navet of a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger. The young man clad in white bore an innate smile. Yet within that mirth lurked a palpable intent to kill. "Today, I shall avenge my disciple and impart a lesson on the consequences of offending those who ought not to be provoked." In an instant, the white-clad figure launched his assault. Moving with a speed that was almost terrifying, the sound of impact echoed as his adversaries were sent flying, scarcely able to discern the nature of his strike. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves sprawled upon the cold ground, grievously injured and spitting forth blood uncontrollably. The figure of the young man in white materialized atop a towering pine tree, his gaze surveying them with a hint of pity. "To me, you are but insignificant insects. With your meager skills, I should not even have to lift a finger, but alas, your saintly disciple has offended a person he should have feared." Yanran flicked her sleeve, and 3 icy darts transformed into streaks of shooting stars, hurtling forth. The young man extended a finger skyward, and with a gentle motion, a flash of white light illuminated the air as those 3 chilling projectiles came to a halt mid-flight. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Yet the smile upon his lips grew increasingly sinister. "How intriguing. It is my first encounter with such fearless souls. In times past, those who beheld me trembled uncontrollably, unable even to take a step forward. Yet these feeble beings, lacking in strength, dare to confront me. Truly, their courage is commendable." 7 disciples surged forward simultaneously, entangling themselves with the young man in white. The clouds were not idle, and the man in white possessed formidable strength. A direct confrontation would yield them little chance of victory. However, if he could set up a formation to restrain him, the outcome might take an unexpected turn. Establishing a commendable formation required an abundance of exquisite spirit stones, and while it had once been a challenge, it had now become quite manageable. Upon emerging from the secret realm, he had become a notable magnate, with wealth surpassing that of the national treasury combined. Perhaps even more than half of what resided within his spatial ring. Yet, the man in white was exceedingly cunning, and to stealthily lay down a formation beneath his very nose would require the assistance of his 7 masters to keep him occupied. Recently, he had perused a new 7-kill formation in a book, contemplating a time to experiment with it, and fortune had presented him with an opportunity. The 7-kill formation was intricate, with each layer representing a new realm, thus necessitating an abundance of exquisite spirit stones to serve as a foundation. He intended to utilize a fire spark stone as the focal point of the formation, which would render it seamless. Yanran, leading her sisters into battle, knew their strength paled in comparison to that of the man in white. However, the notion of ants gnawing at an elephant lingered. Defeating him was not entirely impossible. "You girls ought to stay at home and behave. Exposing yourselves like this is truly disgraceful." The man in white gazed at them, their beauty like that of celestial beings, causing his mind to waver. If he could claim them for himself, it would indeed be a delightful affair. Yanran, incensed by his insulting remarks, wielded her sword with increasing ferocity, slicing through his garments. "Such a fiery temperament suits my taste. If you surrender obediently and become affectionate companions, perhaps I shall spare your lives." The man in white wore an exceedingly lewd expression, considering the women before him as mere trifles unworthy of regard. Little did he know, a figure clad in white was stealthily approaching from behind. "Take a good look at yourself. With that disgusting visage, you aren't even worthy to fetch my shoes." Qing spat disdainfully on the ground, her contempt for the man in white stemming not from his appearance but from his tone and demeanor, which were utterly revolting. The man in white noticed the unmistakable distaste in her eyes, igniting his fury. "Ha! To think I would deign to look your way is merely out of courtesy. Once I subdue you, the entire sect will be mine, and I shall do as I please." Initially, he had come solely for revenge on his disciple, but his intentions had since shifted entirely. With so many beauties at his disposal, claiming their favor would make his journey in this world worthwhile. "Is that all you've got?" Yanran let out a cold laugh, seamlessly coordinating with her 6 sisters, effectively cornering him into a predicament with no escape. The man in white, brimming with arrogance, believed that no one here could match his prowess. He struck with increasing ferocity until, at last, he felt the sharp sting of a blade piercing his shoulder, bringing him to a stark realization of the gravity of the situation. Masters, follow me. Bulang grasped the hands of master and second master, leaping gracefully to escape the confines of the formation. The instant he transcended its boundaries, the formation commenced its activation. The man in white, ensnared within, bore an expression that had remained unchanged for eons, yet now, a fissure of distress appeared upon his visage. "You despicable wretches, resorting to such treachery. How shameless you are," he lamented, yet his words could not alter his fate. He remained trapped within the formation, enduring the relentless onslaught of the 7 killers' array. Wounds of various sizes marred his face and body, the crimson stains vividly contrasting against his once immaculate attire. "Release me at once. This infernal formation binds me here. If word of this spreads, how shall I preserve my honor?" Bulang embraced himself with crossed arms, wearing an expression of bemused anticipation as he observed him. I remarked on his commendable cultivation, yet pointed out his lack of intellect, suggesting that if I were to release him, he would continue to exert effort in not revealing this formation. His words, once spoken, only served to heighten the other's ire. "Pray that I do not escape. For if I do, your head shall be the first to face my wrath." Bulang, with a visage of trepidation, patted his own chest and exclaimed, "How frightful! Do ensure that you do not emerge." Given such audacity, let us add another layer of complexity to his predicament. The clouds busily swirled around, skillfully arranging a new formation, an intricate array within an array. By the time the man in white, having exhausted a considerable portion of his cultivation, finally managed to break free from the encirclement, he found himself ensnared in yet another formation. In that moment, he resembled a lion with its fur bristled, unleashing a frenzied assault on the surrounding array, disregarding the depletion of his spiritual energy as he unleashed his skills in wild abandon. When he finally reached his limits, he discovered that he had managed to leave a faint mark upon the formation. "Ha! To think this trivial array could confine me. Such delusions are laughable." It was as if he had been resurrected, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Clenching his hands into claws, he gradually concentrated his spiritual energy, and then, with all his might, he struck at the fissure in the formation. With a thunderous bang, he finally escaped from the confines of the array. Though his body bore the weight of countless wounds, none had struck a vital point, rendering him a rather disheveled figure. His eyes, shrouded in darkness, moved with heavy steps toward the architect of his misfortune, advancing slowly, one deliberate step at a time. "I warned you, pray fervently that I do not emerge from this. Otherwise, I shall ensure you suffer a fate of 1,000 cuts, your remains scattered to the winds." The final words were nearly hissed through gritted teeth. Throughout his life, he had never endured such a significant loss. The clouds, though not billowing, evoked no fear. Having breached the 2 formations, this individual was now utterly exhausted. "Are you certain you remain our adversary?" The man in white momentarily faltered, only to be met with a blur as a fist, as large as a sandbag, hurtled towards his face. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed. He fell, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. A spray of fresh blood erupted from his mouth, his eyes widening in sheer terror. He had been overly jubilant, neglecting the toll of depleting his spiritual energy to escape the formation. Now, merely standing here was a stroke of luck. In a flash, he transformed into a wisp of white smoke, ascending toward the heavens. Just as he believed he was about to escape, he realized a colossal formation had ensnared him within its confines. His head collided with the formation, akin to hitting an invisible barrier, propelling him back to square one. His forehead rapidly swelling with a bruise. The scene grew hazy. He rubbed his eyes and beheld a white silhouette approaching him steadily. Upon clearer vision, a long sword was poised at his throat. "Aren't you capable of fleeing? Show me your speed once more." The cloud, with a tone dripping with disdain, remarked. The man in white was almost driven to the brink of violence, wishing he could deliver a resounding slap to the insolent figure before him. The blade was already poised at his throat, yet this audacious individual dared to suggest he flee. Such shamelessness was unparalleled in this world. The man in white, gravely injured and with his spiritual energy all but depleted, found himself devoid of the strength to escape. "How many formations have you set up?" he exclaimed in exasperation. There were 3 formations in total that he was aware of, and within a mere few minutes, such numerous formations could not have been orchestrated by an ordinary person. What kind of genius had his disciple managed to offend? "Oh, it's just a few casual arrangements, just enough to ensnare you," came the nonchalant response. Yun Bulang indeed exercised considerable caution. Otherwise, this fellow would have truly escaped. Should he manage to flee, it would render all previous efforts futile. Akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, leading to endless repercussions. Such a despicable individual, resorting only to covert ambushes. The man clad in white, filled with indignation, reflected on the myriad tempests he had weathered, now finding himself ensnared by these adversaries, severely wounded and trapped within a barrier. The prospect of escape had become a mere fantasy. You are but a minor sect, Linglong, and should you dare to lift a finger, your sect shall undoubtedly exact vengeance upon you. Now reduced to a prisoner, what further trivialities are there to utter? The cloud, exuding impatience, declared that those who dared to seize their possessions should be prepared to face the consequences. Perhaps he was aware that this was a fate he could not escape. Just before his demise, he succumbed to demonic transformation. He retrieved a pill from his space and swallowed it. In that instant, a qualitative leap in power surged through his body. The figure clad in white ascended, floating amidst the heavens, drawing in the essence of the sun and moon, while the spiritual energy of the universe coalesced around him in that minuscule space. He greedily inhaled each breath, his pupils gradually turning a blood-red hue. Ha ha ha, in this world, no one is worthy to sever my life. If you wish to kill me, I shall drag you all into the abyss with me. The underworld is desolate. Even on the road to the Yellow Springs, companionship is essential for a lively affair. Since these individuals yearn for my demise, I shall take them along to the netherworld. Witnessing this, the 7 masters drew their swords, encircling him at the center. The surrounding disciples, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, fell to their knees. Bang, bang, bang. Cracks appeared on the ground, and blood oozed from beneath their knees. All swords unite. The clouds swirled rapidly before him, shimmering with a radiant white light as they surged toward him. The man in white extended his hand to grasp the sword and effortlessly shattered it into 2 pieces. Today, I shall ensure that the Linglong Sect vanishes entirely from this world. With a sweeping gesture, he conjured a luminous force from his palm, which struck a nearby building, reducing it to mere ashes. The structure, painstakingly constructed, was now obliterated in an instant. Damn it! The 7 masters united their strength to corner him at the foot of the mountain. However, he had succumbed to darkness, his power greatly diminished. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? The man in white scoffed, lifting the entire mountain behind him with ease. He intended to use this colossal peak to bury the Linglong Sect beneath it. Realizing his intentions, the 7 masters were filled with dread should he succeed in his plan. The Linglong Sect would be utterly annihilated. Yun Bulang's weapon was shattered, leaving him to bear the weight of the mountain with his bare hands. With the assistance of his master, he managed to push the mountain back to its original position. After a thunderous roar, the man in white coughed up blood. The immense gravitational force nearly reduced him to dust. He struggled incessantly, attempting to free himself from beneath the peak, while Yun Bulang and his 7 masters stood triumphantly atop the mountain. Let me go? What kind of skill is it to fight 8 against 1? The man in white bellowed, blood spilling from his lips. His entire body, including his hands, was pinned beneath the mountain, leaving him with no strength to resist. He was incapable of even forming a seal, let alone extricating himself from beneath the mountain. Such an endeavor was nothing short of a fool's dream. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yun Bulang withdrew a weapon from the depths of space and addressed the other 7 masters. You must restrain him at all costs. If he escapes, we shall face dire consequences. Understood. The 7 masters replied in unison. However, just as he was nearing his opponent, the latter suddenly broke free from his bindings and launched a direct assault. The entire mountain peak erupted in chaos. The 7 masters were utterly incapable of containing him. Upon liberating himself, the man in white wore a look of unbridled arrogance. Ha ha ha. I have proclaimed that even if I must descend into hell, I shall drag all of you along with me. Every soul here must perish. I have consumed the Fury Pill, granting me a temporary surge in power. Though my life is fleeting, I would rather take everyone here with me into the underworld. Killing 1 is merely a return on investment. Killing 2 is a profit. Yet among all here, the one I most desire to eliminate is Yun Bulang. Dream on. Who would accompany you to hell? If you wish to go, do so alone. In mere seconds, the 2 had exchanged blows over 100 times. On Yun Bulang's body, countless wounds of varying sizes had appeared. After the opponent consumed that elixir, their abilities surged dramatically, elevating them 3 realms above him. A mere beginner in the spirit immortal realm dared to challenge him. The man in white scarcely regarded him as a threat. Any prior suppression was merely due to momentary carelessness. In a true contest of strength, he would pose no challenge whatsoever. swallowing cloud palm. The man in white formed his hands into a distinctive shape and leaped into the air. The clouds above shifted continuously, coalescing into the imprint of a hand that descended heavily upon Yunbula. This swallowing cloud palm, shrouded in mist, carried boundless might. Yunbula charged forward. Yet the opponent's overwhelming power rendered him utterly powerless. With a resounding crash, a cloud of dust erupted from the ground. The seven masters shouted in unison, "Bula!" Their proud disciple was struck down, lifeless and unresponsive. After years of companionship, they had nurtured him with the utmost care, forging a bond that ran deep. Witnessing their disciple's plight, the seven masters erupted in fury, each unleashing their unique skills. Noticing their frenzied advance, the man in white felt a flicker of panic in his eyes as he retreated hastily. Suddenly, his right hand was severed, leaving him weakened. He recalled that the effects of the elixir were time-limited. A quarter of an hour had already elapsed, and soon he would revert to his former self. Now, with one arm lost, he knew he could not eliminate these furious women in the short term. Yet, the thought of retreating left him dissatisfied. In that moment of distraction, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a sword protruding from his torso. Blood dripped from the crimson blade, and he could feel the chilling cold of the weapon freezing the very vessels of his heart. Bulang struck his shoulder with a palm and drew his sword. After the white-clad man lost consciousness, he collapsed heavily to the ground, having already drawn his last breath. Only then did the crowd feel a sense of relief. Collapsing weakly to the ground, had the white-clad man not been so careless, thinking Bulang was beyond salvation, perhaps he would have been more formidable to deal with. "Are you all right?" Qing inquired, his gaze sweeping over Yun's bloodied and dirted form, a tinge of worry creeping into his voice. After dispatching the white-clad man, everyone began to recuperate, knowing full well that their ordeal was far from over. Meanwhile, within the Linglong Sect, the Grand Elder gazed at the shattered fate plate, his expression dark and foreboding. "Your master sought vengeance for you, only to meet his demise." Wang Yu fell at his knees, tears streaming down his face. He should never have allowed his master to confront danger alone. His master had treated him with great kindness since childhood, almost as if he were his own flesh and blood, meticulously imparting teachings and techniques. He had long regarded his master as a father figure, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes turning a deep crimson. "I must slay him to quell the hatred in my heart." "Stop right there." Just as he was about to charge forward, he was intercepted by the Grand Elder. "Can you not approach matters with some semblance of order? Charging out like that is no different from courting death. As a distinguished son of the sect, you should exercise some intellect. If the future of this grand sect rests in your hands, it may face destruction sooner or later. If even your master fell short of being his opponent, what chance do you stand? What am I to do then? He has slain my master. Must this be left unresolved?" Wang Yu's voice was laced with indignation. Moreover, that rogue humiliated him in front of so many, and upon returning, "My fellow disciples have not ceased to mock me. Though they smile in my presence, who knows what they whisper behind my back?" Every thought of this ignited a fury within him, leaving him restless and agitated. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly enhance his strength. Why could others, also sons of the sect, ascend to the spiritual immortal realm while he remained stagnant at the transformation god realm for so many years? The Grand Elder's words, though harsh, were spoken with the hope that he would learn some wisdom, urging him to act with prudence rather than impulsiveness. Regrettably, at that moment, he was unable to absorb any advice, his heart solely fixated on avenging his master and reclaiming his dignity. "No, I must kill him." The Grand Elder was filled with an overwhelming desire to strike him down with a single blow, had it not been for the consideration of his father. Uttering another word from such a person would be a sheer waste of one's spirit. In that very moment, as Wang Yu stormed out in a fit of anger, he witnessed several disciples being sent flying through the air. Instinctively, he sidestepped, showing no inclination to offer assistance. When he finally lifted his gaze, he beheld the very person he yearned to kill, accompanied by others, arriving at his doorstep. "You have slain my master, and yet you dare to come and harm my brothers. It is nothing short of courting death." With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Bulang sent all his disciples soaring into the air. The Grand Elder rushed out, only to find that the formation he had meticulously arranged had been effortlessly dismantled by the opponent. "You have actually breached my formation?" Bulang smiled faintly, pondering what could possibly be so strange about this. "Do you know how that individual met his demise? He was ensnared by my formation, ultimately succumbing to its confines. When it comes to arranging formations, he was indeed a prodigy in his own right." The Grand Elder intended to lead the Holy Son away, for they were no match for Bulang. Remaining here would only result in their own detriment. Moreover, with the sect master absent, there was truly no necessity to linger. However, the adversary had long since surrounded his territory, leaving no avenue of escape, not even for a fly. One should leave a thread of opportunity for future encounters. Your relentless pursuit of annihilation will surely provoke dire consequences upon the sect master's return. Are you referring to the old man with a white beard, clad in black, who hurried here from the foot of the mountain? Bulang inquired with an innocent expression. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Indeed. What have you done to him? I have, of course, sent him to the depths of hell. As the clouds drifted by, a smile graced the face of the protagonist. Interestingly enough, as they hastened towards this location, they fortuitously encountered the master of the sect. A disagreement ensued, leading to a confrontation. Although the master of Linglong Sect was formidable, he was ultimately outnumbered and succumbed to their might. Wang Yu stood in a daze, grappling with the realization that even his powerful father had been defeated by them, rendering his own meager strength utterly insignificant. Elder, please escort me away from here swiftly. At that moment, all his previous bravado had dissipated, leaving only a desire to escape this dreadful place. The elder, observing Wang Yu's cowardice, could not suppress a sigh of exasperation. It was evident that he still failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Had it been possible to break free, they would have done so already, rather than engage in fruitless discourse with the adversary. Elder? Wang Yu, sensing the elder's silence, felt an increasing panic and instinctively tugged at his sleeve. The elder, exhaling deeply, grasped Wang Yu by the collar and tossed him out without hesitation. Wang Yu instinctively yanked at the elder's sleeve, fearing for his safety, unaware that this act was a means of salvation. Unfortunately, his impulsive action nullified all previous efforts, causing him to fall once more. None of you shall leave today. Bulang wore a chilling smile at the corners of his lips, leading the disciples of the Linglong Sect into a state of bloodlust. The two sides were nearly evenly matched in numbers, yet the disparity in strength was palpable. Bulang bestowed all the treasures he had seized upon the disciples of his sect, resulting in a significant enhancement of their prowess in a short span of time. Thus, the disciples of the Linglong Sect proved utterly no match for them. After vanquishing the Grand Elder, they swiftly dispatched their holy son as well. The disciples of the Linglong Sect, now leaderless, were thrown into disarray upon hearing of their leader's demise, with both the Grand Elder and the holy son slain. They found no reason to resist any further. The clouds did not rage, nor did they annihilate completely. After dealing with several crucial figures, those who surrendered were not executed. Instead, they were allowed to depart. Go as far as you can, and never show yourselves before me again. You shall not always be fortunate as you are today. This course of action met with opposition from the second master. However, out of respect for his reputation, Qing refrained from publicly contradicting him, choosing instead to speak privately. If you do not uproot the weeds, they will sprout anew with the spring breeze. He understood the master's sentiment. Yet these vibrant lives had not committed any egregious offenses. One must show mercy where it is due. Some of them were merely adolescents, still untainted by malice. What harm is there in granting them a second chance? Bulang has never been one to shy away from challenges or fear adversity. Unlike Yanran, who holds a different perspective, he believes that regardless of how dire a situation becomes, one must retain a modicum of goodwill in their heart. One should not confront a cornered beast without leaving themselves an avenue for retreat. Let us gather our belongings. Today, I shall take the lead. Anything you have acquired rightfully belongs to you, he declared. This could be seen as a reward for their unwavering loyalty during the sect's tribulations. Upon hearing his proclamation, the crowd was nearly overcome with joy, their recent hardships rendered insignificant in that moment. Thank you, senior brother. The disciples bowed deeply to him before swiftly vanishing. Eager to gather various treasures, they collected everything of value, for though they were not in dire need of riches, who would ever object to an abundance of wealth? Moreover, the recent assault by Linglong Sect on Linglong Sect had inflicted considerable losses upon them, and this opportunity allowed them to reclaim what was rightfully theirs, with interest. Master, while you all organize here, I wish to take a stroll, one of them expressed. Where do you intend to go? Yanran questioned, hesitant about his frequent excursions outside. However, Qing interjected, shaking his head. Sister, he has endured much these past few days. Let him have a moment to unwind. Upon hearing this, Yanran relented. It was true, their absence had spanned several days, and the injuries sustained by Qing were evidently substantial. After receiving consent, Bulang took light, brisk steps and vanished from sight. The creative points he had accumulated were still far from sufficient to exchange for items in the marketplace. This system, indeed, was quite vexatious. The marketplace was replete with a myriad of offerings, yet the prices were rather disconcerting. With his meager collection of creative points, he could hardly indulge. He contemplated visiting the brothel to craft some garments, thereby accruing more creative value, alleviating his financial constraints. To the establishments in this area, he was akin to a walking deity of wealth. Wherever he graced, business would undoubtedly flourish. As he approached the entrance, the sharp-eyed Hongjie pulled him inside. For if competitors were to witness this, it would surely cause a stir. "Young Master Yun, how long has it been since your last visit? Have you forgotten us?" The surrounding courtesans instantly encircled him, enveloping him in their presence. A potent scent of perfume overwhelmed him, a fragrant allure that only men of a certain disposition would appreciate. If they were to behold his master's striking visage, one could only imagine their astonishment. "Who says I have forgotten you? The moment I thought of you, I came straight here." Yun Bulang bluntly criticized their attire, shaking her head as she observed their outfits, which still appeared rather unsophisticated. "I came here with the intention of designing a clothing line for you. Is there anyone willing to be my model?" "What does model mean?" Hongjie couldn't help but inquire. "It refers to someone who assists me in trying on the garments." Yun Bulang smiled as he spoke. As soon as his words fell, the women surrounding him became impatient, each one eager to push forward towards him. This, however, incited the displeasure of those nearby, as all the women vanished without a trace in that fleeting moment. "What is the meaning of this? I have paid my dues." One man slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into splinters. He possessed both strength and stature. The supervisor present dared not offend him, bowing and apologizing profusely. "Quickly, remove this brat from my sight." The man admonished Yun Bulang, his tone harsh. "My esteemed sir, please temper your anger. I assure you, a delightful surprise awaits you shortly." The supervisor chuckled nervously, fearing any hint of disrespect. The man eventually relented. Though he continued to mutter curses under his breath, "Remember your words. Should you dare to play tricks on me, I shall take your head." The supervisor felt a surge of disdain but could only offer a smile, for this man's status was not one to be trifled with. Once he had appeased this irate guest, he approached Yun Bulang. "It has been quite some time since I last saw young Master Yun. Have you come bearing any surprises this time?" The supervisor's eyes darted around, scrutinizing him eagerly. "Indeed, there is a surprise. Though I wonder if the supervisor can afford the price?" Yun Bulang had already devised a splendid garment for Hongjie, one that would not only yield a substantial amount of creative value but also a handsome profit. This dual benefit was too enticing to resist. Once he had formulated his idea, he began to negotiate with his supervisor. As long as the supervisor consented, the deal would be as good as sealed. It was inconceivable for the supervisor to refuse such an opportunity, as it was a business proposition presented on a silver platter. To forego it would be sheer folly. Rest assured, as long as the quality is exceptional and the price meets your satisfaction, you shall not be disappointed. It was imperative to cater well to this benefactor. Should he be swayed by another establishment, it would pose a formidable challenge for them. All he needed was that assurance, with those words. He was confident he would craft a garment that would meet the supervisor's expectations. "Now, dear Hongjie, please accompany me. I require merely half an hour to create the outfit." His speed was indeed remarkable. Even the most skilled tailor would typically need about a day to fashion a garment, yet he claimed to accomplish it in half an hour, which was nothing short of astonishing. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Hongjie followed him into the room. He promptly took her measurements and selected the most ethereal fabric. In a remarkably brief period, he designed a form-fitting skirt for her. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the outcome, for he had gained a modest reputation from his previous endeavors. Consequently, many had gathered upon hearing of his presence. As the grand doors slowly opened, Yun Bulang emerged first, followed closely by a woman clad in a flowing white garment that exuded an ethereal aura. Despite merely changing outfits, she appeared drastically transformed, looking significantly younger. And the skirt accentuated her long legs, enhancing her beauty further. Yun Bulo, in truth, has not undertaken any significant endeavors. This garment, which he had never encountered in fashion magazines, has been elegantly adorned, transforming it into a piece of ethereal beauty. It is needless to say that even if it were donned by the esteemed Hongjie, it would exude no sense of incongruity, and even an ordinary lady of noble birth would wear it with grace. Hongjie is exceedingly pleased with this attire. Once adorned, she is reluctant to remove it, for it is indeed her unique treasure. With this exquisite piece in her possession, her future earnings are bound to yield remarkable returns. Truly, it is stunning. Is this still the Hongjie I know? Such enchanting beauty is a rarity in my life, and Hongjie stands among the few. Even a contemporary princess would find herself overshadowed by such allure. You must be reckless to utter such words. Among the crowd, there are those who, inebriated, have begun to speak nonsensically. Nevertheless, this serves to illustrate the triumph of his design, at least based on their reactions. It is evident that they are quite fond of the effect. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 100 points of creative value. Bulang has brought several individuals over, each of whom received a unique design crafted in merely half an hour, before the sun dipped below the horizon. He had successfully created a total of 15 exquisite garments. This achievement garnered him a remarkable 1,500 points of creative value, a substantial figure that could be exchanged for various items in the marketplace. The supervisor was exceedingly pleased with the outcome, discreetly offering him a sum of money, exclaiming, "Young master, your craftsmanship is truly exceptional. We eagerly anticipate your next visit. We will purchase any of your creations at prices exceeding market value." "Very well," he replied. As Bulang observed the darkening sky, he had no intention of lingering any longer. He was contemplating preparing a spicy dish of crayfish, the ingredients for which had long been gathered. His primary purpose for descending the mountain today, aside from seeking a respite for his mind, was to procure some materials. However, upon returning to the sect, he was met with the cacophony emanating from his master's quarters, specifically from the room of his third sister. Driven by curiosity, he pushed the door open and entered, only to find an elderly man and a young one conversing animatedly by the table, while his sister sat, visibly enraged. "No matter what you say, I will not return with you," she declared defiantly. "Qing, do not be so ungrateful. It is a waste of your commendable cultivation to remain in this insignificant place. Come back with us obediently, and we can put the past behind us." Qing could not suppress a cold laugh upon seeing the two men before her, who seemed solely intent on evasion. "There is no need for further discussion. My choice to reside here indicates that it possesses something worth cherishing. As for that so-called holy son you mentioned, he should abandon any hopes of winning my affection. Even if I were to live my life as a Taoist priestess on the mountain, I would never marry him. A marriage arranged by family is destined for unhappiness. I have only met this so-called holy son once, and he left a rather unfavorable impression. Yet, he dares to seek my hand in marriage. Who knows what his true intentions are?" In a fit of anger, she had fled her home, choosing to remain here for many years. Initially, her departure may have been fueled by rebellion, but over time, she had grown fond of this place. It was neither too large nor too small, and the people within were to her liking. Furthermore, with such an outstanding disciple by her side, she found no desire to leave. "I still advise you to reconsider. The sect leader is not known for his patience. If it weren't for you, we would not have come to this remote location at all," one elder remarked, an air of exasperation in his tone. "In such a desolate place, I find it repugnant to linger even a second longer," the young man added, embellishing his disdain. Just as these three engaged in their heated dispute, Bulang entered the room. All three turned their gazes toward him, two men scrutinizing him, while his master wore a look of concern. "Master, please continue your conversation outside," she urged, wishing to avoid dragging her disciple into her troubles. "Master, I overheard your conversation. If you do not wish to return with them, no one can compel you. As long as you are unwilling, no one can force you," he asserted, standing firm. "Who is this wild brat, speaking so boldly?" "Matters concerning our family are not for you to meddle in," one of the men retorted, but Qing instinctively positioned herself protectively behind Bulang, like a hen shielding her chick. "I suggest Elder Sher choose his words with care. If you are here as guests, I welcome you at any time," she stated resolutely. "However, if you come merely to cause trouble, do not blame me for being impolite. Is this wild youth truly deserving of such protection?" Elder Sher regarded the situation with evident bewilderment. Individuals hailing from such humble origins would typically lack even the opportunity to converse with them in ordinary circumstances. "There is no need for your interference. I kindly request that you return." Being mindful of her family, she endeavored to speak as courteously as possible. Yet her adversaries persisted with unwarranted insistence, resolutely determined to escort her back. Cloud is certainly unwilling to engage in such matters, and the master himself is displeased. Yet these two individuals continue to linger here, and they should not be surprised by his lack of courtesy. With a swift motion, he brandished his weapon and expelled them. Out of respect for his master, he urged them to leave quickly, warning that if they hesitated, they would find it difficult to depart later. His words were devoid of politeness. Had it not been for his consideration of the master, he would have undoubtedly severed their heads with a single strike. They were merely at the initial stage of the spirit immortal realm, yet their arrogance was quite grand. In this modest locale, Reaching the initial stage of spirit immortal at such a young age may indeed be remarkable. However, once they step beyond this place, their fates could be dire. I had offered you a chance, yet you chose to remain. Cloudless could not discern the true prowess of his opponent, which in itself was a testament to the latter's superiority. However, he remained undaunted, promptly exchanging for a weapon within the marketplace, a compact heavy cannon. If you truly possess the capability, then face my strike, he declared. Elder Shi dismissed him without a second thought, having never encountered such peculiar contraptions. Yet, the weapon exuded no aura of spiritual energy, rendering it seemingly useless. As a distinguished elder, how could he possibly fear a mere trinket? With a thunderous boom, the elder stood frozen, bewildered. He gazed at his hands, mangled and bloodied, his ears ringing with a deafening sound, utterly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. The young onlookers were equally astonished. What is this contraption? How can it possess such formidable power? You have yet to witness even greater might. Bulang wore a cold smile at the corner of his lips. Were it not for the fear of causing trouble for his master, he would undoubtedly have eliminated the two individuals before him without hesitation. The young man beside him utilized his martial arts, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he launched an attack. Unfortunately, he was met with an overwhelming force that sent him flying before he could close the distance, his fate mirroring that of his master. His body was covered in soot, not a single unblemished spot remaining. This pair of master and disciple encountered their most formidable adversary to date. Although their opponent's cultivation was not particularly high, the weapon in his grasp was undeniably peculiar. After much effort, they had finally located Qing. Failing to bring her back would certainly incur the wrath of the sect leader upon them. The two exchanged glances, steeling themselves to charge forward once more. However, the previous encounters had already drained their vitality, rendering them no match for Bulang. In mere moments, they were dispatched to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Realizing they were no match for Bulang, they promptly shifted their focus toward Qing. Boy, can you protect her for a moment, but expect to secure her for a lifetime? Elder Shi growled menacingly. You should leave. I refuse to return with you. Qing asserted, having developed a deep affection for this place. She had no desire to depart. You are aware of the sect leader's intentions. Should you continue to resist leaving, the next visitors may not be of our kind. Do you intend to invite calamity upon them? Elder Shi's words instilled a profound sense of dread within her. A mere Linglong Sect was no match for a formidable family. It was akin to an egg striking a rock. If she did not depart now, the calamity Elder Shi spoke of could very well manifest. Master, do not heed their words. As long as you are unwilling to leave, no one can compel you. Bulang stood before him, shielding him from harm. Previously, it was the master who protected him. Now, the roles had reversed, and it was his turn to safeguard the master. Qing felt a wavering of her earlier resolve. Elder Shi's words rang true. If she chose to remain here, she would inevitably bring catastrophe upon this place. In such a scenario, Linglong Sect would cease to exist, and she could not allow her selfish desires to endanger the lives of others. I will return with you, but you must promise me one thing. Do not harm Linglong Sect. Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, for she found herself devoid of alternatives. Elder Shi nodded with satisfaction. As long as you leave this place with me, I shall not impose any difficulties upon them. The concerns of these lesser folk are not worth my effort. Master, do not fear them. Bulang understood that his master was reluctant to depart. The only reason he consented to leave now was to safeguard the Linglong Sect. Bulang, do not act impulsively. I am aware of the turmoil within your heart. However, there are always greater forces beyond our comprehension, and with our current strength, we are utterly incapable of confronting them. Qing listened attentively, then cast her a resolute glance before following those two individuals as they departed. Bulang discerned the underlying meaning in his master's words. Only by ceaselessly enhancing his own strength could he ensure that no one dared to overlook him. At that point, those he cherished would be beyond anyone's reach. However, he recognized that, at present, he remained too feeble, unable even to safeguard himself, let alone protect his master. After Qing departed, Bulang devoted himself tirelessly to his cultivation. Through the completion of various tasks and the accumulation of creative value, he redeemed a tangible reward from the marketplace. His foremost objective was to transform the sect into a bastion of perfection and power, a place where not just anyone could intrude. The current state of the buildings was woefully antiquated, starkly contrasting with modern standards. By integrating contemporary design elements, he believed he could create a truly satisfying sanctuary. Upon receiving the news, Li Yin rushed over immediately, though she arrived too late. Do not be too disheartened. Your master will be just fine. I understand, master. I wish to renovate our sect. Bulang expressed his opinions and demands. Matters of this nature could easily be entrusted to subordinates. Yanran found herself perplexed. Why must he personally undertake the construction of the house? Shouldn't the immediate priority be to focus on cultivation and enhance one's strength? Master, trust me. The house I shall construct will be unlike anything you have seen. Very well, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Yanran, unwilling to further discourage him, considered the complexities of Qing's background, particularly given that he had fled from an arranged marriage. This return would necessitate a resolution, either a complete resolution or a compliant marriage. Ultimately, those were the only two possible outcomes. Rest assured, I will find a way to rescue her. Master, let us strive together. In the marketplace, Bulang exchanged for the skill of decoration. He intended to transform the Linglong Sect into a magnificent palace, which would include dedicated dining areas and spaces for relaxation, seamlessly merging the two. With the mere activation of a mechanism, the entire structure could undergo a transformation, embodying a fusion of modern design and minimalist elegance. Although success was not guaranteed, he was determined to give it a try. He began with a small trial on the adjacent vacant land, where his fellow disciples gathered around him. With a grand gesture, the debris on the ground vanished without a trace. After clearing the area, he commenced laying the foundation, for the quality of a house is intrinsically linked to its base. Senior brother, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let us know, his junior sister exclaimed, bouncing beside him. The atmosphere around them was vibrant and full of life, yet his heart felt unbearably heavy. Although the news of their master's departure had not spread widely, his anxiety was palpable. A smile crept across his lips, a stark contrast to his previous carefree demeanor, as he revealed, "There is indeed something you could help me with." "What is it?" she asked eagerly. "Focus on your cultivation. If one day an enemy comes knocking, you must at least possess the ability to protect yourself." The smile on his junior sister's face faded abruptly. Previously, her senior brother had always been jovial and carefree with them, but now he seemed like a different person altogether. However, she understood the gravity of his words. The sect had faced numerous calamities, ultimately stemming from their lack of strength. "I understand, senior brother. I will devote myself to my training and will not disappoint you," she assured him. As everyone engaged in their cultivation, he also began constructing the palace. From dawn until dusk, when his fellow disciples returned from their training, they were greeted by the sight of a resplendent white palace standing majestically before them. This structure was unlike anything they had ever seen. It soared into the clouds, with an astonishing architectural design. Most of their previous constructions were merely wooden structures, no taller than 3 stories. Yet, the edifice he had created resembled a colossal mountain. Did senior brother truly construct this? It is simply extraordinary, they marveled. In just a single day, he had erected a grand building, a feat of unparalleled genius. I must go inside and see what it is like. Each person appeared utterly astonished, as the appearance of the palace exceeded the boundaries of their imagination. Bulang gazed contentedly at the house before him, a joyful smile gracing his face. After much toil, he had finally crafted a form that pleased him, proving that his efforts were not in vain. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 points of creativity. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. After a period of relentless endeavor, his creativity points had surged remarkably. "Master, there is a matter upon which I seek your assistance." Bulang entered his master's chamber, intending to discuss important matters. "What is it?" "Speak freely," Yanran said, setting down the book in her hands. Observing his sweaty visage, she could not help but take off her silk scarf, gently wiping his brow. A fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, intoxicating his senses. "Bulang?" Yanran called out, noticing him standing there like a fool, lost in thought. Once Bulang regained his senses, he articulated the purpose of his journey. "Master, could you assist me in finding some exceptionally skilled carpenters who are also willing to heed instructions?" "Certainly," Yanran replied without hesitation. By the following morning, a group of 20 to 30 carpenters had arrived, all gathered at the designated spot, their faces beaming with joy. They had come to the mountains with the promise of wages sufficient to indulge in food, drink, and merriment for quite some time. Bulang presented the meticulously prepared blueprints before them. "Henceforth, you shall adhere to the modifications outlined in the documents. Should your efforts prove commendable, additional rewards await." Upon hearing the promise of rewards, the individuals exhibited an exuberance akin to being invigorated by a potent elixir. They tilted their heads in curiosity, and upon gazing at the blueprints, their eyes nearly leapt from their sockets in astonishment. Could this truly be a house? Having spent 2 or 3 decades in the fade industry, I have never encountered a structure resembling this. The required materials number no fewer than 70 or 80. And the time investment will undoubtedly be substantial. A multitude of carpenters congregated, chattering animatedly about the house depicted in the blueprints. The clouds, aside from their aesthetic appeal, must also possess durability, otherwise, as witnessed in the recent battle, they may be effortlessly trampled by adversaries. All the building materials were reduced to mere rubble. Rest assured, my brothers and I will diligently reconstruct these houses, ensuring that you will not be disappointed. However, I am curious about the origin of these blueprints. It is not out of mere curiosity, but rather that he has never encountered such architectural designs and is at a loss regarding how to proceed. Bulang squinted slightly, inquiring about their origins. You need not concern yourself with that. Initially, I shall guide you in the construction, but once you become acquainted with the process, you may proceed independently. Very well, my lord, Wang Mujung nodded, carefully tucking the blueprints into his bosom. Under Bulang's supervision, they gradually commenced their work. Each individual approached the task with utmost caution, as this was their inaugural experience in erecting such a structure, having received a substantial sum in compensation. Failure was simply not an option. By the time they had familiarized themselves with the entire procedure, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Continue your diligent efforts here. Should any uncertainties arise, feel free to inquire upon my return. Bulang intends to venture out, for the value generated by his dwelling is far from sufficient. He must devise a strategy to seize opportunities below. And the bustling world at the foot of the mountain undoubtedly presents the finest choice. The carpenter nodded, a simple smile gracing his dark face. Rest assured, I shall take care of things here. I have already committed to memory the points you just mentioned. The clouds no longer lingered in hesitation. With a brisk stride, they hastened towards the foot of the mountain. By the time they arrived, the sky had surrendered to darkness. In the past, due to the strict supervision of several masters, they would always set out at dawn and return before dusk. However, as night fell, the area became increasingly vibrant, illuminated by a myriad of lights and sounds. Although it could not compare to the modern world, it was still quite lively, particularly around the Zui Chunlu, where people flowed in and out. Their delicate and affected voices could be heard from 2 miles away. As soon as his figure appeared, Hongjie swiftly approached. What wind has brought you here? Originally, she remained hidden away on the upper floors, rarely making an appearance. After the incident with the dress, she had become a prominent figure in the establishment, with most guests coming merely for a fleeting moment of intimacy with her. Yet, as the saying goes, no person enjoys eternal favor, and no flower blooms forever. Over time, she found herself once again relegated to obscurity as patrons sought novelty, only to eventually lose interest and drift away. She spent her days waiting and yearning, and at last, her fortune had returned. Hurry, let go. What are you dilly-dallying for? The supervisor, hearing commotion at the entrance, rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene, he nearly lost his composure. His fortune was being besieged by the ladies of Zui Chunlu, surrounded so tightly that not even a soul could pass through the doorway. Upon the supervisor's words, the ladies reluctantly released their hold, though their eyes remained glued to him. This visit was intended to design a few new outfits for you. Please, come in. The wind outside is quite fierce. Let us discuss the details inside. Bulang is exceptionally popular here. Before he could even finish his words, he was half-heartedly ushered inside. Shortly thereafter, a lavish feast was prepared to entertain him, with an abundance of delectable food and drink, as they were anxious not to neglect his presence. The table was surrounded by a multitude of charming young ladies. There is no need for such formality. Bulang could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. His presence here was merely a matter of mutual benefit. As the supervisor kneaded his shoulders, he instructed someone nearby to pour him tea, attending to him as if he were a revered emperor. This treatment left him feeling somewhat awkward. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Bulang requested a room. Emerging several hours later, the supervisor, anxiously perspiring outside, was filled with a mix of anticipation and impatience. As the grand door swung open, a wave of awe washed over the onlookers. It was evening, and the atmosphere was even more vibrant than during the day. With patrons crowding the Zui Chunlu to the brim, each person craned their necks in eager anticipation, drooling at the sight of the enchanting maidens as they gracefully stepped out. The array of uniforms was astounding, tailored to fit each lady perfectly. Some were charmingly sweet, others captivatingly beautiful, some exuded a frosty demeanor, while others were irresistibly alluring. The diverse appearances of these women left the men gathered below in a state of rapture. Their gaze was fixed intently on the beauties, their eyes wide and unblinking. I'll take this entire establishment for myself today. No one dares to compete with me. One boasted. You think you can just claim it? You are nothing. If anyone is to claim it, it is I. Another retorted. I am not short of funds. No one should dare to challenge me. My father is the prime minister, shouted another. Bah, I am a prince of the realm. Yet, the squabble escalated into a fierce contest, nearly leading to violence. The supervisor stepped forward to calm their fervor, urging them to adhere to decorum. Gradually, with the supervisor's reassurance, the agitation among the crowd began to subside. Apart from acquiring a substantial sum of wealth, Yunbula also gained immense creative value. Ding. Congratulations. The system has awarded you 1,000 points of creative value. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 points of creative value. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power of lightning. Throughout the night, the system's voice echoed in his mind countless times as he crafted numerous garments. One of the reasons for his industriousness was rewarded with a mysterious grand gift, the power of lightning. This ability could summon the thunder from the heavens. A rather formidable skill indeed. After all, to attract the power of celestial lightning with a mere mortal body is no simple feat aside from utilizing talismans. Very few individuals are inherently endowed with such lightning abilities. To him, wealth was merely an external possession, lacking any significant allure. Yet, through a night of relentless effort, he amassed over 10,000 points of creative value. Heaven indeed does not forsake those who toiled diligently previously. Earning a mere 10,000 points would have taken him an eternity. Now, he had reclaimed it in a single night. Before the sun rose, he returned to the sect. However, scarcely had he set foot inside when his master appeared behind him. Yanran sensed that the lad had been absent from his chamber all night. And as he approached her, a wave of perfume nearly overwhelmed her senses. He must have been lingering in the realm of festivities, otherwise such a potent fragrance would not accompany him. Where were you last night? Yanran inquired, feigning ignorance. The cloud did not expect the master to be obstructing his path. Such matters are best kept from the master's ears, lest it provoke a distressing reaction. Yesterday, I ventured to the back mountain for cultivation, absent from my chamber. The act of deception poses no challenge, provided one possesses the audacity to speak freely. Little did I know, you had spent the entire night cultivating on the back mountain. Yanran, seeing his obstinate denial, was further incensed. With Qing's whereabouts unknown, it was disheartening to see one linger in the realm of frivolity rather than focusing on urgent cultivation. I assure you, I was indeed cultivating. And yesterday, I comprehended a formidable technique that is quite extraordinary. As Bulang contemplated the rewards bestowed upon him by the system, a sense of assurance enveloped his heart. With maturity comes courage, and he found himself audacious enough to utter words aimed at deceiving his master. Without a moment's hesitation, Yanran seized him by the ear, pulling him towards home. I truly did not deceive you. Suddenly, a notification chimed, announcing a new task. If Yanran performed a modern dance, she would earn 3 chances to enter a lottery. Upon hearing the task assigned by the system, Bulang, without a moment's hesitation, boldly declared to his master, I shall demonstrate my skills to you right now. Yanran paused, releasing her grip on his ear. With her arms crossed defiantly over her chest, she glared at him with a fierce expression. I am granting you this opportunity. Should you fail to impress, you shall witness the consequences. How audacious of him to attempt to deceive her. She was acutely aware of his true capabilities. Most of the techniques he possessed were taught by her and a few other masters. Thus, she was entirely cognizant of what skills he could potentially showcase. Very well. If I fail to demonstrate my prowess, I shall submit to your judgment. Direct me east, and I shall not venture west. Command me to chase a dog, and I shall not pursue a chicken. Agreed, Yanran resolutely affirmed. She was unafraid of any tricks he might employ, relishing the rare advantage she held over him. If she could leverage this leverage to ensure his compliance, it would undoubtedly ease her burden. However, if I succeed in demonstrating my abilities, you must perform a modern dance. What is modern dance? Yanran questioned, her understanding somewhat limited. Bulang observed the bewildered expression on his master's face, which did not seem feigned. Given that his master resided in such an environment, it was entirely understandable that he would be unfamiliar with contemporary dance. No worries, Bulang reassured him. You only need to agree, and should you find yourself truly at a loss, I shall gladly demonstrate for you. Bulang, with a beaming smile adorning his face, spoke cheerfully. As Yanran beheld his grin, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. Yet, the wager was already set in motion, leaving her trapped in a predicament. Furthermore, The overpowering scent of his cologne only intensified her intuition. She was convinced that this young man had not engaged in any cultivation the previous day, having undoubtedly lingered in the realm of indulgence. Such detrimental habits must be rectified promptly. The essence of Yun Bulang's words lies in the instruction from his master, prompting him to maintain a respectful distance. Finding a clear space, he clasped his hands together, harnessing the forces of nature to summon lightning from the heavens, cleaving the mountain before him asunder. Such immense power could rival even the mightiest of celestial beings at the pinnacle of their strength. It was only after the smoke dissipated that she gradually regained her composure. This young man's cultivation had ascended to a truly terrifying level, astonishingly, in just one night. He had amassed such formidable prowess. It appears his claims were indeed valid. He had dedicated the entire night to diligent training rather than indulging in the allure of fleeting pleasures. Yet, the fragrant scent that lingered about him remains utterly perplexing. Master, it is time to fulfill our wager, is it not? Yun Bulang approached with a smile, observing Master in a trance, unable to resist calling out. Yanran nodded, accepting the outcome of the wager. As for the dance you mentioned, I must confess that I lack the ability to perform it. Please demonstrate it to me first. Yun Bulang gracefully placed her hand upon his shoulder, subsequently allowing his hand to rest upon her waist. The intimacy of their posture was undeniably palpable. He enveloped her in a gentle embrace, leading them into a lively cha-cha dance, encouraging her to follow his rhythm, albeit slowly. Li Yanran's face flushed with a deep crimson hue, as the previously icy demeanor melted away in an instant. For the first time, the master and disciple experienced such close proximity, feeling the warmth of each other's breath. Master, please do not lose your focus. Yun Bulang was abruptly jolted as someone stepped heavily on his foot, causing him to forget his own name in the wave of pain. After several minutes of jumping, he finally grasped a semblance of rhythm and pattern, thereby successfully completing the task assigned by the system. Well, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, he declared. Li Yanran, fulfilling their wager, blushed and swiftly vanished from sight, feeling flustered as if lingering for even a moment longer would amplify her embarrassment. Observing the hurried retreat of his master, Yun Bulang felt a twinge of confusion. As time ticked by, the construction of the building neared completion, adhering to his vision of a structure even more exquisite than before. On a radiant afternoon, a group of individuals clad in green gradually appeared at the entrance of the Linglong Sect. They hailed from the Yaoqi sect, led by the esteemed elder of their order. Upon beholding the architecture of the Linglong Sect, their eyes sparkled with admiration, astonished at how much it had flourished over the years. Nearby disciples scoffed, dismissing the grandeur as inconsequential. What value does it hold if their strength remains stagnant? They are destined to remain the weak, one remarked. In the presence of absolute power, all embellishments become mere trifles. It was evident that the current Linglong Sect was no longer what it had once been. Their territory had doubled, and even their resources were of superior quality. The very tiles beneath their feet were crafted from defensive obsidian, leaving one to ponder the serendipities they had encountered in recent years. Having made prior arrangements, Li Yanran awaited Yun Bulang at the forefront, greeting them warmly upon their arrival. However, upon noticing that only an elder led the group and that the sect master was absent, her smile faded instantaneously. What has transpired in your Yaoqi sect that necessitated the presence of merely an elder for negotiations? She inquired. The sect master is unwell, and thus I have been dispatched in his stead. The elder fabricated an excuse. In truth, there was no ailment. The sect master held little regard for such a minor establishment. The elder's presence was merely a facade to save face. Li Yanran chose not to press further, leading the group inside. Though the other party was unreasonable, she felt compelled to uphold the etiquette of hospitality. This visit was regarding the upcoming dynasty competition, set to occur in 2 months, for which all sects must be present and are required to depart a fortnight in advance. The elder accepted the warm tea without indulging in pleasantries, lifting his cup to sip leisurely, treating the space as his own home. Li Yanran cast a glance at the tea beside her, but refrained from reaching for it, merely nudging it aside. She had no desire to share tea with such a petty individual. What are you doing? A sudden shriek pierced the air, drawing attention to a young junior sister. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she dashed to the center of the room. Moments before, she had been serving tea to a guest when he brazenly groped her, leaving her startled and flustered. This incident did not escape the watchful eyes of Yun Bulang, who already harbored discontent towards this gathering. Witnessing his companion being mistreated, he could not remain passive. Grasping the teacup in his hand, he hurled it forcefully at the assailant's face. If you have no regard for your appearance, I shall gladly mar it for you. The cup, filled with freshly brewed, scalding tea, struck the man's face, eliciting a howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah! He extended a trembling finger in accusation, vowing, "You dare to harm me with malicious intent. I shall not let this go unpunished." Though the damage to his visage was obscured, the searing pain ignited his nerves, burrowing deep into his heart. Overwhelmed by agony, he became incoherent, drawing his sword to confront Bulang, only to be met with a swift palm strike that sent him sprawling. "With your feeble skills, you are unworthy to contend with me." Whether from rage or the force of the blow, the man crashed to the ground, coughing up blood, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The Grand Elder observed the scene, stroking his grizzled beard, and let out a cold scoff. "Is this how your Linglong Sect extends hospitality?" Rather than chastising his disciple, he shifted the blame entirely onto the Linglong Sect, refusing to shoulder any responsibility for the unfolding debacle. Bulang directly pointed out, stating, "He is clad in the garments of the Yaoqi sect, yet engages in ignoble actions. Why does the Grand Elder not reprimand him? Instead, he scolds us. What logic is that?" It was indeed their initial wrongdoing, and the world witnessed it firsthand. The Grand Elder merely feels embarrassed. However, since he is a disciple of their sect, even if he is erred, the Grand Elder can only shamelessly offer him support. Regardless of how many faults he possesses, they are likely mere inadvertent mistakes. The Holy Son need not resort to such harsh measures to oppress the weak. If you believe that my confrontation with him constitutes bullying the weak, then step forth and challenge me yourself. Bulang had long harbored a disdain for this fellow. His words dripped with sarcasm, and had it not been for the respect owed to the master, this old curmudgeon would not have even crossed the threshold. What audacity! The Grand Elder's beard trembled with indignation as he exchanged a knowing glance with the senior disciple beside him. The latter promptly stepped forward, brimming with conviction, and declared, "I have long heard of the Saint Son's accomplishments. I wonder if I might have the honor of engaging in a friendly spar with you." Now in the mid-stage of the spiritual immortal realm, he was indeed a paragon in the cultivation world. At merely 23 years of age, his remarkable prowess commanded admiration wherever he went. "If you wish to fight, then come forth. There is no need for such superfluous chatter." Bulang is an individual of forthright disposition, eschewing any form of circumlocution. The Grand Elder beckoned to his disciple, and Tanjun leaned forward, stating that during the competition, there was no need for leniency. If possible, you should eliminate his opponent without hesitation. "Very well, master. I shall certainly exercise restraint and ensure that the life of the Holy Son remains unharmed." Tanjun's words were directed at the audience, strategically laying the groundwork for future events. Even if he were to inadvertently take Bulang's life, he could later claim it was an unfortunate mistake, rendering any potential inquiries from the Linglong Sect baseless. Yanran furrowed her brow, disinclined for her disciple to engage with the opponent, perceiving it as blatant intimidation. "I trust you are aware that our Linglong Sect recently faced a significant calamity, and it was only through Bulang's selfless protection that we were able to preserve our newly constructed dwelling. He sustained injuries to his vitality just days ago. Should he engage in combat now, it may exacerbate his prior wounds." Her words were delicately phrased, intended to persuade a sensible adversary to heed her counsel. Yet, Tanjun, intent on showcasing his prowess, feigned ignorance of her insinuation. With clasped fists, he proclaimed, "Rest assured, sect leaderly, that in sparring among the youth, I shall not inflict any harm upon him. Should she acquiesce, the ensuing melee would be unpredictable, and even if he were to inadvertently slay Bulang, no one would dare demand retribution. Master, you must place your trust in me." Bulang's lips curled into a mischievous smile, a hint of playfulness in his demeanor. He was acutely aware of his master's concerns and the reluctance to let him engage, yet the words spoken had reached a critical juncture. Should he refrain from stepping forward to confront the challenge, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a coward. Thus, he resolved to keep it within limits, ensuring no harm would come to anyone's life. Yanran's heart was a tumult of emotions. Given the recent upheavals, she hoped to avoid animosities where possible. The two of them arrived at a spacious area where their fellow disciples, filled with trepidation, had gathered in unison. The disciples of the Yaoqi sect were notorious for their villainy, renowned for their cunning and deceitful tactics. "Go, senior brother," shouted Xiaoao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Were it not for her, there would have been no need for the senior brother to compete against such scum. Her fervor ignited the crowd, prompting others to rally their support. Tanjun observed the solidarity of the onlookers with a flicker of envy coursing through him. He glanced at his own companions, who sat with expressions as grim as death, failing to offer any encouragement. In stark contrast to Bulang, He felt an acute sense of isolation, as jealousy is a treacherous emotion that can render one utterly loathsome. The murderous intent in Tan Jun's eyes was palpable. My cultivation surpasses yours. I shall grant you 3 moves. Are you certain of that? Yun Bulang inquired with a smile. Tan Jun affirmatively nodded. Then his gaze intentionally wandered over the crowd as he declared loudly, "Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Let us keep it within limits. For I shall not take your life." Very well. The cloud did not evade or refuse. Instead, it readily acquiesced. One should never pass up a bargain. This fellow allowed him 3 moves, hoping he would not later regret his decision. Tan Jun stood firm, channeling all his spiritual energy to form a faint protective barrier in front of him. Though he spoke boldly, he was not a fool, after all. His opponent was at the early stage of the spirit immortal realm, capable of shattering mountains and severing rivers with a single strike. If he stood there foolishly, serving as a mere punching bag, he would indeed be the greatest fool of all. Bang! The sound of the protective shield shattering echoed. Almost immediately, he felt a tremendous impact on his chest, and his body was sent tumbling far from his original position. In a most unfortunate twist of fate, he found himself precariously dangling beneath a large tree, having broken one of its branches. He rolled down the trunk and landed on the ground. And when his fellow disciples came to investigate, only a faint breath remained. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It was not until over a minute had passed that they began to grasp the reality of the situation. The elder was incensed, his beard bristling in fury. He could scarcely believe his eyes. This was his meticulously nurtured disciple. From childhood, he had personally sought him out and had devoted himself to his careful upbringing. Every treasure and elixir that could possibly benefit him had been painstakingly obtained. Yet now, he lay discarded like refuse, having been effortlessly sent flying with a single blow, devoid of any opportunity for retaliation. How embarrassing it was, he mused, to have struck a bit too hard. Yet, there was still hope. With a bit of effort, he might still be salvaged. Yun Bulang tidied up her garments and, in a carefree manner, spoke without concern. The Grand Elder, witnessing his beloved disciple's antics, was propelled backward by a single strike, his heart simmering with indignation, yet he refrained from retaliating. To act would undermine his gentlemanly demeanor, and, more significantly, the contest had been proposed by their side. If he resorted to underhanded tactics now, it would be an undeniable disgrace. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Remove this embarrassing sight from my presence. The senior disciples nodded in agreement, hastily dragging the already unconscious Tan away. The Grand Elder felt his face burn with an intensity that could cook an egg. He could hardly bear to remain there another moment. The news has spread, and we shall not linger here any longer. Farewell. He waved his sleeve and hurriedly departed. Yanran followed him outside, unhurriedly inquiring, with the day still young, "What compels your return? Why not stay and indulge in a few cups, allowing me to extend my hospitality?" Upon hearing her leisurely tone, the Grand Elder could no longer contain his outburst. "What is there for you to be so pleased about? It was merely my disciple's carelessness that led to this defeat at your hands. Do you truly believe that a mere novice at the early stages of the spirit realm could contend with one at its pinnacle? Anything is possible." Yanran chose not to pursue him further, remaining in her place with a demeanor that radiated warmth, though her eyes betrayed no hint of compassion. Observing the disheartened ruffian's retreat, she finally returned to the parlor. "You must adequately prepare for the upcoming competition at the dynasty. In these days of tranquility, remain within the sect and diligently cultivate." Yes, previously she had not enforced strict discipline among the cultivators, believing they were still young and had time aplenty. However, the recent series of unexpected events compelled her to regard the sect's strength with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this command, Yun Bulang felt his fervor dissipate, and his heart instantly turned cold. "Master, I have matters to attend to these days. I must descend the mountain. What could be more important than cultivation? It is indeed a matter concerning my cultivation." Cloud Wulang could only murmur in his heart, gazing at his master's stern countenance. He finally spoke. "I believe I am on the verge of breaking through my limitations. I wish to descend the mountain for a while. Perhaps I may gain some enlightenment and achieve a direct breakthrough." "Is that truly the case?" Yanran exclaimed with great delight. Should her disciple manage to break through once more, he would ascend to the realm of illusory immortals. Regardless of other considerations, at the very least, he would be capable of self-preservation. "Even so, go wherever you wish. There is no need to inform me," she continued. "Breaking through one's limitations is a significant matter, one that every cultivator inevitably encounters. It requires sudden comprehension or fortuitous opportunities. Mere cultivation alone will not suffice. She understood the gravity of this situation. After receiving her master's permission, Cloud Wulang was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." As the day was drawing to a close, she advised, "If you intend to set out, do so tomorrow. Do not wander out at night." Li Yanran rose and walked slowly past him. Currently, the Linglong Sect had many enemies. The adversaries lurked in the shadows while they remained in the light, necessitating extreme caution and vigilance. Yun Bula nodded lightly and returned to the comfort of his spacious bed, contemplating where he might derive further value creation. This brothel had already provided them with a considerable number of garments, and it was unlikely they would be needed in the near future. If it were a matter of constructing houses for others, given their ancient mindset, they would probably disapprove of him tampering with the edifices of others. Yun Bulang, overwhelmed by countless thoughts, decided to cast them aside. Upon reaching the secluded hillside, he kindled a fire and retrieved his meticulously prepared ingredients to commence the preparation of his spicy crayfish. The tantalizing aroma soon wafted through the air. But in this desolate wilderness, it was unlikely to attract any attention. After indulging his taste buds, Yun Bulang stored the remaining ingredients away in his spatial realm, confident that if he desired more, he could always return. He also contemplated discussing the fire crystal stones in his possession with his master at a later time, as he intended to forge weapons to distribute among his fellow disciples. At the break of dawn the following day, he set off early. However, it wasn't long before he noticed a small shadow trailing behind him. Turning around, he spotted Xiaoyao standing not far off, who, upon being noticed, shyly emerged from behind a tree. "Senior brother, I wish to accompany you," she declared, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Expecting a rejection, she was taken aback when she suddenly felt warmth in her palm. Her senior brother, who had been 10 meters away, had inexplicably appeared at her side and took her hand gently. "Let us be on our way," he urged. "Where there are clouds, there exists no rationale for descent. Accompanied by such a beauty, life is undoubtedly far more intriguing than solitude." Previously, he frequented the southern part of the city, but today he ventured to the north, where the vibrancy of life surpasses that of the south. The roads here are well connected, bustling with merchants from neighboring countries conducting their trade. Yun Bulang led his junior sister through the bustling streets, albeit somewhat aimlessly. Nevertheless, his purpose remained distinctly clear. He sought to discover objects ripe for transformation. For to attain strength, he must ceaselessly accumulate creative value. "Brother, look over there," exclaimed Xiaoyao, pointing to an area thronged with a sea of people, all converging towards a singular location. There, enchanting melodies emanated, ethereal and melodious, capable of soothing the restless hearts of the crowd. As the music concluded, many remained entranced, utterly captivated. Yun Bulang harbors little interest in such trivial matters. His thoughts are solely consumed with the pursuit of strength. "Let us depart. There is nothing of worth to behold here, not even remotely as enticing as his spicy crayfish." Xiaoyao, a woman who has been trained in martial arts since childhood, possesses a keen fascination for the arts, including music and calligraphy. It is evident that since her senior brother is disinterested, she must accompany him in leaving. However, just as they prepare to take their leave, a man clad in black suddenly obstructs their path. "Isn't this the esteemed disciple of Linglong Sect, Yun Bulang? Do individuals of your ilk truly grasp the elegance of a zither?" The black-clad man's words dripped with disdain. "Do not speak ill of my senior brother. You are not even worthy to compare to his little toe." Xiaoyao's temper flared instantaneously, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Her senior brother holds a place of utmost reverence in her heart, and no one shall tarnish his honor. "Little girl, you are still young. Do not be deceived by this knave's flowery words. A brute such as he likely knows nothing of his zither." The man in black opened his fan and gently fanned himself, an absurd display of pretentiousness in the frigid winter air. "Young Master Miaoing, do not stoop to engage with such a crude individual. Let us not allow him to spoil our spirits." A delicate and alluring woman languidly leaned against his shoulder, her words crafted to flatter him. Clearly pleased, he seized the slender waist of the woman with a firm grip. "Ah, Linger understands me. A fellow like him likely has never even touched a zither. Why should I waste my breath on him? Young Master Miaoing?" The name Yun Bulang sounds somewhat familiar. In the past, during his visits to the brothel to tailor garments, the women there frequently spoke of this talented gentleman known as Miaoing. Miaoing is not his given name, but rather an appellation bestowed upon him by the people. His prowess in playing the guqin is unparalleled. It is said that the current empress herself once visited him personally to request a performance. It is no wonder that such a reputation precedes him. Nor is it surprising that a mere instrument could attract so many eager spectators. Today, however, I shall temper his arrogance. After all, it is just a musical instrument. When I was playing, he was likely still playing in the mud. Such audacious arrogance. Miao Xiaomeng adjusted his hair. Despite his irritation, he remained keenly aware of his appearance. Do you think playing this instrument is a simple feat? Those untrained in the art might struggle even to produce a sound. Miao Xiaomeng felt quite confident, especially since he possessed a fine instrument. Just as people can be temperamental, so too can fine instruments. When he had attempted to play earlier, he could barely manage a tune, and it was far from fluid. If this brash fellow were to try, I doubt he could even produce a note. If you possess the skill, then step forth and play a piece. I find it hard to believe you could manage. Very well, what could be so difficult? Yun, with a confident smile gracing his lips, boldly stepped forward under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The talented gentleman, Yun, had anticipated a refusal, yet was taken aback by his swift acquiescence. Nevertheless, what followed promised to be a spectacle worth witnessing. Yun Bulang first caressed the guqin but did not commence playing. The young master Miao, lurking below, maliciously remarked, "You surely have never even touched a guqin, have you? Yet, one cannot entirely fault you, after all. You are but a rough fellow." This opportunity to truly engage with the instrument should not be squandered. His words provoked hearty laughter among those present, while several sycophants chimed in. "With those clumsy fingers, if he can produce a sound, I shall eat my own words." Yet, it was merely an act, a charade to draw attention, akin to that of a jester. I believe we should take our leave. There is no point in lingering here, wasting time on a braggart of this sort. I've encountered many like him. Everyone could not help but shake their heads, considering him a mere pretender. In the system's marketplace, Yun Bulang effortlessly exchanged for a talent in playing the piano, and, in passing, acquired a score for the melody flowing mountain streams. As the notes began to resonate, everyone stood transfixed in place. They were all aware that this instrument possessed a temperament of its own, and to play a piece even intermittently was a formidable challenge. Yet, the young man's performance was a symphony of ebbs and flows. Rather than merely a composition, it unfolded like a dynamic tableau. This piece was both moving and poignant, its lingering echoes captivating the audience, who remained rooted in place, momentarily lost in reverie. Such melodies, it seemed, could only be heard in the heavens, rarely gracing the earth. In the stillness, one voice broke the silence, followed by a thunderous applause. Each individual clapped with fervor, a testament to their appreciation for the music and a gesture of respect for its creator. What a farce, the so-called master of melodious sounds. In comparison to this young virtuoso, he was nothing more than a mere trifle. Had they not experienced this young man's artistry, they might have pursued the likes of Peng Miaoying. Yet, as time passes, circumstances shift. Yun Bulang recognized the so-called Prince of Melody, merely a disciple of a sect. This was inconceivable. The Prince of Melody appeared somewhat disoriented, utterly unable to believe what lay before him. He had once heard rumors that Yun Bulang was devoid of talent. How could he possibly play such enchanting music? His own clumsy skills on the guqin paled in comparison, rendering them utterly insignificant. Yun Bulang could not help but let out a cold laugh, and it was precisely this derisive sound that shattered all his defenses. What do you mean? Do you truly believe that merely playing this piece of music makes you exceptional? The talented master Miao Xiaomeng was infuriated, immediately rolling up his sleeves, exuding an air of someone ready for a grand confrontation. The woman accompanying him felt utterly embarrassed, vanishing without a trace. Never in her life had she witnessed such an embarrassing spectacle. If you possess the skill, why not play a piece for me to hear? Yun Bulang embraced his chest with both hands and took 2 steps back, granting him a space. The young master Miao did not advance, his face flushed crimson with rage. Acutely aware of his own limitations, had it been in the past, he would have confidently stepped forward, yet now circumstances had changed. After hearing that melody, he found his previous performances to be mere trifles. Witnessing the other's arrogant demeanor, a sinister thought suddenly emerged within him. If the person before him were to be killed, that exquisite piece of music would cease to exist. As long as this individual perished, everything would revert to its ordinary state. He would once again be the untroubled and beloved young master Miao Xiaomeng. Do not be angry, just look at your eyes. They seem ready to leap from their sockets. The laughter provoked by Yun Bulang resonated through the crowd, yet the onlookers regarded the talented musician with disdain, believing him incapable of handling defeat. As aficionados of music, why should they be tethered to trivialities? The actions of the talented musician seemed somewhat excessive. It was a privilege for them to witness such exquisite melodies emanating from his fingertips. There was no need for such aggression. With the instrument lying before him, if he truly felt wronged, he ought to take the stage himself and let the music determine the victor. The crowd buzzed with mixed reactions. Some mocked him, while others offered foolish suggestions, yet not a single soul wished him well. They stood idly by, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Leave. All of you get out. Who do you think you are to point fingers at me? The talented musician, incensed, invoked his status. I am a disciple of the inner sect of Qing sect. Who among you dares to offend me? Do you believe I want to summon my master to annihilate your entire clan? The bystanders scattered in fear. They were mere enthusiasts of harmony, ordinary folk at heart. However, after such a fright, they dared not linger, vanishing without a trace. You seek the spotlight too eagerly. This world is ill-suited for you, better suited for the depths of hell. The talented musician placed his hand on his waist, drawing forth a slender sword that gleamed ominously in his grasp. His intent was clear. He had resorted to violence, yet his spirit remained narrow. Be cautious, senior brother, Xiao warned, her face etched with concern. Junior sister, stay back and do not approach. Bulang addressed his junior sister, dismissing the insignificant figure before him with utter disdain. Yet, he recognized that this individual was far from a paragon of virtue. It was wise to remain vigilant, lest she be used as leverage to fulfill his adversary's desires. Behold my sword. With these words, the talented young man revealed the true extent of his cultivation, merely at the nascent stage of the Yuaning realm. He dared to exhibit such arrogance. Bulang remained stationary, exhibiting an overwhelming aura that sent the so-called prince of marvelous sound tumbling several meters away. He glided through the air for quite a distance, expecting that those standing nearby would at least extend a hand to assist him. To his astonishment, as he neared the ground, the onlookers fled with remarkable swiftness, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. With a resounding crash, he landed heavily, feeling as though his ribs might fracture into several pieces. Coughing, he inhaled the dust that filled the air, his complexion shifting as he struggled for breath. Clenching his fists in frustration, he vowed vengeance, declaring to himself that he would not let this transgression go unpunished. Throughout his life, no one had ever dared to treat him in such a manner. His master was an elder of the Qing sect, a formidable figure at the divine transformation level. With such limited cultivation, one should refrain from appearing in public. A foul mouth, offending others, could lead to a demise so swift that one wouldn't even realize it was imminent. It was merely his lack of a murderous disposition that had spared this insolent brat, who would have otherwise faced death 1,000 times over. The surrounding crowd showed no inclination to disperse, instead taking refuge nearby to revel in the spectacle. Eyes filled with scorn and amusement scrutinized him from every direction, an attention he could not ignore. What are you staring? Yin gently pinched her delicate face, feeling its smoothness and tenderness, akin to that of a freshly shelled egg. The girl's skin was indeed different from that of a boy. It possessed an innate softness that was simply enchanting. However, this subtle gesture caused Xiaoyao's fair complexion to blush like a ripe red apple. Xiao touched her own face and suddenly turned around, her expression a blend of shyness and astonishment. The senior brother remained as gentle as ever. Esteemed sir, the piece you just played has truly left me in awe. I would like to present you with this guqin as a token of my admiration. The woman in white, her face veiled, had long, inky tresses cascading quietly behind her, with a small vermilion mole adorning her forehead, exuding an irresistible allure. Her voice was both hoarse and enchanting. And clad in white, her slender waist could barely be grasped with a single hand. Bulang harbored no interest in the zither, initially intending to decline outright. However, upon witnessing the eager gaze of his junior sister, her eyes filled with longing, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Very well, I thank you, fair maiden. My lord, may we cross paths again in the rivers and lakes. The woman in white gracefully handed over the zither before vanishing swiftly from sight. It is yours now. Once she had disappeared, Bulang directly passed the zither to his junior sister. Xiaoyao gazed at him in disbelief, her finger pointing to her own nose. You mean it's for me? Of course, since I have no interest in the zither, take it. Yet, I am not particularly skilled at playing, Xiaoyao said. Her cheeks flushed. She felt as though the zither in her hands was akin to a scorching yam, neither to hold nor to set down. The eldest senior brother plays the zither so exquisitely. He alone deserves such an instrument. Fear not, in due time, come find me, and I shall teach you how to play. Bulang gently spoke. The young junior sister's face flushed even more, yet for some unknown reason, she still placed the guqin into her spatial ring. To have the opportunity to interact more with her senior brother was a fortune she had cultivated over several lifetimes. Just as the two were about to depart, an old man and a young man obstructed their path. "I see where you think you're going," exclaimed the young man, the very one who had been thoroughly beaten by the illustrious Miao Yin. Beside him stood an elderly man with a white beard, presumably his master. "Master, it is this person who attacked me. Not only did he strike me, but he also insulted you." Yun Bulang's eyes, once devoid of vitality, transformed into a visage of utter astonishment in an instant. He exclaimed, "What kind of utter imbecile could possibly teach such a disciple?" He further asserted that you must be a mere dilettante, wholly unqualified to instruct a pupil. The deluge of scorn heaped upon him left him utterly unprepared. "You speak nonsense. My senior disciple has never uttered such words." Xiao could no longer tolerate their slander against her esteemed senior, her fury igniting like wildfire. Were it not for her lack of strength, she would undoubtedly have drawn her blade to defend her senior's honor. Prince Miaoyin, unfazed, bore a countenance as resilient as a fortress wall. Indeed, it resonated with the adage, "A person values their face, a tree its bark. When one is devoid of shame, they become invincible." This young lady, possessing an alluring appearance, spoke with such irresponsibility. Could it be that I would stoop so low as to malign this inconsequential individual, only to later defame my revered mentor? He spoke with such earnestness that, were one unaware of the truth, they might easily be deceived by his masterful performance. As for his so-called mentor, he was but a natural fool, easily provoked by a few choice words from his disciple, wielded as a weapon against him. "Impertinent wretch! How dare you utter such arrogance? Today, I shall teach you a lesson and make you aware of the consequences of your reckless speech." In a flash, he unsheathed his sword and charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Bang! Another flawless parabolic arc was executed. Prince Miaoyin's mouth gaped wide, his gaze following the silhouette of his mentor as it gradually descended. Only when his master lay half dead upon the ground did he come to his senses, internally seething. He cursed, "You old wretch, all you do is boast in my presence about your prowess, yet you're of no use whatsoever. Master, please rise. Are you all right?" The expressions on Miaoyin's face shifted more rapidly than the turning of a page, encapsulating the sentiment, smiling outwardly while inwardly cursing. "Quickly help your master to his feet." The old man with a white beard struggled to rise, feeling as if several of his bones had shattered. As Yun Bulang took a step forward, both master and disciple trembled with fear. "What do you intend to do?" "Do not approach us. We are members of the Qing sect." "Indeed, we are members of the Qing sect. If you dare to lay a finger on us, the Qing sect will not let you go unpunished." The two were so frightened that their legs quaked incessantly, their lips uttering threats, yet their obstinacy remained unchanged. In such a cowardly state, it would be futile to put on a brave front. "I now offer you a chance at survival. If you comply with my instructions, I shall allow you to depart. If not..." Before Miao Gongzi could finish his sentence, the young man opposite him drew his blade, and a nearby massive rock was instantly cleaved in two. Miao Gongzi swallowed his words, for he doubted that his own head could withstand such force as that stone. Those who recognize the times are the true wise. "Pray tell, what do you wish us to do?" Miao Gongzi mustered his courage, his lips quivering as he spoke. The clouds, with a slight cough, commanded, "Produce all your valuables without exception. Should you dare to conceal even a single item, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Although the esteemed young master Miaoyin was deeply reluctant, he found himself outmatched. Even his master was unable to prevail against this foe. In fact, he could not withstand a single move and collapsed to the ground, nearly at death's door. He relinquished everything from his space, declaring, "All my possessions are here. I have concealed nothing." Yun Bulang placed his faith in the words spoken by the man. For the striking crimson shorts he donned were conspicuously present among the assortment of items. Faced with those precious possessions, he suddenly felt a tinge of disdain. As for the elder beside him, upon witnessing his disciple relinquish the items, he dared not exhibit even the slightest hesitation. With immense reluctance, he too surrendered his belongings with a mere flick of his finger. However, the quantity of his offerings paled in comparison to those of his apprentice, revealing the depths of his impoverishment. With a sweeping gesture, Yun Bulang effortlessly gathered those items into his possession, concealing them completely from view. He also selected several valuable trinkets, which he graciously bestowed upon his junior sister. "Take these items, purchase whatever you desire," he proclaimed, his voice resonating loudly. The melodic young master, still present, was incensed upon hearing him use his own funds to woo women, feeling an overwhelming surge of indignation. As the figures of the two individuals gradually receded, the young master finally dared to turn back and inquire about his master's condition. "Master, I shall escort you back." A sharp slap echoed through the air. causing his face to swell rapidly. In disbelief, he clutched his injured cheek and asked, "Master, why have you struck me?" The elder, with hair as white as snow, trembled with fury, his speech somewhat slurred. "You ungrateful wretch! I have treated you with the affection of a true son, yet you persist in lamenting your poverty, endlessly siphoning my wealth and hoarding it away. Had this incident not occurred, I would have remained oblivious to your deceit." The commotion was quite loud. Even from a considerable distance, Bulang could still hear the sounds of reprimand and scolding. "Senior brother, I wish to go and purchase some clothing." Xiao, captivated by the beautiful garments displayed in the shop, found herself unable to move. Bulang merely cast a glance and disdainfully remarked, "These garments are far less exquisite than those I could craft myself. I have several pieces in my space. Feel free to take any that pique your interest." Previously, she had designed 2 outfits for the Elven Queen, who selected one, leaving the other in her possession. Additionally, numerous other garments lay dormant in her space. "Is that true?" Peony exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, but upon seeing the attire presented by her senior brother, her eyes immediately sparkled with delight. "Such beautiful garments! Senior brother, did you truly create these?" "I merely engaged in a bit of idle crafting." Clouds drift lazily as the two return to Linglong Sect before nightfall. Upon their arrival, they encounter a group of over 10 masters preparing to venture out. "Masters, where are you headed?" Yanran inquires upon seeing them. "We are on our way to procure a medicinal herb for Miao Xiaomeng, heading to the Silent Forest," they reply. "That place is fraught with peril and frequently inhabited by malevolent beasts. Why would you choose to go there at such a dangerous hour instead of during the day?" The clouds drifted, and some aspects remained incomprehensible. As time passed, and we reached our destination, the sky descended into an utter darkness. That particular herb could only be discovered under the cover of night. It appeared almost translucent, entirely invisible during the day, yet at night, it would emit a faint glow. Fireflies were also drawn to it, making the chances of success considerably higher when searched for after dusk. "I shall accompany you," I proposed, seizing the opportunity to gain some experience. "No, you must remain here. It is exceedingly perilous there. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, I would be unable to protect you." Li Yin and expressed her concern over his desire to join. If an accident were to occur, she doubted her own ability to escape unscathed, let alone safeguard him. "Master, my cultivation has reached a commendable level. I can defend myself," he insisted. Bulang wished to accompany them, eager to contribute his share. Unable to resist his determination, the master reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Very well. Stay close to us and do not wander off," he instructed. "Understood, master." Before nightfall, he set off alongside his mentor, precisely as he had anticipated. By the time they reached their destination, the sky had succumbed to darkness. The Silent Forest, also known as the Forest of Death, served as a habitat for numerous mythical beasts. Many mercenaries sought to amass wealth by venturing here to hunt these creatures for their crystals, which could be exchanged for riches upon their return. However, the beasts within were bizarre and abundant. Should fortune abandon them, they might find themselves prey to a creature the moment they stepped into the periphery. Thus, those of lesser cultivation dared not enter. "Let us proceed," one suggested. As they entered, several mercenaries hurriedly exited. "Truly reckless, daring to enter as night falls," one remarked. "What a pity for those beautiful young women. We should move quickly. Once the sky is fully darkened, this forest becomes exceedingly perilous." The departing figures moved with purpose, vanishing swiftly from sight. These desperate souls, driven by greed, feared neither death nor danger. Yet this did not imply they were willing to perish without cause. Li Yin paid no heed to their words, resolutely leading a few companions into the depths of the forest. The herbs they sought were of utmost importance to her younger sister, and they were determined to acquire them today. As they ventured beyond the forest's edge, an unsettling silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of insects. Nearly devoid of any other presence, the darkness rendered the sky impenetrable. They navigated cautiously, when suddenly, something slick darted beneath their feet. Before they could comprehend the situation, a slimy beast, its body glistening, snapped a tree trunk thick enough for two to embrace, encircling them. "What in the world is this creature?" Bulang inquired with a hint of surprise. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying an unpleasant odor. It was merely a low-level demon beast. Logically, it should have been easy to deal with, yet its body was both foul and slippery, making the swamp its natural habitat. Outnumbered, it swiftly slipped into the mire, vanishing from sight. Never mind, there was no point in wasting time here. Qing halted Wang Feifei's movements, and the group pressed onward. Before them lay a rickety wooden bridge, which, according to the habits of the medicinal herb they sought, preferred watery locales. The nearby waterfall was the only source of water. To locate the elusive herb, one must traverse the old waterfall. The wooden bridge had long been neglected, now reduced to a hollow shell, with insects crawling over it, clearly having been gnawed down to its essence. I'll go first to test the waters. You all stay vigilant, Yanran instructed before gracefully gliding across. Upon reaching the midpoint, her toes barely touched the bridge, but it suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash. It did not merely break in half, it disintegrated into a fine powder, cascading down the cliff and disappearing from view. Yanran lost her balance, unable to control her body, swaying precariously in the air. This was dire. Something peculiar lurked at the cliff's base, rendering her utterly powerless. Her bones felt as if they had been rendered to jelly. She plummeted downward, only to feel a sudden constriction around her waist. A golden rope had ensnared her. Almost immediately, she was yanked swiftly in Bulang's direction. With newfound leverage, Yanran managed to return safely to the shore. However, the group now faced a daunting predicament. To traverse the chasm, they must cross the frail bridge. The strange forces below the cliff posed a significant risk. Should they recklessly attempt to fly over and lose their balance midway, the consequences were all too clear. What should we do? Wang Feifei glanced at the abyss, knowing that a fall could leave nothing but a mere scattering of bones. Bulang glanced at the vines beside him, and, feeling their sturdy grip, he pulled on them with determination. Without consulting his master, he took a few steps back, firmly grasped the vines, and leaped forward, landing directly in the middle of the passage. Just as his master had indicated, he found his balance precariously teetering. Yet the vines provided him with the support he needed to forge ahead. "Master, if you follow my method, you will surely succeed," he called out. Yanran, witnessing his safe landing, felt her anxious heart gradually ease. The other 6 individuals, inspired by his example, swiftly utilized the surrounding vines to reach the opposite shore. Though they had crossed over, the question of how to return remained uncertain. Wang Feifei clapped her hands together, only to find them sticky with residue from the vines. They stood between 2 mountains, one towering above the other. Traversing from the higher peak to the lower was effortless, but the journey back posed a considerable challenge. Such thoughts could wait for another time. Yanran cast a glance behind her and resolutely continued forward. After only a few steps, they encountered a massive cave entrance. The darkness within was impenetrable, and the uncertainty of what lay inside made them hesitant to venture forth recklessly. As Bulang cast a stone into the depths of the cavern, the silence that followed prompted him to address his master. "There should be no movement. We can proceed." No sooner had his words escaped his lips than a chilling roar reverberated from within. Startled, he stumbled back 3 paces, taking refuge beside his master. "Prepare for battle." Yanran instantly assumed a combat stance, urging her companions to retreat to safety. In the inky darkness of the cave, 2 blood-red lanterns flickered to life, revealing the monstrous figure that emerged. It was an enormous white ape, its eyes glistening like rubies, crawling forth with an ominous grace. Its predatory gaze swept over each individual present. Yanran understood that they had been perceived as intruders. "How audacious of you, wretched mortals, to trespass in my domain. You shall remain here to entertain me." The beast, having attained a divine level of power, spoke with a voice that resonated with authority. With a mighty fist, it struck the ground, causing the stone to shatter into a brilliant arc of light that hurtled towards them. Yanran bore the brunt of the attack, blood spilling from her lips. The remaining sisters charged forward, unleashing their formidable skills. Behind them loomed the sheer cliffs, while before them stood a creature of divine caliber, capable of transforming into human form. They found themselves trapped, with danger on all sides, a true embodiment of being caught between a rock and a hard place. Wang Feifei was flung away by a powerful blow. Had she not been clad in protective armor, she might well have lost her life in that perilous moment. The dagger in Bulang's hand danced deftly between his fingers, and seizing the moment when the beast was distracted, he plunged it directly into its left arm. A series of anguished howls shattered the silence, echoing through the skies, startling the birds in the forest into a frantic flight. "You despicable and shameless human! How dare you ambush me from behind? I shall ensure that you find no rest in death." The full fury of the gibbon was unleashed upon Bulang. This, however, provided the other 6 sisters with a precious opportunity to tend to their wounds. "Bulang, be careful," Yanran shouted, her heart racing to her throat. The gibbon's fist loomed perilously close to Bulang, mere centimeters away. This creature possessed immense strength. Even Wang Feifei, clad in golden silk armor, had been gravely injured by a single blow. What chance did the unprotected Yun Bulang stand? Bang! Yun Bulang did not flinch. Instead, he clenched his fists and bravely surged forward, striking head-on. At the moment of impact, a resounding crack echoed through the air. The sound of bones fracturing was particularly sharp, swiftly followed by a piercing scream that rent the heavens. However, this anguished cry emanated from the gibbon, whose arm shattered into countless pieces at an astonishing speed, cascading to the ground beside him. Yun Bulang slowly retracted his fist. At the critical moment, he had exchanged for a certain ability from the system shop. It was precisely this ability that led to the imminent demise of the long-armed ape. The creature had lost one of its arms and sustained severe injuries, barely clinging to life. Had it been any other beast, it might have fled in fear, unwilling to engage further. However, the long-armed ape was a creature of immense pride. The notion of retreat was utterly foreign to its lexicon. Even in its grievously wounded state, it would not allow the few before it to escape unscathed. Even in death, it would drag them down with it. Its eyes gleamed with madness, yet it was not foolish. It recognized that it was no match for the young man before it. Thus, to annihilate them, it would have to sacrifice itself. Alarmed, it prepared to self-destruct, prompting a hasty retreat from the area. Yanran quickly discerned its intentions. The self-detonation of a divine beast could obliterate half a mountainside, and given their proximity, the prospect of escaping unscathed was nothing short of a delusion. Yet, time was of the essence. In a mere 3 seconds, the long-armed ape detonated itself. Yun Bulang summoned all his spiritual energy, surrounding himself with a group of gibbons. Bulang, have you lost your mind? Hurry and come with us, Yanran exclaimed, trembling in fear at his actions. Master, it's too late to leave now, isn't it? Yun Bulang cast a glance back at his master, whose eyes were tinged with red. In truth, both of them were acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. Rather than wallow in uncertainty, he resolved to take a gamble, hoping against hope that it might yield a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted as the divine beast self-destructed, its force immense. Yet Yun Bulang managed to contain the blast within a limited scope. In the aftermath of the explosion, he found himself in disarray, but his spirits remained high, for he had triumphed in this gamble. However, his master was utterly infuriated. You reckless fool! Everything I have imparted to you has fallen on deaf ears. Since you refuse to heed my counsel, you may as well cease calling me your master. I cannot abide such a disloyal disciple. Master, I am unscathed. Observing the glimmer of tears pooling in the corners of his master's eyes, he understood that the source of his master's ire was rooted in concern for his well-being. He gently wiped away Yanran's tears, offering a reassuring smile. Yanran, truly exasperated, clung tightly to him, unwilling to let go upon seeing him safe and sound. You must never act so recklessly again, otherwise, I shall have no choice but to expel you from my tutelage. Understood, master. Yun Bulang gently patted her shoulder, bestowing upon her an immense sense of security. Wang Feifei tended to her injuries and subsequently retrieved several elixirs from her spatial storage. Please consume these elixirs first. We shall resume our journey afterward. After such an ordeal, everyone was significantly drained and could not continue their travels. Taking a brief respite in this location was indeed a prudent decision. With the divine beast now deceased, the presence of such a creature rendered the area inhospitable to lesser monsters, which would undoubtedly refrain from approaching. Thus, this place was temporarily secure, and the group, without any defenses, seamlessly entered a meditative state. Yun Bulang toyed with the crystal of the long-armed gibbon, patiently awaiting several masters, though he had sustained little injury. Upon reaching the celestial realm, his wounds healed more rapidly than ever before. Thus, within the brief span of a tea ceremony, he regained his peak condition. From within his spatial pocket, he retrieved a white garment, which he donned, revealing not a trace of fatigue. I have rested well. What of you? Approximately an hour later, Yanran slowly opened her eyes and rose from her spot. The other masters also stirred, awakening in unison. I have nearly recuperated as well. Let us continue our journey. Yanran led them towards the cave. As they entered the cave, darkness enveloped them, obscuring even the outstretched hand. The cave seemed interminable, and after traversing a considerable distance, they finally glimpsed a faint glimmer of light. The exit lies ahead. Let us quicken our pace, Yan instructed those behind her, promptly accelerating towards the luminous threshold. Upon emerging from the cave, they were greeted by a breathtaking landscape, in stark contrast to the oppressive darkness they had just left behind. This particular herb thrives in the presence of water. We shall follow this river downstream, and surely we will find it, Yanran declared, handing Yun Bulang an image of the medicinal plant. Here you go. Yun Bulang received the blueprint. This herb possesses 3 elongated and slender leaves with a single flowering stem. The fruit it bears is their target for this expedition. After acquiring the blueprint, the group followed the stream downstream. However, despite their efforts, they could not locate the desired herb, though they did encounter other medicinal plants. These plants bore a striking resemblance to one another, making it easy to confuse them without careful distinction. Time elapsed without their notice, and the sun had reached its zenith. By the time darkness fell, it had already risen. The group leaned against a grand tree, pausing momentarily to rest and regroup before continuing their journey. As night enveloped them once more, the temperature gradually dropped, prompting Yun Bulang to shiver involuntarily. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. Just as the group was on the verge of despair, Yun Bulang spotted a location emanating a faint glow. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, he called out to his master ahead, "Master, the herb should be here." The others turned to follow his gaze, discovering in a corner a gentle luminescence, accompanied by several fireflies flitting about. It was highly likely that this was the herb they sought. However, just as they approached, the ground trembled violently. This is not good. The herb must be guarded by a companion beast, and our arrival has surely startled it. A grim realization dawned upon them. Indeed. No sooner had Li Yanran spoken than a colossal beast rose from 3 meters away, its body radiating a soft glow, with fireflies hovering nearby. It bared its enormous jaws, roaring furiously. With sharp fangs and a small head atop a massive body, it was the embodiment of a horned rock beast. The horn atop its head gathered light, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Its eyes scanned each member of the group before settling on the very herb they sought. "A few of us will distract it while you seize the opportunity to retrieve the herb," Li Yanran instructed Yun Bulang decisively. Yun Bulang nodded slightly, then leaped forward, vanishing into the nearby thicket. In that fleeting moment, the 6 masters engaged the ferocious beast. The creature's immense form crushed the surrounding trees into splinters. Unbeknownst to it, Yun Bulang lay concealed in the grass. The precious herb was a mere 3 meters away. With the slightest extension of his arm, he could grasp it. Yet, he dared not make a hasty move. The masters lured the beast to another location, leaving it startled. Even amidst the battle, it remained fixated near the herb, unwilling to stray far. The farthest distance it ventured was scarcely 3 to 5 meters. There was no time to ponder. If he continued to dally with this beast, he feared he would end up with nothing at all. Yun Bulang jumped gracefully, landing beside the medicinal herbs. As he reached out to pluck them, the beast seemed to sense something. It abruptly abandoned its attack, appearing before him in an instant, its sharp claws aimed directly at his face. What on earth? Yun Bulang could not help but utter a curse in frustration. In a swift motion, he flipped over, rolling several times to narrowly evade his opponent's attack. Had that claw landed squarely on his face, it would have been the end for him. The fierce beast guarded the herbs, standing resolutely beside them, unwilling to budge an inch. The 6 masters could only brace themselves, forcing the creature back, while Yun Bulang seized the opportunity to snatch the herbs into his grasp. "Master, I have secured the item," he shouted triumphantly. Once plucked, the herbs emitted a faint, ethereal glow. The beast's eyes glowed crimson, and it charged towards him with alarming speed. "Bulang, be careful," Li Yanran exclaimed in horror, her whip flying from her hand to ensnare the creature's leg. Yet, the beast's immense strength hurled her through the air. Terrified, Yun Bulang felt a chill run down his spine as the beast carried his master away. "Master, please let go. We have what we came for. We must leave at once." Li Yanran wished to release her grip, but the moment the whip connected with the foul creature, an overwhelming force seemed to draw her in entirely. Now, it was too late for her to let go. To make matters worse, she felt her very essence of spiritual power being siphoned away by the beast. Yun Bulang gazed at his master, unable to release his grip, and without further contemplation, he leaped onto the back of the monster beast. Under the combined effort of several individuals, the beast was rendered incapable of further resistance. Seizing this critical moment, Yun Bulang wielded his blade in a clockwise motion, severing the creature's head entirely. The beast's massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, emanating a faint glow that vanished in an instant. "Let me see if this is what we are searching for," Li Yanran said, feeling somewhat weakened after retracting her whip. Nevertheless, she persisted, meticulously examining the herb. Only after confirming its identity, as described in the texts, did she feel a sense of relief. This diminutive herb had indeed cost them considerable effort. Wang Feifei adjusted her disheveled attire and slowly approached from a distance. However, as long as they could procure the desired item, any losses incurred would be deemed worthwhile. Let us hasten our return. Wang Feifei, a person with a penchant for cleanliness and a certain level of obsessive tidiness, would never have ventured into such a place were it not for the lure of this herb. Very well, let us return, Yanran declared, storing the item in her spatial pouch. Just as the group intended to depart, a contingent of individuals suddenly materialized behind them. They fixed their predatory gazes upon the group, blocking the path they sought to take. Hand over the snake immortal grass, and you may leave unharmed, spoke a middle-aged man in his 40s, his demeanor menacing. You speak as if it were so simple. We obtained this through our own efforts. What right do you have to demand it? Bulang truly finds such petty individuals intolerable. However, the opposing party, relying on their overwhelming numbers, immediately resorted to unscrupulous tactics. If you leave your belongings behind, you may depart at your leisure. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to take matters into our own hands, declared the middle-aged man. It is indeed a striking display of shamelessness, as they brazenly justify their act of plunder. The clouds will not disperse without reason. Do not underestimate the significance of these herbs. Even for something seemingly trivial, one must not yield to the presumption of entitlement. If you wish to acquire it, you must first assess whether you possess the capability to do so. The clouds refused to relent. The onlookers had no room for negotiation, and the middle-aged man showed no courtesy. With a swift motion of the sword in his hand, he commanded those behind him, eliminate this man, but spare the woman. His lewd intentions were unmistakable. Before him stood 6 women, each a paragon of beauty. Even if taken to the sect as a concubine, it would be a delightful affair. Their numbers surpassed the opposition by threefold. Surely, they could not fear a few delicate women and a feckless young man. At the command of the man in black, dozens surged forward. In the ensuing clash, the adversaries enjoyed a definitive numerical advantage. Yet, as the saying goes, it is easy to raise 1,000 troops. But finding a capable commander is rare. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they gained no advantage, as the men he had brought fell one after another. The middle-aged man began to feel a twinge of panic. He drew his skeletal sword and engaged Bulang. However, he was no match for Bulang, and within mere exchanges, he was swiftly brought to the ground. With such limited skill, how dare he attempt robbery? He ought to learn humility and how to conduct himself properly. With a smile, Bulang remarked, I had expected to encounter a formidable figure. Yet it appears you are merely a paper tiger, all show and no substance. With such limited prowess, you dare to venture forth and seize what is not yours. I must commend your audacity. The man in black, in a fit of rage, found himself suppressed by his adversary, deprived of even a chance to retaliate. If you so much as lay a finger on me, the members of the Qing sect will not let you escape unscathed. The Qing sect? It seems those affiliated with the Qing sect are rather unimpressive,